Huntress for Hire, written by Terry Spear, narrated by Anne-Marie Susan Sylvie. Prologue. Beguiling. Adonis held his breath as Rachel Bremerton walked toward her bright red Mustang, wearing typical Huntress attire, perfect for taking down rogue vampires. Black denims, a black turtleneck, boots, and an ancient Huntress dagger sheathed at her waist, the weapon forged of steel that with a nick of a heart could take down the most lethal opponents. His pulse quickened at the sight of her. Petite, blonde, devastatingly brilliant blue eyes. Bewitching. Yet the notion she'd wear that kind of attire when she was attending a hunter's formal ball meant she was a bit of a rogue like he'd been. He gave a sardonic smile. Then his mood soured. How was he to turn such a marvel over to Pyrrhus for his disposition? Adonis ground his teeth, fighting the urge to extend his canines. The hate he had for the vampire twisting a shard of anger up his spine. Rachel would kill Pyrrhus and free his family. She had to. It was the only way to take down the vampire. A cell phone jingled a merry tune on her belt, and she jerked the phone out of its pouch. What? Her annoyed voice intrigued him. Everything about the Huntress's actions did. I know I'm late, Zachary. I'm on my way. If you wouldn't keep pestering me, I'd be there already, all right? Zachary, one of Rachel's cousins. She flipped her cell phone closed and jammed it into its pouch, then climbed into her car. How was Adonis to seduce the Huntress into doing his bidding? His vampiric charms wouldn't work on her. Or would they? He stood taller in the shadows of her apartment complex as she drove off. The hunter in him longed to have her for his own, as his Huntress mate. Which, blast his dark soul, would now never be possible. The cursed vampire part of him craved having her for all time. Just a bite and a little more, and he'd claim her for all eternity. Already he endangered the mission as his feelings got in the way. His family came first. He didn't personally know the Huntress. She just had to accomplish the mission, and then she was expendable. The fact he had to remind himself brought him to one alarming conclusion. The Huntress had already claimed a part of his soul. Chapter 1. An unfamiliar whiff of a spicy woodland scent caught Rachel's attention as she climbed out of her car at her uncle's hotel, where the annual Hunters' Ball was in full swing. A misty gloom clung to the November night in the dimly lit parking area, but she saw no one. Yet her intuition warned her something was amiss. A lively gypsy rhapsody played in the ballroom on the second floor, and she glanced in the direction with disdain. Having to socially interact with bride-hungry male hunters totally irked her, especially when she had no intention of settling down any time soon. She locked her car door and strode across the parking lot. The mission: get the hunting contract from her uncle and return home pronto. A subtle flapping noise caught her off guard. She whipped out her hunter's dagger and whirled around. Her pulse raced, and despite the chill in the air, her hands grew sweaty. Not a soul stood in the murkiness, but the sound like the flapping of wings or a cape resonated suspiciously like a vampire's arrival. Instantly, adrenaline surged through her, and she poised for the danger lurking in the dark. Two of her cousins' voices drifted from a distance. She slipped her dagger into its sheath and headed in their direction, knowing if a vampire were foolish enough to come here, he wouldn't dare draw any closer to the location of fully armed male hunters. Rachel mustn't learn of the news. Red-headed Ferris warned his identical twin brother, Ned. Even in the semi-dark, the red freckles that bridged their noses stood out against their creamy skin. Although she attempted to sneak up on them, her boots crunched on leaves in the parking lot. She cringed. With a whoosh, both cousins unsheathed swords, the preferred weapons for killing vampires, having passed down from generation to generation. Her cousins whipped around to face her. I mustn't learn of what news? Rachel asked, her voice sharp, knowing a coddling tone wouldn't convince them to tell her what was going on. Damn it, Rachel. Ferris waved his sword at the surrounding area. You know better than to sneak up on hunters in the dark. You're afraid of a vampire appearing here? He'd have to be rabid to come within a mile of a hunter's ball. Yet she feared the sound she'd heard moments ago was just that. Still, for now, she was more interested in the secret concerning her. She folded her arms. What news am I not to hear? Nothing. Ferris resheathed his sword. You're not going to tell me? The secret is if Uncle Tobias sees you dressed like that, he won't give you the hunting contract. Rachel touched her left shoulder where a vampire had marked her when she was 5, digging one wickedly sharp fang across it. Huntresses only wore bare-shouldered gowns for the formal affair. She wasn't staying. You're not going to tell me what this is all about? No. She gave him her best, I'll learn the truth on my own scowl, and stormed up the outside stairs. Again the fragrance of spice kissed the breeze, and she whirled around to see who or what smelled so heavenly. The creature had to be a vampire as elusive as it was, stalking her. But why? Squashing the shiver that dared trickle down her spine, she hesitated to open the door to the ballroom. Her eyes attempted to adjust to the low light of the parking area while she searched for the intruder. She saw no one but her cousins watching her. Maybe something else fluttered in the breeze. The American and Texas flags flapped on metal poles in front of the hotel. That was it. As for the spicy scent, she shook her head and entered the ballroom. Expensive colognes and perfumes mixed, making the ballroom smell like a floral fairyland. She took a deep breath. The mail sent outdoors was some hunters. No vampire would be so brazen to come anywhere near a hunter's ball. The tension in her stiff spine eased. Crystal chandeliers sparkled high above the dance floor, casting a soft light over the partygoers, while a different gypsy rhapsody drifted overhead. Her cousin Zachary quickly intercepted her, dressed in a tux, his dark brown hair pulled back in a ponytail, his brows knit in a frown. About time you arrived. Dad's throwing a fit that you're so late. Zachary motioned to her clothes. Why are you wearing hunter's clothes to a formal function? I'm here strictly on business. Something sparkling through one of the glass doors leading out to the balcony caught her eye. Something in the dark. Zachary sipped his drink. I heard Dad has a new contract for you to fulfill, but he won't be pleased that you've refused to dress for the occasion tonight. How will you ever catch a hunter's eye the way you flaunt our protocol? Irritation ran through her veins. After the death of her parents, and because she was the only female among her cousins, they treated her like she was their younger sister, each one in charge of her. Tonight, the idea exasperated her more than usual. She pursed her lips. Crinkles appeared beneath Zachary's eyes as his lips curved up. I hear he wants you to destroy another vampire dog. Not this time. This time, I'm to go after Pyrrhus. She patted Zachary on the shoulder as his jaw dropped. You know, the head of the family in eastern Dallas, one of the meanest, most evil vampires of our time. She glanced back at the balcony doors. The strange light flickered, then faded into the blackness. What in the world was it? Zachary finished his drink. Not even the most experienced of us can touch him. You shouldn't joke about it. If anyone thought you were serious, the word could get back to Pyrrhus, and he'd order a death contract on you. For a huntress who terminated vicious vampire dogs, that would be the day. Tell me, what's the news concerning me tonight? I overheard Ferris talking of the special family meeting. Zachary narrowed his eyes. He wouldn't have. He took in a deep breath and raged. Where is he? In the parking area. Without another word, Zachary stormed toward the doors, but then he hesitated, turned on his heel, and disappeared down a hall. Evidently, whatever was said about her was serious. She'd find out what the secret was, though, as soon as... The light on the balcony sparkled again. Like a shining lure in the dark waters, the glitter drew her across the floor, through the dancing, twirling couples. Her gaze focused on the light, while dancers, hugging each other in lovers' embraces, moved out of her way. Rachel! Uncle Tobias's sharp tone wouldn't dissuade her. She continued toward the door, the object outside capturing the reflection of light from inside. Rachel! Her uncle's voice raised an octave. The light from the object of interest faded as she neared the door. Whatever it was moved away from the glass and into the dark. She stared into the pitch-black night. If she were a vampire, she'd be able to see clearly in the darkness. But as a huntress, she couldn't see anything. She grabbed the brass door handle, but just as suddenly, a large hand clasped over hers, giving her heart a start. She looked up to see her uncle's gray eyes, stormy and piercing. He dragged her away from the main ballroom and hurried her toward his office. Zachary passed her, coming from his dad's office, gave her a small smile and nod of his head, and continued to the stairs that would take him outside. Her heartbeat quickened as her uncle's fingers gripped her wrist tightly. If he'd leave his party to speak with her, she was in trouble. Zachary relayed to me you intend to go after Pyrrhus. So that's what shook Uncle Tobias up. His thin lips drew taut, and he released her wrist, shut his office door, and motioned for her to take a seat. Don't you dare go anywhere near his estate. Understand? I was only joking. The words squeaked out, the tone of her voice immediately annoying her. She wanted to sound sure of herself, like the men did, not high-pitched like a mouse. Standing 6'2", her uncle could be an intimidating figure. When she took a seat before him, she felt like less of a huntress and more like his niece. I want to know what the special family meeting was about. If it's something that pertains to me, I have a right to know. When he refused to say, she dropped the topic, knowing she wouldn't learn anything from him if he didn't choose to speak on the matter. Somehow she'd wheedle it out of one of her cousins. Ferris, maybe. I understand you have a job for me. He glanced down at her clothes and scowled. Why aren't you dressed properly tonight? She ran her hands over her jeans. You know I hate these affairs. Nonetheless, you're not excused from them. Come back here properly attired. After the function ends, I'll give you your assignment. Killing another vampire dog? Venom filled her words. I have another job for you, but you won't get it if you disobey me about this ball. The only way she'd ever prove her self-worth and be able to deal with her unreasonable fears was to have a real hunter's job, killing rogue, human vampires. She owed it to the memory of her parents to take up the sword, to set the world right. Killing rabid-acting vampire dogs wasn't the same thing. She ground her teeth, hating that she had to dress up like the women did for the ball, showing themselves off to the men like pieces of succulent meat. In her case, a scarred piece of meat. She quickly shoved the notion from her mind. Rachel? He folded his arms and pinned her with a glare. All right. Grateful to be released, she quickly rose from the chair. Uncle Tobias grabbed the doorknob and yanked the door open. Don't delay. She soon entered the ballroom, her thoughts in turmoil. If it wasn't so important she'd get another contract so she could turn the evil ones to dust and reasonably support herself, and avoid having to live with her uncle again, she'd skip the whole affair. As if Uncle Tobias would allow it. He'd send one of her cousins to fetch her and force the issue. But then she considered the glass atrium doors where she'd seen the light and headed for them. Rachel! She wheeled around to see her uncle watching her, his expression severe. Taking a deep breath, she turned and crossed the floor toward the door that led to the outside stairs and parking area. But after she exited the building and descended the flight of stairs, she turned back toward the hotel. Walking down a path, she made her way to the back of the building. Except for a faint light from the ballroom above, the grounds remained mostly shrouded in dark. The fragrance of pine needles scented the cool, crisp air. She looked up at the balcony that stretched out from the ballroom. No stairs led to the balcony from down below. The only access was from the ballroom itself. A breeze tugged at her hair, blowing shoulder-length strands into her eyes. Then a sound like a footstep crunching on fallen leaves caught her ear. She whipped around. Goose flesh dotted her arms as her eyes widened, seeking out the source of the footstep. Her heartbeat quickened and blood pounded in her ears. If a hunter or huntress had come down here to be alone, he or she would have announced themselves. Something else remained cloaked in the dark. Something mysterious that drew her into the ebony web. A new gypsy melody drifted down to her from the party, but it didn't disguise the footsteps she had heard. Had someone walked in her direction, or away from her? She couldn't be certain. She pulled the dagger from its sheath at her waist. A vampire wouldn't endanger its life by coming to a hunter's ball with so many hunters about. Would it? His scent floated to her as the wind shifted direction. Her throat dried instantly as if a sponge suddenly soaked up the moisture. She strode forward, attempting to perceive anything, an outline of a body, anything she could make out in the lightless void. Whoever it was took 3 steps back, drawing her forth. She charged forward and felt a piece of satiny fabric suspiciously fluttering in the breeze like a cloak. Like a vampire's cloak. Panicked, she swung her blade, attempting to strike the creature, but all she touched was air. Unsure of herself, she remained frozen to the walk. Why hadn't he attacked her? He could have easily taken her, as disadvantaged as she was alone in the darkness. Yet she was drawn to him, and couldn't free herself from wanting to solve the mystery of who or what he was. But it was more than that. Almost as if her backbone had turned to steel, and a man-sized magnet drew her into the shadows, like she had no willpower to resist his force. Then a masculine hand grasped her wrist and attempted to drag her into the dark. Her heart pounded out of bounds. Although she knew she should have struck at him with her dagger, his touch was warm, full of life, and filled her with need. An unnatural need. Well, for her it was unnatural. She'd never been interested in any man before. Certainly desiring a vampire was anything but normal. Her molecules dashed around inside her, colliding with one another in a madcap frenzy. Her knees grew weak, her head spun out of control with the sensation. "Rachel!" Zachary hollered from the parking lot. The man released her, severing his tie to her. Her stomach flip-flopped as she fought the urge to find him in the dark, to learn his identity, to know how this man could undo her with a simple touch. What would he have done to her if he'd pulled her into the shadows with him? Kissed her? Or torn her throat out with his lethal fangs? She touched her shoulder. Or marked her. She shuddered. Maybe he was the one who'd already marked her and now came to claim her. All at once, dread bunched in her stomach. What was wrong with her to even want to know the answer to the questions? Her uncle had only allowed her to kill vampire dogs, not human vampires. She wasn't experienced in dealing with them. That was the problem. She backed up, then ran for the parking lot, her heart thundering. His intriguing scent seemed to follow, but she saw no sign of anyone other than her cousin searching for her in the low light of the parking area. "There you are!" Zachary hurried toward her. "Where have you been?" he scolded. "Father said you were to go straight home, change, and come directly back here at once. 1/2 an hour, no longer." She strode to her car without a word to her cousin, her thoughts still consumed with the man in the dark. "Father doesn't like it that you said you were going after Pyrrhus, even in jest." "Tell the whole world, Zachary." After unlocking the door to her car, she climbed in, slammed the door, and locked it. Hating feeling unnerved, she sat still, watching for any sign of who or what had accosted her. Seeing no sign of him, she jammed her key in the ignition. No time for paranoia. Yet she couldn't help feeling the man hidden in the shadows had targeted her, not anyone else. What was worse, she should have told Zachary, who watched her while she drove out of the parking lot. Something prevented her from doing it, as if the creature had woven a spell of silence over her, binding her to him for as long as she lived. Which undoubtedly wouldn't be long if she continued to act un-Huntress-like in his presence. Like a stalker, Adonis studied Rachel when she exited her apartment wearing a red gown, cut provocatively low in the front, and having virtually no back. A black shawl hung over the crook of her arm as she hurried to her car. Her lips were coated in blood-red lipstick that shimmered in the lamplight's soft glow. His blood heated with envy. He didn't want any of the bachelor hunters seeing her dressed like that. He craved to hold her close and dance with her under the full moon to the enchanting gypsy rhapsody, to nuzzle his face against her soft skin. to drink in the subtle, floral fragrance she wore that floated on the breeze. His longing to have her would be his undoing. Even when he'd seized her and tried to drag her into the shadows outside of the ballroom, he couldn't help himself. Since he'd been turned, he'd been incomplete. Not a hunter, and not totally a vampire. A being caught somewhere in between. But Rachel created an urge in him to recapture his humanity. He cursed himself for his wayward thoughts and actions. What made her so irresistibly appealing? Using her to kill Pyrrhus had to remain his sole focus. Yet she blurred that focus. An enchantress is what she was, stimulating the hunter's craving to have her for his huntress mate. He cursed his weakness as she drove back to the ball. Tonight, one way or another, he would lure her away from her kind and turn her world inside out through no choice of his own. 20 minutes later, Rachel crossed the parking lot to the hotel again, the air cool, but she decided not to bother with the wrap. Everyone could see the vampire's mark and know why she hated affairs like this. Nothing would chill her heated blood, as angry as she was about having to attend the ball. A few tendrils of unruly curls pulled loose from her hastily improvised bun, tickling her bare shoulders in the light breeze, and with annoyance she brushed them away. But then her anger shifted to morbid curiosity, and she glanced at the path leading into the dark behind the hotel. Did the man who had accosted her still lurk in the darkness? She considered the flagpoles. The flags had been taken down for the night. Taking a deep breath, she didn't smell any of the spicy scent that warned her the vampire was near. He was gone, and a tinge of disappointment left her feeling abandoned. She chastised herself for the thought and focused again on the evening ahead, which she would cut short as soon as her uncle saw she was in attendance. When she entered the ballroom, several males smiled appreciably at her attire, and her body warmed, despite being annoyed at herself for feeling anything but anger. Uncle Tobias gave her a small smile and bowed his head. Yeah, Rachel had done his bidding, and he was damned pleased with himself, but she chided herself for not having more determination to stand her ground. She wished she could be like her cousin Michael, the rogue. That's who she looked up to, a man who made his own decisions and wasn't ruled by his father, her uncle. Needing a glass of champagne for fortification, she maneuvered through couples after the wine steward. Before she reached him, Gregory Devine walked in her path. The bachelor hunter had always kept his distance from her before tonight. What was his problem now? "Would you care to dance with me?" Gregory asked, his voice somewhat demanding, but a hint of insecurity moderated his tone. "Thank you," Rachel smiled sweetly. "Not now." His sharp blue eyes took her in, his gaze quickly shifting to her breasts. He smiled, but then he looked at her scar, the raised white jagged line a reminder of the vampire who'd marked her and killed her parents. She hated Gregory's changed expression. A flicker of... well, she wasn't sure whether it was pity, concern, or disgust, none of which she appreciated. She sidestepped him and headed for the wine steward. Typical of a hunter, Gregory wouldn't let her go. He again walked into her path. He acted as though she was now seeking a lifelong mate, a big deal in hunter societies. The mating kept the hunter families from dying out. Because traditionally fewer females were born to a family, they were highly prized. But thankfully, her uncle had discouraged hunters to pursue her before this, rumors abounding that her tragic loss had made her unsuitable for mating too early, which suited her fine. At 26, she was still free to pursue a hunting career when other women were busy raising their second or third child and had to abandon hunting altogether. She glanced at her uncle, hoping that her brief show of attendance and wearing the gown her aunt had given her last year would satisfy him enough to earn her the contract he was holding for her. But she didn't like the expression he wore. Too serious. Too much like the one he displayed when he was conducting business, not when he was socializing at the annual ball. He nodded to her. Instantly, her blood heated. He couldn't. She quickly looked around the room, saw the bachelor males appraising her, studying her actions as if they were on a hunt. This time she was the prey. Her uncle was presenting her as eligible for marriage to the bachelors tonight? She could scream! Was this the family secret? No way was she getting tangled up with a hunter, not before she proved herself as a huntress and successfully rid herself of her fears. Rarely did the females hunt after they began to have babies. When Gregory couldn't snag her interest, another bachelor approached her. He smiled at her, and his green eyes sparkled with fascination. She frowned. How was she going to discourage the single men's interest in her without encouraging her uncle's wrath? She caught sight of the wine steward disappearing into the sea of hunters and huntresses and smiled. Whoever can get me a glass of champagne first, I'll dance with. One dance, and then she was out of here. Hearing her challenge, 5 bachelors standing nearby, plus the 2 who had approached her, rushed for the wine steward. A scuffle ensued when 2 of the men struggled over the glass the steward tried to fill. Despite the irritation running through her blood over the whole affair, she stifled the urge to laugh and shook her head. They acted like a bunch of bulls during rutting season. But the glint of light outside on the balcony shimmered again, intriguing her despite how dark it was outside. She crossed the floor to the door, grabbed the handle, and jerked it up. After stepping outside, she closed the door, shutting out all but the music that served as a romantic backdrop, and the soft light that filtered into the blackness from the ballroom chandeliers. But the rest of the balcony remained dark and foreboding. Instantly, the familiar fragrance of spice reached her, sending her system on high alert. Her heart beat erratically and her hands grew clammy. The shiny object had faded into the darkness. The same kind of darkness she'd feared ever since she was a child, but was determined to conquer. She remained frozen in the soft wash of light, not moving any closer to where the object had vanished. Yet a part of her wanted to explore the shadows, to seek out the source rather than let it come to her. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice firm and demanding, trying to sound sure of herself, but afraid her voice might have reflected her fear. "You won't ever get to Pyrrhus without my help." At the sound of the deeply sexual but deadly male voice hidden in the ebony gloom, her heart nearly stopped. Chapter 2. Her heart began beating double time, and another icy shiver rippled down Rachel's spine as she stared into the darkness where the male voice had originated. If he was a vampire, he would hear her panicked heart, just as she heard her blood rushing in her ears. She tried to see what it was he held or wore that had so effectively lured her here. She could see nothing in the ebony void, and the words he spoke again sifted through her brain. "You won't ever get to Pyrrhus without my help." Had he heard Zachary speak to her in the parking lot about how she was going after Pyrrhus in sarcastic jest? Would he tell Pyrrhus what she'd said? And then would Pyrrhus, the devil of a vampire himself, come after her? She swallowed, but her throat was dusty dry. She tilted her chin up, showing him he could not intimidate her. Yet every ounce of her huntress sense screamed at her to leave the balcony at once, to warn the hunters a vampire was lurking here, to have him destroyed before he could make her do something she would forever regret. She'd never heard of a vampire behaving so boldly with that many hunters nearby, which warned her he was a danger she should well heed. "If I scream, the hunters will come and rescue me." Hidden in the shadows, he made a derisive sound. "You're not interested in anything they have to offer. To dance with any, you must ply yourself with liquor. You wish to be intimate with none of them, not like you wish to be with me." Instantly, her blood sizzled. "Why, you arrogant butt, I can help you, and in return, you will aid me." To kill Pyrrhus? The vampire had to be delusional, if he was sincere in the least. But he didn't sound crazy, which left a more disagreeable reason he was risking his neck here. Some darker reason that had nothing to do with her helping him to kill the evil one. "What makes you think I?" She folded her arms and changed her tactic, not wanting to discuss the most hated vampire in the region further, or give this vampire any clues about her own nature that he hadn't already sensed. "Who are you?" Another inkling of dread twisted her insides. What if he were Pyrrhus? What if he wished to see if she'd come willingly to him? The ultimate challenge for a vampire of his demonic stature. Right here under the noses of the gathered hunters of the biggest annual bash held in the region? And she, the head of the League of Hunters' only unmated female relation? "Come closer, and I'll whisper my name to you." His sensual voice stroked her like a brush of black velvet against naked skin. "I wouldn't want the others to know I have an interest in you." Interest? At seduction? Manipulating vampire? Yet she was nearly ready to let him manipulate her right into his enticing embrace. Unless he was Pyrrhus. Still, she'd heard he was a master at seducing women. Human women, of course. He couldn't control hunters as far as she knew. But maybe this cloaked man wasn't a vampire after all. A hunter who wanted to do away with Pyrrhus to earn himself a name. Someone who wasn't part of the hunter families in the area. Someone who wanted to join them and needed a way to prove his worth. Then again, what could she do to help? She wasn't trained to take down anything as dangerous as the Ancient One. No, he had to be a vampire. "You're not a hunter. If you were, you'd be at the party. Unless you're a renegade hunter. But you couldn't slip onto the balcony unless you came through the ballroom, or..." He had to be a vampire, and she was foolhardy not to ready her weapon. She reached for the dagger at her waist and belatedly realized she wasn't wearing it, not to a dance while wearing a gown. Her skin prickled with fresh awareness at how vulnerable she truly was. He chuckled, and the silky sound sent a volley of heat to her belly. "Are you afraid of me?" He knew she teetered between fear and macabre inquisitiveness. She wasn't afraid of dying, not at his hand, but of being seduced by his voice, by his touch. The memory of his strong fingers on her arm, the power, the possessiveness, the desire in the heat shared between them still clouding her judgment. "Should I be afraid?" she asked, much more breathlessly than she wished. "You should be more afraid of them." His tone was ominous, as if he knew something about them that she didn't, which was absurd. "The hunters, you mean?" When he didn't respond, she shook her head. "I'm not afraid of them." Willing herself to fight her fear of the dark and what waited therein, she drew a step nearer the shadows, only in an effort to learn what the vampire's business was. If she could, wouldn't her uncle be pleased with her? Maybe even enough to give her a really good-paying contract? "I'm close enough. Tell me your name." "Come closer." She'd had enough of his game. She stood still and crossed her arms, determined not to move another step in his direction, no matter how badly she wanted to see if the creature's appearance was as sexy as his alluring voice. Time for the vampire to play his cards. She raised her brows. "I won't draw any closer. Are you afraid?" For a minute, that seemed like an eternity, neither moved, and she wondered if he'd grown tired of the game, or was truly afraid of showing himself in the event any of the hunters noticed, and so then had vanished. But then he walked partly out of the shadows, a ruffle of thick lashes framing his penetrating black eyes, and pinned her with an aroused look, dark and lustfully dangerous. Her heart tripped. She fought taking a step back, of fleeing from the balcony into the ballroom filled with hunters who would protect her from the likes of one so treacherous and beautiful. His eyes drew her into their fathomless depths, willing her to drink further, to stay with him forever. But vampires could not control a hunter with their seductive charms. A look and a human bare his or her throat, begging for the vampire's bite. The vampire could not use their hypnotic seduction on a hunter or huntress. So what intrigued her so much about him? Not his chiseled face that looked as though he'd been carved from the finest marble, from his square jaw to his distinctive nose and wide cheekbones. not his dark eyebrows giving his roguish appearance further character, or the straggles of dark tendrils that had loosened from his long hair tied back in a tail and swept his cheeks, teasing his ivory skin, softening his formidable appearance. Even now she longed to free the rest of his hair, to comb her fingers through the strands, to caress the silkiness as if she were his lover. A blousey-sleeved black silk shirt fit over broad shoulders and opened provocatively at the chest. And the lure that caught her attention, a gold medallion encircling a diamond, dangled against his bare skin, now catching the light from the ballroom again, enticing her to reach out and touch it, to hold the treasure in her hand, to feel the hefty-looking weight of it. But more than anything, his eyes caught her attention and held her captive, until banging on the glass door behind her shattered the spell the vampire held over her, and she jumped a little. The music instantly died, shouts filled the air, and two hunters struggled with the door handles, twisting and cursing, while another pounded on the glass to keep her attention, as if she'd give herself up to the vampire if he didn't. "Try to open the door, Rachel!" Gregory shouted, his face flushed, his hands on the glass as if reaching out to give her solace. Her heart in her throat, she watched as other hunters, from potential suitors to older mated men, rushed to grab their swords, removed earlier while they danced. They yanked the deadly steel from leather sheaths. Torn with indecision, part of her conscience told her she should try the door handles that the hunters continued to twist back and forth, see if they would work for her when they wouldn't for them. But another part of her refused to do anything that could mean the vampire's death. His voice low and dark, the vampire said, "A special trick of mine." She turned to face him. Everyone in the ballroom suddenly grew deathly silent, as if they were swallowed up by a black hole. All that remained was the man in the shadows, the breeze whipping her hair about and plastering her long skirt against her legs, and the distance between them that wouldn't be safe enough if he decided to press his advantage. No smile graced the vampire's lips. His alluring gaze challenged her again to attempt to break free from his magnetism, or be his. From the time when the Black Death in 14th century Europe had sickened humans, some of those who had survived the devastating plague were found to have special abilities. To see in the dark of night, their hearing enhanced. The hunter kind had been products of the plague too, stronger than humans also. And like the vampires, they could heal much faster when injured, had increased strength as well, but they couldn't see in the dark, even though their hearing was just as enhanced, and they were obsessed with keeping the rogue vampire population under control. The natural trait this vampire exhibited in trying to dominate her using his vampiric charms intrigued her, when she should have been appalled. "Rachel, open the door!" her uncle shouted. "Rachel!" The banging on the glass renewed with gusto. The doorknobs rattled in anger. She ignored them and took a deep breath and savored the vampire's scent. How could he smell so heavenly when every inch of him was so deadly? And how could he be daring enough to speak to her without flinching once in front of all the hunters, any one of whom would end his life in a second given the opportunity, ignoring them as if no one existed but the Huntress before him? He stretched his hand out to her, fine, strong fingers eager to pull her into the darkness. And then what? Whisk her away to his lair, away from her people, free to seduce her without interference? The uncanny way in which vampires transported themselves from one place to another was their greatest ability of all. No one but the vampires knew what it felt like, or how it was accomplished. 1 minute they were there, the next gone. But the idea had always fascinated Rachel. The banging on the glass doors stopped. Her uncle and the other hunters' words ceased. The door handles quit moving. She didn't dare take the vampire's hand, although she wanted to see where this would lead, to feel his heated touch, to be whisked away to another world. But no way could he be trusted. When she hesitated, his brow creased. "You want my help, and I need yours. We have to depend on one another." His voice showed a surety that no matter what her doubts, he'd convince her that his reasoning was sound. "You're a vampire." His lips lifted just a hint. The same traitorous warmth that had spread through every fiber of her being did so again. She attempted to ignore her body's unwarranted reaction to the man. "I'm a huntress. Trusting one another isn't something we do." He bowed his head to her in agreement, then raised his hand slightly as if to dismiss her. But as soon as he did, the doors burst open. The hunters rushed onto the balcony, swords drawn, but the vampire instantly melted into the shadows and vanished. If it hadn't been for the mad dash of hunters swarming about her, some sticking close to her in bodyguard mode, the others looking over the railing at the grounds below or searching the rest of the balcony hidden in shadows, she would have felt the disquieting loss deeper when the vampire vanished. She imagined the sensation was akin to the sudden severance of the intimacy shared between lovers. Her uncle shoved his way through the men and grabbed her arm. She gasped at the suddenness. Uncle Tobias pulled her into the ballroom where the music had stopped and only muffled conversations continued. "What the hell was that all about?" For an instant she felt disoriented, but seeing her uncle's angry expression mixed with concern, she finally snapped out of the indefensible delusions she had about the vampire. "I would have killed him if I hadn't been wearing this gown. I didn't have my dagger." She had reached for her weapon after all, if anyone had seen her action, but not to strike the vampire. Instead, to keep him away from her just in case he threatened to harm her. Uncle Tobias frowned at her. "Why didn't you call out for help when you first saw him?" "The hunters already saw him with me. What was the need?" "They had to arm themselves, and somehow the bloodsucker managed to secure the door." Her uncle lifted her chin, his stormy eyes peering into hers as if he was trying to read her mind. "Since you had no weapon to protect yourself, why didn't you try to come back inside? You might have managed to when we were unable to open the door." "I was curious as to why he was here. Don't you think it foolhardy for one to come to a hunter's ball? Wouldn't you have wondered what he wanted?" "Rachel, you've always been afraid of bloodsuckers. You've told me you want to hunt the rogues down to conquer your fear of them, to overcome the terror you experienced that night. But your behavior just now—" "I can do it! Just give me a contract and—"
"Rachel, I can't afford to lose you too."
A deep-seated sadness reflected in his eyes, yet he studied her with more than concern, a crease deepening over his brow. "I'm fine, Uncle Tobias. If you just let me prove I can do it, I'd have no problem. You'll see." He rubbed his smooth chin, and then gave a slight shake of his head.
"Gregory will take you home tonight."
Her head pounded with frustration. He couldn't deny her a contract. He just couldn't. "You promised you'd give me a contract tonight."
"Not now. It appears a contract is out on you instead. From now on, you can't venture out at night unless you have a hunter watching over you."
She felt the walls were closing in on her. "You promised!" she snapped. She couldn't control the anger seeping into her voice. More than anything else in the world, she wanted to destroy renegade vampires who threatened the lives of others, just as they had destroyed her own family. She wanted to do that living on her own, without her uncle and cousins monitoring her every move. When she was a child, it was one thing. She understood their concern for her. But hell, at this rate, she would be 90 years old and they'd still be watching her every move. Well, by then she might need someone to. But for now, she wanted her independence. She deserved it. And it was past time she had it. But her uncle's steely expression said otherwise.
"That's my final word on the matter. Your safety is more important than your need to be self-sufficient, Rachel."
Uncle Tobias turned to the hunter.
"Gregory, see that you get my niece home safely."
Great. Just great.
"Yes, sir."
Gregory bowed slightly. He offered his arm to her, but she stormed off without him and headed outside. Her blood boiled.
If her uncle wouldn't give her another contract, she'd become a loose cannon. Gregory rushed to catch up to her in the parking lot, his sword readied. His expression looked so concerned. She felt a twinge of guilt for the anxiety she must have caused. Don't worry, the vampire wasn't going to hurt me. I would have made a fuss if he'd come any closer. You were unarmed, and your uncle was right. You should have at least tried to open the door for us. Unless... Gregory quit speaking and opened his car door for her. She climbed in and looked up at him. Unless what? His eyes held a wealth of worry, but he shook his head and shut her door. Now what was the matter? When he was seated behind the wheel and was driving out of the parking lot, she said again, Unless what, Gregory? Nothing. You just should have tried to open the door is all. But there was more to what he was thinking, and she wanted to know what it was. I can handle whatever it is you have to say. His jaw tightened, his eyes focused on the road, and he didn't say another word. Fine. She clenched and unclenched her hands while she tried to fathom why the vampire seemed to want her and no one else, and why he hadn't just grabbed her as defenseless as she'd been. It didn't make any sense. Halfway to her complex, Gregory finally cleared his throat, but wouldn't look at her. I should stay the night with you. Sleep on the sofa, of course. She laughed. As the first time anyone's used that line with me before. I'm serious. Your uncle would approve of me doing so, I'm certain. She folded her arms. No, you'd have to have my approval. He glanced at the scar on her shoulder. If she'd had any interest in allowing him to sleep over, that nixed it. She looked out the window. What had the vampire really wanted of her? Every fiber of her being screamed at her that he couldn't be trusted. Yet she couldn't squash the desire to know more about him, to learn what he truly wanted. And a small part of her couldn't help but fantasize about taking down the cruelest vampire in the region's history. If she could, wouldn't that prove to her uncle her worth as a huntress? Wouldn't that be the ultimate challenge that if she could meet it, she would never fear a bloodsucker or the dark again? But the look in her uncle's eyes had warned her she was playing with fire. She took a deep breath to ease her disquiet. No matter how much she told herself how wrong it was, she wanted to see the vampire again. Insane. The whole notion was insane. Maybe that's why most huntresses married young. If they didn't, they'd go mad and want to mate vampires. Right. Her skin crawled with apprehension, and she touched the scar on her shoulder. Was he the one who had marked her? The whole way back to her place, she couldn't shake loose of the eerie thought that the mark was his claim to her, that he wanted her, and she had no choice in the matter. Give herself to him, or else. Barely aware they'd arrived at her complex and were now standing before her apartment door, she realized Gregory had asked her for her keys, a second time. Again, she noted his concerned expression, probably because she seemed so spaced out. She had to snap out of the fog she was in. She was certain everything about her behavior would be duly noted and reported to her uncle. Gregory unlocked her apartment door for her. I should check your place out first. She grabbed her apartment key from him. No, you've done my uncle's bidding, and I thank you, but it's late, and I'll retire now. Alone. But he said you couldn't be alone. And although Zachary's bringing your car home, he's not here yet, and you need protection, your uncle said. Listen, she said, poking her finger into Gregory's chest. Tell me what you were going to say earlier, and you can stay for an hour or so. She hoped she didn't regret the suggestion. Gregory swallowed hard and bowed. I'm sorry, Rachel. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. I'll see you again when you're not quite so upset. I'll wait in the parking area for Zachary. Upset? Annoyed was more like it. Whatever he was holding back from her, she wondered if the other hunters felt the same way. Did her uncle? She hated the secrets, and they always seemed to revolve around her.
The sympathetic looks, the whispered words, the conversations that abruptly died when those speaking caught sight of her. She hated all the secrets. She closed the door on Gregory's retreating backside and locked it. On the surface, he was the perfect gentleman, but most hunters changed their attitude toward huntresses once they were theirs. Bossy, controlling, domineering, or at least that's the way it seemed to her. Someday, she'd have to marry. There were too few females not to, and truly she owed it to her kind. With the right hunter, it could work. But for now, she wanted to prove to the males she was more than just a breeder. As soon as she reached the bedroom, she flipped on the light switch at the same time that she smelled the scent of spice. His scent of spice. Her heart nearly quit, but the perceived threat forced adrenaline to flood her body. He couldn't be here, not unless someone had invited him in, which did nothing to explain why she smelled him in her room. She bolted around the bed for her sword, leaning against the opposite wall, but stopped dead as the vampire appeared between her and the weapon.
You shouldn't handle weapons when you're upset, Rachel. You might hurt yourself.
The vampire's dark eyes sparkled with amusement while his mouth curved up slightly. How did you get in? She took a step back. This was an entirely different scenario. On the balcony, the hunters were there, watching her, trying to come to her aid in an unprotected area that was really open to any vampire who might want to drop in, although she was sure none had ever been so bold. Additionally, she went out to meet him. Here, she was alone, no one to come to her aid, and he had invaded her home, where no vampire should have ever intruded. He didn't advance yet, although that didn't make her feel any more secure.
Your manager had an extra key. The dear lady was totally agreeable to letting your cousin in, who'd locked himself out of your apartment.
Heart thundering, Rachel quickly assessed her options, took another step back, hoping if she turned swiftly enough, she was close enough to her chest of drawers she could reach one of her daggers. But as soon as she whipped around and jerked a drawer open, his hand clasped over hers. Her heart skipped a couple of beats. He twisted her around. Before she could free herself, scream, or react in any way, he leaned down and nuzzled his smooth as satin face against her cheek. His warm breath and skin sent her hormones raging at an all-time high. Why couldn't Gregory or any of the other hunters make her feel this way? She chided herself for being so damned different from other huntresses. If the females of their kind weren't in such short supply, she imagined none of the bride-hungry males would bother with her. And for good reason. The vampire leaned against her, forcing her to shut the drawer with her backside. He held her wrists firmly at her waist and ran his mouth over her neck while his hard body pressed against hers.
You're shivering. Are you cold or afraid of me?
Terrified, but not of his hurting her. Instead, the feelings she had for him were all wrong. Her whole body thrilled with his touch, and she fought against wanting more. Just his male scent stirred her interest in him, and his warmth heated her up. How could he be so hot when he was a bloodsucker? Ice ran through their veins, didn't it? At once, she realized how little she knew about vampires. She thought she'd read everything there was about them. It was her job to end their lives before they fed on the innocence of the city, and she felt it important to know her enemy. Yet, this one made her crave succumbing to his innermost needs, allowing him to drink every drop of her blood coursing through her veins, like a race car zipped along the speedway. Nothing in the literature she studied said this would happen to a huntress in the presence, very close presence, of a vampire. The way he held her, possessively and with determination, excited her to no end. She should have resented his manhandling of her, but she craved more. When he shifted his weight next to her, his arousal rubbed against her waist, and she blinked to know she'd brought it on. Not once did she push him away. Instead, she brazenly welcomed his attentions, leaned against him even, wanting to feel his arousal throbbing with need. she had to be insane. "You have me at a disadvantage," she said, nearly out of breath. Before she could finish what she had to say, he chuckled, possessively, seductively. If he moved away from her, she'd shamelessly melt right against him. "I meant to say, you know my name, but I don't know yours."
"There's more to what you say than you let on. But very well. I am Adonis."
She let a smile slip out, then quickly recovered. "Right, the lover of Aphrodite, Greek goddess of love. He was as beautiful as the man Aphrodite, and then Persephone had fallen in love with, from the illustrations Rachel had seen depicting him. Did any woman who beheld this Adonis fall in love with him too?
My mother felt the name was appropriate for her son."
Rachel's heart hitched. She'd never thought of vampires having mothers, fathers, families. Only blood-bonded relations, humans they'd turned, who now led a nighttime existence feeding off the unsuspecting. "Tell me about Pyrrhus," she said, wanting to get to the bottom of what Adonis was truly about before she gave in and let him drag her to bed.
Or she dragged him. "First, you and I have to learn to trust one another."
He released her left wrist and touched her hair with a tender caress, as if he truly could have genuine affections for her, and not just a raging need to fulfill some physical craving.
"You'll never be able to approach him unless you can handle my intimacy with you."
She attempted to shove him away, but he wouldn't let her go, reclasping her free wrist with an iron grip. What in the world did he have in mind? Just because she wasn't tied to a hunter didn't mean that she was that naive. He had to be crazy to think she'd permit him to seduce her. A vampire seduce a huntress? The notion was unthinkable. Worse than that, sacrilegious. Not only because she was a huntress, but because of what a vampire had done to her parents. Yet, no matter how much she warned herself, this was so wrong. A part of her kept insisting she needed him, as much as he seemed to need her. That he didn't frighten her like others of his kind did. Well, to an extent, but not terrifyingly so. And that led her to believe she needed him, to help her overcome her fear of his kind, which was beyond idiotic. He held her wrists tightly and wrinkled his forehead.
"I thought you might be the one, but not if you won't cooperate."
She should have struggled more to get free, shoved him away, regained some space so she could collect her senses. But instead, she looked into his darkened, lust-filled eyes and asked in a voice that bordered on seduction, which she chided herself for as soon as the words escaped her lips. "What is it that you have in mind?" His elusive smile returned, then just as quickly evaporated.
"I'll take you to him, as a human willing to be turned. You're attractive enough, he'll be interested. But since he won't be able to control your mind and make you do what he wants, you'll have to act as though he can."
He nuzzled his cheek against hers again. No man had ever gotten so close to her. Not like this. An encounter with a 16-year-old teen, years earlier when she was the same age, was as close as it got to the real thing. He was human, though, fumbling, frantic, in the backseat of his dad's king cab pickup, worried a hunter family member of hers would catch them in the act and kill him. She had worried about the same thing. Later, a couple of adult encounters, but once they saw her scar and realized a vampire had marked her, that was the end of finding love with human types. Hunter types believed in the sanctity of marriage, so while her uncle was in charge, none had approached her with more than a platonic greeting or two. Although, if they could have gotten away with much more without getting into boiling oil over the matter, she was certain a couple of the more roguish hunters might have attempted seduction. Now she had the opportunity to be intimate with a man she was totally intrigued with, who wasn't bothered by her scar or hunter ties. And he had to be a vampire? But not just any vampire, because never had she been fascinated by one before, and never had she desired one to get even closer to her. She barely realized his fingers were tracing her bare arms, no longer holding her wrists hostage, his lips pressed against her hair in a whisper, soft caress, not hurried or panicked or pushy. This is what being with a man should feel like. She closed her eyes and savored the way his satiny skin rubbed against her cheek. Like Hunter's, vampires grew no chin whiskers, and his smooth face made her own skin tingle for more of his touch.
The only way it'll work, though, is if you show no fear,
he whispered against her ear, her skin prickling with the sweetest sensation.
If you let him know you're afraid of him, he'll realize at once you are not a human host seeking the sexual pleasure a vampire can offer.
He pressed his mouth against her throat, sending a trickle of warmth down her spine and a bead of perspiration between her breasts.
Also, you can't take a hunter's weapon in on your person. I'll have to slip it to you once you're with him. But for now, I'll help to desensitize you toward the feel of a vampire.
Desensitize away, she wanted to say in a husky, sexy voice. But her Huntress wariness broke through to the front lines to save the day, or at least stop her from doing anything too risky, for at least a minute of reprieve or two. Why do you want him dead? At least she was proud of herself for attempting to distract herself from his attentions and act more level-headed like a Huntress on a mission should be.
That's my business.
Her spine stiffened and she narrowed her eyes. She didn't trust him anyway, but her suspicions were further confirmed by his answer. Why didn't you just kill him yourself then?
I can't.
She knew this was some kind of vampire trick. She folded her arms. Sorry, not interested. There was no way she could kill the Ancient One, certainly not by herself. Adonis had to have something else in mind, and she wasn't falling for it. Adonis's eyes widened.
I thought you would want to kill the one who had murdered your parents to avenge their deaths. Isn't that what any hunter child would wish?
Chapter 3. What? Rachel's word squeaked out, not sure she'd heard Adonis correctly as she stumbled back from him, bumping into her dresser. No one knew who killed her parents. At least, that was what everyone had always told her. Of course she wanted to kill the bastard as soon as she learned his name. Frowning, Adonis tilted his head to the side, his eyes narrowed.
You didn't know?
Her mind swirled with the knowledge. Fuzziness filled her brain, numbness spreading through her body until her knees buckled. No, she hadn't known. He quickly lifted her off her feet and carried her to the bed. The worst vampire of the region had murdered her parents? Her stomach wrenched with nausea, and she blinked back unwanted tears.
I thought you knew.
I didn't, she whispered, looking up at Adonis, his dark eyes studying her with the intensity of a panther on the prowl, ready to take down his prey. But was it her, or Pyrrhus that he was really after? Was he telling the truth about her parents? Or was that the best reason he could come up with to solicit her help? Yet, if she could confirm Pyrrhus was her parents' murderer, she'd have to kill him. She'd avenge her parents' death and destroy one of the most sinister bloodsuckers of her time. If she could. But she didn't trust Adonis. He could be lying. And even if he wasn't, the way she longed for his contact, she didn't feel enough of his touching would ever desensitize her toward him, nor did she have confidence in herself that she could apply the brakes on her own insane need. What in the world was the matter with her? Even so, she didn't think, if Adonis was being honest with her, that his desensitizing her would prepare her for dealing with Pyrrhus either. Yet, if this was all for real, and his plan could succeed... He reached down, pulled the pins from her hair, and combed his fingers through the freed curls. His warm tongue ran down her neck in a sensuous caress. Was he feeling her pulse beneath the surface, luring him to seek its source, readying himself to take a bite? Despite knowing how wrong the emotions were, she hungered to have his teeth stroking her skin. Until the front door of her apartment creaked open, and Zachary hollered,
Rachel, why in the hell didn't you let Gregory stay here until I arrived? The door clunked shut. The bolt slid in place. Rachel? Rachel's heart flipped, and Adonis grabbed her wrists, pulled her from the bed, and held her securely against his hard body. She barely breathed with fright, not at the vampire's close proximity, but considering what he might do to her cousin. A pause followed. Then her cousin spoke again. Gregory said you sent him home, but my father said you can't be alone. Rachel? Let me go to him, Rachel whispered to Adonis, or he'll search for me and kill you when he finds you here. How could she be torn between protecting a vampire and her own cousin? Adonis pressed his lips against hers, forcing her to part them for him. Her heart beat, way out of control. To an extent, she enjoyed his attention as his tongue tangled with hers. But part of her remained anxious Zachary would kill him, or that the vampire would get the best of her cousin. Zachary's sword pulled out of its sheath with a whoosh. Let me go to him, Rachel pleaded, her voice hushed. I'll get rid of him, Adonis whispered in her ear. Then he vanished. Rachel screamed, No! And dashed for her sword. Zachary ran into the room, his weapon readied while Rachel bolted for him in the same offensive posture. My God, Rachel, what's happened? Zachary's bushy brown brows pinched together. I was getting ready to go to bed when I heard something. It was me you heard. Father said you can't stay here alone. I'm to remain here with you the night. But he'd hoped you'd have permitted Gregory to do the honors. He touched her cheek. You're flushed. What's wrong? I hadn't expected you. She quickly shifted the conversation, hardening her words. And how would it look to the other hunters who desire my hand if Gregory had stayed the night? It would make them more desirous of you, believe me. Uncle Tobias has been beating them off with a stick for 4 years now. He wiggled his brows. She scowled at him. Zachary grinned, being his usual self, always trying to rile her. She knew he really cared about her, but like most other male hunters when it came to huntresses, it was all about control, and he was way too eager to take the place of her uncle when it came to ordering her about. They'd know nothing could happen between the two of you, or he'd have to face the consequences of the hunter tribunal. Gregory wouldn't want to lose his chance at having you for his mate if he'd made a wrong move, but just the fact that he could get that close would impress upon the other eligible hunters that they'd better make more of an effort to get on your good graces. He motioned to the hallway. Make up the bed on the couch for me while I grab a snack. She crossed the floor and shoved her sword in its sheath. Make up your own bed. He chuckled. Some wife you'll make. You are my cousin. Besides, I'm a huntress, first and foremost. Wasn't she? Yet her actions with Adonis proved otherwise. Her skin freckled with goosebumps. She rubbed her arms. The concern the vampire might have hurt her cousin still worked her nerves into a screaming frenzy. And too, she couldn't shake loose of the disturbing news that Pyrrhus might have killed her parents. But was it true? Zachary cleared his throat. You'll be a wife and a mother above all else, once you choose a mate. You pretend you don't like the idea, but I've seen you playing tag with Tricia's twins, laughing hysterically, having the time of your life. Last week, I noticed you wouldn't release Mary's new baby to any of the other huntresses who wished to hold him. Folding her arms, she frowned at him. Everyone else who held him made him cry. He slept soundly in my arms. Otherwise, I'd have gladly given him up. I'd never realized how heavy a baby could get. Zachary walked down the hall to the kitchen while she followed on his heels. You can deny it all you want, but everyone noticed. You have the same maternal instincts the other huntresses have. Sure she did, but she couldn't let the others know how she felt. That having a hunter mate to protect her wasn't the same as being able to protect herself if need be. That feeling secure had to come from within, not from someone attempting to provide that security. She wanted to feel self-sufficient. For a while, anyway. To feel whole, to feel good about herself. She wanted to hunt and prove she could survive a vampire's attack, and if she had a hunter mate and was faced with a situation like her parents had been in, that she would be a help and not a hindrance. But in their local society, the women gave up their hunting to have babies. She wanted to do both,
In other places across the country, hunter clans allowed their huntresses to continue to hunt after having offspring, if they wished to. What was the wrong in that? Zachary opened her fridge door and peered in. Then he pulled out a package of ham slices, cheese, a head of lettuce, and a jar of mayonnaise. "Why don't you make yourself right at home?" Zachary began to build his sandwich. "I will. Why don't you go get ready for bed? I'll just watch a little television and go to sleep." "Clean up after yourself this time." He glanced up from his sandwich and narrowed his eyes. "Your lips were coated with a red gloss before you left the dance. You haven't showered. Why are they naked now?" She swallowed hard. She'd never known a man who took notice of things like Zachary did. Her lips were naked because a vampire had kissed her like no other man had ever done. She took a deep breath. Maybe Gregory gave me a goodnight kiss. The moment she said it, she knew she'd made a mistake. Why didn't she just say she'd wiped it off? Because she was feeling guilty about having been kissed. By a vampire, no less. That's why. Zachary stopped working on his sandwich and stared at her. "Gregory said he hadn't kissed you. You were too upset about the vampire's visit, and he felt it wasn't a good idea. When I pressed him about it, he said you wouldn't let him stay with you. That's not the way to win a hunter's heart." "I was joking about Gregory kissing me. I'm not ready to select a mate. Uncle Tobias can't just spring this on me and expect me to be ready and willing." "Yeah, well, he says you're a late bloomer, or he would have allowed the hunters to pursue you before this. Frankly, I think it's because he liked having a woman around the house. But now that you've moved out, he says it's time for you to settle down, even if you show no interest in the bachelor hunters." "Uncle Tobias can't force the issue." "He can, and he will." Zachary bit into his sandwich. She tapped her fingers on the table. Would her cousin know who'd killed her mother and father? But if he did, would he reveal the truth to her? "Zachary, why did Pyrrhus kill my parents? Do you know?" Zachary's face turned pasty, and he set his sandwich down. Instead of answering her, he pulled the fridge door open and retrieved a soda. After opening the can, he faced her. "What makes you say a thing like that?" Just Zachary's reaction to her question, his hesitation to speak right away while he thought of a way to get around the issue, proved to her Adonis had told her the truth. Was this the secret Ferris had been discussing with his twin brother? Pyrrhus had to die at her hands. She could almost taste his blood. As for Zachary, she didn't bother to answer him, knowing full well he'd denied the truth of the matter, if only to help to ensure she wouldn't take on the deadly mission of killing Pyrrhus. She turned to leave the kitchen, her head still pounding about her parents' murderer. "You know, I shouldn't tell you this, as it'll go straight to your head, but the men were quite impressed when you changed into something feminine. I've never seen so many hunters drool as when you walked into the ballroom wearing that low-cut gown. Last year you hid under Aunt Bertha's shawl, as I recall." She whipped around. "There has to be more that they see in me than... Yeah, well, there is. But that they have to wait for." "More than that!" She turned to leave, but he dashed for her and seized her wrist. A subdued hiss met her ear. A vampire's hiss. She looked over Zachary's shoulder. Adonis stood watching her from the dining room, his face unsmiling. Her blood chilled. But her cousin hadn't heard Adonis, distracted as he was. Nor could he see him, unless he turned around. Zachary frowned at her and released her wrist. "I thought I smelled a subtle man's spicy cologne in your bedroom. Gregory didn't try to get fresh with you in there, did he? Is that why you wouldn't let him stay with you until I arrived?" No way could she get Gregory in trouble for something he hadn't done. Yet, if she said it wasn't his cologne, whose could it have been? And if she said she didn't know for sure, Zachary would investigate. "My manager sent the maintenance man to replace the doorknob on the closet door, or tighten the screws, I should say." "See? If you had a mate, you'd have a place of your own, and he would tighten your loose screws. Go to bed. I promise I'll clean up the mess." She hesitated to leave, Adonis standing there as if he were her knight, black knight, while Zachary should have been her white knight. "Go," Zachary said, motioning for her to leave, then began making another sandwich. But she didn't want to go. not while Adonis stood there like a menacing avenger. Finally, she cast Adonis a quick, "I'll kill you if you touch my cousin" glower, while Zachary sliced into his sandwich. Adonis gave her a subtle smile. Then she whipped around, praying that he would disappear as soon as she left her cousin alone. She hurried back to her bedroom, intending to get her sword and defend Zachary if she needed to. But by the time she reached her room, she realized how futile the effort would be. Zachary was very capable of defending himself, almost as good as Michael and her uncle in putting down rogue vampires. Her blood pulsed in her ears while she considered that her manager had let the vampire in, though. Now Adonis could enter Rachel's apartment any time he wished, just appearing at will. After closing her bedroom door, she grabbed a nightgown from her drawer. When Adonis had vanished, she thought he had reappeared in the living room ready to battle her cousin. But he hadn't confronted Zachary at all. Much relieved, she assumed then Adonis had left for good. Had he been hiding in her living room all this time? And where was he now? Still silently observing her cousin? She switched on the light in the long walk-in closet and peered at her clothes hanging on either side. No one inside, either in full view or hiding amongst her clothes. Her heart pounded erratically. She exited the bedroom and walked into her bathroom down the hall. When she clicked the door shut behind her, she took a deep breath. As far as she knew, vampires had to reappear before they could hear or see anything. They couldn't invisibly lurk. She reached into the shower and turned the water on. Within seconds, she pulled off her heels, then stripped out of the evening gown and panties. After stepping into the shower, she purred to the pulse of hot, silky water streaming down her back, trying to pretend none of tonight had happened, that her uncle hadn't made this her official coming out to match her up with a prospective hunter, that a vampire hadn't approached her. More than approached her, kissed her senseless, and that she still didn't know who'd killed her parents. Ignorance was bliss, she mused. But ignoring any of the events of tonight was like pretending she wasn't going to be guillotined the next morning at daybreak. The events had been set into motion, and life again would never be the same. Until Zachary yelled out, his voice filled with pain. Her heart tripping, she bolted out of the shower and grabbed a bath towel. All she could think of was Adonis had attacked him. With the towel wrapped around her, she dashed out of the bathroom and ran down the hall, dripping water on the carpet. Sucking his thumb, Zachary raised his brows to see her. "If Gregory had observed you like that, you wouldn't have been wearing that towel much longer." She scowled at her cousin. "I thought you were hurt," although she was relieved to see no sign of the vampire menace. "I am." Zachary showed the bloody cut on his thumb and pointed to the couch pulled halfway out to make a bed. "That metal's jagged right there." "Oh, sorry. I always pull the bed out from the other side." "I knew you should have made it for me." He smiled at the sight of her fluffy green towel. "So, you came to rescue me. How exactly were you going to save me?" Without answering him, she turned and stalked back to the shower. No doubt the water had turned cold by now. But she was thankful Zachary hadn't questioned her as to who or what she thought she was saving him from in her totally panicked state. And doubly thankful that the trouble hadn't been in the form of one sexy vampire who should never have gained access to her apartment in the first place, targeting her cousin. When she entered the bathroom, the steam-covered mirror caught her attention. Rachel was written across the steam, and droplets of water trickled from the letters like blood dripping from a wound. Her heart raced, and she yanked the shower curtain aside. The water continued to pulse out of the spout, but no Adonis. She shoved her hand underneath the spray, still hot to her relief, although the knowledge the vampire chose to play with her stirred her unease. After closing and locking the bathroom door, she dropped her towel and walked into the shower, grinding her teeth in anxiety. If Adonis thought his actions would desensitize her toward him, he was dead wrong. His actions only furthered her feeling of distrust. Tomorrow she'd seek out her cousin, Michael, a renegade hunter, and currently estranged from his father, her Uncle Tobias. Maybe Michael could give her some ideas on how to take out Pyrrhus on her own. She wasn't about to trust a vampire. And Michael was well thought of among the hunters, having killed more than 60 bloodsuckers that year alone, despite going against his father's wishes. The problem was both were too headstrong to get along. But the bigger problem was getting Michael to agree to help her, and avoiding one hot stalker of a vampire in the meantime. Later that night, after Zachary had watched a couple of long-winded westerns and finally fallen asleep on the couch made into a bed, Adonis stood next to Rachel's mattress while she slept. He'd never been so attracted to a woman in his whole life. Why now a huntress? Now that he wasn't a hunter any longer. He ought to have bitten her and claimed her, and then Pyrrhus would have terminated his life for it because he wanted her so badly. No other vampire would be foolish enough to take her. Clenching his teeth, Adonis attempted to contain the bloodlust rising in his system. Already his canines itched to extend and gaze her soft, fragrant skin, and then dig deep, penetrating her with his fervent longing, and much more. The semi-transparent gown she wore drove him to distraction. If he did take her, then what? Attempt to make her his? Forever? A vampire and a huntress couldn't share a life together. Not unless he turned her. But no self-respecting huntress could accept him for what he was. He touched her hair, silky and golden, lying in curls over the blue floral comforter tucked under her arms. In the dark, he could see her as if the room were filled with lamplight. He brushed her hair aside and studied her neck. Creamy, smooth skin begged him to press his lips to it. He ran his fingers down the vampire's mark on her shoulder, a long, white, jagged streak of raised skin. He frowned. If she'd been too young when the vampire had come into contact with her in the past, he might have marked her and returned for her later. Was it Pyrrhus who'd cut her? And if so, what made her appeal to him so much? Rachel stirred. Adonis whipped around and paced back and forth across the carpeted floor. Pyrrhus had given him a job to do. Bring the huntress to him. Pyrrhus must have been the one to scar her then. She muttered something under her breath. Adonis returned to her side and listened, but couldn't make out what she said. His gaze shifted to the lacy-edged nightgown she wore, the faint rosy color of her nipples barely visible underneath the pale pink silky fabric. Her breasts rose slightly with each breath she took. He cursed. She had to kill Pyrrhus. It was the only way Adonis and his family could be free. But she'd never live to see another day after she did the deed. Not once the vampires who lived with him found out. If she was able to kill Pyrrhus at all. He took a ragged breath. Why did she have to be so damned appealing? And why did Pyrrhus want her so badly? In part, Pyrrhus and his blood relations were testing Adonis's loyalty to the family. Yet Adonis knew it was more than that. Rachel represented something Pyrrhus desired. Adonis was determined to find out what it was before he handed her over to him. Well, not exactly handed her over to him. Brought her to him, so she could kill him. He began to pace again. Never before had he been faced with such a dilemma. Choices were always easily made. Kill or be killed. This was different. Pyrrhus wouldn't give it another thought, just flick his wrist and send Adonis's family to their deaths. Afterward, he'd get someone else to convince Rachel to come to him. Pyrrhus insisted she come to him willingly. Those were the terms. But no huntress in her right mind would agree to such a deadly proposition. Pyrrhus assured Adonis she would, given the right encouragement. Her desire to kill him because he had murdered her parents was supposed to have been the incentive. But Adonis's craving to have the huntress for his very own plagued him. He knew she wasn't interested in the hunters in the local area, any of them. Instead, she wanted more of him. He could sense it in the way she had acted so curiously about him, not terrified like the other huntresses would have been. And when he held her tightly in her bedroom, she never once screamed. She enjoyed his touching her as much as he treasured feeling her close to him. Her heart beat way out of control as his fingers had traced her skin, her violet fragrance, the sweet taste of her soft skin. He groaned. The box springs squeaked. He turned. She licked her lips, and immediately he wanted to tangle his tongue with hers. Despite not wanting to leave her, he had to get some sleep. But he wouldn't depart without a kiss. He leaned over, and touched his lips to hers. She squirmed slightly. He pressed harder. Kissing a woman who wouldn't notice his ministrations didn't appeal. She moaned. He pulled away and studied her expression. Her lips curved up slightly. She was enjoying his attentions. When she parted her lips, he covered her mouth with his own. She purred against his mouth and lightly touched her tongue to his. He smothered her with his kiss in response, her simple touch triggering him to do more. His body burned with an ache that sought relief. He yearned to touch every inch of her, to bury himself in her, to claim her for his own, to make himself whole again. "Rachel," he whispered into her ear, his cravings getting the better of his judgment. He traced her lips with his thumb. She hummed sleepily. His testosterone raged out of control, and he fought the urge to join her in bed. But when she moaned again and shifted her body slightly, he knew the enjoyment had to end. Her eyes popped wide open, her jaw dropped, but before she could cry out, he vanished, cursing himself all the way home. Chapter 4. Still cursing himself soundly, Adonis renewed his pacing, this time at his antique shop, the sky still dark. His sister cleared her throat, her look a mixture of concern and annoyance. He paused. "What, Danae?" He couldn't help that his voice sounded raw with agitation. The only place he wished to be was with the temptress named Rachel, exploring every part of her body with every part of his own. After he'd vanished, had she screamed out in a panic when she discovered him there? If she'd cried out and told her cousin what had happened, he would spirit her away to a secure hunter's home. Adonis was torn between feeling as though he'd made the second gravest mistake of his 30 years and knowing that his wanting her was not something he had any control over. Pyrrhus might have desired her for his own dark reasons, but Adonis craved her with a power that couldn't be quenched. What was it that drew him to her? She was a siren of the sea who would lure him to his death, because lusting after her would earn him Pyrrhus's wrath that wouldn't be satisfied until Adonis was dead. His sister tucked her dark hair behind her ears and turned her attention from him as if she had just dismissed him from her concerns. But he knew better. With a lemon polish-soaked cloth, she wiped the oak countertop around the cash register. "The wooden floors have just been stripped and revarnished. If you keep pacing, we'll have to replace them. You're wearing grooves in them like the 18-wheelers do the asphalt on the freeway." She tried to sound unconcerned, but he heard the wariness in her voice. He grunted. "You said you've made headway with the woman, so what are you worried about?" The challenge to reveal the truth. Danae suspected something was the matter. "The woman's name is Rachel." He peered out the window into the dark, unwilling to tell his sister what had gone wrong. "Then what is the problem?" Danae's voice was edged with ice. "She'll kill Pyrrhus and set our family free." "If she can manage. He'll know that's what she'll intend to do." He threw his hands up in exasperation. "Why would he want me to tell her that he'd murdered her parents? Why want a huntress? And why this particular one?" "We've already discussed this." His sister sat down on a stool at the counter. "She's unmarried, but of a marriageable age. He's intrigued that her uncle hasn't married her off yet, and he believes your telling her that he killed her parents will make her willing to meet with him, even though she would wish to exact her revenge, not get cozy with him. Willing is the key. I'd say it had to do something with his sick pride." Danae tapped her long, polished black fingernails on the counter. "Most wed at 18, so why the big delay with her? That's what I don't understand. Maybe the notion she'd be an unmarried huntress at her age. What, 26? Perhaps that's why Pyrrhus wants her so badly. He's not interested in younger women. But if he conquered a local huntress at her age, wouldn't it be another slap in the hunters' faces? Just another way of showing them how powerful he is? Right?" "No. He turned you. You're unmarried still and 26, but he doesn't want you like that. Although you might be right about the local angle. We're not from here,
and no one would even know that he'd taken you.
Adonis shook his head.
But I'm sure there's more to it. None of his blood family will say, though. But I can see the looks in their eyes when they share thoughts between each other. Thoughts they keep hidden from me. Something always remains unsaid when I'm around. There's some reason he's so desperate to get her. And she's been marked by a vampire, too. Was it his mark? Or an enemy of his? Unless it's because of the fact she's the head of the League of Hunters' niece. What better way to strike a blow at the League?
Adonis reached out to the window pane, the glass hard and cold to the touch. He wanted to return to her, to feel her breasts in his greedy grasp and kiss her until she begged for more. He rested his forehead against the glass. What in the world is the matter, Adonis? You're doing just what Pyrrhus ordered you to. He's keeping his promise. Now you must keep yours.
Yes. A promise to the devil himself.
The chair squeaked, and his sister's light footsteps approached him. Her hand touched his shoulder, sending a chill through his system. She couldn't learn how the Huntress had enchanted him. Tell me what's bothering you. We never keep secrets from one another. But something's eating you. You haven't been yourself since you returned from seeing her at the ball.
I'm not certain I can ensure she sees Pyrrhus. She may not have the grit to go through with it. A Huntress in the midst of all his bloodsuckers is a formidable concern.
Danae withdrew her hand from Adonis's shoulder. You said you'd made progress with her.
Yeah, he'd made progress in seducing her. Human females couldn't resist him when he was a hunter, but he'd never worked his charms on a Huntress before, never having found one he'd ever thought to settle down with. She was more delightful than any woman he'd ever had his eager hands on, and he thought it had to do with her rebellious nature. She'd succumbed to his attentions, but not due to his powers of persuasion through mind control. He had no ability to control her in that manner. And yet, when her cousin arrived, she'd wanted to protect him, Adonis, from the threat. How could a Huntress want that? Her actions turned everything around for him. She wasn't just a Huntress, but a flesh-and-blood woman intent on destroying his resolve. Was that part of the test of loyalty Pyrrhus had in store for him? Bring the Huntress to him, still unclaimed? Adonis was certain he still hadn't totally convinced her to go with him to see Pyrrhus. But seeing her alone again was bound to get him into a deeper quagmire. Tell me your thoughts, my brother. Danae reached for his hand, but he pulled away. I'm sorry.
As much as he'd needed to be there for his sister after she'd been changed, her mood despondent at times, her will to live fragile, except for her drive to free their family, he'd worked tirelessly to lift her spirits, to reassure her that they'd save them. But now his own emotional state was embroiled in a new desperate need.
I require some sleep before the sun comes up. Wake me in a little while if you rise before I do.
Her dark brown eyes studied him, the look of worry making him feel like less of a brother who'd always taken care of his sisters and mother, while his father led the League in Central Florida, and more like a heel. He couldn't explain to her why he was so cross. Best not to say anything more on the subject. Danae nodded, but the crease in her forehead indicated she knew something was terribly wrong. Sleep well.
Don't stay up too late.
He gave her a backward glance to emphasize his words. She bowed her head slightly, and he crossed the shop to the door leading to the house out back. His step grew as weary as he felt. Never had he faced such a horrendous decision in his life, and sleep wouldn't take care of the fatigue weighing him down. Yet he knew if the Hunters chose to take her into seclusion, he'd still have to see her again, touch her, breathe in her heavenly scent, taste her sweet skin, and convince her to help him with his plan. His fangs begged to extend. When it grew light, Rachel studied the dark circles under her eyes in the bathroom mirror. She grimaced. How could she sleep when the vampire continued to molest her? She could still feel the way his rough thumb had caressed her lips and taste his wine-sweetened tongue on hers. Thinking it was only a dream, she'd enjoyed his attentions, but then realizing it wasn't, of course she'd been frightened, startled, and damn it, more than a little intrigued. She brushed out her hair. Moving back into her uncle's home would be the best thing to do. But then Adonis couldn't get to her. And what if he truly was the only way for her to reach Pyrrhus? He'd have an in, and she'd have lost the opportunity. Still, she had to make Adonis understand he could no longer sneak into her dreams and make them real, as much as she desired him to. Half hoping he'd return and stroke her needs further, and worrying at the same time that he would come back, she'd lain awake most of the rest of the night. She applied concealer under her eyes and took a deep breath. Time to see her cousin Michael and find out what she could about the vampire hunting business from his perspective, as a rogue hunter. On the way out of her apartment, she glanced at Zachary, still sleeping soundly in the couch bed. Then she slipped out the door, locking it as quietly as she could, although her uncle had said she only had to be watched at night, for now. But she didn't trust that Zachary might learn where she intended to go this morning and put a stop to it. Before she reached her car, she noticed a man studying her, leaning against a tree across the parking lot next to another building in the apartment complex. She might not have paid him any attention if it hadn't been that he suddenly looked away as if she'd caught him in some clandestine operation. Then again, guys often checked her out, so no surprise there. Maybe he was just surprised to have gotten caught in the act. As was her usual Huntress wariness, she took in his appearance from his black jeans, matching duster that reached his ankles, and western boots. The only thing missing, a 10-gallon hat. Spiked hair and a black leather spiked collar spoiled the cowboy look. A goth? She narrowed her eyes. Or a human host. A blood bond couldn't be out in the sunlight, so not a vampire. She reached instinctively for the dagger at her waist. What if he was one of Pyrrhus's minions, watching her? One good thing about hunting vampire dogs, she never had to worry about them coming after her except in the midst of a hunt. The man glanced back at her, saw her observing him still, and hurried off. But he didn't go to a vehicle. Instead, he headed out of her vision between two of the apartment rows. Hell, if he was reporting back to a vampire concerning her activities, she would know what his business was and which vampire he spied for. Adonis? Pyrrhus? Some other? She raced across the parking lot and slowed when she came to the walkway between the apartments. Peering around the first of the buildings, she looked to see what the man was doing, if he was even there still. He was, standing, waiting, listening maybe for her to start her car and leave. The sheer look of terror on his face proved he was up to no good where she was concerned. Not a secret admirer. He bolted for the wooden fence that bordered the complex and the housing development beyond. She raced to catch up to him, but he scampered over the top of the fence and landed on the other side. When she reached it, she grabbed at the top and intended to pull herself over, but she wasn't tall enough or strong enough, and after 4 failed attempts, she glared at the barrier between her and the man. His running footsteps faded as he raced farther away from her. Briefly, she wished she could have told Zachary, but he'd repeat every word to her uncle, and he'd confine her to his home for certain. For years, she'd been watched and protected. Everyone in the League of Hunters concerned the vampire would return for her. For the first time in ever, she finally had some freedom, and she wasn't about to risk losing it over what-ifs. But now that she knew she was being watched by more than one sexy vampire named Adonis, she would keep up her guard even more. Not to be intimidated by a blasted human host, she returned to her vehicle and left her apartment complex. A short drive, and 20 minutes later, Rachel knocked on her cousin Michael's condo door. The condo development was a singles delight, complete with Olympic-sized swimming pool, weight room, and a recreation room for single get-togethers where parties were a nightly occurrence. If she could have afforded such a place, she might have bought one too, although she was certain her uncle wouldn't have approved. After what seemed an eternity, the lock clicked open, and Michael pulled the door aside. His blonde hair hung over his shoulders in a tangled mess. His red-tinged blue eyes squinted back at her. "Ugh, damn it, Rachel," she smiled. What the hell are you doing here? He walked into the living room. She followed him inside, shutting the door behind her. I wanted to see you. You're not allowed. He collapsed on a blue and white striped sofa and stared up at her. Your brothers and other cousins have come to see you. I've heard them talking about it, and of your remarkable exploits. They should keep their mouths shut when you're around. He motioned to an overstuffed white leather chair. When she sat down, he glared at her. My father will have a fit if he learns you visited me. Another reason her uncle would not have wanted her to live there, too. I promise I won't speak a word of it. Why are you here? Uncle Tobias won't let me hunt. I wondered, listen, what he does is for your own safety. You're to marry and have Hunter children. That's why you're important. She jumped up from the chair, the anger erupting instantly. I'm a hunter, like you, a huntress. Half of the men can't have huntress mates because there are so few of you. You have an important role in our society. Listen to Father. If I were the head of the family, I'd say the same thing. Marry a hunter and have babies. Quit being so self-centered. Stiffening her back, she tilted her chin up. You didn't do what your father wanted you to. Why should I? You became a loose cannon, free to target any vampire you wanted. Only for a good cause. And I'm a hunter. There's a difference. Now I'm alone, without any family backing. It's not the best of lives, Rachel. It's dangerous and lonely. Who's there, Michael? A woman said from his bedroom, her voice sleepy and sexy. Rachel glanced at the hall leading to Michael's bedroom. She raised a brow. Lonely? At this swinging singles condo? A huntress? Don't be ridiculous. No huntress would ever come near me, considering the life I've chosen. A human? Her voice and eyebrows arched with the question. Rachel, you have no business being here. The tone of his voice made her change the subject before he kicked her out of his place, although learning more about his roommate intrigued her. I wanted to ask you a question. Have you ever heard of a vampire wanting another dead? For power, yes. Sometimes for revenge. A vampire can't truly have strong feelings of affection for anyone, can they? Michael eyed her suspiciously. What's this all about? I was just curious is all. Can a vampire remain invisible and watch someone at the same time? His eyes narrowed with suspicion. Michael rose from the sofa. Towering over her, he reminded her of his father. In fact, he would be just like him if he took over the League when his father retired, she imagined, although she couldn't envision Uncle Tobias living in a singles condo. Zachary said a vampire approached you at the Hunter's Ball, that Pyrrhus had a contract out on you. Michael's voice was full of concern. What could she say? No, it wasn't true? The vampire only attempted to seduce her, and did a damned good job of it? She switched topics. How do you decide which vampire you're going to go after next? Zachary related to me that you wouldn't tell him what the vampire said to you. What was his name? He didn't tell me on the balcony. She hadn't lied. He told her in the intimacy of her bedroom, and she knew if she gave Michael the vampire's name, he'd be his next target. You're not telling me everything. Zachary said you were nervous when he came into your apartment last night. I hadn't expected him, while she was in the middle of kissing a vampire. Yeah, well, he said you came to rescue him when he injured himself on that damned couch bed of yours, dripping wet and wearing only a towel. It was a good thing Gregory hadn't seen you like that. He ran his fingers through his uncombed hair. Go home, Rachel. Do what's expected of you and what only a huntress is capable of doing for our cause. Lock the door on your way out. He padded back down the hall and shut the bedroom door. Her blood sizzled. But she wasn't through learning from her cousin. She headed for his office. In there, she rummaged through a stack of newspaper clippings sitting on top of his oak desk. Yellow marker highlighted several articles. Unsolved murders seemed to be the focus of his attentions. And then she noticed a small classified, Hunter for hire. She smiled. The idea she could be one too appealed. Maybe now she could have some control over her life. Huntress for hire. That's just what she'd be. She needed to get used to fighting human vampires before she could go after the top one, after all. Destroying vampire dogs wasn't the same thing. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurried for the front door. She pulled it open, but her heart stopped when Zachary stood on the perch with his fist raised to strike the door. His face turned dour. "What the hell are you doing here?" Fighting a smile, she folded her arms. "You know, it's always nice to get such a warm welcome from my family."
"What are you up to?"
"What do you mean, what am I up to?" "You should ask your brother. He's in there fooling around with some human woman." She motioned to the bedroom. Zachary glanced back at the hallway, then to her.
"He told you that?"
"No. I sort of inferred it from the way she spoke so sweetly to him from the bedroom." Zachary's back grew rigid.
"Father asked me to speak to you about who the vampire was who approached you last night. He said you were too shaken for us to ask then, so I avoided questioning you last night. I didn't expect you to leave your apartment this morning without waking me, though."
Shaken wasn't the word for what she'd felt when seeing Adonis on the balcony. Recklessly intrigued by the creature? Yes. Lustfully indulgent? Totally insane.
"Father figured that's why you hadn't reacted more when the vampire came towards you extending his hand. But the thing is, the bloodsucker had to have a reason to seek you out like that. Father says a contract must have been issued for your death."
Zachary's forehead creased.
"You really shouldn't have left without waking me this morning. You're to let one of the family know where you'll be during the day from now on, and at night, someone's to stay with you."
She quashed the irritation that elevated her blood pressure. She had no intention of being some kind of caged animal, and Uncle Tobias hadn't said she had to be under constant supervision. At least, she didn't think so. She figured it was just one of Zachary's ploys to control her further. But if she was going to do what she had to, she might as well play along. "For now, I'm going to the beauty parlor." He smiled.
"Changed your mind about Gregory?"
"Maybe."
"Which beauty parlor?"
She shrugged. "Never been to one."
"You call me when you reach it. You have to let me know, as I'm accountable to Father for your whereabouts. He says you should be safe during the day, but if anything else happens to put you at risk, he'll change the plan."
Like goth-appearing guys watching her at her complex? She should tell Zachary about him, but she knew if she did, she'd be stuck at Uncle Tobias's place. No more hunting. And he'd insist she marry right away, so she'd have further protection from her hunter mate all night long. She let out her breath. Maybe this was Uncle Tobias's new ruling after all. "All right. Sleep well?" He touched the concealer under one of her eyes.
"Better it seems than you. Have nightmares?"
"Something like that." At least, that wasn't far from the truth, and Zachary and the rest of her family well knew it. Nightmares about the vampire killing her parents, the darkness, the screams, the blood, the pain. She walked outside into the sunlight. "See you later, Zachary."
"Call me."
"Got it." Rachel had no intention of going near a beauty parlor. Her hair was just fine and didn't need any fancy treatment. She considered the newspaper clippings back at her cousin's house. Then, deciding her best bet was to recruit hunting jobs on the internet first, she slipped into her Mustang and headed toward home. While driving down Main Street, a man's profile caught her eye as he placed a sign in front of an antique shop. Sale, 1 day only. Old things had never interested her. But it was the man's dark brown hair tied back in a ponytail, with a slip of rust-colored leather and his familiar build that attracted her attention. If she didn't know better, he looked incredibly like Adonis. The man wore a long-sleeved white satin shirt and black dressy trousers, similar to what Adonis had worn, except he'd exchanged white for black. She swallowed hard. It couldn't be him, not standing in a wash of sunlight on the sidewalk. He walked under the blue awning stretched overhead, and when she slowed her car to get a better look, he glanced in her direction. His dark brown eyes widened to see her, and her blood pulsed at hyper speed. He recognized her, too. Her gaze shifted to the gold medallion encircling the diamond at his neck. She continued on past, her heart thumping so hard she thought she was experiencing an early heart attack. After turning right at the next corner, she parked her car. Every molecule in her body swirled with confusion and upset. What in the hell was he, if not a vampire? He couldn't appear and vanish like that if he wasn't a bloodsucker. And he was stronger than her, like a male hunter or vampire would be. So there was no way he was human. She could beat them any day. Plus, he could see her in the dark when she couldn't see a blasted thing. But he couldn't live in full sunlight if he was a vampire. She patted the dagger sheathed at her waist, then lifted her purse off the seat. Satisfied the weapon would keep her safe, she climbed out of her car. With a quick stride, she soon reached the open doorway of Kismet's Antiques. She peeked into the shop, semi-dark and smelling musty and dusty of old stuff. Not her kind of place. Wrinkling her nose, she sneezed. No element of surprise if she needed one to keep her safe. She stalked through the store until she spied a woman with long, dark brown hair and eyes, standing behind a counter, her expression wary. Why? If the woman was just a clerk in the shop and had nothing to fear. Rachel glanced around, making sure Adonis wasn't lurking in the shadows somewhere, watching her. "May I help you?" the woman asked, her mouth turned up so slightly that anyone would have to guess she tried to smile, but her eyes didn't mirror the least bit of friendliness. "I'm looking for Adonis." The woman's jaw dropped, but she quickly recovered. "There's no one here by that name." "Really? Well, I don't know what other name he goes by then. Skulker, stalker, deceiver. I could think of a few other names, but they're not as nice." Rachel smiled without humor. Her gaze dropped to the necklace dangling at the woman's neck. She wore the same gold medallion that Adonis had, except this one surrounded in emerald. Rachel's heart hitched, and she pointed at the necklace, trying to keep her hand steady. "He wore one like that, only with a diamond. Are you related to him?" The woman's expression remained masked, but her eyes couldn't hide her worry. "I don't know what you mean." Done with games, Rachel headed for the door at the back of the store. If Adonis wasn't hiding somewhere behind all the furniture and shelves stacked with old stuff, he must have taken a hike through the back door. Suddenly, the woman appeared in front of her, arms crossed over her black dress that reached to her ankles, covered in black boots. "The back of the store is off limits." A chill ran through Rachel's system. The woman moved just like a vampire. "I think he'll see me." When the woman didn't budge, Rachel folded her arms at her waist and gave her a look of annoyance. "If he wants me to take care of Pyrrhus, he will." The woman's mouth dropped open again. Her eyes grew big as her brow wrinkled. You're... "I guess he's told you." "Rachel Bremerton." She held out her hand to shake the woman's. The woman kept her arms secure around her waist, ignoring her hand, and looked back at the door instead. Then she faced Rachel. She was thin and pale, and about the same age as Rachel, but her dark eyes had the intensity of a sleek, wild predator ready to tangle. Her high cheekbones gave her an elegant, aristocratic appeal, but otherwise she appeared harsh and cold, and way too thin. Annoyed that the woman attempted to keep her from learning the truth, Rachel ground her teeth. "Is he scared to see me during the day? Did I blow his cover?" The woman's jaw tightened as she pulled out a cell phone and punched in a number, but still blocked the door with her slight figure. "She's here," she whispered into the phone as she stared at Rachel. Yes, Rachel Bremerton." "All right." She snapped the phone shut. "He says he'll be right out to see you." "Fine." Rachel turned around and walked back to the storefront windows and stared out. The dusty old building, filled with musty antiques, suffocated her. If Adonis didn't come soon, she'd have to wait for him outside. Then she spied Zachary's car driving past the antique shop. Oh, hell. If he saw her car parked at the curb around the corner, there was no beauty parlor anywhere in the vicinity. And damn it all, he was always so observant. His brake lights grew bright as he reached the corner. His car paused even though there wasn't anything to stop for. Then he turned down the street where her car was parked. Her blood felt like ice. Damn.
Rachel. Adonis's deep voice washed over her like sunlight on a crisp fall day. She turned to see Adonis step inside from the back door of the shop. He didn't make another move toward her, though. In daylight, he appeared so much more real, but just as handsome and sexy as at night. His dark eyes gazed into hers like they'd done before, as if attempting to lure her away from the door and into his arms. And she would have been enticed if it hadn't been for worrying about Zachary. Got to go. Adonis's expression shifted from predatory to surprise. She yanked the door open and bolted down the street away from her car. Even if her cousin didn't recognize Adonis from the brief look the hunters had of him half hidden in the shadows on the balcony, she worried Zachary might see the perspiration already freckling her temple and know something wasn't right if he caught her in the store. And he probably would wonder what she was doing in an antique store, of all places. Despite it being a cool autumn day, she felt as though the temperature in Dallas had risen several degrees. She pulled off her black cashmere sweater and tied the sleeves around her waist, then ran down the next street. She had to find another shop to explore, the one that she could allow Zachary to find her in, if he decided to search for her. Half were boarded up or were not the kind of place she visited. One a pool hall, another a pawn shop, and a bar with blackened windows, lots of vehicles sitting out front. The last choice, a Vietnamese grocery. It would have to do. She slipped inside. The clerk attempted a smile at her, but his frail body shook as if he were afraid. He had nothing to fear from her. "Is there anything the matter?" she asked, studying his reaction. He observed the dagger at her waist, most likely realized she was a huntress, glanced at the back part of the store, then shook his head vigorously. "I see," she responded coolly, not wanting to alert whoever was here causing trouble that she was aware of it. She looked up at a security mirror that reflected two men wearing black ski masks, hiding behind one of the racks of canned goods. Both held guns and were arguing about something. The dagger she had couldn't take out two robbers armed with guns. She moved closer to the counter and whispered, "Why don't you leave?" "My wife tied up back room," he whispered back. "Oh," she said out loud. "I'm looking for a box of rice." He pointed a shaking finger at the end of the aisle. "Down there," she whispered. "Call the police." But she headed down the aisle knowing she had to do something, even if it didn't turn out perfectly well. Humans might not survive if the gunman shot them full of bullets, but she might because of her hunter's advanced healing abilities. Besides, she'd have no trouble taking out one of the men before he could shoot her. Although, if she could think of an alternative, she would have tried something else. Getting shot wasn't a really good plan. With an accelerated heartbeat, she grabbed a box of rice, whipped around the corner, and yanked out her dagger. A startled, lanky gunman raised his weapon at her, the whites of his widened eyes yellow, his long hair greasy. A druggie. She threw the box at his gun, ruining his aim. The weapon discharged, the bullet hitting the floor. Instantly, the shorter man lifted his gun to shoot her. She struck him in the hand with the dagger. A shot rang out. The bullet lodged low in a wall. Recovering, the other gunman aimed at her again, cursing a string of foul words. Before she lunged at him with the bloodied blade ready, a hand grabbed her wrist. Her heart stuttered, and the blur of a tall, imposing figure yanked her out of the way, then released her. Shocked and thrown off balance, she fell back against a shelf and landed on her butt. Hitting the shelf unsettled the boxes of rice, and they rained down on her head like an annoying avalanche. She quickly got to her feet and witnessed her savior. Welcomed relief replaced her surprise when Adonis grabbed the gun from the taller man and tossed him against the wall like he was an unwanted rag doll. The robber groaned and collapsed on the floor out cold. The other gunman held his bloodied hand and cowered in the corner. "Police coming!" the clerk shouted and hurried to get his wife out of the back room. Adonis lifted Rachel out of the debris of spilled groceries, his hands lingering on her arms as he set her down in a clear area, his dark eyes assessing her for damage. "I wasn't hit," she assured him. Again, she couldn't shake the uncanny desire to feel more than his hands on her arms, the heat from his touch seeping through her silk long-sleeved blouse.
Even a quick, firm embrace would have done wonders for her morale, although something lingering and longer would have been even more welcome. Before she could say another word to him, the storefront door banged open, the bell jingling, and she barely breathed as she and Adonis stood hidden behind the tall shelving. "Hello?" Zachary called out. Her heart lurched to hear Zachary's voice. Of all the poor timing. "You have to stay out of sight, Adonis," Rachel urged, her hand on his arm, trying to push him deeper into the aisle where her cousin wouldn't spy him, closer to the gunman. Someone had to watch them until the police arrived anyway. Adonis's jaw tightened and he wouldn't budge. Damn it. He wasn't going to make this easy for her. She hurried through the packages of spilled rice, noodles, and canned goods and smiled at Zachary, although she hoped her expression didn't look purely faked, or that she didn't look half as harried as she felt. She prayed Adonis would have the sense to remain hidden behind the grocery shelves, or better yet, vanish, disappear, return to his antique shop pronto. "Geez, Rachel, what the hell are you doing here?" "Trying to stop an armed robbery, but initially I wanted a box of rice." She hoped Zachary wouldn't see through her lie. The last time she tried to make rice for a family gathering, it turned into a mixture of soggy lumps and hard bits of uncooked rice. A total disaster. After all the ribbing she'd gotten from her cousins, she'd sworn never to fix it again. Zachary's gaze shifted to Adonis, who walked around the end of the shelves, and then he remained standing next to the rice rack. Rachel stared at him as if he had lost his mind. Did he have a death wish? "Is he one of the robbers?" Zachary asked, his voice dark as he pulled out his sword. "No," she quickly said. Too quickly, she thought belatedly, as if she was trying to protect a guilty man. "He helped me to stop them. Without his assistance, the one would have shot me." "Hell, Rachel, what were you thinking?" Zachary asked, switching his attention back to Adonis, appraising him too closely for her liking. "She was thinking that the man and his wife needed help," Adonis said, with a slight bow of his head. "Although I'd have to agree that she could have planned the rescue a little better." He lifted a brow as he looked at her. She opened her mouth to defend her actions when the clerk aided his crying wife out of the back room. "Thank you. Thank you." "You're welcome," Rachel said, grateful that no one but the bad guys had been hurt. "Take rice." She smiled and walked back to the rice rack and selected another box, but glared at Adonis. What was his problem? Didn't he know how much danger he was in with her cousin seeing him here if he figured out he was a vampire? Worse than that, the one who drew close to her on the balcony of the ballroom? Adonis's lips turned up slightly. God, she could have killed him. What would her cousin think of the way Adonis acted toward her? Zachary would think Adonis was a human and attracted to her, but no way was a Huntress ever to get mixed up with one of those. Not that she hadn't made a few attempts, but without success. She'd even thought of having the scar removed on her shoulder so that she wouldn't be reminded of the night of her parents' death every time she looked in the mirror, every time a person whispered to another about her, every time people stared at the sight as if she was a freak. But trips to 2 human plastic surgeons resulted in hurried rejections, all because they recognized the mark of a vampire as well and didn't want to have to face off with the one who had put it there. A police siren grew closer, breaking into her preoccupation with vampires and scars. "Thank you for helping me," she said to Adonis, truly thankful he had saved her butt, although still annoyed with his boldness and his stating she could have planned her actions a little better. "Anytime." Which she figured meant he was going to continue to harass her until she agreed to go along with his scheme to deal with Pyrrhus. And she wondered if he was sincere or just plain crazy, and if the goth-looking guy was one of his own minions or someone else's. 2 police officers entered the store, took the would-be thieves into custody, and obtained everyone's statements. Once she and Zachary were free to go, she turned to leave the store, but Zachary seized her arm and began scolding her. "You said you were going to a beauty shop. I should have known you were feeding me a story to get back at me for monitoring your whereabouts. I thought the last time you made such a mess of rice, you wouldn't have tried it again. You swore you wouldn't. And why did you park on the block so far from the store if this was the only place you intended to go? There was plenty of parking out here." She tried to pull away from her overprotective cousin and cringed to think Adonis would hiss again, that the elderly couple would go into hysterics, that the police might make note that he could be a borderline rogue vampire, and Zachary would see Adonis for what he truly was. But this time, Adonis kept his cool, thank the heavens. "Father is going to be furious," Zachary continued to reprimand her while he pulled her toward the exit. "You said you were going to the beauty parlor, so that's what I told him. Now what do I tell him? You were in some foreign grocery store buying rice and disarming gunmen? What in the hell were you stopping in this part of town in the first place? Why not at the grocery store near your apartment, where you usually shop?" They glanced back at Adonis when they exited the shop. "And what the hell was that all about?" Zachary asked, his brows knit in a tight frown. She noted the anger on Adonis's face, his dark brown eyes black, narrowed, his gaze fiercely warrior-like. He didn't seem to like it when her cousin accosted her, even if he was concerned for her welfare. "Nothing was going on. You can release me." They walked along the sidewalk, weeds filling the cracks in the cement, smears of gum turned gray, and splotches of faded paint that had undoubtedly dripped from a paintbrush in the distant past speckling the gray-blue. Zachary shook his head, still holding her hostage. "I'm driving you straight home." She frowned at him. "I can't leave my car here." "Not in this area. The tires would be missing by morning." "I'll have someone pick it up." She yanked her arm free from him and stood her ground. "Zachary Bremerton, I'm driving my own car home. You can follow me if you like." "Straight home, then." He grabbed her wrist again, as if she was going to get the urge to rescue more shopkeepers, or secretly rendezvous with another Adonis type, and her cousin wasn't about to allow it. As he walked with her toward Kismet's Antiques, Rachel had the urge to speed on by, but Zachary would notice and question her about that, too. Instead, she tried to act cool and calm, not in the least perturbed with him hauling her off like an unruly child. But when they reached the halfway point in front of Kismet's Antiques' floor-to-ceiling display window, Adonis stood bold-faced behind an assortment of antique secretary desks, his arms crossed. All he needed was a scimitar hanging from his belt and a turban on his head to finish off the look of a prince of the Arabian Nights. A devious one at that. His look was dark as he eyed her cousin and the grip he had on her wrist. She yanked Zachary on past, trying to keep her cousin from observing Adonis. If he saw that the man had reappeared in the shop without having to walk there? Damn, what was the matter with Adonis anyway? He paraded his actions toward her like a male proclaiming his interest in the female of his species, just like he'd done on the balcony of the ballroom. He was bound and determined to get himself killed. Yet, being a huntress, who should have been concerned about her own safety, this would have been a good thing. So why was the thought giving her major heartburn? Not long after they left the downtown area, Rachel and Zachary arrived at her apartment and parked side by side. She was certain Zachary had millions of questions to ask her, so she was glad she'd insisted they drive their respective cars home. She tried not to steal too many glances around the parking area also, looking for the goth guy, although she didn't see any sign of him. Zachary seemed preoccupied with something else, though, once they entered her apartment, and that didn't ease her worry any that he would delve more into her chance meeting with Adonis at the grocery store. "I'll check out your place," Zachary said, already heading for the hallway. "There's no need," Rachel insisted, but as soon as the words left her lips, Zachary looked over his shoulder at her. She was afraid he'd recognized her fear, that he might find something he shouldn't, and she wished she'd kept her mouth shut or agreed with him sweetly. This time he didn't say anything and proceeded toward her bedroom and bathroom to investigate. "All clear," he said, stalking back down the hall. "You don't always have to be so fiercely independent, Rachel. Guys like to be a knight for a woman. We all know how much the past has affected you, but you don't have to prove anything to any of us." She hadn't expected his kind words, so accustomed to the ribbing from all her cousins and their ordering her about. She didn't know what to say, but she again felt less of a huntress and more like she wasn't worthy of his compassion. Yet she gave a tentative sigh of relief, glad he hadn't walked in on Adonis in her bedroom or found him hiding somewhere else. Well, not really hiding. That didn't seem like the vampire's nature. More like Zachary might have discovered Adonis reclining in her bed, his arms propped up behind his head, his lips curved up in arrogance, his expression saying, "I'm here to stay, so you and the rest of the family will have to deal with it." Yet, she couldn't quit wondering what he really was. If not a vampire, then what? Zachary yanked his car keys out of his pocket. "I've got plans for lunch, or I'd hang around. After what just happened at the grocery store, you're not to go anywhere. I'll be back here in a couple of hours." So that's what was preoccupying him. She spared him a cross look. Uncle Tobias said nothing about my having to have a constant chaperone, just during the night. "As soon as I tell him what happened at that grocery store downtown, he'll want some more changes. It's for your own protection, Rachel." Knowing he truly only meant the best for her, although in reality he was trying to keep his own butt out of trouble because if she ended up getting hurt, he'd be in a bigger mess, she let out her breath and focused instead on what he was up to. "Got a date, Zachary?" His cheeks turned slightly red. Yeah, he was seeing someone, and by his reaction, Uncle Tobias wouldn't approve. "You're not to go anywhere. If you do, my father will move you back to his place with a snap of his fingers until you're married. Then your husband will be responsible for you." She sat on the couch and patted the soft blue velvet. "I'll be right here when you get back." She hadn't planned any more excursions out today, and she didn't need to go anywhere to set up her Huntress for Hire website anyway. She was also glad he hadn't said anything about Adonis at the grocery store. Smiling, Zachary reached out his hand. "I'll be assured of that when you give me your car key." Irritated all over again at his need to control, she yanked the car key out of her pocket and shoved it at him. "Here. You just better hope I don't tell Uncle Tobias you're seeing a human woman behind his back. With Michael, it's one thing. He's already on his own." Zachary's neck muscles tightened. She'd guessed right. "I'll be back." He slammed the door behind him. She knew he couldn't help it. There weren't enough huntresses to go around. The guys had to find some kind of female companionship. Still, hunters mixing with humans was frowned upon. If they grew attached to a human a vampire later targeted, a hunter was more at risk. He tried to save the one he loved and would take dangerous chances, sometimes getting killed in the process. At least with a huntress companion, they could help fight and defend their mate. She dragged herself off the couch, went to the door and locked it. First, she'd have a cup of hot peppermint tea. Next, post an ad on the internet offering her Huntress services. Set up a website like she'd done for one of her cousin's wives for her cake decorating business. And then she'd take a well-deserved nap. She'd considered calling her cousin's wife Mary also, to see if she'd heard any rumors about the family meeting and what she wasn't supposed to hear. But she couldn't talk about what she truly wanted to discuss. Adonis. She rounded the corner into the kitchen and her heartbeat surged, her lips parting in surprise, his expression hinting at smug satisfaction. Adonis crossed his arms as he leaned his back against the white-tiled island counter. He wasn't in her bed like she had envisioned in her fantasies, but close enough. "I didn't think that cousin of yours would ever leave. Now we have 2 hours alone together, and more time for me to desensitize you to my touch." Adonis's brows and lips lifted with a devilish twist. He took a step forward. Her heart pounding hard, she strode toward him. She was ready to strike at him with a razor-sharp tongue and everything else she could use to convince him to stay the hell away from her. Or die. Chapter 5. Rachel shoved her finger into Adonis's chest while he moved toward her in the kitchen, not in the least bit affected by her angry demeanor. Her voice raised an octave when she unleashed her words. "Who the hell do you think you are, just barging into my home like this anytime you want? And why are you advertising you're a vampire? if you truly are one, by popping in and out of buildings at will. Yet the fact remained, he had stood in the sunlight, and the rays hadn't affected him. Do you want my cousin to end your life? Even if you were normal, which you aren't, you can't be seeing me on the sly. My uncle wouldn't permit it. He remained cemented to the floor like an unyielding statue, except his lips lifted into a mystifying smile, and his dark eyes sparkled with mirth. Then his expression grew serious. More than serious. Lustful. I'm the one who will get you close enough to kill Pyrrhus, remember? He reached out to touch her arms. She slapped his hands away. Don't you dare touch me again. All right. He folded his arms across his chest again and remained where he stood. That was it? She commanded and he'd obey? But she didn't believe it for a minute. He wanted to touch her, to prove to her how much she needed him, like he needed her. And badly. Yet how could a vampire need a huntress? Trying to calm her racing heart, she took a deep breath. What are you? You already know the answer to your question. A vampire. But they don't live in broad daylight. They can move around on overcast days and when the sun's not full strength, as when it's just rising or setting. But when the sun is high in the sky on cloudless days? She shook her head. Can we sit in the living room and get more comfortable? She hesitated. Getting comfortable with him was bound to get out of hand, just like she wanted it to. All right. Her voice remained dark, untrusting, despite her desire to find out all she could about him. She crossed the living room and sank into the soft cushions of her velour couch. After following her into the room, Adonis ran his hands across the back of a velvet-covered chair seated opposite her, his gaze never leaving hers. Just the way he caressed the soft fabric stirred disloyal longings in her. Then he smiled and joined her on the couch. His leg touched hers, and she scooted away from him to give them some breathing room. There was no way she could listen to him or question him effectively if he was touching her. We have to talk, Adonis. Her voice remained businesslike. Ask away. Vampires don't live in daylight. He took a ragged breath, his face wearying all at once, his gaze locked on hers, softening her hard stance. No, most don't. Most don't? None did. I've never heard of one who can be outside on a day when there's not at least some cloud coverage. Then a new worry came to her. It was bad enough hunters had to deal with nighttime feeders, but that's because I'm a hunter. Or was. A hunter? She stared at him in disbelief. Hunters were never turned. They'd be too dangerous, too uncontrollable. He had to be lying. Yet the fact that he had been out in the sunlight. You can't be, she said under her breath, her hands growing clammy. Although she couldn't help looking at him differently now. What if he truly had been an honorable hunter, fighting the good fight, and lost the battle with a pack of vampires? Had to have been a number of them ganging up on him if he was telling the truth. Or he was feeding her this hunter tale to get on her good side, to sway her to do anything he wished? Not saying a word, he waited, allowing her time to assimilate his words. She shook her head. How do I know you're telling the truth? You don't, except that I can exist in the sunlight when others can't. I do have hunter swords and daggers passed down through my family for generations. That could have been stolen, although it didn't explain the part about the sunlight. He bowed his head slightly, acknowledging her sentiment. Maybe then my being a hunter is the reason why I intrigue you, when a huntress would most likely not be interested in a vampire, particularly a huntress with your history. Her history, yes. How could she be intrigued with a vampire after one murdered her parents? She had a hard time believing he could be a hunter turned. Not as arrogant and sure of himself as he was, though. Wouldn't he have been more upset by the prospect? If he'd been a weakling, then overcome in a raid. But that wasn't Adonis. Still, some part of the way he had acted so confident around hunter types was more typical of a hunter. not a vampire. As if he belonged among them, was just as much or even more eligible to be one of her suitors, and longed to be a part of a hunter family again. Her thoughts shifted to dangerous ground, to wanting to believe him, to wishing she could help him somehow. My God, Adonis. What if it was true? With all her heart, she wanted to believe him. If he truly had been a hunter, he wasn't the same person she'd known before. He was, but he wasn't. She was sure he could never have charmed her if he'd only been a human-turned-vampire. But as a hunter, that made sense. No wonder she was attracted to him. Nevertheless, she felt no relief in the notion she wasn't a disgrace to her own kind for desiring his touch. He was still a vampire. Hell, for the first time, she truly had the hots for a hunter, and she couldn't have him. Being a hunter-turned made him even more dangerous to her in her way of thinking. She couldn't resist the hunter in him, if he was telling the truth. Yet, she had to tell herself she couldn't have just the hunter part of the equation. It was all or none. And unfortunately, that meant none. When she didn't say anything more, he leaned against the couch and continued. I assumed I'd die someday in my hunting career, killing vampire renegades and not keeping up my guard. But I never expected to live like this. His voice was filled with soft regret, the arrogance gone. He kept watching her, studying her reactions, hopeful maybe that she could still accept him. But she couldn't, not while he was a vampire. And there was no cure. Her thoughts shifted to the woman in his shop and the necklace she wore. What about the woman at the antique store? Danae, my sister. Yeah, she's one too. But we don't go after human victims, nor are either of us interested in human hosts or having blood bonds. We're not anything like the renegade vampires, or even those who live within the laws of the city. When we have the need, we buy blood from the blood bank. Her heart sank with the notion. She'd secretly hoped he hadn't needed blood, being a hunter-turned-daylight vampire. What else was different about Adonis and his sister from the normal ones? Did Pyrrhus turn you both? Yes. He threatened to kill my sister if I didn't agree to being changed. He'd already weakened her to the point she was near death. I was in bad shape. She begged me in her declining state to let her die. But I couldn't. Adonis's jaw tightened. That's why I can't kill him. But thankfully, because of my hunter abilities, he can't read my thoughts, so he can't know my plans. And he can't. He hesitated to speak, his gaze shifting to the floor, then back to her. Normally, can't control my mind either, except as far as not allowing me to kill him. The hunter genes help me to resist him in other ways. Pain filled his eyes, and she fought tearing up. The memory of losing her parents would never fade. How would she have felt, though, if her parents had been given the choice? Life as a vampire, or death? To save her mother, she figured her father would have done anything. To save her parents, she would have. Hearing Adonis's confession tore at her heart. She imagined he had never told anyone the story who wouldn't have already known it, certainly not any of their hunter kind. Being a hunter then turned by a vampire against his will had to be the worst thing that could happen to any hunter. Now, he had to live among the creatures that he'd made it a calling to kill. Not only that, but he wanted her, like a hunter wanted a huntress. But he could never have her. He vanquished the silence between them. I can't kill him, he reiterated. I've tried 6 times. Even had a hunter's dagger at his throat once while he slept. But it's got something to do with his turning me. I just can't kill him, no matter that I desire to with every ounce of my being. Until he's dead, he's still in charge of my sister and me. Adonis's vampire cool exterior had dissolved, his superior hunter pride set aside. Now, he was only a man, caught in a nightmare. She touched his hand, then grasped and squeezed it. I'm so sorry. Which, although she meant the sentiment with all her heart, couldn't aid his cause. She was certain he didn't want her sympathy, only her help. But could they successfully go against Pyrrhus? Why didn't you tell me before? His fingers locked onto hers with determination, as though he'd lose her forever if he let go.
Would you have believed me? Not until you saw me in the sunlight could you have accepted I was different from a normal vampire.
Her mind swirled with the concept while she tried to think of questions that needed answered. No, she wouldn't have believed him. Even now it was difficult to fathom. Why me? Of all the hunters you could have asked to kill Pyrrhus, why have you chosen me? He hesitated to speak, and in that fleeting moment she knew he wasn't to be entirely trusted. Adonis shook his head.
Pyrrhus has my family. My mother, father, and younger sister.
Jerking her hand out of his grasp, Rachel stared at him, the sickening notion she was the trade for Adonis's family sinking in. Seduce the Huntress first. Get her to agree to face Pyrrhus, with the notion, as far-fetched as it was, that she'd terminate the bastard, when all along he and Adonis had a deal. Turn her over, and in return Pyrrhus would release Adonis's loved ones. Not that she didn't have any sympathy for Adonis and his family, realizing he was living his own nightmare. But the dishonest way in which he tried to get her to agree? Damn Pyrrhus and Adonis both.
Rachel,
Adonis said in a formal tone, like a hunter would take when making his business known, and the other person had no choice.
I couldn't very well have told you the truth before. You would have thought that you were a pawn in this whole charade.
She glowered at him. Which it seems I am. Thank you for finally being honest with me.
Listen,
he said, his voice strained but not resigned.
I don't have any choice. He means to take you one way or another, although we have no idea why exactly. But no amount of protection will keep you safe. Either I bring you to him myself, or he kills me and sends someone else to do the job. But as far as he's concerned, you're his. And one way or another, he will have you.
He wouldn't kill you. Adonis raised his hand.
He would have to kill me before I'd let another vampire come for you, Rachel. Another one of his blood bonds would not hesitate to turn you over to him. Even now I've gone against his orders by failing to take you to him last night when you were at the ball. Twice I could have escorted you to join him without giving the matter a second thought. But I couldn't. Not without us coming to terms first.
The longing returned to his eyes, and she wondered if the hunter part of him fought the vampire's control in this issue also.
Only a hunter or a huntress would have the training to kill the bastard, but a hunter would never be able to penetrate his defenses. The alternative is that it has to be a huntress. Since Pyrrhus is dead set on having you, I figured the plan could succeed, but we have to work together every step of the way.
She quirked a brow and looked steadily into his smoky gaze. You lied about having to desensitize me to a vampire's touch. His face turned to granite again, and he shook his head slightly. Was it the vampire in him that craved her so? Or the hunter? Or was it all just business?
If you become flustered when he attempts to take you, your huntress training could be for naught. I believe I can help you to overcome the way your heart flutters every time a vampire draws near, to help you to overcome your fear of them, us.
Of Pyrrhus, she wasn't certain. Of others? If she had to confront them in battle, if she was given the chance to take them down. But maybe Adonis was right. She'd never thought she could be sitting on a couch with one, talking as if they were old friends. Then again, was that the hunter in him that made her feel so secure? I could very well not have wanted any part of it, even after having learned that Pyrrhus killed my parents. The sons avenged the parents' deaths, not the daughters. Even though I was an only child, one of my male cousins would take on the job, or my uncle since he raised me. If I'd been any of the other huntresses, I'd never have stayed on the balcony with you, despite that you... She almost said despite that he claimed he had been a hunter, but she chose to give him the benefit of the doubt, at least for now. despite that you had been a hunter. And certainly once you had access to my place, if I'd been one of the other huntresses, I would have moved in with my uncle. Did you really think I'd go along with you on this once I knew the real truth? If it was even the real truth. What if there was something more he wasn't telling her? What if Pyrrhus really didn't have his family? What if he only agreed to release Adonis and his sister, and Rachel was the bargaining chip? Adonis's eyes darkened, and she couldn't tell if he was angry with her or what.
You must. Neither of us have a choice, but together we have a chance to defeat him. Will you go with me to kill him?
Now, the real problem as she saw it. Yes, she feared vampires in general, feared Pyrrhus in particular more than any of them, now that she knew he was the one she had the nightmares about. His long black hair loose about his shoulders, a madness in his black eyes as he bared his extended canines and dug them into her shoulder, scarring her for life. But the real problem wasn't her fear, although once she had to face the devil himself, she was sure it would come back to haunt her. I don't have any experience terminating human vampires. Adonis's jaw dropped slightly as he looked into her eyes with incredulity.
I thought you were trained.
At the sound of astonishment in his voice, she folded her arms across her waist, frustrated. Certainly, I've been to hunter schools, just like the rest of our kind, trained to use a sword and dagger, throwing stars even, and I have a pair of wrist daggers. Technically, I know how to kill a human vampire, although I've never actually had the opportunity. My uncle has only seen fit to give me contracts to kill dangerous vampire dogs. The jobs barely pay enough to permit me to live alone. But still, I want to go after the bigger prey. She wasn't about to tell him her deepest insecurities. Would he think her incapable of going after Pyrrhus then? Most likely. The pay is better, and killing human vampires gives the hunter higher status. He lifted her chin, his gaze intense. Was he trying to decide if she was being sincere?
Together we'll kill him. He's the biggest prey of them all in this city. You'll earn the highest hunter status there is.
But would she? Or if she managed a feat such as that, would her hunter family believe it was a fluke? That in a million years she couldn't manage the task again? That's saying she could even take him down. But if Adonis had a way into the bloodsucker's lair, and Pyrrhus himself had ordered Adonis to bring her to him, maybe she'd have a chance. Adonis's gaze focused on her lips, and she parted them to speak, but only to stop what she suspected he intended to do next. He gave her a knowing smile, not to be deterred from his mission, whether the notion of desensitizing her was necessary or not, then pressed his mouth against hers. Wine-sweetened lips caressed hers with a tentative touch, not boldly like she'd anticipated, soliciting her participation, asking for forgiveness, or just a gentler form of seduction. She fought, leaning into the kiss, of grabbing hold of him and forcing him to show her what he was truly feeling instead of teasing her to death. But the kiss didn't stop there, as his hands slid up her arms to take hold of her, his thumbs stroking the silky sleeves of her blouse, his mouth promising to stir her blood like no man had ever done. Just a kiss. What harm could there be in that? She reached up and untied the leather strap confining his hair, and that simple action propelled him forth. His mouth caressed hers with tenderness, yet she sensed him still holding back, almost as if he was afraid to go too far with her, to scare her off. But she wanted the passion she was sure he could bestow on her if she but encouraged him. Just a wild and passionate kiss. So she did what she knew she shouldn't, and leaned into the kiss, offered her heart and soul, her blood racing through her veins, her lips pressuring for more. He groaned and tightened his hands on her arms, compelling her, although it didn't take much persuasion, to part her lips for him, to open herself to him, their tongues tangling, probing, their breath shortened, hot, labored. She stroked the silky dark brown strands of his unbound hair when his tantalizing mouth moved down her neck in a honeyed caress. No man had ever kissed her so sensually as he did. Was it the vampire influence that made him so sexual? Or the hunter? Or the combination that made him so irresistibly appealing? Whatever it was, she was ready to strip off her clothes and take him to bed. His hands shifted to her breasts, still shielded by her blouse. "You shouldn't have touched me like you did this morning while I slept," she whispered, not wanting to break the spell, but feeling it necessary to set up some rules. She touched his broad shoulders, enjoying the hard muscle that worked under her fingertips as his hands molded to her breasts, lifting, stroking, massaging in a loving way. "I thought you had consented," he responded, his voice deep and husky, his mouth brushing her temple with another silken kiss. She raised a brow. "You did. Any thread of encouragement?" He took a ragged breath. "The way you looked in bed, your murmured words of consent. You seemed willing." His thumbs rubbed against her nipples, the sensitive nubs stretching out for him, begging for more. She had been all too willing, in her dreams. The tips of her breasts tightened into hard nubs, and electricity coursed through her body. She was certain her short curls were drenched in anticipation, as wet as her panties felt. Her fingers swept to the buttons on his shirt, and she quickly unfastened them, baring his smooth as satin chest. She hadn't intended anything more than touching his skin, enjoying the feel of his muscles, the hard leanness of Adonis reborn. He stilled his hands on her breasts as her fingers began exploring the planes of his muscles. And then he began working on her buttons so quickly, the vampiric speed something she would have loved to have, and pushed away the fabric to reveal her lace-covered breasts. Admiration filled his expression briefly, before his look changed to one of a man with an objective, his fingers slipping around to her back, fumbling with her bra fastener. And then the catch was undone, and her breasts were freed from the confinement. He said something under his breath. She thought words of awe, although a curse word or two was thrown into the mix. Frustration and raging need? She wasn't sure, but she let him have his fill as she ran her fingers through his hair. And then his mouth fastened on a breast, his hand cupping the other, his thumb stroking her into bliss. Leaning back against the couch cushions, she wanted him to take her, to show her what it felt like to be a hunter's conquest. Yet she knew deep down she couldn't have him now, or ever. Her hunter family would kill him if they learned he was a vampire. Why couldn't he still be a hunter? Her breathing quickened. His warm, capable hands and hot mouth felt good on her breasts. But this was so wrong. He was a vampire, she screamed at herself. Why didn't she discourage him? Did she believe the secret would never get out? Because no man had ever been brave enough to seduce her like Adonis was doing? Was it that he couldn't truly have her, not as a legally and socially accepted mate, and she felt safe to experiment a little? She moaned, closed her eyes, and gripped his shoulders, never wanting to let go, never wanting to ruin the fantasy. He ran his tongue over her nipple, sending her into a state of rapture. A rush of heat spread through her body, bending her to his will. She arched her back in response. But when his fingers touched the zipper of her jeans, a chill doused the flame. The sensible part of her mind quickly took charge, and she opened her eyes, then grabbed his hand. "We can't, Adonis." She shouldn't have encouraged him. She shouldn't have wanted this, not from him. Before he could say a word, his eyes clouded with potent need. A knock at the door nearly unhinged her. She jumped off the couch, secured her bra, and began hurriedly fastening her buttons. God, what had she nearly done? "Go, Adonis! Vanish!" she whispered harshly, her cheeks on fire, a fearful heat quickly spreading through her body. Adonis looked at her as if she was the sun and moon and the earth, his to cherish, and he'd never give her up. Then the banging on the door renewed, which seemed to clear the lust-filled fog in his brain, and he glanced at the door and swore under his breath. "Please go, Adonis," she pleaded this time when her commands did little to persuade him. He bowed his head slightly and vanished, but she felt too flustered to deal with whoever it was pounding on her door. Knowing her visitor wouldn't go away until she dealt with him, she crossed the floor to the front door and peeked out through the security peephole, taking a deep breath to calm her nerves. "Gregory?" she squeaked when she saw him standing in front of the door, his brow furrowed in a hard frown, her heart nearly giving out again. She looked behind her to ensure Adonis was still gone, and he was. She breathed a tentative sigh of relief. She straightened her shirt again and opened the door. "What are you doing here?" She hadn't meant for her words to sound so surprised, edged with irritation. His blue eyes studied her with interest, but she couldn't share the feeling he seemed to have for her. "I spoke to Zachary. He said you were alone, so I thought I'd drop by and check on you." "I'm fine, really." Again her voice was curt. "Go away," she wanted to scream at him, before Adonis returned and caused a scene. "Maybe we could have lunch together." Typical Hunter didn't know when to give up. She didn't want to have lunch with him, or dinner, or breakfast, or anything. He glanced toward the kitchen, and his eyes about popped out of his head. She swung around. Adonis walked out of the kitchen, holding a jug of milk and a tall blue glass. His hair hung loosely about his shoulders, still as if she'd just raked her fingers through it, which she had. She glanced at the couch. Sure enough, the leather tie to his hair sat as prominent on the couch as an oak tree standing in the middle of a cornfield. Guilt tugged at her heart. Rachel's legs wobbled, and she grabbed the doorknob. Her mind struggled to come up with an explanation of why some stranger was in her apartment, and chill bumps dotted her skin. Adonis smiled at her, but his calculating expression didn't impress her one iota. "Rachel's trying to be polite, but there's only enough lunch for the two of us," he said, his tone cordially dismissive. Gregory's face had switched from concern for her to anger as he scowled at seeing another man in her apartment. Her uncle would kill her. Well, he'd kill Adonis first, if she didn't strangle him first. Then Uncle Tobias would kill her. How could Adonis do this to her, to himself even? "Who's he?" Gregory snapped, waving his hand at Adonis, then turned back to glower at Rachel. As awkward as the situation was, introductions were in order. "Gregory, this is Adonis. Adonis Cameron," he supplied. "I met Rachel a short while ago, and we really hit it off. We'd ask you to stay, but you know how the saying goes. Three's a crowd." Gregory shifted his attention from Adonis to Rachel. "Who is he? Does your uncle know about him? Mr. Bremerton said I was the one he preferred for you to wed among those of us who are eligible to seek your hand. And I've never seen this man before in my life, not in any male hunter circles around here." Gregory folded his arms. "The huntress ultimately chooses her own mate." Adonis poured a glass of milk. "Tell him, Rachel, that it's all right for you to see me. I'm a hunter from back east." He crossed the floor, handed Rachel the glass of milk, and winked at her. She stared at him, her mouth wide open. He truly had a death wish. His actions confirmed it. "We have the same problem with shortages of huntresses in our area also. Besides, it's good to mix our blood with new families. Don't you agree, Gregory?" Adonis cast that same kind of overconfident smile that made her heart somersault every time. "Rachel," Gregory's cheeks grew flushed, "I'll have a word with your uncle." On his way out, he slammed the door. The impact tilted her oil paintings of Texas bluebonnets sideways on the wall. Her heart in her throat, she whipped around and faced Adonis. "Now you've gone and done it. Why do you flaunt yourself with me so in front of the hunters? You're going to have all of them down on your neck. My family, suitors, all of them. And now my uncle's bound to force me to move back in with him until I marry." She shoved the glass of milk back at Adonis, her head pounding with frustration and worry. She didn't know what upset her the most. The fact she'd never be able to see Adonis again, that they might be able to eliminate him, or that she was about to be confined to her uncle's house until forced to marry some hunter she wasn't interested in. Not like she wanted Adonis. He took the glass and grinned.
"Come on, let's check out your bed."
"We'll do no such thing. No telling who's all going to be arriving here pronto. And frankly, you should do yourself a big favor and vanish. Permanently." Although how she was going to deal with Pyrrhus on her own was another matter.
"Admit it, Rachel. You've chosen me to be your mate."
"Don't be ridiculous. If you were a hunter..." She gulped back the tears and shoved past him into the kitchen, then stopped with her back to him. If he were a hunter, he might have been the one for her, and she might have even considered giving up hunting to have his babies, too. He followed her and set the glass on the counter. When he touched her shoulder, she shrugged his hand off.
"I can't help the way I feel about you, Rachel, and I know you feel the same for me."
She whirled around and faced him. "I can't feel anything for you. I can't." She wiped a couple of tears away that dared to dribble down her cheeks. He'd drawn her to him with his animal magnetism from the moment she'd sensed him nearby in the shadows of the ballroom. And now she was torn up inside over feeling anything for him and having to reject him. None of the other hunters had ever possessed a fraction of the fascination he held for her. If he'd still only been a hunter. His soulful eyes pleaded with her.
"If I was still a hunter, you'd be mine. You'd declare we were a match."
He leaned over to kiss her, to will her to be honest with him, but she took a couple of steps back out of reach. She shook her head at him. "They'll come for you, and kill you if they ever figure out what you truly are. What if any of the men recognize you from the balcony at the ballroom?"
"I was hidden from their view. Only you saw me half hidden in the shadows. Nobody will ever learn what I am. Nobody's ever heard of a vampire who can exist in sunlight. They'd never suspect I was one."
"If Zachary sees you again after the incident with the armed robbers at the grocery store, he'll know you're after me." Leaning against the kitchen counter, Adonis smiled. Yeah, Zachary already knew Adonis wanted Rachel. From the way her cousin rescued her from the grocery store, tearing her away from Adonis, a potential male suitor, indicated Zachary recognized what was happening, even if Rachel was in denial about it. And Adonis had to fight the urge not to stop Zachary from stealing Rachel away from him, too. He was sure Zachary had been ready for a fight if Adonis had made an issue of it.
"I am after you, Rachel."
Then she capitulated. He hadn't expected it, after all her brave words of not wanting him around, and after worrying that her uncle would sequester her away. But Adonis couldn't hide that part of him that longed to be his own man again. His hunter side that was willing to do anything to secure the Huntress for his very own, to take down Pyrrhus, to set his sister and the rest of his family free. He wouldn't hide under the guise of being a vampire. His hunter blood shouted to be recognized. "All right, to do a job." Her brows knit into a frown. "Strictly a business arrangement, nothing more. We kill Pyrrhus however you think we can, so I can help free you and your sister and your family from his clutches. Then that's the end of it between us." It would never be the end of it between them, unless one or the other was to die. Adonis wasn't about to let her think she was free to pursue any of the lame hunters who wanted her. He walked forward and seized her shoulders.
"I am after you," he repeated forcefully. "I want you for my own, Rachel."
He couldn't help the desire raging in his loins that directed his brain to take his actions further than was safe. But worse, he couldn't settle the need to have her, every bit of her for his very own, to share the rest of his semi-immortal life with her. Once he'd seen her and touched her, associated a living, breathing, warm-blooded huntress with the name of Rachel, his needs ran even deeper. a longing to be complete, with her at his side forever. But he didn't feel she was ready to learn the whole truth, that no matter how much he wanted this to work, the chances were minimal that either he or she would survive. But as much as Pyrrhus wanted her, they had no choice. He would take her one way or another. At least this way, with Adonis's help, she had a chance. And time was running out. Adonis ran his hands over Rachel's shoulders, wanting to bare them so he could touch her fragrant, silky skin with his fingers, his mouth, his tongue. She melted to his touch, and he knew she felt the same for him. She tilted her lips up, begging him to do the honors. He pressed his mouth against hers, but paused when a sob escaped her lips. Tears streaked her ivory cheeks, and he pulled her into his embrace, hugging the breath from her. He kissed her tears away and appealed to her. "I want you, Rachel, as a hunter wants a huntress." She choked on the words as she spoke, her fingers locked around his back in a bear hug. "But you're no longer a hunter, and I can't be yours. Not as a huntress." The sound of car doors slamming in the parking lot made her jump. Rachel broke free of his grasp and bolted to the kitchen window. "Oh my God, Adonis, you've got to leave, now! They're here!" He joined her at the window and clamped his teeth tight, willing his canines not to extend. He wasn't worried about the men and how they'd confront him, only with what they would do with Rachel. Yet he couldn't conceal what he had been any longer. They had to know he was a hunter, and he claimed Rachel for his own. The other half of his existence be damned. "Who are they?" "My Uncle Tobias is the gray-haired man in the center. You know my cousin Zachary, my suitor Gregory, and the blonde trailing behind, my cousin Michael, a rogue hunter. If my uncle has called in Michael, he's made some kind of truce with him, and that means they'll want you to have nothing to do with me. They'll make sure you understand that. Nothing else but family business, serious family business, would get those two back together. You have to leave, Adonis, I beg of you." Every one of the men carried hunters' swords, and they conferred for a moment in the parking lot. They looked up at her darkened apartment window. Adonis raised his brows, not surprised to see the number of hunters who'd arrived to protect Rachel's virtue. "They're armed." She bit her lip. "You know how it is with hunters, just a show of force. They can't know you're different yet. But you have to leave just the same. The only way a hunter can see me socially is if my uncle knows and approves of him. You've broken protocol, and no matter what, you won't be welcome." "But Gregory is." "My uncle has known him and his family for years. They reside in Waco, and I'd never met him until the ball. But that's only because my uncle didn't want the hunters pursuing me before then." "He can't have you." "You can't have me," she shoved at his chest. "Get out of here now, Adonis, before you make this any harder for the both of us." His thoughts, cloaked in darkness, he wanted in the worst way to confront the hunters, state his business, and square it with her guardian that he would not be deterred from seeing Rachel. But for now, he would heed her request. To rekindle the flame, if only for a moment, he leaned over to kiss her. Grabbing his shoulders, she held him back. "I don't want you to die. It'll be bad enough my having to explain who you were and what you were doing with me alone without my uncle's permission. Please, Adonis, go, before it's too late." The sound of the four men pounding up the wrought iron steps to her apartment made Rachel shove at him again. "Go, Adonis!" A metal key inserted into the lock and twisted as he watched. He clenched his jaw and gritted his teeth, his fists tightening. He didn't want to leave Rachel alone to explain who he was or why he had breached protocol. Yet if he stayed, would he be able to help her, or make matters worse for her? Certainly if her uncle treated her roughly in any way, Adonis knew he couldn't contain his need to protect her, and that meant his vampiric side would undoubtedly come into play. Like a primal animal, he desired to declare his territorial rights, and now his burning need to protect her and make her his mate affected his better judgment. The lock clicked open, then the knob twisted, and one of the men shoved the door aside. It slammed into the wall with a thud. A spark of anger surged through Adonis, and he hissed as his damnable canines extended. Chapter 6. Rachel nearly had a stroke when Adonis hissed, but within a hair's breadth of Uncle Tobias storming into Rachel's apartment, followed by his eldest son Michael, his youngest Zachary, and finally her suitor Gregory, Adonis vanished. Rachel had expected her family to barge in, but seeing Gregory and the near confrontation between all of them and one pissed-off hunter vampire made her blood pressure rise. But as to Gregory, this was family business, and he wasn't family. Not yet. Thank God. Although her heartbeat hadn't returned to normal after the near battle between her family and Adonis, she was thankful he had finally heeded her wishes and left, as much as she knew his hunter, and probably vampire blood, commanded him to stay and face her family. "Where is he?" her uncle demanded as Michael and Zachary rushed through the apartment searching for Adonis. She hoped the hell Adonis wasn't reclining in her bed to make a statement. Her uncle glared at her as if she were the next in his sights for the firing squad. "Last chance, Rachel." He's not here!" Michael shouted when he and Zachary finished their search and headed back to the living room. Her uncle motioned toward her bedroom. "Pack your bags, Rachel. You're coming with me. Now." Gregory's lips were a thin line as he glowered at her. Having to deal with her family's treatment of her, knowing they only acted in her best interest, was one thing. But Gregory had no business thinking she belonged to him already. Her uncle just couldn't marry her off to him. Her stomach twisted in knots with the idea. She turned and strode to her bedroom. "At least one member of the family must remain with her at all times from now on," Uncle Tobias warned. "Yes, Father," both Michael and Zachary said in unison. "But what about my seeing her? Socially, I mean," Gregory asked. She threw several articles of clothing into one of her bags and humphed while she listened to the men's conversation in the living room. What did Gregory think he'd do alone with her? She'd never allow him to get close to her like Adonis did. "Of course, when you're with her, that'll be acceptable. No need for supervision." She groaned to hear her uncle's words. On the other hand, she was relieved Adonis had made a quick escape and wasn't foolhardy enough to confront her family. She pulled her closet door open and nearly screamed. Half hidden in the shadows of the deep walk-in closet, Adonis gave her a dark smile. "Didn't have time for my goodbye kiss," he whispered, his voice thick with desire. He moved out of the shadows before she could object, took hold of her shoulders with a firm hand, and kissed her lips, compelling her to comply, to part her lips for him, to acquiesce, sending liquid fire pouring through her veins. But when she resisted, knowing her family would kill him if they found him like this, he pressured her further. "I want you like I've wanted no other," he conceded, his words hushed against her cheek, a kiss punctuating his need. She finally pulled free. "You've got to leave," she whispered, her heart pounding wildly. The worry of being caught in such a passionate embrace, her whole body flushed with heat. "I'll come for you later," he promised. She swallowed hard, hating herself for falling for a hunter turned. "They'll never let me out of their sights, Adonis." And it was all Adonis's fault. Yet deep down she understood his hunter need to possess, to crave his old life back in some fashion, to feel wanted and desired, but not as a pawn in somebody's bigger plan. He nuzzled her cheek again, stirring her compulsion to hug him tightly and kiss him back. As much as she didn't want to give up on Adonis, she knew now somehow she'd have to get to Pyrrhus, but it wouldn't be with Adonis's help. Not now that her uncle would lock her away. The idea sickened her, as she would have given anything to be with Adonis when the time came. But the odds were strictly against it. Adonis tilted her chin up and gazed into her eyes, the longing in his expression still overwhelming any other look. But a hint of business showed in them too, that no matter how much he craved having her, he could still behave as a hunter would, planning his next move with every intent of winning. "Have Gregory bring you to the antique store tomorrow." "But He pressed his mouth against hers, silencing her argument. Then he vanished. And at once she felt adrift in a sea of turmoil, with no life preserver to keep her afloat. "Aren't you packed by now?" Michael said, annoyed. She whipped around, nearly dying at the sound of his voice in her room. His scowl switched to concern. "What's wrong, Rachel?" As concerned as she was that Michael might have seen Adonis, she felt the blood instantly drain from her face. Nothing. She yanked jeans and blouses off hangers in an attempt to hurry and hide her unsettled reaction. But when she tried to leave the closet, Michael blocked her path, grabbed her shoulder to stop her, and pushed her hair away from her neck. God, was he checking for bite marks? Or something else? Bruising, passionate kisses from Adonis? "Do you want me to finish packing or what?" she snapped. Michael moved out of her path. "I told Dad about your coming to see me and about the inquiries you made of me. About vampires." He watched her reaction. She tried to act as though his words had no effect on her, that she had nothing to worry about. But she was afraid she failed miserably. Michael's stern look didn't change. "You'll be answering some questions when we get to his place." She gritted her teeth and zipped up her suitcase, her heart doing flip-flops. How could she keep up the lies and not get herself into any further trouble? "I had planned on taking a nap, and I haven't eaten lunch yet. Can it wait until after that?" Michael folded his arms, his expression turning even harder. "You were supposed to have eaten lunch with this Adonis Cameron character." She was used to everyone keeping secrets from her, but she'd never told so many falsehoods in her life, and she was certain they'd come back to haunt her. "No, he just came by and left. I wasn't really hungry at the time." Michael touched her cheek. "You've been crying. Tears have streaked your makeup." He was getting to be as observant as Zachary, although it wasn't really in character for him, which could only mean he was truly worried about her. She nodded, but didn't say anything, afraid she'd give herself away. He grabbed her suitcase and motioned for her to leave the room. She was certain everyone else in the living room was listening, trying to overhear their conversation. "Why, Rachel? Why have you been crying?" "Uncle Tobias won't let me have a contract. And once Gregory stormed out of here, I knew your father would make me return home with him. So I was upset. All right?" He nudged her toward the door. "Need anything else?" "Just a few things from the bathroom." She walked into the bathroom and pulled out her cosmetic bag. After throwing her personal items in there, she followed Michael down the hall. Didn't they even trust her to pack without supervision? No, suppose not. And if they'd known the vampire visited her like he did in her closet, they'd certainly have had good reason. No one spoke to her as Gregory seized her arm and walked her out of her apartment first. His actions irritated her to the nth degree. She attempted to wriggle free, but his grip tightened. She hated that her uncle and cousins would feel her suitor was handling her just the way they would an unruly wife in medieval times. Frowning, she gave up the struggle. She wasn't going anywhere else anyway. They headed for the cars, and Gregory said to her uncle, "I'll bring her to your place, Mr. Bremerton." Her uncle nodded. Great. Already Gregory was putting the moves on her like she was his, and her uncle totally approved. Now she'd have a lecture from Gregory. But no matter what he said, she had no intention of taking any guff from him. No doubt when she arrived at her uncle's place, she'd have an even more ponderous lecture from the family. Her skin prickled with exasperation. Michael tossed her bag into his SUV, while Zachary climbed into his father's pickup truck. Rachel waited for Gregory to open the door to his car for her and glanced up at the kitchen window, but the shade from the eaves prevented her seeing through the glass. Was Adonis watching her from her apartment? If so, he was sure to be angry over Gregory's treatment of her. Nothing good could come of it. Then she climbed into the car and Gregory shut the door for her. As soon as he sat in the driver's seat, he cleared his throat. "You know I want your hand in marriage. So why did you invite some stranger over to your place? Zachary said he should have known, as willing as you were to give up your car keys, you were up to something." But she hadn't been up to anything, not as far as Adonis was concerned. Although if they'd known she planned to make up a Huntress for hire website, they would have had her there. Not answering him, she waited for Gregory to pull out of the parking lot, but instead he stared at her, expecting her to answer him. She didn't have to respond to him. It was bad enough that the family inquisition would come next, and then she'd have to provide some answers. Uncle Tobias drove into the street. Michael followed after. Gregory tapped his fingers on the console, and she fought the urge to leave the car. But on foot, she wouldn't get very far. Gregory shook his head.
Part of me was glad he wasn't one of the hunters who'd wanted to dance with you at the ball, Rachel. If you'd shown interest in one of them, your uncle would have to permit you to marry him. But not some out-of-stater.
Please take me to my uncle's place. Not that she wanted to go there, but she was sick of being lectured by someone who had no business lecturing her. Not starting the car, Gregory took a ragged breath.
Your uncle wants me to marry you. It doesn't matter that you're not interested in me. East Coast Casanova can take a hike. He's not going to have you.
He shoved his key into the ignition. Her lips pursed. Rachel looked out the window. Although Gregory masked his hunter possessiveness while attempting to pursue her, his words revealed he would fight for her if he had to. Is that what she liked so much about Adonis? He rarely masked his feelings for her. Despite the trouble Adonis could find himself in, he was willing to stand up for her? Right, as he hid in her closet and gave her another spine-tingling kiss. Although hunters had outnumbered him 4-1, and the odds wouldn't have been fair for any hunter. Plus, he hadn't been armed. Well, with hunter weapons anyway. She groaned inwardly at the thought his canines could extend instantly at the least provocation instead. When he'd hissed next to her, she couldn't force herself to look at him. The fear she'd see him as he truly was now, a vampire like the one who'd marked her with his wickedly sharp fangs, would color her perception of him forever.
Where'd you meet him?
Gregory asked, this time his tone at least attempting civility. The lies would never end at this rate, and she was certain to get caught up in her stories if she wasn't careful. Listen, Gregory, I know you want to marry me, but I'm not ready to settle down yet. I want to hunt vampires like you and I were both taught. Uncle Tobias has never allowed me to hunt the human vampires, and I need to do so, for my own sanity.
That's for the hunters, not huntresses to do. You're to become a mother.
He didn't seem to understand her deep-seated reason for wanting to go after the human vampire rogues because of her past, despite her hints to the family as to the reason. But she had never openly discussed it with anyone, not even with her cousins' wives. Hunters and huntresses didn't have vulnerabilities, or at least that they admitted. Otherwise, it could mean their defeat in the battle with those who would turn the city upside down. I have every intention of becoming a mother one day, Gregory, but I want to hunt like a real hunter first. I know once I have children, I'll never be able to. The thing is, we have the same gene, you and I, which creates the urge to end the renegade vampire's existence. Having children doesn't end that for us.
How would you know? He looked at her incredulously. You've never had a baby.
I've talked with others who have. They still have the urge to hunt. But of course, they have other priorities now. With most, it doesn't matter. For me, it does.
When you're married and have children, your priorities will change. As for now, considering a contract may be out on you, and your most recent reckless behavior with an unknown hunter, your uncle would say no to your hunting anything vampiric.
He cast her a harsh look.
Even if it meant taking down another vicious vampire dog.
Time to change tactics, if her uncle was going to saddle her with Gregory. At this rate, he would be worse than her cousin, but at least with them, she didn't have to marry them. All right, take me on a date tonight. His blue eyes stared at her, a frown wrinkling his brow. Inwardly, she smiled. He was trying to figure her out. Keep the guys guessing was her motto.
A date?
Yes. Show me how to hunt a human vampire. He grunted.
I thought you wanted to go out to dinner, a movie, or something like that first.
When she didn't respond, he said,
I'd have to get your uncle's permission, and I very much doubt he'd agree to it.
Of course. She assumed her uncle would go along with it if she showed more interest in Gregory. Her uncle might believe their work together would encourage her marriage to him. or even that under his supervision, this hunting preoccupation she had would be satisfied. He drove out of the parking area.
Your uncle might not go along with it on account of Pyrrhus having a contract out on you, he reiterated, sounding resigned to failure. If she had approached Adonis with the same proposition, would he have asked her uncle's permission? No, he would have taken her on a hunt anyway. At least she was sure he would, if he could reach her now. Your uncle wants you to remain in a hunter's house at night at all times, from what he told your cousins. And after this deal with that hunter, it's a good bet he'll want you watched all day long, too.
Then you'll have to convince him you'll keep me safe on a hunt. She wasn't about to get into it with him over being guarded all day long also.
I'm not sure he'll agree with you taking part in a hunt. I'm not sure I do either.
She sensed he wanted to please her, even if it meant doing something that was dangerous for her, which made her regret that she couldn't feel more for him. Gregory glanced at her.
You know, I've been asking your uncle for 4 years when he'd allow me to date you.
She leaned her head against the glass. He never mentioned that last night was going to be my coming out. I'd never have agreed to it.
He knew that. At least that's what he told me. When we saw you arrive at the ball in jeans and a turtleneck, we were quite shocked. I was looking forward to seeing you dressed up for a change.
You're supposed to marry the person, not the clothes they wear.
You wore your clothes pretty well, I have to admit. I only wished I'd had the chance to dance with you.
Had he wanted to hold her tight in a sensuous, stirring dance? But whatever he felt for her, she certainly didn't share with him. Now, Adonis, he was a different story. The thought of dancing close with him, of feeling his hard, aroused body enveloping her, of his claiming her in front of all the other hunters. She closed her eyes and chastised herself. How foolish the notion. He was a vampire, no longer a hunter. And thinking of him as a hunter would only get her into more trouble. 45 minutes later, they arrived at her uncle's palatial estate, consisting of the main 2-story rambling ranch house and 20 smaller brick homes situated 5 acres apart, each a hunter family's home. Several vehicles sat in the circular drive of the main house, and instantly Rachel knew something was up. She turned to Gregory. "What's this all about?"
"It's a rally for a hunt."
He hopped out of the car and hurried to her side. She knew that, but they hadn't had one in a month, and normally a hint of a big strike would have surfaced. Was this the family secret she hadn't been privy to? Zachary walked onto the porch. He shook his head at her and leaned his shoulder against a fluted column. She attempted to overlook him, but there was no ignoring the fact she was in for a lot of questioning next. "And you're going on the hunt?" she asked Gregory as he opened the car door for her.
"I was, but now that I have you to watch out for, I may not be going."
"My cousins can watch over me if you're not taking me on a date."
"They're going on the hunt. Well, one of them was to stay behind with you, but I'll see if I can have the honor instead." "She's to be taken to the conference room," Zachary said, then gave Rachel a look that meant she was in real trouble now. "Father has some questions for you." She tried to stall the shiver that trailed up her spine. She knew the family inquisition would not be as easily dismissed as Gregory's questions of her, which meant she was doomed. Adonis jerked a hunter's sword off the wall of his home while his sister wrung her hands and watched. "What are you going to do, Adonis?" Danae asked, her voice soft but filled with concern. "I'm going to claim her for my own, one way or another."
His soul burned for Rachel, and he had to have her. There was no going back. But he knew his sister would feel he was headed for disaster and wouldn't approve. "You can't! Rachel has to kill Pyrrhus, and if she manages, you know she'll never get out of his estate alive after that." Running his hand over the brass hilt of his sword, he didn't want to think of what could become of Rachel. Pyrrhus wouldn't give her up. There wasn't any other way this was going down.
"I can't think of anything else but her."
He looked up at his sister and saw the annoyance in her scowling face.
"You can't understand how I feel."
He'd never been so driven to be with a woman every second of the day. His thoughts were no longer his own, every image of her replaying in his mind. The softness of her cheek against his, her warm breath against his ear, the feel of her breast in his hand. But more than that, she didn't look on him with horror, like the Huntresses would undoubtedly do, nor did she see him as an outcast, like the vampires who had taken him in did. With Rachel, he was an equal, a hunter with one hell of a problem. Oh yeah, she denied she could be his, but he knew her family would expect this of her. If Rachel was shipwrecked with him on a tropical island and there was no one to influence her decisions, she'd be his without a doubt. No, I can't understand how you feel, Adonis. We have to think of more than your sexual needs. His blood heated.
I want her forever, Danae, not just to bed.
And you know you can't have her, not as a vampire. She placed her hands on her hips. What's gotten into you anyway? You said you'd have no problem taking her to Pyrrhus. With your charming ways, you'd sweep her off her feet, and before she knew it, she'd do what neither of us can do, kill Pyrrhus. But no, now you've succumbed to her charms. He slipped the sharpened blade into his leather sheath. Was his sister jealous? He'd never seen her so annoyed over any attention he'd ever paid to a woman. Of course, he'd never paid this kind of attention to any woman.
You'll need to see her at her uncle's house. When you gain entrance, you can let me in.
You've got to be insane! Danae furrowed her brow and crossed her arms. Exasperated, he took a deep breath.
You can do it. She knows you. Just tell her family that you were concerned about her, that she called you and was crying about being returned home. You wished to know if there was anything you could do for her. But whatever you do, sweet-talk yourself into the house.
Danae shook her head. And how will I say I know her? She won't have been allowed to have any friends other than Huntresses. They'll know I'm not one of them.
Just tell them you're not from around here, but make it someplace other than the East Coast.
It won't work, Adonis. They'll ask me millions of questions. Why am I here alone? Why am I not married? I'm Rachel's age, and like her, I should be married. They won't believe me. And because of the trouble you've caused, they'll be distrustful of any who try to get near her. I can't believe what you've done. He couldn't tell her how he'd decided the whole scenario once Gregory had come to visit her to ensure Rachel's safety until they had to see Pyrrhus. Danae would think he'd lost his mind, but he didn't trust Pyrrhus. So now Danae had to get him into the hunter's house. There was no other way.
Tell them the truth to an extent. You refused to marry the hunter make some place up, and left there to get a new start. Just get into her uncle's house.
You're going to get yourself killed. Even if you were a hunter, which you no longer are, you would have to have permission to pursue her. If they find you in the house trying to see her...
They won't catch us.
She groaned. I didn't think I'd ever see you throw all our lives away over a woman.
She'll help us get them back, one way or another.
You don't plan on living either once she dies, do you?
Just get into her uncle's house, Danae. That's all I ask of you.
He wasn't about to consider what would happen to either of them when they faced Pyrrhus. All he could think of was getting into the house and seeing Rachel again, touching her, holding her tight, and kissing that sweet, velvet mouth of hers, and then taking her away to the most odious of tasks, teaching an unproven huntress how to kill some of his vampire kind, the ones who murdered for sport, and hoping to hell she'd have enough natural hunter skill to pull this off. Rachel tried to act nonchalantly when Uncle Tobias motioned to her to sit in the hot seat in his conference room at his home. Like a jury, her cousins, Michael and Zachary, and two of her uncle's cousins, Brent and Kurt, both white-haired and distinguished-looking gentlemen, sat across from her in a semicircle in green leather chairs. The conference table, that comfortably seated 22, was shoved against the wall out of the way. Gregory and two other suitors, both dark-haired like Adonis, came late and filled the remaining seats while her uncle paced before her. The walls were covered in burgundy and forest green floral wallpaper, disguising the real purpose of the room, the hunters' local staging area for making plans to destroy rogue vampires, the bloodsuckers who murdered for the pleasure of killing, most as bloodthirsty as Pyrrhus himself. She held her hands in her lap, not knowing what else to do with them. As ice-cold as they were, she felt like sitting on them, while another chill of worry trickled down her spine. Despite the anxiety rising in her blood, she tried to remain calm, taking a couple of deep breaths, but attempting to be subtle about it. Everyone kept his eyes focused on her, watching for any kind of reaction that she might have that would give her away. And she was certain she was giving herself away big time. But how could she not, when she was the only huntress in the room, and all of the hunters were looking to condemn her for her behavior? Even though she had to admit her actions were pretty damned condemning. Michael had sat in the hot seat 3 months ago, the third such time that she knew of for going after vampires on his own, which was the reason her uncle had finally forced him out of the League of Hunters circle. But huntresses never sat in on the proceedings in this region. Unless, like she, the huntress was the reason for the Inquisition. She didn't remember any of the other huntresses having a reason for getting in this kind of trouble, though. She licked her lips and swallowed hard as her uncle faced her. His stormy gray eyes glared at her, and she met his icy look ounce for ounce. "Who is this Adonis Cameron?" "A hunter." Her words squeaked out, and she cleared her dry throat. Zachary swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. Did he feel sorry for her? Michael's expression, on the other hand, was hard and cold as a block of ice. She figured, since he'd been in her place before, he would show no mercy. But then, he'd always been the stronger of the two brothers where emotions were concerned. And she assumed his hardness was meant to get her in line before she really got hurt. She couldn't bear to look at Gregory or her other suitors. She turned her attention back to her uncle, who just stared at her. "Rachel, did you hear me?" Oh, hell. He must have questioned her about something else. "I'm sorry, Uncle Tobias. What did you ask me?" "Where did you meet him?" This was going to be the difficult part. She spent some time at the library researching about vampires, and at 2 of her married cousins' homes playing with their children and visiting their wives, Mary and Trish. But she tended to be a homebody and didn't go out a lot except in the past to take care of rabid-acting vampire dogs. And the whole family knew it. "Rachel?" At the library." 3 of the men humphed in response. She wasn't sure which ones. Gregory's steely expression didn't change. She couldn't tell what he was thinking. Then she figured she'd blown it now. Hunters didn't spend their spare time in libraries. Certainly not one who was as much of a hunk as Adonis. Plus, her hesitant answer didn't help. "Which library?" "The main one." Finally, she spit out an answer without sounding like a mouse. Only now she felt like a rat for having lied to her family, whose only concern was in keeping her safe. But she nearly always used the main one, and her cousins, at least, would have known that. Plus, it was much bigger, easier to run into more people there. Everyone was watching her. Uncle Tobias tapped his foot on the floor. "Did you hear me?" Jeez, she'd done it again. "I didn't sleep well last night." She rubbed her temple. "What did you ask me?" "Why didn't you sleep well?" He shifted his attention to Zachary, who straightened his back. Was her cousin supposed to have made sure she slept well also? "I had nightmares. Of one hot, sexy vampire desiring her, plying her with his heated kisses, lulling her under his spell." "About what?" "You don't want to know about my nightmares." Or at least she really didn't want him to know about her nightmares. "I want to know everything that's going on with you. It seems I've been too lax with you of late. What about these nightmares you're having?" "I don't remember them," she shrugged. "I just woke. You know how you do, but can't remember the nightmare." One of her uncle's cousins folded his arms, his expression unrevealing, but she still felt like he didn't believe her. Uncle Tobias was rubbing his chin, watching her. "What about this Adonis Cameron? How come he knew you were a huntress? And how did you come to know he was a hunter?" She glanced down at her hands. If she looked into his eyes, he'd surely be able to see she was lying. On the other hand, her avoidance of his gaze would indicate the same thing. She looked up at him. "We bumped into each other. He was reading a book on antiques, and I thought I heard Trish's daughter speaking. I turned, and the man came out from behind a book rack. We collided. I had a whole handful of mystery books that I dropped, so he helped me pick them up. Then he noticed the dagger at my waist. Rachel pushed a curl, tickling her cheek behind her ear. Well, being a hunter, he recognized the ancient inscription on the pearl handle and offered to buy me a cup of coffee down the street. Someone tapped a foot on the floor, and Rachel looked over to see Gregory shaking his head at her. "And did you have coffee with him?" her uncle asked. "No. It would have been forbidden without your permission, since I'd never seen the man before."
"Then why the hell was he in your apartment?"
"He helped me to the checkout counter, and I left my library card there by accident. He found out where I lived and came to my apartment to bring it to me."
Gregory cleared his throat. She looked over at him. Her uncle nodded. "You have something to ask?"
Gregory stood.
"You were at the ball, then returned home. The next morning you visited Michael's house, and Zachary returned you home. Once he left, this East Coast hunter arrives at your apartment. My question is, when had you gone to the library?"
"Before I went to Michael's house."
He looked at her uncle, who raised his brows. Gregory retook his seat.
Thank God he probably didn't know anything about the library's hours or how the library operated. No one there would have allowed the hunter to take her library card so that he could deliver it to her, and no one would have given him her home address, unless he was a vampire and wheedled it out of them that way.
"Any other questions?" Uncle Tobias asked the men. "Why did you let him in your apartment, Rachel?" her uncle's cousin Brent asked.
"He's a hunter. They don't easily take no for an answer. He sort of invited himself in."
Brent lifted his chin, studying her to see if she'd told the truth. Although he'd always been kind to her, she knew she couldn't get much past him, and he'd be like the rest of the hunters, no tolerance when it came to a huntress taking matters like this into her own hands. "So you offered him a meal? But Michael says you didn't have lunch with him. You weren't hungry."
She was lousy at lying. The more she did it, the bigger the hole she dug for herself. Gregory came to my apartment and found him there. I knew once Gregory took off in a huff, threatening to tell Uncle Tobias, the lunch was over. And frankly, neither of us was hungry after that.
"Why didn't Cameron stay and face us like a hunter should?"
Michael asked, eyes narrowed. "He intended to. I insisted he leave. He's about as bullheaded as you are."
A smile tugged at Michael's lips. That he could understand, and she figured nobody would assume she was lying about that. "What about the questions you asked me, Rachel? Why did you want to know if a vampire could see or hear things when he vanished?"
The men all waited for her answer with bated breaths. She shrugged, trying to appear unshaken by their questioning of her, although deep inside her system churned with worry that she'd make a slip. "I told you. I was just curious."
"And asking why a vampire would want to kill another?"
"Michael, I just wondered is all." Rubbing her hands in her lap, she tried to warm them. She swore they had set the air conditioner on high in the room despite it being a cool fall day.
"Yeah, and that's why you drove to my place, just because you were curious, even though you were forbidden to see me while I was exiled. Why not ask Father or Zachary the questions instead?"
He had her there, and she had no good answer for him either. "I thought maybe you'd know. Lame. Lame." And they all knew it.
"Rachel," Uncle Tobias said, crouching in front of her, looking a whole lot less intimidating. "Did you think a vampire watched you at some time, but you couldn't see him?"
"Sure, in the shadows of the balcony outside the ballroom. I couldn't see him. It was like he was invisible."
"This happened at no other time?"
She looked at Zachary. The only one she really worried might have heard something more. He rubbed his forehead and wrinkled his brow like he did when he was contemplating something serious. If Zachary had come to the conclusion Adonis was in her apartment listening to them when her cousin was making himself a sandwich because of some of the observations he'd made, the man's spicy scent in her bedroom, her naked lips, which she had made the mistake of saying was due to Gregory's kissing her. If he suspected... Uncle Tobias patted her leg as if to get her attention.
"What about the vampire wanting to kill another? Is that what the one on the balcony said to you?"
"I was just curious. I already said so." A dribble of perspiration trickled between her breasts, despite the chill in the room. Michael leaned forward in his chair and pinned her with accusation.
What about when you asked if a vampire could really have feelings for someone?
I'll never ask another question about vampires my whole life if this is the trouble I get into for it.
There's no harm in asking the questions. Her uncle rose from his crouched position. We just wonder why you're so interested all of a sudden.
I've always been interested. I've checked out tons of books on the subject, but I've never found anything that addressed these questions.
Gregory stood as if lending weight to his query. What happened between you and the man while he was in your apartment?
A flush of heat rose to her cheeks when she thought of Adonis's hands on her breasts. He made passionate romantic love to me. What do you think?
Gregory made a derisive sound under his breath and sat back down. Zachary snickered. His mouth grim, Michael gave his head a shake. That's quite enough, Rachel, her uncle scolded. You have 3 men interested in your hand in marriage sitting in on these proceedings. Mind your tongue. We're only doing this to ensure your safety.
They were right, of course, and she was wrong. But whatever power Adonis held over her couldn't easily be quashed.
I don't want you to see this man again. If he didn't have the courage to speak to me first, he has no right sneaking around, trying to see you behind my back.
She bit her tongue to avoid repeating the library story. No use in bringing that scenario up again and possibly getting herself into more hot water if they thought to investigate. Not only hadn't she been to the library in over a week, but it would show she hadn't checked out any books for longer than that. So how could she have left her card behind that same day? But she couldn't fib about having been there some other day and then have her uncle wondering how long she'd been seeing Adonis behind his back. She assumed introducing Adonis as a hunter to her uncle wouldn't affect his decision about her either. He wanted her to marry into one of the local hunter families, not someone he didn't know anything about. And certainly, if he'd known Adonis wasn't even a hunter any longer.
Rachel, pay attention. About the vampire who approached you on the balcony. What did he say to you?
Uncle Tobias asked. I was shook up. I don't remember.
You talked to him for several seconds while our men armed themselves. You must remember something, he said.
She shook her head.
We can introduce a truth serum into your blood, Rachel. Maybe you'll remember some details about what happened that you can't seem to now because of his frightening you.
They couldn't. Could she keep up the charade while under the influence of the drug? They'd learn the truth. She couldn't allow it. You can't do that without my permission. Uncle Tobias's brows lifted a little.
If you have nothing to hide, you won't deny us permission.
Tension filled the room. Everyone silently waiting for her response, their faces grim. If she'd said that would be fine, she imagined relief would have been visible in at least some of the hunters' expressions. But even so, concern of what they might learn would keep most on edge. If she refused to give her permission, that would most likely prove her guilty. Yet, in truth, if she allowed them to use the serum on her, that would surely prove her guilty beyond any doubt. Steeling her back, she shook her head, and the men's expressions changed subtly from a hint of hope to resignation. I have nothing to hide, but you're treating me like some kind of criminal. She still thought she might have a choice, but she should have known better. Brent pulled a syringe out of his jacket pocket. They'd already planned this. Damn them. Rachel nearly died. Her heart pounded so hard she felt it would burst through her chest. Uncle Tobias motioned to Gregory and Rachel's other suitors.
You must leave now. You can see her at dinner.
Without thinking her actions through, Rachel jumped from her chair. She bolted for the door, escaping her fate, the only thing on her mind. Uncle Tobias lunged forward and grabbed her arm. Surprised and panicked, she screamed. As soon as she twisted her arm free like she'd been taught in jiu-jitsu during hunter training, she tried to make another run for it. But Gregory tackled her this time, wrapping his arms around her like a living, breathing human straitjacket. No way could she allow them to use the serum. What if she revealed not only that Adonis was a vampire, but his sister as well? And what if she told them where their antique shop was located? Their home also. Frustrated to the max, she squirmed to twist out of Gregory's arms, but he tightened his grip, then pinned her against the wall, allowing no wiggle room. He wasn't able to dance close to her at the Hunter's ball, but she imagined he figured this was the next best thing. And she hated the feel of him against her, hot and hard, domineering and in charge, pressuring her to be still. The wall of men now stood in a semicircle, crowding around her, preventing her escape if she were to manage to break free from Gregory's steely grip. Her breath was so rapid, her head grew fuzzy, yet she kept wriggling, trying to free herself.
"You've got to relax, Rachel."
Brent drew near, his expression determined, the syringe held at the ready.
"I don't want to hurt you."
Tears streaked down her cheeks, her sight blurring. But as soon as Brent was in range, she swung her leg and tried to kick his shin with the pointed toe of her boot to keep him away. Zachary surged forth and seized her legs and hugged tight. She screamed. Adrenaline coursed through her body, her muscles trembling. She couldn't give away her secrets. She couldn't. Michael grabbed her arm and pulled up her sleeve.
"Hold still, Rachel, or it'll hurt."
"Relax," Brent said, as Uncle Tobias ran an alcohol swab over her arm.
"You're too tense."
Everyone waited for Brent to use the needle on her, but he hesitated. Her breathing was so rapid, her legs and arms began to numb, and she felt lightheaded. She choked out a sob. "Don't do it! Please! I don't give my permission!" Holding her arms still, Michael nodded. When the tension in the muscle gave out, Brent stuck the needle in. She cried out, silently cursing the whole lot of them as the liquid coursed through her bloodstream, working its way to her brain to loosen her tongue. She struggled for freedom, although she didn't make any progress. Not against Zachary's and Gregory's confinement. The other hunters all watching her reaction. She felt her whole body slipping away. Her resistance dissolving. Her thoughts fading. And then hating them all, despite knowing they only meant to keep her safe. She sank into darkness.
Chapter 7. "Carry Rachel up to her room, Michael," Uncle Tobias ordered as she drifted in the black void. Jostled about in her dreamy world, Rachel floated in the air. Here, nothing mattered. The darkness felt safe, and she was at peace. At peace in the darkness. What a notion, her foggy brain thought. She'd never found tranquility in the gloom of night or shadowed spaces. "What do you fear, Tobias?" Brent said somewhere behind her. "He's gotten to her."
Who in the world was Brent talking about? Who got to whom? When? A door opened, and then after a few more steps, Michael stopped. His firm grip around her loosened, and she moved from the warm embrace of his arms to soft, cushiony clouds. She sighed deeply.
"I checked to see if she was bitten," Michael assured his father, "when we picked her up at her apartment."
Reaching up, she touched her neck and licked her lips. Pleasing silence conducive to sleeping filled the room.
Uncle Tobias broke into her dreamy world with another jarring question. "Did you check her everywhere for bite marks?" "Well, no, just around the neck."
Michael rubbed the back of his own neck and looked harried, not his usual in-control self. "Yeah, not a bite one." Rachel distractedly twisted a curl of hair between her fingers.
"We'll have the women check her. The fact she was so concerned about us using the serum on her reveals something's wrong. She's never lied to me before, but I didn't believe a lot, if anything, of what she said in the conference room."
"I've never seen anyone pass out after getting the serum," Kurt, Uncle Tobias's other cousin, said. "She said she hadn't had enough sleep," Zachary offered, "and nothing to eat for lunch. She never eats breakfast either." She crinkled her nose. Waffles and pancakes smothered in sweet syrup, spicy sausage, fluffy eggs. Not for her. Uncle Tobias spoke again, his voice concerned.
"The nightmares bother me. I've heard of humans being troubled by what they think are nightmares, when in reality a vampire is visiting them in the middle of the night. The human can't discern the dreams from reality."
Had she dreamed about Adonis? She couldn't remember.
Kurt asked, "Are you sure Brent didn't give her too much of the serum? She seems really out of it." "Dr. Stevens informed me that should have been the right amount for her weight," Uncle Tobias said.
"Gregory wants to listen in on the questioning." Zachary sounded farther away, like he was on the other side of the room. The door closed with a clunk. "No, keep Gregory out of this."
"No, just family. And Zachary, I want you to investigate her library story after we're done here. Michael, you'll check out this Adonis Cameron. Try and locate his family back east. I want to know everything there is about him. I imagine he's a rogue and not part of a hunter family, and he's looking to find an unattached huntress, or he wouldn't be here."
Then Uncle Tobias squeezed her hand.
"Rachel, who was the vampire who came to see you on the balcony of the ballroom last night? Did he give you his name?"
Why wouldn't the voices go away? She tried to roll on her side, but his hand gripped hers, and he wouldn't let her turn. Sleep was all she craved, and she closed her eyes to black out the overhead lights.
"Rachel, answer me."
Uncle Tobias used his commanding voice, although she detected a hint of softness trying to creep in. She licked her lips and nestled her head further into the soft pillow.
"Rachel, tell me about the man on the balcony."
"Gregory," she sighed deeply.
"No, the vampire. What did he say to you?"
"Whisper."
"Whisper what?"
Uncle Tobias waited, but when she didn't say anything, he nudged her shoulder.
"Rachel, what did he whisper?"
"His name."
"What was his name?"
She swallowed hard and frowned, trying to remember what had happened. Come closer."
"He wanted you to come closer to tell you his name?"
"She said so, didn't she?"
Kurt said. "He was trying to get her to move into the shadows with him, offered his hand to her even, but thank God she didn't accept. Although I still can't understand what overcame her that she wouldn't make an attempt to leave the balcony. They can't control us like they can humans, yet she appeared to be just as much under his spell as though she were a human he planned to take for his own. I'm certain he intended to sink his teeth into Rachel."
She bit her lip. Adonis had wanted her to draw close, and then what? Bite her? She didn't think so. Would he have touched her like he did later at her apartment, just beyond where all the hunters were? Would he have kissed her behind the hotel if she hadn't broken free of his grip? She'd never met anyone so bold, so daring, so utterly fascinating. Yet a part of her knew how dangerous he could be. "I didn't trust."
When she quit speaking, Uncle Tobias spoke again. "If you didn't trust him, why didn't you try to leave the balcony?"
The floorboards creaked as if someone paced across them.
"What was his name?"
Uncle Tobias asked again. "Adonis,"
Uncle Tobias growled. "Hell, this isn't going to work. The serum's made her too muddle-headed."
"Muddle-headed."
Michael spoke next. "Rachel, what about this Adonis? Where is he from?"
"East."
"Where did you meet him?"
Balcony."
"It's not working," Uncle Tobias said, exasperated. "She's getting the two mixed up."
"Which two?" Her uncle was the one who was confused. She frowned again, totally annoyed. Brent asked,
"Did Adonis kiss you?"
"And how?" She smiled.
Uncle Tobias cursed under his breath. "Father," Michael cautioned, "just because he kissed her doesn't mean they did anything more than that. They're both hunters, and know better than to take the relationship too far without her guardian's permission."
"Yeah, they knew better."
"He disregards our protocol by seeing her behind my back. How long has this been going on? Just now or for some time? Hell, he forced his way into her apartment. Although I doubt she put up any resistance, if at all. You heard her, he's stubborn like you, and she's always admired you for it."
Uncle Tobias growled in disapproval.
"I would never have gone after a huntress without her guardian's permission." Michael sounded just as irked. Despite what other faults I have, I respect the sanctity of marriage for our kind."
Uncle Tobias said,
"All right, you've made your point. But if he has been seeing her for some time, maybe that's why she's been so adamant about not finding a match with one of our hunters."
He didn't say anything for a minute, and Rachel thought she could get some peace and quiet, but it wasn't to be.
"What else might he have done with her? He kissed her, we know now, and she seemed to be pleased with the notion. But how far might he have insisted on taking the relationship with her? Was he the reason she didn't want the serum? I suspect that's the case. No matter what, if she has feelings for this out-of-stater, and he's been seeing her behind my back for some time—"
Uncle Tobias didn't say anything further, but he sounded pretty hot about it. Her chest tightened. It was her choice, ultimately, wasn't it? The Huntress chose her mate. Within reason. Was it unreasonable for her to want Adonis so?
"Do you think they really met at the library?" Brent asked.
She whispered. "Antiques."
"She said he was reading an antique book when she bumped into him," Kurt reminded them. "She spends some of her free time at the main library. It's possible, Father," Zachary said, although he sounded like he was trying to mollify his dad rather than that he believed it himself. "How many hunters do you know visit the library?" Uncle Tobias asked, his voice hard. The room grew quiet.
Now that her uncle wasn't holding her wrist, Rachel turned on her side. How many hunters regularly, or even once in a blue moon, visited the library? None that she knew of. Huntresses, sure, mainly to take their children to enjoy the special kids programs. But hunters? She didn't think any of them would be caught dead in a library.
"Rachel, where did you meet Adonis?" Uncle Tobias asked.
The balcony." She took a deep breath. Hadn't she already said so? Who was being muddle-headed?
"What did the vampire want with you on the balcony?"
"See Pyrrhus." Uncle Tobias swore under his breath. The bastard.
"He doesn't want her dead?" Michael sounded more than surprised. "Hell, it seems he wants her alive. I'd always thought that Brent and Kurt had chased off the murderer before he could effectively kill Rachel. But maybe the rumors about him marking her instead for his own dark purposes meant he intended to claim her after all," Uncle Tobias said. "Although, I've never heard of a vampire marking a hunter or huntress in that way. Or human either. If they want the human, it's a done deal right then and there."
More pacing followed, the boards beneath the carpet creaking.
"Why? Why would he want her?" Michael asked. "I've never heard of a vampire wanting a huntress, not in this region anyway. Pyrrhus is known to collect women, but according to his blood bonds, only those who are willing to be with him. Despite all of his murderous faults, he seems to at least have some decency in that regard. But the thing is, Rachel would never willingly go to the murdering vampire, so what makes him think she will?" "We didn't know for sure if he was the one who murdered her parents until just before the night of the ball. He had to have framed the other ancient vampire for the crimes. What if he concocted some new story to encourage Rachel to see him?" Uncle Tobias asked. "Like that he knew who her parents' murderers truly were? That he would help her kill him? Seems far-fetched to me. She wouldn't be that naive," Michael said. "But she's wanted to hunt human vampires forever," Zachary warned. "What if he's offered her a contract to kill one of his own?" He shrugged. "Who knows what he might pull to get her to come to him willingly, since Father won't let her hunt them." Michael frowned at his brother. "I don't believe she'd go to him, not once she learned he's the one who killed her parents. You said she already asked you if it was so." Uncle Tobias made a disgruntled sound. "And how did she come to know this?" Zachary cleared his throat. "Ferris mentioned the secret meeting to his brother out in the parking lot while the ball was in progress." Rachel heard him speaking. "And he told her? He wasn't to say a word." Uncle Tobias looked back at Rachel. She blinked her eyes, barely able to keep them awake, but talk of Pyrrhus piqued her interest. And now, at least, she knew what the secret had been about. Ferris swore up and down he hadn't told her anything. Ned vouched for him and said he hadn't said a word, that Ferris was the only one who'd done any talking. "Then how did she know about Pyrrhus?" Uncle Tobias asked.
"Adonis," she whispered. Everyone stared at her. She closed her eyes when they all seemed to be at a loss for words, and if they weren't going to talk any further, she'd sleep. Until Uncle Tobias started in on her again.
What did Adonis say, Rachel?
Although he tried to keep his voice compassionate, his words were as sharp as the honed edge of a hunter's sword. A couple of tears dribbled down Rachel's cheek. She'd kill Pyrrhus.
Rachel, what did Adonis tell you?
Her uncle patted her hand, his voice softened. Pyrrhus did it.
Adonis is not from here. How would he have known?
Her uncle asked. Adonis was in so much trouble. How could she not help him?
Pyrrhus left sometime around the killings. Maybe he was afraid we would have waged a war against him and his people if we learned he'd killed her parents, Kurt said. He didn't have the numbers of recruits back then that he does now. At least, not to fight all of us. We did wage a pretty good battle on those left behind. But what if Pyrrhus was back east, and this Adonis learned of his deeds?
Michael gave his father a hard look. Hell, when Pyrrhus returned and began wreaking havoc in Dallas again, I wanted to wage a more aggressive campaign to destroy him and his people once and for all, but you wouldn't allow it.
What if she's been bitten?
Zachary asked, and Rachel recognized his attempt to switch subjects before Michael and their father got into it about how he ran the business again. Uncle Tobias ran the back of his hand over her cheek.
She's not been turned, or she couldn't stand the sunlight. Even so, if the vampire somehow got to her...
Damn, Zachary said.
What? When I checked to see if she'd already left the parking lot the night of the ball when you told her to return home and dress properly, I found her wandering around the back side of the hotel. I asked her what she was doing, but she ignored me. She seemed kind of shook up.
The mattress sank lower, and Uncle Tobias's voice grew closer. A big hand grasped her shoulder and shook her gently.
Rachel, did the vampire bite you?
She shook her head.
Oh, thank God, Brent said. Still, I want the women to check her over, just in case.
Uncle Tobias squeezed her shoulder.
Rachel, what happened when you were with the vampire?
He wants me.
Michael swore under his breath. Now what? Rachel, Pyrrhus wants you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not the other vampire.
She didn't respond. Why did she have to keep answering questions? Her whole body wearied with each passing second.
The vampire who met you behind the hotel.
Uncle Tobias paused.
The one who tried to get to you on the balcony.
He held my wrist.
Damn, Zachary said again. I should have known something was the shh. Rachel, when he had hold of you, what did he do?
Her uncle's voice was soothing, coaxing. She raised her hand, though the effort was monumental, then dropped it to the mattress. Zach.
I called out her name. I was concerned because I had seen her leave the ballroom, but her car was still in the parking lot, and there was no sign of her. You must have scared him off. Rachel, did he say anything to you?
He wants me.
For Pyrrhus.
She turned her head back and forth. Why wouldn't they listen to her?
She can't mean the two of them want her. If Pyrrhus desires her, no way would another vampire cross him. Not if he's from here, Michael said. You're right, she's confused. Have Trish and Mary come here. I want them to check her for bites. And have Dr. Stevens see to her after he returns from delivering the baby.
Yes, Father, Zachary said. The door opened and clicked shut.
What now? Michael asked. Uncle Tobias said, We've got to keep her indoors at night at all times. If Pyrrhus wants her now, he'll make every attempt to have her. He's making war on the hunters in this region. Doesn't he realize this?
He'd made war on one pissed-off huntress already. Doesn't he know that?
Maybe he thinks we won't know what he's up to until it's too late. He might intend to do his disappearing act again, only this time with Rachel in tow.
Kurt cleared his throat.
I don't understand this other vampire. I'd never seen one as bold as him. My first thought when I saw him on the balcony with her was he wasn't a vampire at all.
No, A devilishly handsome hunter, full of life, and sexier than any man she'd ever met.
If not a vampire, then what? None of us could get a good visual on him with Rachel blocking our vision. But the fact he was on the balcony, and it seems beneath it earlier, then vanished when we were able to open the doors and come to Rachel's rescue, indicates he had to have been a vampire. Although why he could have whisked her away right out from under our noses both times but didn't is another mystery we need solved.
The door opened again. Mary said, "You wish to speak to us?"
Check her over thoroughly for any vampiric bite marks.
Footsteps padded out of the room while others moved toward the bed. Then delicate hands grasped Rachel's buttons and began to unfasten them. Rachel swatted at them. Mary chuckled. "You're worse than Trish's twins when they don't want a bath." Rachel wrinkled her forehead. "Quit it, Adonis. You shouldn't. Not while I'm sleeping." After they had changed into hunter attire, Adonis and his sister hadn't yet reached the Suburban at their home when a black stretch limousine pulled into the carport. At once, Adonis's gut twisted, and although Danae was holding her own, she seemed to pale even more.
"Go inside, Danae,"
Adonis warned. "He wouldn't be paying us a visit unless he wishes to give us bad news," Danae said, her voice hollow.
"Inside,"
Adonis said quietly, trying to reassure her he would take care of it, that he didn't want her to have to face the devil of a vampire again if he could help it. She bowed her head to Adonis, her face full of worry, then hurried into the house. The human host, dressed in a tux, came around to the side door and opened it for his master. The walkway between the carport and the house provided the shade the ancient vampire needed to move about, the windows of his vehicle blackened for driving through the city in sunny conditions. Unfortunately, the windows were shatterproof, or Adonis would have attempted to break them when the bastard was flaunting the sun's power over him on one of his numerous trips to the city. So what in the hell did Pyrrhus want now? Pyrrhus glided out of the limousine, his usual way of moving, like a dark wraith, his fathomless black eyes darting from Adonis to the house and back to him again.
"Is Danae fixing me a cup of hot tea, or should we dispense with the chit-chat?"
He motioned for his human host to go inside the house. Stiffening, Adonis immediately spoke telepathically in private with his sister, one of the advantages of being a vampire.
"Danae, Pyrrhus's human host is on his way into the house. Watch him. If he does anything troublesome, you have my permission to kill him by any means necessary."
"Thank you, dear brother. Your consent, however, is not needed." Adonis kept his smile to himself, pleased whenever his sister showed any mettle, when before she'd been turned, she'd been the most spirited of women he'd ever known. Although, since the change, she was a mere shadow of her former existence. His younger sister, Pasha, was equally as determined in getting things done, but her kind of spirit had always been the trying sort. Pyrrhus seemed preoccupied as he turned his attention to the south, possibly speaking telepathically to some of his minions.
"Your business?"
Adonis asked, not to be kept waiting at the vampire's whim when Adonis had grave business of his own to take care of. He didn't care one iota that Pyrrhus thought himself his master. Pyrrhus motioned for him to be quiet. Adonis fought the urge to leave the bastard standing alone in the carport, but he didn't want to enter the house and have the devil vampire himself join him there, upsetting Danae any further. She always made a brave show of it when Pyrrhus was in her presence, but...
"My business,"
Pyrrhus said, turning around and fully facing Adonis, his look more annoyed than usual,
"is that I've learned from some of my human hosts who have been following your progress, or lack thereof, that the Huntress is back home with her uncle. It seems that you are the reason for this. Would you care to explain why?"
Adonis bowed his head slightly.
"You wished her to come willingly. The negotiations are still ongoing. I'm to see her shortly, and will soon have her just where you want her."
The expression on Pyrrhus's face said he didn't trust Adonis in the least, yet a small smile curved his lips.
"Proceed then, Hunter. Bring the Huntress to me when the sun has faded from the sky on Friday. No later than that. By Friday? Hell, the bastard had moved the date up another 2 days. Could Adonis teach Rachel enough to be able to overcome Pyrrhus? I must have time to handle this right. You have had all the time you need, Adonis, until Friday night. Pyrrhus glanced at the kitchen window and said telepathically to his human host, but without channeling solely to him. Adonis also heard the order. Come, we leave now. As soon as the limousine monstrosity peeled out of their driveway, carrying with it Adonis's greatest enemy, Danae hurried outside to join Adonis. What did he want? Adonis ran his hand over her arm. He's moved up the deadline again. Tears filled Danae's eyes. We can't free them in time, can we? Not with Rachel safely at her uncle's house. We go, Danae, just as I said we would. He opened the Suburban's passenger door for her. We will win this fight. Or die trying. At one time, I thought we might have a chance. But now... Danae shook her head and stared out the window. Adonis didn't even want to consider the odds of this venture. They definitely weren't in their favor. Nearly an hour later, they reached a wooded area along a creek near to where Tobias's main home was situated, and Adonis pulled the vehicle off the road. Her look anxious, his Danae wrung her hands and watched him. You'll be fine. If you run into trouble, vanish, and we'll meet back home and plan something else. He took a deep breath. We'll get through this. We have to. Adonis, I really don't think this will work. I know how much you still want to be one, but need I remind you that you're no longer a hunter? The wanting will not make it happen. We have no other options available to us, and with Pyrrhus breathing down our necks, shortening the deadline even further, we have to act now. He couldn't emphasize the urgency any more than that. She took a ragged breath. As bad as the situation was before, I can't see that it's going to get any better. He agreed, but they had to make the most of their circumstances. We're in this together. He touched her hand, then grasped and squeezed. She pulled away and tugged at her black turtleneck. I haven't worn hunter's clothes since that day. Her tone was forlorn, and she looked away from him. We don't have any choice. If there was some other way, if I could get in without your help, I'd do it in a heartbeat. You know I would. He let out his breath. You look fine. Switch places with me, Danae. You'll be a success. Adonis hadn't meant to sound so harsh, but time was slipping away, and they couldn't risk being seen parked here so close to the hunter's development, sitting idly without purpose. She let out her breath. If Pasha had only listened to Father, we all wouldn't be in this predicament today. Are you sure there's no other way to reach Rachel? A cell phone number we can call? No. I have to get inside their house. You're the only possible solution to the problem. Danae, they're not going to presume you've been turned. Not when you arrive in daylight, wearing Huntress attire, acting very much like a Huntress, as you once did. But if you go at night, they'll suspect you, or anyone else who turns up unannounced and unknown to them, because they're already concerned about Rachel. Although he couldn't help worry that Danae might give herself away out of nervousness. And truly, if his sister didn't do what Adonis said soon, the way she was wringing her hands and looking in the direction that Rachel's uncle's house stood, she'd end up talking him right out of sending her. He didn't want her to be in any danger either, but he could think of no other way of keeping in touch with Rachel. Yet, despite his compulsion to show that hunter Gregory that he had staked his claim to Rachel, Adonis instinctively had staged his misconduct to force her family to take the headstrong woman in for her own protection. Surrounded by her family, they could keep her safest in the event Pyrrhus chose another vampire to force Rachel to go with him, no longer caring about her willingness. Adonis couldn't have allowed it. Danae stared out the windshield. You better be right about this. Hoping the hell he was, he ground his teeth, exited the vehicle, then climbed into the back seat of the SUV while she slipped into the driver's seat. After driving a mile through the expansive hunter's domain, they arrived at the circular drive in front of the main house
and parked behind several other vehicles. She took a deep breath. Looks like the hunters have a gathering planned.
And I intend to join them.
She twisted her head around to look at Adonis, her lower lip dropped, eyes widened. You can't be serious.
Deadly serious. Go, Danae. Be safe.
She offered a curse under her breath, climbed out of the SUV, slammed the door, and headed up the front brick walk, her step less than sure.
Come on, Danae. Show your buried strength.
He wanted to telepathically encourage her, but he feared if he did, it would have the opposite effect, distracting her unduly instead. So he spoke silently to himself, praying she would keep her nerve. Neither was used to using telepathic messaging. It had taken them a couple of weeks to learn how to direct their messages to each other and not share their thoughts with every blasted vampire in range. Hidden by the tinted windows, Adonis watched his sister's progress, his heart thundering with concern for her safety. When she reached the door, she knocked. If anyone attempted to do her harm, Adonis would be at her side in a flash, bearing his extended canines, protecting her. A blonde-haired male with brilliant blue eyes answered the door. Michael. That's the name Rachel had given. Her rogue cousin. Michael's brows lifted. Evidently, he was surprised to see a female stranger visiting a hunter's state unannounced. She spoke for a moment. He nodded, then shut the door in her face. She stood very still, hands at her side forming fists, her back unnaturally stiff. But she didn't dare look in Adonis's direction. Then, a few minutes later, a woman Adonis didn't know opened the door. Danae instantly relaxed her hands, although her back remained stiff. Again, Danae spoke. The woman looked over her shoulder into the house, then turned her attention back to Danae, said a couple of words, and shut the door again. His sister tapped her boot on the porch, curled her hands again into fists, and stared at the solid door. Maybe she was right. The hunters were wary of her and had good reason to be. If she was a human spy for Pyrrhus, she could let a vampire in once she was offered entrance. She just had to convince them she was a huntress. Then they wouldn't feel threatened. A huntress would never let a vampire into a house, after all. The door opened again, and this time Adonis recognized the gray-haired man standing there to be Rachel's Uncle Tobias. Adonis's neck muscles tightened. Tobias studied her with cold gray eyes, didn't say a word for a moment. His silent demeanor meant to analyze and get the truth out of Danae without wasting his breath. She waited submissively, as if she stood before their own father, anticipating his next question or move, respectful of his position. Tobias glanced at the vehicle. Adonis watched him through the tinted windows, studied the older man's reaction, trying to determine if he intended to harm his sister, or if she had secured an opening. Then Tobias's eyes flicked back to Danae, and his expression stern. He waved for her to come inside. When she entered the house, Tobias again looked at the vehicle, then closed the front door. Adonis prayed Danae would keep her wits about her, and if she felt endangered in any way that she would vanish and reappear in the relative safety of their home. Seconds after she disappeared, the door opened, and several male hunters headed for the SUV. They'd search it. Time for a vanishing act. Adonis disappeared and reappeared in the woods surrounding the creek. As soon as it grew dark, he could move around relatively unseen, and as soon as Danae could open a window for him, he could sneak into the house, although the hunter side of him wanted to be welcomed inside like Danae was. But no matter how he gained entrance, once he did, he had free access to Rachel anytime he wanted. He would teach her how to kill human vampires somehow, and try his damnedest to keep his mind off everything else he wanted to do with that sweet body of hers. When Gregory came for Rachel, he'd had to shake her several times before she awoke enough to realize she was wanted downstairs. More of an inquisition? She ran her hands through her hair and groaned, saw the look of lust in Gregory's eyes and frowned. "Go away, Gregory," she said, annoyed. Why couldn't they have had one of her cousins come and fetch her instead? Better yet, one of their wives. "You have a visitor," Gregory said cryptically, reading her facial expression. She was sure as groggy as she felt, she didn't react as she might have, but just the same, She feared at once that Adonis, as arrogant as he was, had come for her. She licked her dry lips and swallowed hard, certain if she saw him in her uncle's house, she'd give both of them away. "Rachel, your uncle is waiting." Gregory offered his hand to her. But if he'd been Adonis, he would have helped her up and not waited for her response. She sighed and closed her eyes. "Rachel," Gregory said, his voice annoyingly pleading. Her cousins wouldn't have allowed her to dawdle either. "Who is it?" she asked, pulling aside the covers, glad she was still dressed, minus her boots. "A friend." But Gregory didn't act as though the person here to see her was truly a friend. He was fishing for answers, which meant so would her uncle. If Adonis got himself killed on her account, she swallowed hard again. And damn if Gregory didn't take notice, again. Maybe he'd just think it was the medicine. She definitely didn't feel herself yet. After she pulled on her boots, waving Gregory away when he tried to assist because she was still not quite in control of her faculties, he helped Rachel into the hall. He seemed to be trying to decide whether to move her more quickly to appeal her uncle or walk at her pace as unsteady as she was. He finally relented and allowed her to walk slowly to the end of the hall and helped her down the stairs and into the living room. The whole place crawled with family. Her uncles Brett and Kurt, her cousins Michael and Zachary, Ferris and his twin Ned and their wives Mary and Trish. But Uncle Tobias was the one she paid attention to the most, his steely gaze fixed on her. If he was annoyed that she moved so slowly, it was all his damned fault. She'd forgotten all about the visitor who wished to see her until Uncle Tobias motioned to Danae sitting on the largest blue velvet couch. When Rachel saw the dark-haired woman, her face paled, her eyes round, her hand clutching the gold medallion framing the emerald at her breast. Rachel's lips parted, and the blood drained from her face all the way down to her toes. The last thing she thought of before she swooned into Gregory's chest was how they'd let the vampire Huntress into her family's home. And now all were doomed. "Rachel," Gregory lifted her off her feet. "I don't think the, medicine is quite worn off yet." Rachel's thoughts blurred. By inviting the vampire into their home, none of her family would be safe again. Danae could let any of the bloodsuckers in. Pyrrhus, any of them. And damn, Danae would let Adonis in. He was bound to get himself killed. Gregory laid her on a couch opposite Danae. Mary quickly covered her with an afghan. Feeling hungover, Rachel stared at Danae, wondering what lies she'd told her family, and how Rachel was now just as implicated. Or would be once she vouched for her. And she had to, if she didn't want the hunters to instantly murder the woman to protect the family. Then she remembered why Brent had administered the drug to her. Oh my God. What had she told her family about Adonis? Her heart beat out of control. Uncle Tobias frowned at her. "Maybe you ought to rest some more. You don't seem to be quite yourself yet." "Danae," Rachel whispered, as if anyone would not be privy to their conversation. "What are you doing here?" "I was worried about you. When you called, you were crying hysterically. I wanted to see if there was anything I could do for you." She had called Danae? She hadn't remembered calling anyone. Adonis must have made Danae come to the house, knowing there was no way he could gain entrance without her help. The woman must have been scared half to death, knowing what the hunters would do to her if they found out she was a huntress who'd been turned. Although Danae put on a good show. Her gaze darted from hunter to hunter while the men stood in the room watching them. Hunter protectiveness, every one of them ready to defend the family, and Danae sacrificing herself for her brother and her cause. And Rachel, a total traitor. Uncle Tobias motioned to Michael. "Where are our manners? Michael, get the young lady something to drink. And Rachel, too. She seems to need something to perk her up." "Would you like a glass of wine?" Michael asked Danae. "No!" Rachel said. "Not for you." Uncle Tobias frowned at Rachel's outburst. "You don't need anything alcoholic at the moment." "Wine will be fine," Danae responded. Could daylight vampires eat and drink real food? She had thought vampires didn't need food in their diets, although the topic had never come up, and she'd never read anything in books on the matter. She was pretty sure Adonis had said they bought blood. Maybe they only used it as a supplement. But Rachel's skin prickled to see Michael's interest in Danae. No way could he get tangled up with a vampire, like the way she herself was intrigued by one. Yet, he was 29 with no hope of ever having a huntress as a mate, and this woman seemed perfectly eligible. Seemed being the key word. Rachel groaned. Gregory leaned over and patted her shoulder. "Are you all right?" "Yes," she snapped, irritated to high heaven that Adonis was making such a mess of her life. 4 of Rachel's other suitors entered the house through the front door, and one acted as the spokesman, speaking to Uncle Tobias in private. Uncle Tobias nodded, and she wondered what that was all about. Michael walked into the room with a glass of wine for Danae and orange juice for Rachel. Then he took a seat on the couch next to Danae. Seemingly satisfied Danae was no danger to Rachel, Uncle Tobias motioned to the other men. "We have some things to discuss. Then we'll all be out for dinner." But before he could retire to the conference room, Mary caught his attention, leaned close, and whispered something in his ear. The tips of his ears turned red. Mary had one of those sweet heart-shaped faces that matched her sugary disposition, but the worry in her green eyes warned Rachel of more trouble. Both Uncle Tobias and Mary turned to look at Rachel. Mary had told on her. But what had Rachel done now? No doubt said something she shouldn't have under the influence of that drug. Uncle Tobias whispered something back to Mary. She nodded and disappeared into the kitchen. Rachel cringed deep inside at the scrutiny her uncle gave her. Now what had she said or done? Uncle Tobias motioned to Brent and spoke to him. Again, both looked at Rachel. In fact, the whole room full of hunters watched her. Whatever she'd done would be discussed next in the hunting conference room. She wanted to slip back to her apartment and bury her head. She wished tomorrow she'd wake and find it was all an unpleasant dream. Gregory walked over to Uncle Tobias, and she knew he was dying to know what crime she'd committed. But her uncle shook his head at his query and made all of her suitors remain outside of the room while he and the other men walked inside. She really must have said something bad for him not to want her suitors to know. Gregory watched her and looked over at Danae, who sipped her wine. The pretty dark-haired woman seemed to relax some. But Rachel's stomach muscles tightened. She knew it was only a matter of time before Danae let Adonis in. And then the trouble would really begin. When Michael opened the door to the conference room, he waved for Rachel's suitors to join them. Gregory leaned over and gave her a kiss on the cheek, then followed the others into the room. Was he trying to show he didn't care what was being said? He still wanted her no matter what? She tried to rise from the sofa too quickly, but collapsed. Danae hurried to her and helped her to stand. There were no others in the room, but still she whispered, "What did they do to you?" "Gave me a truth serum to find out who came to see me on the balcony of the ballroom." Danae's eyes widened and her skin turned like ice. "Can you help me into the kitchen? I have to talk to Mary." "The lady who spoke to your uncle about you?" "Yes, I have to find out what she said." "Do you think it wise?" Danae asked. "I have to know what to expect." Danae helped her into the kitchen where Trish and Mary and 5 other huntresses prepared the evening meal, the aroma of the roast already permeating the air. "Mary, may I have a word with you?" Rachel leaned against Danae for support. Mary rushed to join her and grasped her arm gently. "You should probably lay down, Rachel. You don't seem to be very steady on your feet." She helped Danae take her back to the couch. Rachel took Mary's hand. "Tell me what you said to Uncle Tobias about me that upset him." Mary looked at Danae and took a deep breath. "It's not for me to say. Will you be all right here, or would you like me to have one of the men return you to your room?" Rachel frowned at her. "I want to know what you said to Uncle Tobias. You know how he is. He runs the family. If he wants you to know, he'll speak to you about it. If you don't need anything else, I have to help the other women prepare the meal." Mary kissed her cheek, turned, and scurried back to the kitchen. Rachel fumed. "Would you like to return to your room?" Danae asked. "No." How could all of her family talk behind her back like that? What had she said in front of Trish and Mary? Maybe she could wheedle it out of Trish, her cousin Ferris's wife. "Is there a bathroom I can use to wash up?" Danae asked. Rachel's eyes widened. "You can eat our food?" "Certainly." There was a lot more to Adonis and his sister than they'd revealed to her. Rachel motioned to the stairs, then leaned back into the sofa. She wasn't sure how long she dozed, but when she was conscious of voices floating around and nearby her, she opened her eyes and found the living room full of people again. She sat up. As soon as she did, the room grew quiet. Gregory hurried to join her, attentive as ever. "Dinner's nearly ready," Mary said, giving an early warning. Rachel stood, testing her legs before she took a step. "Are you going to be all right?" Gregory held her arm to steady her. "Yes, I just want to run upstairs for a moment." "I'll go with you." Danae crossed the floor, took Rachel's arm, and walked her toward the steps. "Are you still a bit shaky?" "A little. I need to eat, then I'll feel better." They climbed the stairs and walked into Rachel's old bedroom. The only thing changed since she'd moved out, a new blue velvet comforter covering the bed. Pictures of seascapes still covered her walls, and seashells decorated her dresser from the last time she'd made a trip to Galveston Island. She poked her fingers into her leather purse, lying on the oak bedside table, and pulled a hairbrush out. But the sheer ice blue curtains at the window, shuddering in the breeze, caught her eye. "Oh, Danae, you can't have." She collapsed on the bed, staring at the open window, finally noticing the cool night air whipping into the room. But her blood was so hot, she barely noticed the chill in the room. "Can't have what, Rachel?" "You let him in, didn't you?" "You have to help us kill Pyrrhus. You know you do. Adonis said he'd go on the hunt with your men. He plans to prove he can be as capable or more so than the others. He wants your uncle to accept him, and he needs to visit you freely to tell you the plan concerning Pyrrhus." "He can't, Danae. I don't know what I've said about him to my uncle after I was drugged. He'll be in great danger if anyone catches him in the house with me." "Truthfully, he's in great danger no matter what he does. We all are. You, me, Adonis, and everyone who tries to protect you from Pyrrhus." Rachel hadn't considered that, and the thought forced a shiver down her spine. The bell rang for dinner downstairs in the dining room, jarring her taut nerves. "They'll kill him," Rachel whispered, and rose from the bed to leave the room. "Not if I can help it," Adonis's deep voice said as he appeared behind her next to her bed. She spun around too fast and caught his arms before she sank to her knees to see Adonis standing before her, this time wearing a black turtleneck and jeans like his sister, except a sword was belted at his waist instead of a dagger. God, he looked just like a hunter. Her heart ached to think he could be hers if Pyrrhus hadn't turned him. "They drugged her, Adonis. She doesn't know what she's told them about you," Danae warned. She truly sounded afraid for him. He lifted Rachel into his arms and kissed her mouth with such force she had to gasp for breath. "Only good things, I'm sure." The tears came again. "I'm sorry," Rachel whispered. "I think the medications made me weepy." She was torn between being elated to see him and horrified her family would catch him with her. His look, not in the least arrogant this time, he smiled, warming her heart. "Seeing me has unsettled you, but in a good way." "I don't want them to hurt you." Danae tugged at his arm. "Adonis, someone's coming. They've called for the evening meal. They'll grow concerned if she doesn't go downstairs soon." He laid Rachel on the bed. "Tell them she's not able to eat right now." Danae shook her head and scowled at her brother. "She must eat, and you have to leave. Now." The floorboards creaked in the hall, and Rachel cringed. Several footsteps headed toward her room. The footfalls belonged to angry males. Chapter 8. "I really hate having to leave you like this all the time. Soon, I won't ever again," Adonis whispered, then kissed Rachel's cheek while she lay in the bed, before her bedroom was overrun with hunters who would kill him if they found him in here with her. Before she could respond to his gentle touch, he vanished. Seeing him disappear wrenched at her heart. He was like a warm blanket snatched away from her on a blustery cold day. More than anything else in the world, she wanted his arms wrapped around her while she embraced him in return. But when Michael, Zachary, and Gregory stormed into the room armed with swords readied, she was glad Adonis was safely away.
"Shut that window," Michael ordered, then searched the closet while Zachary locked the window tight.
"What's the matter now?" Rachel asked, irritation lacing her voice.
"Who opened the window?"
"I did. It was stuffy in here." She locked gazes with Michael, not about to tell the truth. She couldn't look at Danae to see her reaction, but she hoped Adonis's sister wouldn't believe she'd tell on her, even though Rachel should have, if she'd been doing what would naturally be expected of her to keep her own family safe.
"It's freezing in here. We'll have to have it nailed shut." Michael lifted her from the bed. "You're joining us downstairs. You need to eat, and Father is anxious about your being alone at any time. Mostly because you didn't come down when the bell rang for supper," Zachary added, a peeved look cast in her direction.
"Danae is here with me. Besides, I would be fine if you bullies hadn't drugged me."
"If you'd told us the truth, we wouldn't have needed to. And moreover, we only did it so that we'd know what we're up against."
Michael jostled her down the stairs while Zachary and Danae led the way. Gregory brought up the rear. "I could have walked," she protested after the fact. She wondered why Michael hadn't given Gregory the honor of carrying her to the table instead. Then she noticed Michael's interest in Danae again. He was showing off how protective, big, and strong he was. It would have been laughable if the whole idea hadn't been so tragic. Danae seemed interested in Michael, too, enjoying his masculine attentions. But a sadness dulled her dark chocolate eyes.
"You're welcome to stay tonight with us, Danae,"
Michael said and seated Rachel at the table. He quickly pulled a chair out for Danae, leaving an empty seat between Rachel and her so he could sit between the two women.
"The women will stay here until we're through with the hunt. But since you live on the other side of town, we wouldn't want you to have to drive all that way so late at night."
"I would like that." Rachel couldn't help but groan. Ugh. Danae was just like her brother Adonis. A troublemaker. And then she wondered what the woman had said to get into the house so easily. What kind of a story had she concocted? Rachel rubbed her temple and stared at her plate. How could she feel protective toward the vampire woman, but at the same time want her family to be safe? She shrank down in her chair. She was quickly becoming a total basket case under Adonis's influence. Her conscience told her to expose the woman and let the hunters take care of her as they would have to. Danae couldn't be allowed to let any other vampire into the house. But Rachel's heart wouldn't allow her to expose Danae's true nature. Instead, Rachel had to hope Danae's Huntress sensibilities and her desire for Rachel to help them kill Pyrrhus would keep the Huntress turned vampire from doing anything to hurt Rachel's family. To Rachel's left, Ned sat, and on the other side of him, Mary. She was surprised Gregory wasn't seated beside her. Instead, her cousins were seated on either side. For her protection? She shook her head, annoyed. Roast beef, mashed potatoes, gravy, asparagus, and salad were served, along with homemade rolls and wine. Noticeably absent were hunter children who stayed with other hunter families before their fathers hunted. The calm was necessary for the hunters to prepare themselves mentally for the task ahead of them. Rachel studied the number of hunters. Ned, Ferris, Michael, Zachary, Gregory, the remaining 5 of her suitors, and 4 of Tobias's cousins. Why the large turnout? They were going after some significant numbers of vampires to have such a crowd, and she wasn't privy to what they were up to, as usual. She stifled a scowl as her skin prickled with irritation. She wanted to go too, and she would, somehow. She reached for her glass of wine. Michael quickly snatched it away from her. She frowned at him, and he gave her a small smile.
"Sorry, but the ladies shouldn't have set a glass of wine at your place setting tonight. Not in the condition you're currently in."
Rachel tightened her hands into fists. Her condition was due to their drugging her. She couldn't quash the resentment that filled every pore, that they had given the serum to her against her will. Mary rose from the table. "I'm sorry, Rachel. I meant to get you water." Rachel hated being treated differently at any time, and her blood heated. But then again, she was different. She was the only female who had wanted to hunt beyond her teen years. The others, for the most part, were happy to settle down. Plus, she was the only one who'd been marked by a vampire, and the only one ever to be under a vampire's contract. Stealing her back, she turned her attention to Uncle Tobias. "I want to go with you on the hunt tonight." Mary handed her a glass of water, then took her seat. Conversation ceased. Many continued to scrape forks across plates as they dug into their food, but no further words were spoken. Several pairs of eyes considered her as if she was the entertainment for the evening meal. Others looked at Tobias, waiting for his response. He nodded.
Gregory said you wished to do this.
Gregory watched her, but didn't smile. She figured her uncle had said no to him, but at least Gregory had attempted to do her bidding. And for the first time, she felt something for him other than disinterest. Admiration, maybe for his trying so hard to please her. But Adonis had stolen her heart.
I have to say no.
Uncle Tobias buttered a roll.
But it's not safe for you to go out at night now.
She looked down at her plate of untouched food, trying to figure how to persuade him otherwise. She had no intention of being locked up in a hunter's house every night for the rest of her life, hiding from Pyrrhus. She faced her uncle. If I were surrounded by hunters, he shook his head. She tensed, unable to school her feelings. Her uncle was stubborn like the rest of the hunters. You could use me as bait. Mary choked on her wine and coughed. Ned leaned over and patted her back. Uncle Tobias lifted his wine glass.
We don't use our huntresses for vampire bait.
He comes for me. Rachel stood and motioned to some of the men and women who were close to her age. One of the women in particular, Lynella, a thorn in her side from the beginning. Some of you taunted me while I was growing up. He'd come for me, the one who marked me. That's what you said. Only we didn't know who he was. Pyrrhus. Let him come to me then, and we'll kill him. Her uncle's voice grew gruff.
I won't use you like a lamb at the slaughter.
I'm not a lamb. I'm a huntress.
Sit. Eat, Rachel. The medicine has made you emotional.
Unruly, you meant to say. She threw her napkin on the table. Before she made it 2 steps away from her chair, Michael jumped from his seat and grabbed her arm, detaining her.
Sit, her uncle reiterated, and eat.
She sat in her chair and stared at her food. She could be just as stubborn as the hunters. Tonight, she'd go on a hunt. Maybe not the one the others went on, but she'd go just the same. She began to cut up her roast. Eating would give her strength, and she'd need every ounce of it to take down the worst vampire of them all. But after the meal, she was determined to learn how to hunt human vampires to ready herself for Pyrrhus himself. When she began working on her meal, the conversation started up again. The entertainment had ended. She glanced up to see Gregory watching her. Was he the one who'd stay behind to make sure she was safe? Retiring to bed following the meal was her plan. After that, she'd wing it. But she had to wait until the hunters left the house first. Once she finished her meal, she stood. Again, the dining room grew quiet, like a silent scene in a snow-filled winter landscape. Uncle Tobias quit speaking to his cousin Brent and turned to her.
What is it now, Rachel?
I was going to retire to my bedroom.
Sit and wait for the rest of us to finish eating.
Her blood heated. I was going to lie down. He stood. Not a good sign. Then he walked around the table to where she was.
Come with me.
He waited for her to comply, then she walked with him out of the room. The conversation renewed about idle talk, but she was certain after she and her uncle were out of earshot, the conversation would again center on her. Not to be conceited or anything, but controversy was always a preferable topic to the mundane. After Uncle Tobias took her into his office, he motioned to a chair and shut the door. When he sat in his desk chair and she was sitting opposite him, he said,
I've not been the best father for you, I'm afraid, Rachel. But in truth, I do want the best for you. Seeing that you weren't interested in settling down as young as most of our huntresses do, I allowed you to continue to hunt. Granted, not human vampires. I couldn't let you.
He looked weary all of a sudden.
I couldn't afford to lose you like I did my brother and sister-in-law. I owed it to the memory of them to keep you safe. And frankly, having sons and nephews to keep in line, having a niece was refreshing.
He shifted in the leather seat.
But it's time for you to select a mate.
He took a deep breath.
However, the situation with Pyrrhus must be resolved first. I hadn't wanted to upset you with the details concerning who had killed your parents once we learned who had done the deed."
She didn't believe him. Like her cousin Michael, she rebelled in a lot of ways. Her Uncle Tobias probably assumed she'd target Pyrrhus by herself, and he was dead right.
"And Rachel, until Pyrrhus sent this vampire to bring you to him, we really hadn't believed his marking you meant he'd attempt to claim you when you were older."
As much as she wanted to believe Adonis was totally being honest with her, what if he really was the vampire's pawn as much as she was? What had Adonis said? That Pyrrhus couldn't control him for the most part? Which part? The one where he was ordered to bring Rachel to him? Maybe using any or all means available to him? Rachel's thoughts began to merge into a muddle. Pyrrhus had sent Adonis to deliver Rachel to him. That much seemed to be the truth. She rubbed her temple, trying to soothe the ache that stitched its way across it. What if his smooth-talking, seductive moves were all a show? Well, truly, she didn't believe they could be. But what if he had no real intention of keeping her for himself, as he said, but only pretended he planned to kill Pyrrhus? That in the end he couldn't kill the bastard any more than he could allow her to? Maybe not even consciously realizing it. She took a deep, calming breath. "How did you find out that Pyrrhus was the one who'd killed my parents?"
"One of his bloodsuckers volunteered the information when Zachary had him cornered the night before the ball. The rogue vampire knew he was going to die, and he wanted the last word."
Had Pyrrhus killed my parents when they were on a hunt? But then again, only her father would have been hunting, she assumed.
"No, that's what confused us. They'd had dinner with me that evening, but when they returned home, they never made it inside. He'd attacked them in front of their house. Your father defended you and your mother the best he could, but the ancient vampire still killed both of them."
Rachel touched her shoulder, remembering being frightened to death because her father was fighting with a vampire, and her mother was holding her tight. But the vampire had been between them and the house, and so there had been no escaping him. That's why she imagined Uncle Tobias had set up the housing development outside Dallas for hunters, exclusively for them and their families. Some lived on their own in different parts of the city, but many lived together as a protective force. She sighed. For years, she'd had nightmares about the dark. Something evil lurked there, waiting for her, just as Pyrrhus had hidden in the dark. Sometimes the scar on her shoulder burned during her nightmares, waking her. Even now, when she had to force herself to explore the darkness, her heart would quicken, as if she were attempting to outrun the devil himself, and her scar would prickle with apprehension. "Why didn't he just kill me too?" she asked softly.
"We never knew. Some thought your Uncle Brent and Uncle Kurt, who left my home later than your parents, heard your mother scream and scared him off before he could take your life, leaving him only enough time to mark you. Others felt he scarred you on purpose and planned to return for you when you were an acceptable age. When your birthdays continued to pass without incident, we decided the notion he wished to return for you was incorrect."
Apparently not.
"We thought maybe someone had taken him down also. He'd vanished from the area for several years. Rachel, I don't want to lose you, and I owe it to your father, my youngest brother, to keep you safe as well."
For the first time that she could remember, her uncle's eyes watered. She swallowed, trying to keep her composure, then stood. When she walked over and gave him a hug, he seemed surprised at her action, his jaw dropping and his eyes round. "You've been the only father that I've ever truly known. My dad would have been pleased you raised me as well as you have." Her uncle's gray eyes sparkled. He kissed her forehead.
"But you must mind me, and allow me to take care of this the best way I think it should be handled."
She had no intention of doing as he asked. She couldn't live in fear of Pyrrhus coming for her forever. And Adonis was right. It was an expected practice that hunters' children would take down the vampire that killed their parents, although normally it would have been only the father who would die hunting a vampire. Traditionally, the hunter's sons would hunt the rogue. In fact, she'd never heard of a huntress doing such a thing. But being an only child, she'd have to avenge her parents' death. she'd set a precedence. The blood in her veins surged with vengeance, and she desired to find some balance in her life, to chase away the shadows that haunted her nights, to rid herself of the fear of the devil vampire himself, Pyrrhus. Her uncle broke into her thoughts.
I've asked that Michael stay to watch over you tonight.
She attempted to prevent her breathing from escalating too quickly. Michael would keep her under his thumb, she was certain, and at the same time make his moves on Danae.
But Gregory asked to allow me to have him remain behind instead.
Rachel nearly quit breathing. Gregory was a milk toast around her most of the time. She'd get around him some way or another.
All right, Rachel.
Attempting a subdued appearance, she mutely nodded, afraid to speak and reveal her enthusiasm. Her uncle would be sure to think she was up to something, and change his mind.
Then let us return to the meal, and when everyone is done, the hunters will leave. Afterward, you may visit with the ladies or retire to your room. It's your choice. Although Gregory will be disappointed if you hide away in your bedroom.
He rose from his seat, then paused.
I don't want you to see this Adonis Cameron any further, however.
She gulped. His eyes turned hard.
I mean it. He's not to get near you again.
They walked out of the office. Her uncle would have to tell Adonis that then. No way was she going to convince the hunter-turned-vampire to stay away from her. Nor would she want it. When they walked into the dining room, the conversation ceased. The dinner plates had been removed, and most everyone sipped coffee while several were eating slices of chocolate cake. Energy for the fight ahead. She took her seat while her uncle sat in his chair. How could she sneak out of the house and participate in a hunt on her own? How would she find renegade vampires that needed to be terminated? Not all vampires were evil, after all. Those were the questions that plagued her now. As the hunters headed out to their vehicles following the meal, Michael lingered to say goodbye to Danae, and Rachel hated seeing the interest the two had in each other. Wringing her hands, Danae glanced at Rachel. Worried about Michael's attention to her? And maybe how Rachel would view it? Rachel bit her lip. No way could she encourage the vampire to seduce her cousin. To Rachel's surprise and consternation, Danae leaned forward and kissed Michael's cheek. Was it the vampire in the woman, or the huntress that made her stick her neck out so? Hell, Danae was as bad as Adonis. Michael's eyes sparkled, and his lips rose. Then he returned the kiss quickly against her mouth. Rachel groaned inwardly. Ugh, not a good sign. Already the mating ritual had begun. Michael walked outside and climbed into the driver's seat of his SUV. Rachel prayed all her family and the other hunters would remain safe tonight. Gregory closed the front door and locked it. Turning, he smiled at Rachel with a speculative gleam in his eye. But the interest he seemed to have in her didn't have the same effect on her as Adonis did. I thought we might spend some time alone in the parlor, he said. Adonis would have suggested whisking her off to somewhere much more private than the parlor, and she would have embraced the notion. I'm sorry, Gregory. After all that's happened today, I'm exhausted. I'm retiring to my room. He clasped his hand in hers, possessive, forceful, his voice deepening a bit with a hint of a threat. I really want to talk. Casting him an irritated look meant to quell his insistence, she shook loose of him. Later. Tonight is not the time. Her raised voice caught the attention of Mary and Trish, who both looked in her direction from the living room. Gregory seemed to take the not-so-subtle hint finally, and bowed to her slightly. Maybe because the other ladies were present, and he didn't want to create a scene that might be mentioned to Uncle Tobias. As you wish. But his words were couched in hostility. She assumed if she became his wife, she'd hear more about her actions from him later, but she had no intention of marrying him, now or ever. She said goodnight to the other ladies and headed for the stairs with Danae. Mary and Trish came after her, and she instantly squared her shoulders, preparing for a battle on a new front. Mary wound a shoulder-length dark brown curl around her finger. Your uncle wished for you to stay with us a while. I have no intention of sleeping on the couch again. All right, if you really are retiring to bed then, Trish said. I am. We'll be up to check on you later.
Great. Rachel and Danae navigated the steps, then walked into her bedroom and shut the door. Now what? Rachel asked. She headed for the window. Lock the door, Adonis said, making Rachel gasp, and she wheeled around to see him behind her. Her heart beat wildly when he kissed her cheek. She didn't wait for him to do anything else, but flung her arms around his neck in an enthusiastic embrace. He chuckled while he squeezed her tightly against his firm chest. You missed me. The way his dark eyes penetrated her with desire sent her whole body into hormonal turmoil. Yes, she missed him, although she needed to focus on business. Danae locked the door. I want to hunt, to take down some human vampires before you deliver me to Pyrrhus, but the other ladies are checking on me in a little while. Rachel touched his dark hair still bound in a ponytail. Danae will tell them you're still sleeping. They won't realize you've ever left the room if all works as planned. He nuzzled his smooth face against her cheek. She loved the feel of a hunter's face against her skin, although the vampire had the same trait, unlike humans who grew a prickly stubble in no time. It's time to learn how to kill a human vampire. I don't have my sword. He reached down and placed his hand on the dagger at her waist, his fingers touching her, sending a spark of desire straight to her loins. You'll have to use a dagger on Pyrrhus. He'd never let you get close enough if you were wielding a sword. She swallowed hard. She'd always used her sword on vampire dogs, an attempt to stay away from their wicked fangs, but she always wore a dagger just in case. He led her to the window, then he slipped his arm around her waist. He swooped out of the window with her in his warm embrace, then landed on the ground. Clinging to him, she felt slightly dizzy. He frowned as he hurried her to his SUV. Your family is going to the eastern part of the city. After Pyrrhus. They won't find him there, but I'm taking you to the western side, just to ensure we don't accidentally run into any of your family. After closing her car door, he appeared in the driver's seat. He drove slowly along the drive, attempting not to make too much noise while leaving the estate that would alert those left behind. What about Danae? What if they discover I'm not in bed and treat her badly? No way did she want her family to hurt Danae. She can always make a hasty retreat like I do. But of course if she does, they'll know she's not what she says she is. We'll have to hope that doesn't happen, for all our sakes. And then the hunt would be called off so the men could locate Rachel. She shuddered. She was certain her uncle wouldn't make Rachel leave the family, like he'd done with Michael, but she'd be ostracized and remain with the family, which would be about the same kind of punishment, or worse. Where are we going exactly? To a furniture warehouse. 4 Rottweilers guard the place. Some of Pyrrhus's vampires intend to turn them. We'll beat them to the building, and you can take care of the vampires. And if they got there too late, she'd be stuck putting down more killer vampire dogs. But then another worrisome thought occurred to her. It doesn't bother you that I'm going to terminate other vampires? She couldn't imagine Adonis wouldn't feel something negative about her killing vampires. No, I'm not really one of them. Only Pyrrhus has any tie to me. The others barely tolerate me. They didn't like it that he turned a hunter and his Huntress sister. It's never been done before, as far as I know. We're not considered totally loyal. If Pyrrhus dies, they'll have it in for both Danae and me. She couldn't imagine how awful it must be for Adonis and Danae. The vampires wouldn't accept them, nor would a hunter's family willingly invite them to join them. The notion struck a chord of sympathy in her for them. Even though she sometimes felt like she didn't fit in with her family, she was still very much loved. She wanted Adonis and his sister both to feel they belonged to a family again, as most hunters long to be. How did he turn you? He hesitated to answer her. She studied him in the dark, wishing she could see his facial expression. Was he upset at how they'd come to be here? Or was something else delaying his answer? Something that could prove not in her best interests. Chapter 9. Adonis turned down another dark road that Rachel recognized led to a warehouse district, her skin cold with anticipation, her heartbeat accelerating. She wished she could command it to beat more steadily,
knowing Adonis could hear her anxiousness with his super-enhanced hearing, just as he could if the blood wasn't pulsing so hard in her ears.
Before you hunt, you have to clear your mind of everything. Anything that could distract you from your job.
Yes, she knew this from her hunter training classes. The key was to be able to concentrate on only the menace before you, nothing else, allowing no other distractions.
Emotions have to be buried.
Emotions. Now that could be a problem. When faced with a dog that was ready to rip her throat out, she could handle it. But what if the vampire rogue smiled at her sweetly, no fangs extended, no threat involved? Then what? Would she react too late? But Adonis was avoiding her question. I know all this. What has any of this got to do with you being turned? Again, he paused before he spoke. She imagined the memory was painful. Did he worry she'd be thinking about it when she should be concentrating on killing rogue vampires? Not knowing will make it worse for me. I have a very vivid imagination, Adonis. He reached over and ran his hand over her fingers, resting on the console.
My sister had lost contact with her friend and came here looking for her. When we discovered her body, we investigated and soon learned Pyrrhus was at the heart of the matter. He had murdered Pasha's friend.
You sought revenge? You went to his estates and... He released a ponderous sigh.
I'll tell you everything, Rachel.
He lifted her fingers to his lips and kissed them.
Everything. But now is not the time.
With her free hand, she touched his shoulder. I'm so sorry, Adonis. My uncle would have welcomed you into the family. I know he would have. We have one other that joined us from California. Some of my suitors and a couple of the women who married into my family came from other parts of Texas to ensure no one is too closely related. Had you only sought our help. He nodded, and yet she sensed there was more to the story than he was willing to let on. He and his family must have stormed the estates and been caught off guard. A rare occurrence, unless they'd been so angry they had not used enough caution. But then again, her mother and father had been caught off guard too. She stared out the window. Why did your sister's friend come here?
She'd met some hunter and ran away from her family. Her family should have taken care of the matter, not mine. But since my sister had gotten involved, we couldn't very well let her run loose on her own.
He sounded angry. She wanted to soothe the hunter seated beside her, who had lost his identity in one foul meeting with Pyrrhus. But Adonis wouldn't want her pity. Yet she had no idea how to comfort him, to show him it didn't matter to her what he was. Is there anything else? Not that what had happened wasn't enough, but she instinctively knew he was holding back. Nothing he said had made her so emotionally unstable that she couldn't complete her mission. What was he not telling her?
I will tell you all about it later.
His voice was shadowed with concern. Whatever it was, it couldn't be good. Was he more vampire than hunter now? For an instant, a crushing panic filled her chest. What if he had gotten her away from her family and intended to turn her over to Pyrrhus after all? Here in the dead of the night, in the darkened warehouse district where low light barely penetrated the gloom. Maybe he wanted Pyrrhus and his vampires to trust him, and this would prove his loyalty. Hunters wouldn't truly accept him for what he was now. But if he could wreak havoc with hunter groups because he had been a hunter, couldn't that put him in better stead with his vampire clan? How could she be so trusting of a hunter? No, a vampire, who might very well be leading her to her death. Or worse, a life of servitude as Pyrrhus's mistress. Her face grew hot. She chastised herself for being so naive. She touched her dagger. Could she use it on Adonis if need be? To protect her life? To prevent being turned? She thought she could. But the meal she had eaten curdled in her stomach. But no, he seemed so sincere that his sister needed her help and meant what they said. She was certain her thoughts were running amok because of having to hunt her first human vampires. My parents were caught off guard too, she said softly. Adonis pulled into an empty lot where a metal building sat squarely, covering a whole block, and shut off his headlights, then killed the engine.
Your uncle finally told you what happened? His dark eyes indicated his apprehension. Was he worried about how she felt? Or concerned she might not be able to handle the job now? She couldn't shake free of the feeling of distrust that had worn its way into the pit of her stomach. He said Pyrrhus killed them in front of their home after my uncle had them over for dinner. Why did Pyrrhus kill them? She shook her head and took a stabilizing breath. No one knows. Where were you at the time? Crying next to my mother's body. He must have marked me, then taken off. He squeezed the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white. But why? I can't figure out why he wants you so badly. She vacillated between staying in the car and learning the truth and getting on with the mission. If he marked you, he'd want to claim you at the right time when you were an acceptable age. As his mistress. She exhaled the breath she'd been holding. Adonis reached to take her hand, but she pulled back. His expression grew grave. I was ordered to take you to him, yes, but I would never give you up to him. It is as I said. I'm taking you there because you can get close to him, like no other hunter or huntress can. Together, we'll kill him. He reached out to take her hand in his. She desired his touch, to confirm that he truly cared for her. But could he? Was a vampire capable of love? She'd always been told they weren't, that they were only interested in fulfilling their sexual needs. Speaking about this right now is not a good idea. You have to have a clear head to fight the bloodsuckers. Could the reason Pyrrhus wants me be anything to do with my father? Perhaps he hunted someone Pyrrhus cherished. I've never seen him attached to anyone the month I've known him. The only thing I could think of was Pyrrhus wanted to show your uncle how powerless he is compared to the vampire, despite the fact Tobias is the head of the Hunter League here in Dallas. That's probably it, although it didn't make the situation any less tenable. Adonis squeezed her hand with reassurance. Are you going to be all right? Yes. She had to be. She had to eliminate the devil vampire himself or forever be kept in seclusion, worrying he'd snatch her away from her family. Several of her kind had tried and failed to terminate the bastard, but they'd used the usual hunter techniques, attempting to lure him away from his fortified estate and go in for the kill. She would go into the heart of his estate, at his request, and when she was ready, and on her own terms, she would terminate him. I want you to handle them on your own, so that you'll get a feel of taking care of multiple threats, but I'll be nearby in case you need me. He leaned over the console and kissed her lips. When he pulled back, she wasn't ready for the separation. She reached forward and pressed her mouth against his, making him smile. Then he took a ragged breath. It's nearly time for them to arrive. I need to get you in before that happens. He climbed out of the SUV. She couldn't squelch the butterflies fluttering in her stomach as she exited the vehicle. What now? He slipped his arm around her waist. I'll take you to that free escape balcony up there. Then I'll get you inside, and you've been invited in before? She'd envisioned he'd have to break a lock, and then she'd have to go inside to invite him in. But if the vampires were to be here to turn dogs, they must have been invited in already. Maybe he'd been with them at the same time. He was one of them, came to mind. A shiver crept up her spine. Earlier today, I paid the place a visit. I asked to see the manager, and as soon as the foreman let me in, I apologized and said I was in the wrong building and left. Anyway, I'll unlock the door from the inside and let you in. How can the other vampires get in? She asked. I don't know. Maybe a host let them in last night. I really am not sure. So he hadn't been with them. For whatever reason, that gave her a small bit of relief, knowing that he didn't chum around with them all the time. After he alighted on the balcony with Rachel, he kissed her lips, his warm touch lingering a bit. Then he pressed her mouth more firmly and moaned when she melted against him. Holding her face in his hands, he touched his forehead against hers and closed his eyes. Did he worry whether she would manage on her own all right? Hunters didn't take down vampire humans unless they'd been supervised for some time. Would he come to her aid if she needed him to? As much as she wanted to do this, she couldn't reassure herself she'd be fine. Adonis kissed her forehead. I'll let you in. Then he vanished.
She blinked. She'd never get used to him disappearing like that. Within seconds, the door squeaked open, and with her heart beating pell-mell, she walked inside. A narrow walkway, surrounded by a wrought iron railing, led to the offices on the second level of the building. But in the center of the warehouse, it was open air from the first floor all the way up to the ceiling. She guessed was about 30 feet high. She peered down. Crates were stacked like building black towers all along the edges of the warehouse and extended several feet deep. A metal stairway led down to the ground floor. A fraction of the building's lights were on. In a restaurant, she would have considered it ambiance. Here, it made the place appear sinister. Adonis touched her hand, and he raised his finger to his lips, warning her to be quiet. "Where are the dogs?" she whispered. "I'll see to the dogs. I can use my abilities to make them sleep. I'll be back for you after that." Again, Adonis disappeared. Her heart in her throat, she did breathing exercises to try and calm her nerves. Leaning against the railing, she peered down into the dimly lit warehouse, searching for any sign of the dogs, Adonis, or the other vampires, but didn't hear anyone or anything. She listened silently, now barely breathing, trying to hear any sound indicating a vampire's arrival. She envisioned Adonis would begin speaking to the vampires down below, then bring them to her. After all, they were supposed to turn the dogs, so the vampires would initially go to where they were. So she listened intently for their words, but then realized Adonis and the bloodsuckers would most likely convey their thoughts telepathically. She hadn't considered that. No prior warning for her then. It didn't bode well. Seconds later, she heard dogs growling. Evidently, Adonis had found the Rottweilers. But the flapping noise nearby set her nerves on edge. She yanked out her dagger. The hair stood at the nape of her neck, but she didn't see any sign of anyone, and the dogs had grown quiet. "What have we here?" an unfamiliar man's voice said from above her. She jerked her gaze upward. Standing on a ladder leaning against the wall and 3 feet higher than her, a man looked down at her. Approximately 6 feet tall, with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, the vampire's dark eyes pierced her with intrigue. He wore a black cape and jeans, but an ice-white shirt opened far enough to reveal his pale skin. She held her dagger ready, but wished she had her sword. Now she wasn't sure she could kill a human vampire, not when they didn't snarl at her with fangs poised for her destruction. She steeled her back. "Why don't you come down and see?" "I thought the warehouse owner only had dogs here to guard his merchandise. Who'd have thought he'd have a female security officer, and one as pretty as you to boot?" He didn't realize she was a huntress? That knowledge definitely gave her the advantage. Sure, why would he think a lone huntress would be waiting to terminate him inside a warehouse? The vampire jumped down from the ladder with a springy, half-flying step and landed on the grating in front of Rachel. Her heart picked up its pace, and she tightened her grip on the dagger. Kill her, turn her into his own kind, or maybe have some fun with her first. That's what he was trying to decide, she assumed. He glanced down at her dagger. "Guess the owner's too cheap to provide you with a firearm. Or maybe you're afraid of guns?" He looked into her eyes, piercingly intense, as though he tried to control her thoughts. And then what? Make her drop her weapon? Vampires liked the odds in their favor. Unarmed, mindless humans to do with as they wished. But when he couldn't control her, his eyes widened a bit. Realization dawning? He glanced back at her dagger, and his head jerked upward. "Huntress!" he hissed, his teeth instantly extending and bared at her. Without a minute's hesitation, she lunged at him, plunged the ancient hunter's blade between his ribs and into his heart. Instantly he wizened into a mummified figure of a man, like those entombed in ancient Egypt, dry skin clinging to bones. Then he collapsed to the floor. An ancient. She killed one all on her own. Before she could feel any further exhilaration about his death and the fact she had the huntress skills to do this, a vampire hissed behind her. She whipped around to face a female this time. Her perilous canines already extended, bared at Rachel. No surprise attack this time. Rachel charged forward, managed to strike the vampire with her dagger, but the blade struck into her chest and hit a rib, missing the heart. The creature screamed out, then grabbed Rachel's shoulder and slammed her against the wall. Pain radiated through Rachel's back, and she accidentally bit her lip. Blood trickled down her chin. Rachel quickly shoved her blade into the vampire's body again, but the weapon glanced off another rib. The vampire hissed and grabbed Rachel's throat and squeezed hard. Nearly out of air, Rachel thrust her dagger once, but not being able to see what she was doing, she again missed the heart. Leaning over, the vampire ripped at Rachel's blouse with her teeth, tearing the fabric apart, exposing Rachel's skin. Rachel struggled to pull her dagger free from the vampire's chest. The vampire hissed, then sank her teeth against Rachel's shoulder. Pain stabbed her as the wicked fangs cut into her. But just as quickly, the vampire pulled her canines out and released her grip on Rachel's throat. Her eyes widened as she looked from Rachel's shoulder to her face. Then she took a step back. The vampire's strange action allowed Rachel to gasp for air. Her breathing ragged, Rachel lunged forward and jammed her blade into the vampire's chest. This time, the weapon struck the heart muscle. The vampire cried out, shriveled up, and shrank to the floor into a heap of dehydrated skin and bones and baggy clothing. Another ancient. Rachel held her throat and continued to pant to get her breath, her heart beating too fast. But suddenly, voices down below, somewhere in another part of the warehouse, made her attempt to quiet her actions. "You're bringing her to me tonight, then," a male voice said, his tone dark. "Her uncle's concerned for her welfare. I can't help it that one of your other blood bonds told the hunters you were coming after her." Adonis responded, annoyed. "You are the one who caused the hunters' caution. I should kill you where you stand and send another for her." Pyrrhus? Was it the devil vampire himself? Rachel clutched the railing, wanting to confront the bastard, wanting to protect Adonis in the event the vampire meant what he said. Adonis couldn't kill the vampire, but Pyrrhus could easily kill the hunter. But she feared she couldn't fight him either, that if she ran down the stairs, Pyrrhus would grab her and take her to his lair. And that would be the end of Adonis's plans, and most likely the end of Adonis and his family. "She wouldn't come willingly to some other vampire of your choosing. You know this," Adonis said, so arrogant, so sure of himself. And she loved him for it. Silence, pacing, then a cruel chuckle. "Maybe an unwilling huntress would be more to my liking. Humans are a different story. But a woman like that, you wouldn't want her like that. That's what makes her so desirable, that you can will a huntress to you, that normally could never be approached." "We have a deal, Adonis," the man said. Silence. "Where in the hell are Circes and Julia? They should have been here by now." Hoping the door wouldn't make any creaking sounds, although when they had first opened it, it had not, Rachel pushed it ajar as much as she dared to and slipped outside into the cool, damp night air. Adonis and Pyrrhus had a deal. Could Adonis be his own man? Or was he just Pyrrhus's minion? But then she considered the fact Adonis hadn't turned her over to him. Instead, had said she was safe at her uncle's place. He was buying her time to get away. She peered down from the balcony outside the building. There wasn't any way down except for the way a vampire traveled. A wrought iron staircase had been removed in part, probably to reduce the chance of break-ins. Dropping 10 feet to the asphalt didn't seem like a viable alternative. She'd most likely break a leg. Or two. She glanced back at the building. When Pyrrhus discovered his dead vampire buddies, he'd know a hunter had been in the building, and recently. Too recently. Upon seeing a ladder extending to the roof, she headed for it. After climbing halfway up it, the door opened onto the balcony. She paused for a second. Then, as carefully as she could, she hurried the rest of the way up to the roof, praying to God she could move as soundlessly as the vampires did. "Julius. Circes." The man's words were filled with regret. "There's no sign of anyone here," the same man said, his voice darkening with rage. "The hunter has to be in the warehouse somewhere." Again there was a pause. "Or on the roof." "I'll check it out," Adonis said. He didn't betray any hint of emotion. "If you find him, save him for me." The door slammed. In the next instant, Adonis stood on top of the roof. Rachel didn't move, afraid her footfalls on the rooftop would alert the vampire inside. "My God, Adonis, was it Pyrrhus?" she whispered. Adonis moved in his silent way and pulled her close, his body stiff with tension. His gaze darted from place to place, trying to assess their dark surroundings. "Shh. Yes. I have to get you out of here." "But can't I kill him now?" "Not here." "Why not? Are there others?" "You're not ready." He grasped her waist and held her even closer this time, his body protective and welcome. He transported her to the parking area, then settled beside his SUV. "Go home." His voice was hurried, verging on panic. He handed her the vehicle's keys. "Wait for me in the SUV, or Danae can return you to the house. When Pyrrhus and I have finished searching for the hunter, I'll return to you." "But go, Rachel, before he catches us together." He vanished without another word, making her heart skip a beat. Not waiting another second to be discovered, she slipped into the driver's seat. What if Pyrrhus learned of Adonis's treachery? She shuddered to think what would become of him, and for an instant she wanted to go to him, to help if Pyrrhus tried to kill him. Then her thoughts shifted to her uncle's house. What if she couldn't get into the house before someone found out she had left? Perspiration trickled down her forehead. Danae. She couldn't be found out either. Turning the ignition on, she shuddered as it seemed the whole world would hear the start of the vehicle's engine. Then she rolled out of the parking area, and once she was on the road, sped off, her thoughts shifting from being hopeful that Adonis could handle Pyrrhus sufficiently to concern about Danae's plight. Rachel couldn't help feeling sorry for the woman, who had no choice but to live the life as a huntress turned. If she could, Rachel would show her the kindness and friendship the woman deserved. She couldn't even imagine not having another woman to share confidences with. Although, come to think of it, Rachel couldn't with Mary or Trish about the mess she'd become involved in of late either. Rachel tore down the road, intent on arriving before anything bad could happen to Danae. The poor woman had already been to hell and back. Rachel had to ensure nothing else bad happened to her. But when a man stepped into the path of her car in the distance, his action forced her to slow down. Not a drunk or a nutcase. A cool breeze flipped his long black hair across his face, the full sleeves of his silky ebony shirt billowing, his hands spread out as if he was welcoming her embrace. And then he smiled, his canines fully extended, his smile malicious, deadly. Pyrrhus. Chapter 10. Adonis explored around the buildings for a few minutes, delaying the inevitable, giving Rachel a chance to get far enough away before Pyrrhus left the warehouse. When he didn't think he could prolong the unavoidable any longer, he returned to the warehouse, thankful that Pyrrhus couldn't read his thoughts. Why in the world had Pyrrhus decided to come here of all places, and at this time of night? Adonis's gut tightened when he thought Pyrrhus might have grabbed Rachel so easily, but a guarded relief washed over him to know she was safely away. When he saw no sign of Pyrrhus down below, he quickly ensured the dogs were still sleeping, then returned to the walkway up above. Pyrrhus stood with his arms folded, staring at the bodies of his blood-bonded relations, his expression dark. His long black hair hung loosely about his narrow shoulders, and Adonis wondered if Pyrrhus had left his estate in a hurry, as untidy as he looked. Had Circes or Julia warned him about the Huntress? What had made him come here, tonight of all nights? Knowing Rachel could have so easily fallen into Pyrrhus's grasp, Adonis still couldn't shake loose of the chill pervading his soul. When he'd seen the devil vampire himself loitering outside the building, checking out Adonis's Suburban, he'd gone out to greet him, to stall for time, worried sick that Rachel might die at the fangs of the vampires without his help. Yet he could do nothing for her, not with Pyrrhus here also. Nothing had gone as planned, except that she'd managed to kill the vampires and escaped relatively unscathed. But she'd had a struggle, and been bitten, which indicated she wasn't ready to take Pyrrhus on yet. The smell of her blood stirred his bloodlust even now. She was just too vulnerable. But somehow he had to help her learn to take down another ancient, quickly. Pyrrhus crouched and touched Julia's wizened chest, his ebony eyes studying her more closely. The hunter was an amateur. He motioned to the stab wounds. Look at the number of times he had to strike Julia to kill her. He glanced back at Circe's. He must have caught Circe's unaware somehow. Adonis considered the dead vampires, his gut clenching with dread that Rachel had struggled so with Julia. He'd never have left Rachel alone to fend for herself if it weren't for the fact he'd been distracted in another part of the warehouse, investigating what he thought was Julia and Circe's arrival. But seeing Pyrrhus through the window had caused him even more concern. When Julia and Circe's arrived, they must have sensed Rachel nearby, and had targeted her first instead of the dogs. Pyrrhus rubbed his pointed chin. And yet if the hunter had just reached adulthood, why in the world did others not come with him to ensure he wasn't overwhelmed with his mission? He shook his head. And how did he know about our people being here in the first place? He glared at Adonis. Tall and thin, Pyrrhus didn't appear to have the strength Adonis knew he could wield with that lethal body. Pyrrhus rose and met Adonis eye to eye. I thought Circe's could handle this job. Julia was to ensure he took care of the dogs sufficiently. He narrowed his eyes. What were you doing here, by the way? I didn't know you'd be here. I wanted to make sure they handled the job all right. Julia didn't like dogs at all, and Circe seemed nervous about the job. Pyrrhus stared at him, and Adonis knew he attempted to find out the truth through a mind probe. Adonis could feel the gentle nudging at his temple, but wouldn't let Pyrrhus see into his thoughts. Pyrrhus finally nodded. Apparently they couldn't handle the job. You saw no sign of the hunter. The incredulous tone of his voice made Adonis wonder if Pyrrhus thought maybe Adonis had seen the hunter and let him escape. No, he must have had some other way out of the building. Adonis wasn't afraid of Pyrrhus. Lying to the vampire had become a way of business, but he was certain Pyrrhus didn't entirely trust him. Adonis still wondered if there was some other reason Pyrrhus had arrived so unexpectedly, but he couldn't think of a way to ask without arousing suspicion. The hunters are conducting a raid on one of my homes as we speak. Did you know? I'm not privy to hunter plans, as I'm sure you are well aware, Adonis said, his tone sarcastic. Yes, well, they'll find plenty of vampires to kill, newly turned just for them, and none of them were of any consequence to me. Pyrrhus looked down at the vampires' decimated bodies. But Circe's and Julia were different. Special. He faced Adonis. Bring Rachel to me by week's end. I'll wait no longer than that. Adonis bowed slightly, hating to even pretend to acquiesce to Pyrrhus's commands. And turn the dogs. Then Pyrrhus vanished. Adonis returned to the first floor and walked over to the sleeping guard dogs. Pyrrhus wanted the dogs turned, so when the workers arrived at the warehouse to their jobs the next morning, they'd rip the employees to shreds. That's how Pyrrhus worked. Then he'd use human hosts to confiscate any merchandise he wanted. He could have taken the merchandise tonight while the dogs slept, but it wasn't his way. The police had listed Pyrrhus amongst the top vampires they'd pay premium bounties to have terminated because of the terror hold they had on the city. But Adonis would kill Pyrrhus for nothing, if he only could. Adonis woke the dogs. The dogs suddenly scrambled to their feet, growling fiercely. When the human hosts arrived at the warehouse ready to steal the next morning and found the employees alive and well, how would he explain his actions to Pyrrhus? Pyrrhus would learn he should have never turned a hunter and his huntress sister. Time to check on Rachel and his sister, and make the next of their plans and hope to hell there weren't any foul-ups the next time. As soon as Pyrrhus realized that Rachel had no intention of pulling the Suburban over for a chat, and would have run him right over with the vehicle that had to have weighed a ton, he bowed with an extravagant flourish, then vanished. Was Adonis already back at her uncle's house? Or still at the warehouse? Still shaken from the encounter with Pyrrhus, and now that the adrenaline in her veins was fading away, her shoulder burned where the vamp had bitten her, as if it was on fire. She gritted her teeth and tried to ignore the pain, hoping Adonis was safe wherever he was at the moment, and that she wasn't missed, or that Danae was found out. When Rachel arrived at Uncle Tobias's house, 2 of the 5 Hunter vehicles were now parked in the driveway again at her uncle's home. Hell, they would know that the Suburban had been gone. She took a steadying breath and climbed out of the car. Had anyone checked on her to see if she was all right? Found Danae, but no Rachel in the room? She shut the vehicle door as quietly as she could. Her hand clasped tightly over her wound, she headed for her bedroom window and looked up. Closed. Probably locked. And no way to get inside unless she knocked on the front door. Not an option. Not with her shirt torn and bloody, her lip bleeding and swollen, and the fact she was outside of the house. Not easily explained. Any more lies would get her another dose of that truth serum, she bet. Rachel searched on the ground for a pebble to throw at the glass to get Danae's attention, if she was even there still. Voices, spoken in the dark on the eastern side of the house, caught her ear. She paused, then crouched in amongst the boxwood, thankful they were soft-leaved, not prickly like the holly on the backside of the house. Her skin crawled as the men grew closer, the pain in her shoulder shrieking through her nerves. Tobias said it was as if Pyrrhus knew we were coming. Not one of the vampires was difficult to kill. Our own teens could have easily done the job, Brent growled. She tightened her grip on her bloody shoulder, a shiver of anxiety trickling down her spine. They'd been misled. Her family had never miscalculated an attack before. She attempted to quash the concern that Pyrrhus and his bloodsuckers would get the best of her family. So what happened? I thought Michael had it on good authority that Pyrrhus would be there tonight, Brent's brother Kurt replied. Don't know. It was like we'd been set up. Either Pyrrhus went somewhere else to strike at humans, or perhaps at our hunters who were on other jobs tonight, or he stayed home. Now that we've brought Rachel to Tobias's house for safekeeping, we assume Pyrrhus will attempt to push us to our limit until we're exhausted. Then he'll get her when our guard is down. Great, and he'd inflict more damage on her own people, too. She just had to get to him soon. Killing the 2 human vampires hadn't been too difficult. Plus, she didn't feel she had the time to waste in practicing on terminating anymore. Besides, she had killed 2 ancients. She had to go after Pyrrhus. That's what I was thinking, Kurt said. We can't let it happen. Tobias has never gotten over her parents' death. He thinks if he hadn't had them over for dinner that night, they might not have died. That's ridiculous. You know how he is. He's taken it pretty personally. Disheartened that Uncle Tobias would feel responsible for her parents' death, Rachel wished she could reassure him that it wasn't his fault. The window to her bedroom slid open. She ducked deeper into the shadows of the evergreen shrubs landscaping the front of the house, her heart thundering wildly. She glanced up at the window. A hand touched her shoulder, but just as quickly another clamped over her mouth to suppress her scream. Shh, Danae cautioned. She slipped her arm around Rachel's waist and lifted her to the windowsill. After Danae helped her inside, she gave her a half-hearted smile, the same kind of look she had given when Michael was with her, pursuing her as a male would who was interested in mating her. Sad and distant. But then she lifted her nose a little, her eyes focused on Rachel's shoulder. Her gaze shifted quickly to Rachel's, and Rachel knew the look. That Rachel couldn't manage Pyrrhus. That they were all doomed. I must leave, Danae whispered. Do you have some bandaging I can use on your wound? And your lip, you'll need some ice. Downstairs in the clinic the doctor uses for patching up hunters. But I couldn't go there now. I'd be seen. Do you have anything else? Nothing but tissues I can wad up to use to stop the bleeding, but all the bandaging is either in the clinic or in the bathroom. No one checked on you while you were away, thank heavens. Danae folded a bunch of tissues and applied it with pressure on the bite mark. It's not too deep, penetrated cleanly, and should heal quickly. Her touch was firm but gentle. Some of the men returned, and the women, of course, wished to hear all of what happened, so they've been preoccupied. Your uncle hasn't returned yet with Michael or your other cousins, but I think it's best for me to leave and not remain here. Rachel was half worried that Danae would be found out, or that Michael would grow too attached to her, so she was relieved in part Danae wished to go. On the other hand, Michael would be upset Danae had left without word, and Rachel figured he'd question her mercilessly so he could locate Danae again. Did anyone say anything about your SUV being gone when we took it, Danae? No one said a word about it. I listened from the top of the stairs. I think the men were so mad about the hunt tonight, their minds focused on that. Rachel took a deep breath. She'd been self-centered not to have understood how important her family felt she was to have tried to go after Pyrrhus tonight to keep her safe, and how angry they were that they'd failed. But then again, hunters rarely showed their feelings, and how could she have known that's what it was all about, not just some arrogant hunter pride? Rachel squeezed Danae's hand before she left. What did you say to my family to get them to let you in? I said we met in town grocery shopping one day. We compared hunter daggers. Danae showed hers to Rachel. Rachel touched the silkiness of the handle. Pearl handle with gold trim. My father was the head of a family, too. A smidgen of a smile returned to Danae's lips, as though the memory was precious to her. The fact that my father served as the head of a hunter family seemed to impress your uncle. Rachel quickly snapped her gaping jaw shut. First, Danae didn't have the superior attitude that some huntresses did, whose fathers were the head of the league in their area. So she'd had no inkling that Danae's father was the head of a family. Most hunter families had a real pecking order. Uncle Tobias's sons' positions were definitely elevated based on their close relationship to him. The same with Uncle Tobias's brothers and the rest of Rachel's cousins. Although Rachel had never told Danae or her brother that Uncle Tobias was the head of the family here either. She'd never put much stock in one's place in hunter society. Who anyone was related to didn't make any difference to her. But how could Danae and her family get into such a mess when their father had been the leader back home? I told him you and I had some things in common, like being the same age and not wanting to settle down right away. I said my father tried to force me to marry a hunter that I despised, and I left. Once I arrived here, I never tried to hook up with a hunter family, because I didn't hunt any longer. Breaking protocol with my own family would make me an outcast, and unacceptable anyway in most hunter circles. Did your father really try to force you to marry a hunter you didn't care for? Oh, yes. I knew he only wanted to marry me because of my father's position. He was professing he loved me, all the while he was seeing someone else behind my back. From what I could gather, he intended to continue to see her after we were married. My father didn't believe the hunter was capable of such a deception. I knew better. But I truly didn't leave Florida for the reason I told your uncle, however. When our youngest sister took off after her best friend, my family followed, to locate both women and protect them. But of course, nothing went as planned. No. And if they had succeeded in returning the women unharmed, would Rachel have ever met Danae and her brother? Probably not. They would have left for Florida and never have crossed paths. Do you still want to hunt? Her expression sad and distant, Danae shook her head. But Rachel wondered if she was telling the truth. Maybe after the change, she couldn't deal with it, not alone. On the other hand, what if they could hunt together? Possibly she could help Danae be more of herself again, if she liked to hunt. Or perhaps it was only wishful thinking. Even so, Rachel would love to have a friend like Danae to hunt with, if she was receptive. Maybe we could hunt together. A flicker of interest crossed Danae's face, but she quickly banked the look. Still, if Danae was willing, the two of them hunting as a team might be even more effective. If they practiced together, they could probably perfect their skills and be as formidable as some of the males. She sighed. Maybe in the future. If they had a future. Uncle Tobias believed everything you told him? Yes. He said he was glad you had made a new huntress friend. Danae sighed deeply. Unfortunately, Michael was at once intrigued with me. I understand he was a renegade hunter. He sees me as a rogue also, unattached and totally available. And I believe your uncle approves if we begin seeing each other socially. She looked up at Rachel. He wants me. His actions to impress me and show any others to stay away who might make the effort to pursue me were clear. I can't ever see him again. Rachel wrapped her arms around Danae and gave her a warm embrace. I would love to have you as a sister, if you'd let me. To Rachel's surprise and distress, Danae sniffled. I'm sorry, Danae. I didn't mean to upset you. Danae's expression changed swiftly to foreboding. I wanted more than anything to have the life you have, if the recent past could be changed in a flash. Marry a hunter and have children. Live your life fully with your huntress family. Give up this notion of avenging your parents' death, and give up all thoughts of Adonis. He will lead you both to your deaths. Goosebumps trailed Rachel's arms. Pyrrhus had to die both to avenge her parents' deaths and to free herself from him forever. She had no choice. And as for her feelings for Adonis, forgetting him was not an alternative either. Car doors slammed in the circular drive down below, and Rachel and Danae hurried to the window. "Uncle Tobias and my cousins," Rachel said under her breath. "Do as I say, Rachel. Marry that hunter Gregory who wishes to have you as a mate. I don't love him. You can't love my brother, nor can he ever truly love you." She didn't say another word before she vanished. Rachel stared at the place Danae had been, as if the woman would magically reappear there any second now, but a knocking on her door made her gasp. "Rachel!" Michael called out. He spoke to someone else in the hallway outside her room. "I know you said she was in her room, but you should have made sure." Rachel touched the tear in her blouse where the vampire had sunk her teeth and the wad of tissue that had stopped the bleeding. She jerked the bloody tissue off and threw it into the waste paper basket. Thankfully, the bleeding had stopped sufficiently. Then she yanked her shirt off and shoved it under her pillow. "Just a moment!" She pulled off one boot, then the other. Both clunked on the floor to her annoyance. "Rachel!" Michael's voice was hot. The doorknob twisted. She tugged off her jeans and dashed across the floor to get her bag. Her skin tingled as she pulled the zipper open. She was certain everyone all the way downstairs heard every blasted noise she made and knew just what she was up to. "Rachel! I'm getting changed, Michael! Hold your horses!" She slipped a nightgown over her head and swore under her breath. She'd forgotten a robe. And how could she explain her swollen lip? The doorknob rattled. "Rachel, unlock this damned door!" She strode across the floor and opened the door. "I forgot my..." Gregory stood slightly behind Michael, and Rachel ducked behind the door. "I forgot my robe at the apartment." "Where's Danae?" So that's who he really wished to see. She should have known. But he couldn't fall in love with the vampire. She couldn't allow it. She went home. "Her car was here when we arrived." She slipped out the back way. She swallowed hard. She'd never had to lie so much in her life, and she hated every bit of it. She was afraid. Well, she's just afraid of men right now. And I'm not properly dressed, so let me return to bed. "You were getting changed." "I hadn't changed when I laid down the first time, but I was halfway undressed when you began pounding on the door like a crazed gorilla. It's way past time for bed. I'll see you in the morning for breakfast." His eyes finally focused on her lips, and his gaze jerked up to hers. "What happened to you?" "For heaven's sake, Michael, when you pounded so violently on the door, I bit my lip." He hesitated, as if he didn't believe her. Then he glanced at Gregory. "He wants to say goodnight." "I'm not dressed." Michael shrugged, then headed down the hall. Gregory smiled. She frowned back. "My uncle would not approve of you being with me in my bedroom while I'm wearing a nightgown." "I'm standing in the hall still, and I can't see the gown you're wearing because you're hiding behind the door. But I want to give you a goodnight kiss." He leaned over to kiss her, and annoyed that he was so presumptive after she'd made it perfectly clear she wasn't interested in him in any way whatsoever, she shut the door in his face. A fist slammed into the door. She jumped back, not anticipating his flare of temper. Instantaneously, a man chuckled behind her. Her heart in her throat, she whipped around. Adonis gave her a small smile. "That's telling him," he whispered. "You shouldn't be here either." She spoke softly but firmly and locked her door, then headed for bed. He grabbed her wrist, pulled her against his chest, and wrapped his arms around her. "I've wanted to do this forever." He nuzzled his face against her neck, then stopped, touching the area near her scar with a gentle caress. He whispered against her ear with a concerned voice. "Julia punctured the skin." Rachel motioned to a clock radio. They walked over to the bedside table, and she turned the music on low to hide their whispered conversation. "She did, but it should heal pretty quickly." Rachel touched the bite marks and hoped so anyway. Luckily, something made her stop and withdraw. She was distracted enough, I was finally able to strike her in the heart.
She could sense Pyrrus's mark on your skin with her teeth. Undoubtedly, she realized you were Rachel. That's why she stopped.
He tightened his grip on Rachel.
If she hadn't, and she'd killed you, he would have terminated her. We're just lucky she didn't broadcast your presence, or he would have known you were in the warehouse.
He pursued me. Let me know he knew you helped me get away. Although with the darkened windows, I don't think he knew exactly who I was.
Adonis cursed under his breath. That's why I couldn't locate him in the warehouse at first when I returned. He seemed to suspect. Sure, he'd seen my vehicle. Then you drove off in it. He believes I helped a hunter escape. There will be hell to pay for it later.
A frigid chill centered in her spine. Rachel rested her head on Adonis's chest and wrapped her arms around his firm body. What will happen now? He ran his hands down her back over the silky nightgown, slowly, methodically, tenderly, heating her whole body. Why could she give herself to Adonis so freely, while shunning a real hunter like Gregory? Was it because Adonis took what he wanted and didn't wait for an invitation?
Pyrrhus needs me to get to you, so for now he'll tolerate my disloyalty.
What if he thought you'd killed the vampires? She took a ragged breath, the realization he'd been so close to dying at the hands of Pyrrhus a reality. I'd never considered that he might suspect you.
He doesn't think I can kill a vampire.
Oh?
He tested me, had to threaten me, but I never attacked back. He believes he sufficiently cured me of killing vampires, and to foster this impression, I haven't killed one since I was turned.
She barely breathed. What if he couldn't kill a vampire? What if she was all alone in this? Even if she could possibly terminate Pyrrhus through some vast stroke of luck, she couldn't possibly fight all the others who would protect their master. Can you kill one, do you think?
They end each other's lives from time to time. I don't say that I wouldn't be able to. But for now, I'm cautious.
Then you could terminate them as a hunter would again? Her hopes that he could. Well, that he could be a hunter with her family. He kissed the top of her head, his strong, nimble fingers still working the tension out of her back. He was a master masseur, and she'd have paid him her yearly earnings to have him work his magic on more than just her back. She looked up when he didn't answer. His expression had turned contemplative. Couldn't you?
I don't know. But tomorrow night your family goes on a hunt. I'm going to beat them to it. Prove to them I should be a part of the family. So I guess then we'll know for certain.
But if Pyrrhus hears you've turned on your own kind...
They're not my own kind, Rachel. You are.
His voice was touched with irritation. His sentiments indicated he wanted to be a hunter with all his heart. Why couldn't he be one again, then? She was certain he could with the way his hunter genes seemed to control him more than his vampire ways. Why didn't you let me kill Pyrrhus at the warehouse? Was it that he worried she wasn't ready to tackle the deadliest vampire of all? He shook his head and held her tight against his chest.
You'd never have gotten close enough, not with a weapon in your hand. When I take you to him at his estates, he'll ensure you're unarmed. I'll have to slip a weapon to you afterward.
Your sister says I shouldn't go after Pyrrhus. He took a deep breath.
She knows we have no choice. What else did she say?
Rachel reached up and pulled his hair loose from the leather tie that bound it. I shouldn't want you, that I should marry Gregory.
You mean the man you just gave a nose job to?
She chuckled and combed her fingers through Adonis's dark brown hair, highlighted by the sun. She was quickly making an enemy of Gregory, her most avid suitor. It's a good thing the doors are solid oak, or his fist would have gone right through it.
You can't marry a man as violent as that.
So, you don't give me permission? His fingers shifted lower on her back to the tip of her tailbone. He pressed her against his groin. Was he advertising how much she turned him on? If Gregory had done such a thing, she immediately would have pulled away. But with Adonis, she wanted him to show her more. Much more. His hands slipped further down her backside as he leaned over. He cupped her cheeks in both hands, then squeezed.
I've told you already, Rachel Bremerton. You're mine. No other hunter can have you.
My uncle doesn't even know what you really are, and he already says I can't ever see you again.
I can't see you alone like this.
His hands swept down her body in light, teasing caresses, the heat from his fingers making her whole body tingle with need. She knew she shouldn't encourage him, wearing a filmy gown, nearly naked in his arms. What was there about him that made her behave so illogically? No hunter could have ever come this far with her, not without her permission. But here Adonis wasn't even a hunter. Not any longer. She pulled his shirt out of his pants and slipped her hands around his back, tracing her fingers over his toned muscles.
Can I do the same with you?
Absolutely not. You still have your pants on. If you pull up my nightgown, he chuckled, deeply seductive. And without another minute's hesitation, he swept her up into his arms, as if he were crossing the threshold on their wedding night, and carried her to the bed. She wanted him, whether it was prudent or not. He'd kept her safe from Pyrrhus when he could have easily turned her over to him and freed his family. He'd taken her on her first hunt, when her own family would never have allowed her to go, trusting she could do this. She was willing, eager even to take their relationship all the way. Adonis's heated gaze slid down to her nightgown, skimming her ankles. But when his gaze returned to hers, he seemed hesitant. She raised her brows and offered her hand. "Join me," she whispered.
Chapter 11. If Adonis joined Rachel in her bed, would the bloodlust take over as it had when she first had him under her spell? He ground his teeth as if doing so would keep them at bay. When he didn't readily accept her invitation, she pulled the comforter back and climbed in between the sheets. Her blue eyes sparkled, anxious, watching to see what he would do next. He turned off the lamplight. In the dark, he could still see her watching for him, wondering if he'd join her. He closed his eyes. His conscience told him he needed to keep them both safe. He had to return home and leave her be. For now. But his heart, or maybe his other head, won the battle, and within seconds he'd stripped off his shoes and trousers, then slipped between the sheets with her, forcing her to move over. "Does your mouth hurt?" he whispered.
"No. You can kiss it and make it feel better." His body pressed against hers, molding to all her curves, and his mouth captured her lips in a blistering kiss. She slid her hands down his back, warming his insides, but she stilled her touch when she reached his naked butt. He gave her a smug smile. "The only way I sleep." And then he nuzzled her cheek and was rewarded with a kiss to his lips. He avoided her shoulder, the drops of dried blood that Julia left behind when she bit into Rachel's shoulder, calling to him to lick them away. But tasting her blood would be too much of a temptation. He wasn't sure he could control the bloodlust then. Even now, his teeth itched to extend while he breathed in her heavenly scent, touched her soft skin, and felt her warm body move sensually against his while he kissed her mouth. Reaching down, he lifted her gown over her head and tossed it to the floor. Her nipples were already peaked to perfection, and he leaned down and kissed each. Her fingers gripped his shoulders, holding on as if for dear life. He took a ragged breath, trying to restrain his overwhelming need to take her sexually as a hunter would, and to make her his own forever by turning her as a vampire would. Her own breathing grew as rapid as his, and his skin moistened with perspiration as he continued to work his body against hers. It would have been so easy to slide into her hot, wet folds, and part of him wanted to, with a fever that couldn't be quenched. Yet a part of him wanted to do the honorable thing and have her uncle's approval first. But she was Adonis's, and no one would decide this for them. Only Rachel's desires would he consider. He nudged her legs apart with his knee, and she spread her legs, offering herself to him without reservation. A hunter turned. Wishing he had greater strength and wanting the best for her, he groaned and touched her breast, working the nipple between his fingers. "I want you so badly, Rachel. I've never wanted anyone this intensely." "The feeling is mutual." She tenderly stroked his back. "You don't know how frustrating it is for me to see some docile hunter like Gregory try to stake claims to my mate." He licked her nipple, and sucked on the tip. Her voice was ragged as she said, "He doesn't know I've been claimed."
"I've already told him so once. When I advised him to leave your apartment, he knew he'd lost the game. You've chosen me, no other. Your actions whenever you're with me reveal this to me, and to anyone else who's seen you with me."
He nuzzled his cheek against her soft neck.
"Your cousin Zachary knows it too, and those who saw us on the balcony together have a pretty good idea. The only thing is they haven't put the two people together. If they do, they'll know they can't ever keep us apart."
She touched Adonis's cheek. "Gregory said my uncle would never allow me to marry an out-of-stater." She frowned. "What am I saying?" She took a deep breath. "He wouldn't allow me to marry
"I won't let anyone else have you."
He couldn't make love to her. Not yet. The hunter side of him demanded he attempt to get her uncle to accept him first. Still, he snuggled against her, his erection pressing against her mound as his legs slipped between hers. But he wouldn't join her, just yet, and instead wrapped his arms securely around her.
"You're mine, Rachel, for as long as we both shall live."
When he didn't make a move to take her, she opened her mouth to speak. A slight rustle in the bedroom made him turn. Instantly, his shirt flew into his face. He cursed under his breath. "Adonis Cameron, what do you think you're doing?" Danae scolded, her voice hushed but angry, her fisted hands resting on her hips. "I've waited half an hour for you to return home, and here's where I find you, charming the clothes off the Huntress?" He could have strangled her for the intrusion. Trying to control his temper and keep his voice low, he whispered in anger. "Return home at once, Danae, before you rouse the whole house." She folded her arms. "To get you to leave her alone? You'd better believe I will." A soft knocking on Rachel's door followed. "Rachel? Rachel, honey, are you all right in there?" Mary called from the hallway. Adonis jumped out of bed and grabbed his clothes off the floor. Danae pulled at his arm. "Come on, Adonis," she whispered. "Rachel?" Mary called out louder this time. "Just a minute." Rachel peered into the darkness. "Adonis, can you toss my nightgown to me?" she whispered. Footsteps headed toward the room, heavier ones belonging to a man.
"What's the matter?"
Michael asked Mary. "I thought I heard voices in there. Rachel's got her music on, but I could have sworn I heard talking." A pounding on the door followed.
"Rachel, open up!"
Michael demanded. Frowning, Adonis leaned down and kissed Rachel's lips.
"I'll be back."
He handed her gown to her, then vanished. Her heart racing, Rachel slipped the gown over her head, then climbed out of bed. She hoped the hell neither Michael or Mary would see how flustered she was. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her raw nerves, tried to appear as though she hadn't just been laying naked with a vampire, and yanked the door open. "What now?" Michael stormed into the room and shoved the light switch on, then checked the window. Mary led her back to bed. "You don't have a robe?" "I forgot it at home." "I thought I heard you speaking to someone. I was concerned." Rachel pulled the covers to her chin and glared at Michael, who turned his attention to her. Facing Mary, she smiled. "I was talking to myself." "When I talk to myself, it's usually because I'm riled over something Ned has said or done. Were you upset about something?" "Of course. I'm still furious about the way my uncle and the others treated me earlier. Why wouldn't I be mad?" She hated lying, but in her heart she couldn't betray Adonis and his sister. Mary took her hand. "Your uncle's really worried about you. He says Pyrrhus won't quit until he gets you. Uncle Tobias told Ned and the other men he's certain he'll succeed, too, if we're not ultra careful about making sure he has no way to reach you. I can't remain locked up always. That's what he's worried about." She turned her attention to Rachel's shoulder. Rachel quickly pulled her hand free from Mary's and reached up to make sure her gown covered the scar and the fresh bite marks. She glanced over to see Michael looking at her shoulder. She should have taken acting classes. Every action she took made her feel guiltier than before. If they discovered she'd been bitten.
"What's wrong, Rachel?"
Michael asked, his tone of voice worried. Nothing. She dropped her hand to the comforter.
Does it bother you at times? I've heard that someone who's been marked can sense the presence of the one who did this scarring when they're nearby.
She crossed her arms. Now, how would you know that, Michael Bremerton? No one we've even met, human or otherwise, was marked first.
He ignored her sarcasm. Did you feel anything about the one who came to you on the balcony?
I was stunned when he appeared. I distinctly remember having reached for my dagger at one point and...
Damn.
She raised her brows. I'm not a fool. I know they're dangerous.
Deadly. I didn't know you'd try to defend yourself. Father had said you didn't react to the vampire much, like he'd cast a spell over you.
You know they can't do that to a hunter. She smoothed out the comforter over her legs. I want to see Adonis Cameron as a marital prospect.
Michael blew out his breath. That's like asking to date the vampire on the balcony. Father won't agree.
She didn't want any other hunter. Only Adonis. Could she live with him, being the way he was? Could they have normal hunter children, or would they be mixed? She sighed deeply. Could even trying to have a child with him be a fatal endeavor for her, or her unborn child? She hadn't any idea what she was getting herself into with him. And worse, she couldn't even begin to sort out the flurry of feelings she had about the whole mixed-up mess, from the burning desire to be with him every second of the day and night, to excessive worry and frustration that she wasn't making the right choices. What if her uncle could see fit to allow Adonis to marry her? Could Adonis hide what he was from her family forever? But worse than any of the questions plaguing her, could she live without him? I want him as my mate.
Michael's face turned red. Father won't approve. This Cameron fellow has been seeing you behind his back, without the family's approval. God knows how he's manipulated you into wanting him.
He wants to join the family. He intends to prove to you what a powerful hunter he is. Having an experienced, full-grown male join the family is always desired. Why can't he be given a chance?
Michael shook his head. Father wants you to marry Gregory.
It's my choice, damn it! I get to choose. If I kill Pyrrhus... She quit speaking as both Mary and Michael's mouths dropped open. She'd really blown it now. They probably guessed she'd want to go after Pyrrhus, but she'd never in a millennium wanted to say it publicly to them. I meant to say if we kill Pyrrhus and I'm free to seek a mate, I want it to be Adonis. I won't marry any other hunter. He has my heart, and I have his. Mary cleared her throat. You've met him once, and you feel this strongly for him? It's like we're soulmates. We're drawn to each other. I can't explain.
With a disgusting look, Michael studied Rachel. Whatever's sifting around in that brain of yours concerning Pyrrhus, forget it. You're not going after him. And as for this Adonis, don't get your hopes set too high.
She folded her arms. He sounded like her older brother, which he wasn't, or a father, and he wasn't that either. Michael combed his fingers through his blonde hair now resting unbound over his shoulders.
If this Adonis Cameron had been honorable, he would have come to my father and asked his permission to see you. Instead, he must have something to hide by seeing you behind our backs.
If that wasn't the truth. Her cheeks grew hot, just thinking about why Adonis had to sneak around. Adonis would have been honorable, seeking the privilege to see her through her uncle's good graces, if he had not been turned. He was a respectable hunter, with a vampiric touch of devil in him. One hell of an irresistible combination.
Michael wrinkled his brow. Have you considered he doesn't want to marry you at all? Maybe he's a rogue who already has a mate he left behind on the East Coast. Have you thought about that?
He doesn't, Rachel said softly.
Then why does he sneak around to see you?
He didn't sneak around to see me. Why do you have to make him sound so bad?
His behavior isn't honorable for our kind. He should have asked Father for permission to see you.
Michael paced the floor, stopped and faced her.
How far did he go with you, Rachel?
What?
From what you told Mary and Trish, he was working on having sexual relations with you.
Rachel's cheeks burned as if she'd been lying on a beach in the noonday sun too long. She took a deep breath. He kissed me.
Yeah, and more.
Michael said, his voice hot. Her brows rose. What in the world had she said to Mary and Trish? Although she and Adonis shouldn't have been so intimate with one another when he was a vampire, she loved every blessed moment she'd spent with him. We kissed. That's why we gave you the truth serum earlier. Michael turned to Mary. Tell Ned you're sleeping with Rachel tonight. Mary's lips curved up in a sugary, sweet smile. Why don't you tell him yourself, Michael? He may not be willing to give me up for the night. Michael frowned at her. Then Trish, I don't care, Lynella, but one of the women must sleep with her tonight. Rachel shook her head, her stomach muscles tightening in annoyance. Lynella was like a shoe that rubbed on a blister, someone that irritated the hell out of her. No way was she sharing a bed with that witch. Not Lynella. I'd rather sleep with Gregory. Mary chuckled. Michael scowled. Mind what you say. If he learns you feel that way, he'll say you've offered your hand to him. Rachel's brow furrowed in anger. I'm not marrying Gregory. I want to wed Adonis. Mary swallowed hard. You can't say that, Rachel, unless your family approves, and you've been seeing him for a good long while. He's made you desire him in a... She glanced back at Michael, who waited to hear what she had to say. Mary turned her attention back to Rachel and frowned at her, then patted her hand. Your uncle is right about this. And what if Michael's right? What if Adonis does have a huntress back east that he left behind? He doesn't. You've talked about this? Rachel frowned. Of course she hadn't talked to him about it. He didn't have anyone else. She just knew he didn't. When Rachel didn't say anything in response to Mary's question, Mary nodded. Back east is a big place. Where exactly back east did Adonis come from? Rachel fidgeted with the comforter. I don't know. Well, see? You don't know anything about him. Rachel's brows rose. He's a great kisser. Michael swore under his breath. Rachel smiled. When Adonis reappeared in his own bedroom, his clothes still tucked underneath his arm, he found Pyrrhus sitting on the edge of his bed, dressed the same as he'd been earlier at the warehouse, only now his hair was tied back. Cursing under his breath at the sight of him, Adonis scowled at the vampire he despised most, sitting in his bedroom like he belonged there. The vampire's black eyes widened when he considered Adonis's state of nakedness. He threw his head back and laughed. Adonis dumped all but his trousers on the floor, then jerked them on. Danae! Pyrrhus hollered to the house as she wasn't in the room. You could have let your brother finish his business with the woman first. To be dragged away from the huntress of his dreams, then returned to the vampire of his nightmares. After belting his trousers, Adonis grabbed his shirt and thrust an arm into a sleeve. I take it you wished to see me, and your business wouldn't wait. The venom dripped from his words. If he could have succeeded, he would have ripped Pyrrhus's heart out with his canines in an instant, right then and there. Sophie has offered herself to you several times, and yet you still seem to prefer human females to a vampire. His eyes narrowed as he considered Adonis might have been with Rachel. You remember what I told you about the Huntress? Adonis refused to respond to his taunt. Just remember what I've said. I wouldn't want you to fall head over heels over my Huntress. Her uncle is allowing hunters to pursue her now. If she makes the mistake of allowing one to get too close to her, I can't be held accountable. Pyrrhus stood. Then you'll have to make every effort to turn her over to me pronto, before any of them have a taste of her first. No one would have a taste of her but Adonis, as far as he was concerned. Why do you want her so badly? You'll know the answer to that question when you bring her to me. From the sense of frustration in your voice, I'd say you hadn't fully satisfied your interest in your lady companion. Once I tell you what I wish of you, return to her. He raised a black brow. As to why I sought you, Dominique has said a hunter named Michael Bremerton has a contract on her. Kill him for me. Pyrrhus cast him a conceited smile and vanished. Oh, hell, Rachel's cousin. As soon as Pyrrhus was gone, Adonis stormed through the house. Danae! Chapter 12. Angry beyond words, Adonis stalked to Danae's bedroom and scowled at her as she left her room.
Damn it, Danae, you could have told me Pyrrhus was waiting for me here.
I didn't exactly have a lot of time, not with Rachel's family pounding down her door. So what did the bastard want this time?
For me to kill Rachel's cousin, Michael.
Danae grabbed the wall, and her knees buckled.
What's wrong?
He grasped her arm and led her to the living room. Nothing. But for his words to mean nothing, why did her body tremble?
He means something to you?
Adonis asked, his voice arched with incredulity. He sat her down on the couch and took a seat beside her. Don't be ridiculous. Her sharp tongue didn't disguise her feelings toward the hunter. He realized at once he'd sent his own sister into a den of male wolves, all eligible bachelor hunters, any of whom would be interested in a huntress for a mate.
There's a shortage of huntresses here.
Giving him a dirty look, she pushed her long hair behind her ears. Thanks for the vote of confidence. He eased back into the black velvet sofa, smiling inwardly. It was the first time since they'd been turned she'd shown any interest in a man. Maybe if she felt the same way toward a hunter as he did for Rachel, Danae would understand his need to have Rachel for his own. Then maybe she'd lighten up on him. Although he couldn't permit any real relationship between his sister and Michael, considering what she was now, Adonis didn't believe the hunter would overlook that fact, like Rachel did with him.
You feel something for him?
Of course not. She looked down at her lap and wrung her hands. He touched her hair.
He's interested in you.
As you so aptly commented, a shortage of huntresses exists here. Despite wanting her to understand his longings for Rachel, Adonis groaned. His sister couldn't fall in the same cursed trap he was in with Rachel.
Great. I'd never considered that a hunter from Rachel's family would target my own sister.
Thanks.
I don't mean you're not attractive or desirable enough. I just hadn't considered it as all.
He took her cold hand and held it.
Pyrrhus expects me to kill Michael.
She nodded and sniffled. He put his arm around her shoulders.
Now you see how I feel about Rachel, longing to be with one of our own kind again.
They're not our kind. Not any longer. If any of them knew what we really were, they wouldn't hesitate to kill us. Adonis wasn't sure his sister was right. If one of them could care about them the way Rachel did, maybe they could convince the others to accept them for what they were.
Rachel doesn't feel that way about us.
Danae wiped away tears.
She didn't speak ill to you, did she?
She said she'd gladly be like a sister to me. Rachel's words warmed him. He knew she was the one for him.
See?
Then his voice turned bitter.
Why did you go and tell her to give me up for that lame hunter Gregory?
He wants her badly. Throughout the meal, he barely ate. He watched every move she made.
She's a prime candidate for a mate. He'd want her, whether he loved her or not. And hell, wasn't that hunter who enticed Pasha's friend here named Gregory Devine on that damned Hunters for Love dating site? What if this is the same Gregory that's after Rachel? Megan would never have gotten tangled up with Pyrrhus and gotten herself killed if she hadn't rendezvoused here with the bastard.
Danae's eyes widened a little. I never thought this Gregory might be the same one. No one ever said his last name. But if he was, she swore under her breath, we wouldn't have gotten into this mess we're in now either.
Yeah, well, if it's the same guy, I'd like to tell him what I think of him. I bet Tobias doesn't know what the bastard had been up to either. He entices a huntress away from her family, gets her killed, and then plots to take another for his mate only a month later. If he's the same one.
Adonis ran his hand over Danae's arm while she leaned against him. He hadn't seen her so affectionate since she'd been turned. Had Michael had that effect on her?
What about Michael? How did he act toward you?
He sat next to me at the meal, and invited me to stay the night.
Adonis moaned. Great. So do you want him too?
She stiffened her back and tried to pull away, but he wouldn't let her. There you go being asinine again. We're not hunters anymore, Adonis. When will you realize that?
We're not bloodsuckers either, Danae. Not in the way the others are. Turning us didn't change the way we were, except that we have to supplement our blood occasionally.
And the fangs, remember? Can you control them when you're having a hot and heavy moment with Rachel?
It's difficult, but with practice.
Danae shook her head. We're damned for all eternity. We'll never be true vampires, and we'll never fit in hunters' circles again. We get really pissed off and the teeth extend. We can't help it. No matter how much we want to fight these new instincts, cursed abilities, whatever. He sighed deeply.
Perseverance is the key. If you want anything badly enough, you can have it.
You mean Rachel?
Rachel has chosen me as her mate. I won't give her up to any.
He stroked his sister's hair.
What about you and Michael?
There is no Michael in me.
Then I can kill him.
A sob escaped Danae's lips. Adonis squeezed her tightly. Michael seemed to have melted the heart of ice Danae had developed once Pyrrhus had turned her.
I have no intention of killing Michael. Pyrrhus is the one I want.
But if you don't do as he orders...
We'll figure something out. If Michael doesn't leave his uncle's house, I can't get to him. Pyrrhus doesn't know I can enter the house freely, and I'm certain his minions wouldn't go anywhere near Tobias's estates. Or possibly you could take Michael somewhere else, hide him away until I've taken Rachel to Pyrrhus and we've killed him.
You won't hurt Michael?
What do you think?
She hugged him firmly. But you can't have sexual relations with Rachel. Why were you and she naked in bed together? You're going to get yourselves killed.
I want her any way I can have her. Don't you feel something for Michael like that?
Adonis, you won't return to her tonight. Will you? Her avoidance of his question made him realize she felt something more for Michael, too. He and his sister were definitely treading on thin ice in both the vampire and the hunter worlds.
Go to bed, and I'll see you in the morning. We'll come up with a plan for Michael.
At first, Adonis stayed at home, pacing across his living room, thinking about Rachel sleeping alone, envisioning the way she felt naked beneath him. Her skin like velvet, her body pliable and eager to please. But then he recalled the hasty reason for his departure, Michael's arrival. Had Rachel gotten into any further trouble? He had to know if she was all right, and hoped to hell when he returned he wouldn't find a hunter in her bed waiting for him instead. He vanished and arrived back at Rachel's room. But when he drew nearer the bed, his blood heated to see the dark-haired figure sleeping next to Rachel. He moved closer to the person and breathed a sigh of relief. It was a woman, her small face nearly buried under a head of dark curls. He hurried to Rachel's side of the bed. How to wake her without startling her and consequently waking the other sleeping beauty was now the question. He brushed his lips softly against Rachel's. She stirred, her lips curving upward. He smiled and pressed more firmly. Her eyes opened wide, and her hands grabbed at him in a defensive posture. He held her hands still, his mouth kissing hers to keep her quiet. Their actions awakened his uncontrollable longing for her all over again. The ache in his groin doubled when she flicked her tongue against his mouth. Awake, she was pleased to see him again, thrilling him to no end. He whispered in her ear, "We must talk." He pulled at her hand to get her to come with him. Very carefully, she climbed out of bed and walked cautiously with Adonis toward the bedroom door. The floorboards creaked, and she paused. When her sleeping companion didn't stir, Rachel opened the door and walked into the dark hall. After closing the door behind her, Adonis led her down the stairs and into the parlor. Furnished with 3 couches, a coffee table, and several end tables, the room seemed to serve quite a number of guests at one time. He closed the door and led her to a sofa by the window, farthest from the door. After he sat her down on the velvet sofa, he joined her. "Adonis," she whispered, just the way she said his name, lovingly, longingly, stirred his loins all over again. He pressed his lips against hers, and she kissed him back, lips soft and greedy for more. Her hands groped at his freed hair, her touch feeding his need to touch her back. He kneaded her shoulders, rousing her, the musky smell of her revealing she was ready for him. He needed to work out his plans with her, a way of meeting her uncle and getting him to agree about allowing Adonis to hunt with them. But her intimate touch made him lose his thought process entirely. He lowered his hands to her breasts and massaged them through her silky gown. Firm, full, the nipples hardening to rigid points. She moaned and leaned back into the couch, enticing him to take his fill.
"Rachel,"
he said hoarsely. He'd never wanted a woman so completely, and her actions only furthered his desire to fulfill his raging lust for her. He nuzzled his mouth against her soft throat, her light floral fragrance tantalizing him more.
"We've got to talk."
Talking would be the only way to cool his libido. She swallowed hard and tugged at his shirt. "Make love to me. I want you, and you want me. I already told Michael. He'll tell my uncle. I don't care what happens now. I told him I wouldn't marry anyone but you." Adonis leaned away from her. She'd gone against her family, her own kind, and promised to give herself to a hunter-turned-vampire forever. She'd chosen him, despite what he was. But she placed her fingers against his lips. "I want you, Adonis. No other man will do. You're right. We'll leave here and live somewhere else if we have to. But I won't live without you. Forever I've felt like an outsider, different. You're the only one who has ever made me accept the way I am, who doesn't look at my scar and then turns to me with forced sympathy or concern. And you helped me to take down 2 ancient vampires."
"But I wasn't there when you did it, Rachel. I hadn't protected you like I should have."
She touched his chest. "You protected me from Pyrrhus, made sure I didn't have to face all 3 of them. Without your help, I would never have proved to myself that I could fight them and win. You gave me a piece of my life back. I'm no longer terrified of facing them." She would give up her family and her way of life to live with him. Suddenly, he felt selfish. He wanted her for all eternity. But now was not the time to satisfy his sexual craving. He pressed his body against hers and hugged her tightly. Just feeling her warm, soft body securely wrapped in his arms would have to satisfy his burning need tonight.
"I couldn't be happier that you've selected me, but we should wait."
"I don't want to wait," she squirmed under him. "You don't already have a mate, do you?" He chuckled.
"Where would you get an idea like that?"
"Michael." He shook his head.
"No, I've never had a mate."
"But you've been with women before."
"It's an acceptable practice that the hunter is well versed in."
"You're not shy, are you?" He had to squelch the urge to laugh out loud and combed his fingers through her golden curls.
"We're in the parlor of your uncle's house. If the lady who was sleeping with you discovers you're missing from your bed, she'll sound the alarm. When they find you lying naked on the couch in the parlor in the throes of passion with a—"
She tugged at her gown, locked between them. "I don't have to remove it."
Time to change the subject. "Rachel, how did you tell your family we met?"
"At the main library. You'd run into me while reading a book on antiques and knocked a bunch of mystery books out of my hands. Then I left my library card on the counter by accident. You found out where I lived and brought it to me, and you invited yourself in for lunch." He smiled at the thought of Gregory's red face when he told him to get lost. Adonis touched her breast again, possessively.
"Tell your family you want to get some books at the library."
"But
I want to meet your uncle. You can invite me to the house, and I can ask to see you as a hunter should a huntress he wishes to pursue."
She slipped her fingers under his shirt and touched his nipples. He knew he shouldn't want her, shouldn't take her, but the battle raged on when his body readied itself for action. I'll kill Pyrrhus before he ever touches me. She wiggled beneath Adonis, stirring him up, squirming to unpin her legs from beneath his. With her insistent action, she soon freed her legs and spread them apart. Before he could stop himself, he slipped between her legs, his groin pressing hard against her mound. He knew then he was losing the battle. Already light perspiration covered her skin. Her breathing had grown rapid. Her eyes had darkened. She was a seductress, having the power to control him greater than any vampire could rule a human. Yet, if she were to rule him for the rest of his days, he'd give in to her charms without reservation. She arched her back, encouraging him to fill her with his desire, his need throbbing with urgency. Then she yanked at her gown again, attempting to expose herself to him. He gritted his teeth, trying not to spill his seed in his pants with the way she rubbed against him. "Rachel," he murmured, his hands locked onto her long curls dangling over her shoulders, his lips mouthing her throat. "Hunters don't use protection when we take a huntress. She's meant to be ours forever. She's to carry our offspring, to keep our kind alive." Rachel slipped her hand between them and ran her fingers along his zipper, her touch making his erection jump. He groaned. "Don't you think I know that? Hurry up, Adonis, before Trish misses me." He'd given it his best shot to convince her not to go through with it, but his burning desire to have her wreaked havoc with his knowledge that he should wait. She unbuckled his belt, then yanked his zipper down. Her fingers touched the length of him, nearly drawing him over the edge. He hesitated only briefly, the longing to take her for his own overwhelming any caution he might have. He tore his trousers off and jerked her gown up, exposing the triangle of golden curls between her legs. She smelled sweet and musky, ready for his penetration. "We'll do this right next time." She smiled. "Is there a better way to do it?" "Yes, without pressure, and with a lot more foreplay." His voice was dark and gruff when he touched her swollen nub, then slipped his fingers inside her. Warm and wet, she was definitely physically ready. But what about mentally? He pulled her gown higher, exposing her breasts, then molded them in his hands. Leaning down, he traced his tongue over the tip of one, firmly aroused. She closed her eyes and ran her fingers over his hair. Concern about getting caught forced him to move more quickly than he wanted. He captured her face in his hands and drove his tongue into her mouth, forcefully, demanding attention. She responded, touching hers to his. But when she reached down to grasp his butt, he couldn't wait any longer. If he entered her now, he feared he would lose himself should she change her mind. The ache for her had intensified to an excruciatingly sweet pain. "I'm not sure I can stop if you change your—" "Please," she pleaded. "I love you and want you to make love to me. And I know you want me to." He kissed her mouth again, nipping at her bottom lip, then thrust his erection between her legs into her tight channel. She gasped, and he quickly withdrew. "Are you all right?" he asked, kissing her cheek. "You're so big." He smiled. "You're so tight, but you'll get used to me." She yanked at his hair draped over his shoulders. "Hurry, Adonis." Worried he'd hurt her, he was reluctant to push as far as he could. Not tonight, not with everything going against them. She reached down and pressed his ass, pressuring him to enter her. He slipped back inside her slowly, stretching her to accommodate him, and then he thrust deeply. Again she gasped, and he tried to ease out, but she locked her arms onto his backside. "Don't you dare," she warned. He chuckled, and her lips turned up in response. Beguiling was what she was. A temptress. He nuzzled her neck as he thrust deeply, her body stretching around him in a feminine, silky grasp. He fought the bloodlust that centered in his teeth, eager to extend. She thrust her pelvis at him move for move as he ground against her, and then he couldn't hold back any longer. His teeth extended as he neared his peak. Her body shuddered around him as she spoke his name in a whispered siren's call. Touching his teeth to her throat, he battled the urge to sink them into her exposed vein. And then his seed spilled inside her. He clenched his teeth, the climax nothing like anything he'd ever experienced. Like sailing around the world on a glassy sea. No rough edges, just pure silken delight. He knew the pleasure he felt was only due to the love he had for Rachel. They let out their breaths in unison. Tiny shivers racked her body, and the spasms she had gripped him with satisfaction. I love you, Rachel, and no one can ever keep us apart, he promised as his mouth sought to kiss hers again. He'd never erase the vampire in him, but he was whole again, completed by the love shared with her. When he tried to withdraw, she held on tight. I don't want you to ever let go of me, Adonis. Never let me go. You're mine now, Rachel. I should have waited, but now I have to meet with your uncle and get his permission for me to see you. And if he doesn't give it? He kissed her lips. You're mine anyway. You'll allow me to hunt, won't you? Even after we have children? I wouldn't want you injured. You're not like the others, Adonis. If I want to hunt further... He smiled. You're not like any other woman I've ever known. But if you choose to hunt, I insist I go with you. It's a deal. The sound of footsteps headed for the parlor. Adonis jumped off Rachel and grabbed his pants. Damn, he still hadn't told her about Michael and the contract Pyrrhus wanted him to carry out. The library, tomorrow. I love you, she whispered back and yanked down her gown. He didn't have a chance to respond as the door to the parlor opened with a squeak. Chapter 13. Mary and Trish entered the parlor and flipped on a light as Rachel sat up on the couch and pretended to wipe the sleep from her eyes. What time is it? My God, Rachel, we were about to sound the alarm that you'd vanished. Trish folded her arms. Mary took a deep breath. Trish came and woke me, and Ned's getting dressed right now. He'll be rousing the others as we speak. Rachel rolled off the couch and tugged an Afghan off the arm. Trish kept talking in her sleep. It was quieter down here. She pulled the Afghan around her shoulders and walked toward them. How does Ferris put up with it? Trish frowned at her. He's never said anything about me talking in my sleep. And you shouldn't be running around the house half naked with 3 of your suitors staying here the night. When they walked out of the room, Rachel said, I forgot my robe. Tomorrow I want to return for it, and I want to go to the library to get some more books. Lights turned on suddenly in the living room as they made their way to the stairs. Ned wrinkled his brow. You found her, I see. Sleeping in the parlor. She says I talk in my sleep. Ferris bolted down the stairs and shook his head. Your wife can return to your bed. Rachel strode toward the stairs. Gregory appeared at the top. She paused, then ran up the stairs. Night all. She hurried past Gregory, then walked into her room and closed the door. A few minutes later, the door opened again. Rachel climbed under the covers as Trish rejoined her in bed. Trish scolded. If I talk again in my sleep, nudge me. I'll quit. But you're not to leave the room again until it's light out. Rachel's body felt the afterglow of Adonis's loving. Her whole body was thoroughly warm and loved. And for the rest of the night, she'd relive his having been with her. She was determined that no one would keep them apart permanently. Not with the way she felt about him. He was hers forever. Only now, she really had to force her uncle's approval. And hope no one found out what Adonis and his sister truly were. Early the next morning, Rachel walked into the kitchen where Trish, Mary, and Lynella busily prepared the morning meal. The conversation that had filled the room suddenly ceased. They'd been talking about her again. She guessed she was the only one in the family stirring things up at the moment. It hadn't been too long before that Michael had been kicked out of the family after he took down a vampire Uncle Tobias hadn't wanted him to target so soon. The vampire was a rogue, ruthless, and deserved to die. But Uncle Tobias had the final say, always, as to whom they hunted and when the hunting expeditions took place, concerned that his hunters would always be a success, that none of them would die. Michael was sometimes too hot-headed. The tongues wagged for months about Michael's rogue exploits once he left the family. It was good to see him with his family again. Only she wished she hadn't been the reason. She pulled a coffee mug from the cupboard. "So, what's being said this morning, ladies?" Lynella leaned back against the island counter, folded her arms, and narrowed her eyes. "I don't know why you believe you're so special, that you think you can dictate to your uncle which man you will marry." Rachel smiled. "Well, your husband is truly a dear, and if he wasn't already taken, I'd have asked for his hand instead." "You shouldn't joke about things like that," Trish warned as she shoved a cookie sheet covered with biscuits into the oven. "Nonsense. Everyone knows what a hunk he is. And kind and considerate, too. Unlike his wife, the witch." Lynella tilted her chin up. "Michael says you want to marry this Adonis Cameron. The men are having a council meeting about it as we speak." Rachel glanced back at the hall that led to the room. Her temperature instantly elevated several degrees. She wondered why she'd seen no sign of any of the men this morning. Lynella smirked. "Your uncle won't allow you to marry an outsider. Gregory and some of your other suitors are quite adamant about it." Rachel tucked a piece of hair dangling against her cheek behind her ear as she attempted to calm her growing upset. Mary stirred sausage links in a frying pan. "We don't know what Uncle Tobias's decision will be, Lynella. Quit trying to incite hard feelings again." "Do you ladies need my help?" Rachel asked. "You can set out water and juice glasses," Trish said. "Will do. Be back down in a moment." One meal Rachel never ate was breakfast. She wasn't about to start now. She dashed up to her room, grabbed her purse, and headed for Trish's room. In there, she found the car keys to Ferris's vehicle. Without hesitation, she hurried out of the house and jumped into her cousin's car. Her cousin would be furious. Her uncle would be angrier. Still, she wasn't going to play along with the family rules any longer. She meant business, and she wanted them to know it. She'd marry Adonis, or not marry ever. More than anything, she was important to the family in providing new offspring, and she would. Adonis's. She hoped. She took a deep breath and drove toward the city. She'd never agreed to a time to meet Adonis at the library. Maybe he'd meant to meet her there any time. Sure, he couldn't be assured when she'd arrive there. Nearly an hour later, she arrived at the main library. White marble steps and Grecian columns welcomed the patrons into the 3-story building. She ran up the steps, and once inside, crossed the floor to the library computer to search the card catalog for mystery books. A hand touched her shoulder. A trickle of fear spread through her body. She whipped around to find Adonis, his eyes sparkling with mischief, his dark hair neatly pulled back in a ponytail. He smiled. Her heart warmed, and she smiled back, her gaze taking in every bit of him. The turtleneck he wore fit snugly against his chest, showing the contours of his muscular body. Instantly, she thought of how they'd touched on the sofa, their bodies partially naked, moving erotically against one another. He glanced down at her navy turtleneck. Already the tips of her breasts tightened. "You're glad to see me." Pulling him against her body, she kissed his lips, and he responded hungrily, but then tried to separate from her eager embrace. "Where are your guard dogs?" She led him toward the basement of the building where periodicals and genealogy reference materials were maintained. "I sneaked out of the house on my own. Uncle Tobias was having one of his council meetings concerning whether or not I could date you. It's supposed to be my choice. I'm not letting him take it away from me." Looking up at Adonis, she found his brow wrinkled with concern. The room was empty of patrons, and she took his hand and led him to a table. "Don't worry, I'm not giving you up."
You were supposed to get permission to come to the library. How were we to get your uncle to agree to my seeing you now?
Listen, she said, her tone exasperated. What if they had said no to my coming to the library? Then what? I wasn't going to be stopped.
If I met you here by accident, maybe they'd be more agreeable. Now they're going to think we met on purpose, that I'm still trying to see you without your uncle's permission.
I told Michael you were my soulmate, that I couldn't stay away from you.
What did he say to that?
He didn't say anything, but he did tell my uncle that I wanted to see only you, and that's why they're having the meeting this morning. He thought you'd gone too far with me.
Adonis's lips curved up.
You know, there's something dark and sinister and totally sexual about the way you smile. You hooked me. He let out his breath and sat down next to her at the table. Taking her hand in his, he rested it against his crotch.
That's what you do to me, Rachel. You've had me stirred up like this since the moment I met you.
He was hard and ready for her all over again, and she wanted him too. If she could have returned to her apartment or his home. But she couldn't. She had to think sensibly. She wanted her family to find her at the library, talking sweetly to the man she wished to marry. Then they'd be more agreeable to welcoming him to the house. She hoped. You mean you wanted me even when you caught me in the shadows of the hotel the night of the ball?
You stood out among all the women at the ball.
She laughed. Yeah, well, that's because I was the only one dressed like a huntress and not as a ballroom debutante. He shook his head.
No, I wanted you the moment I saw you.
I wondered if you were going to rip out my throat or kiss me until my cousin interrupted us.
You have no idea what I wanted to do with you that first night.
But she did know he wanted her because of the way he touched her. Every action he took with her showed how he hungered for her. I couldn't believe how bold you were to stand in view of all the hunters on the balcony without flinching once.
I'm afraid it's a compulsion, a madcap desire to show the others that I wanted you for myself.
My family will think of looking for me here eventually, but I wondered if we could go to your place for just a short while and...
No.
No? She couldn't hide the disappointment in her voice. Did he not want to make love to her again? Until her uncles sanctified their relationship? Wrapping his arm around her, Adonis gave her an embrace.
Pyrrhus can enter my home freely at will.
During the day?
Adonis rubbed his smooth chin, then smiled. You're right. I have my SUV here. We can run to my place, then return here in a little while.
He stood, then pulled her chair out for her. Footsteps on the stairs announced someone was making their way to the periodicals room. They both paused as Rachel held her breath. When an elderly, gray-haired man appeared, Rachel took Adonis's hand and squeezed. Not one of my relatives, she whispered to him. They headed for the stairs and ran up them, but as he took her to the front door, Gregory's car pulled behind her cousins. Her heart thundered. Of all the people to find them together, Gregory would complicate issues worse.
It's him, isn't it? His name wouldn't happen to be Gregory Devine, would it?
Adonis asked, evidently recalling what the car looked like when Gregory took her from her apartment. Yes. How did you... Why do you ask? Adonis's expression turned chillingly distant. She reached down and took his hand in hers for reassurance. He's bound to make a scene. I'd hoped it would be one of my cousins who found me here with you instead.
What's taking him so long?
He's probably calling my family to let them know that he's found my car. Or rather, my cousin Ferris's car. She dragged Adonis to one of the bookshelves and quickly pulled out 3 mystery books. Maybe you can grab a book on antiques. Before she reached the card catalog to locate antique books, Gregory exited his vehicle with a cell phone to his ear, catching her eye. Panicked, she hastily walked away from the long windows, towing Adonis with her. She couldn't settle the panic filling her. She walked through the library, then stopped. Adonis pulled her close.
They can't keep us apart, Rachel. I'd take you home with me and bring you back later. but it's better if we confront this issue now.
He'll make a terrible scene. I'm afraid he'll blow his top. He's been on the verge the last few times I've rejected him.
Adonis smiled. Yeah, well, I'd know just how he feels had I been in his shoes. I'm one lucky hunter, believe you me.
The door opened, and she turned back to look. Gregory walked into the library, his blonde hair neatly pulled back, and he wore a blue t-shirt and denims that accentuated his blue eyes. But he paled in comparison to Adonis and his dark brown eyes and hair. As soon as Gregory turned and saw her with Adonis, the look of utter disbelief crossed his face. Then a dark shadow fell across it. He focused his wrath on Adonis and stormed toward him. Although Adonis was fully prepared to meet him head-on, Rachel quickly walked in front of him. Her cousins would undoubtedly arrive sometime soon, depending on where they were at the time Gregory had called them. One of them would have to drive Ferris's car home, as she assumed Gregory planned on taking her home to her uncle's place once he found her. "Step aside, Rachel," he spoke to her, but glowered at Adonis the whole time. "This is a library, Gregory. Get a grip on your temper."
His stormy blue eyes pinned her. Then he handed her his car keys. "Wait for me in the car."
"My cousins are coming for me. Isn't that so?"
"I'm taking you home," he growled, "and Casanova can take a hike. Your uncle won't permit you to see him any further."
Adonis touched her shoulder and gave her a reassuring squeeze, sending a spark of electricity down her spine.
Gregory's cheeks reddened as his eyes narrowed.
Adonis leaned over and whispered in her ear.
"You know where to meet me."
She took a deep breath, met his gaze, then turned to Gregory. "I'll wait for you in the car, but behave yourself, or I'll take you off my list of suitors so fast you'll... Well, just watch yourself." With a heavy heart, she walked past the two men, hoping they wouldn't kill each other in the interim. She hurried out to Ferris's car, jiggling Gregory's car keys between her fingers. After she climbed into Ferris's car and drove off, she thought she saw Michael's vehicle when she turned the corner. Thank God. Maybe Adonis could convince Michael he wanted to see her as a marital prospect and stop the impending fight. She turned down another street, then headed for Kismet's Antiques, and hoped she wouldn't have to wait too long before Adonis returned to his home. Then again, she wasn't sure what would happen next. The situation was just getting worse and worse. She parked around the corner from Kismet's like she'd done before, then dashed for the store. More than likely, her relatives would look for her at her apartment next. They wouldn't have any idea she'd come back here. Unless Zachary was suspicious about her being at a Vietnamese grocery store around the corner from the antique store, and tied that in with her story about the antique book Adonis was supposed to be reading at the library. Then she wondered if Danae had told Michael where she lived. If she gave this place as her home, they might end up looking for Rachel here. She took a calming breath and opened the glass door. A bell tinkled overhead. She hadn't remembered hearing it before. The dusty air tickled her nose, and she fought the urge to sneeze. She glanced at the counter and saw no sign of Danae. Who was managing the shop? She walked deeper into the poorly illuminated store, the lighting as antiquated as the merchandise they carried. Shelves cluttered with old junk filled every wall and extended into the room like arthritic fingers. "Danae?" A shuffling in a room off the main one caught Rachel's ear. Even though it might have been Danae moving some boxes around, she figured Adonis's sister would have answered her when she called out. Fearing some kind of trouble, Rachel pulled the dagger from her sheath and dashed toward the room. Shoving the partially closed door aside, she peered into the even darker room. Attempting to fight her fear of the dark, she ran her hand over the wall and tried to find a light switch. She hated being disadvantaged in lightless places. "Rachel, no!" Danae's desperate cry filled Rachel with heart-wrenching foreboding. Footsteps ran toward her. Before she could discern if the sound belonged to friend or foe, or escape from the impending trouble, a blunt object struck her in the temple, erasing all doubt. Instantly, her mind blackened. Adonis crossed his arms after Rachel left and faced a scowling Gregory Devine, the bastard who'd gotten Adonis and the rest of his family into this fix with Pyrrhus. Trying to keep his fangs under control was the main problem now, though. Whenever he was provoked, they extended, just like the hair on his neck would stand when highly agitated. He'd only more recently been able to get his canines under better management. But as possessive as he was toward Rachel, and the contempt he felt for the hunter who had lured an innocent huntress away from her family, which led to her premature death, was enough to make Adonis lose control. Where were you when Pyrrhus murdered Megan Tanner? Adonis knew he shouldn't bring it up, but he had to find out what had happened, and why his family ended up in such an unholy mess. Gregory's eyes rounded, but then they narrowed, and instead of addressing the issue, he poked a finger into Adonis's chest. You stay away from Rachel. Not the thing to do. Adonis clenched his teeth, fighting to keep them from extending, his jaw tightening in anticipation. I have every intention of seeing Rachel Gregory. As a huntress, she must make her choice for her mate freely. If you feel you can't measure up, it's your loss. But you will explain to me how you neglected to protect Megan. Gregory touched the dagger at his waist. Adonis narrowed his eyes. That's not the way to win Rachel's heart, believe me. Thinking better of it, Gregory fisted his hands on his hips. Tobias won't allow you to see her. I don't know what you've done to her, but... Adonis smiled. Gregory pulled his dagger out. Gregory, sheathe your weapon, now! Michael ordered, rushing into the library, while Zachary and an older man Adonis didn't recognize followed slightly behind him. Gregory, the older man said, as Gregory wouldn't back down. Michael grabbed Gregory's arm and pulled him away. He turned him over to Zachary, who escorted him outside the building. Would they notice Rachel was gone now? Once Gregory was out of the way, Michael turned to Adonis. I'd have reacted the same way if I'd been pursuing Rachel, and some out-of-stater disregarded Hunter protocol like you've done, and was seeing her on the sly. I met her here at the library. I didn't mean to breach your family's rules, but I do wish to seek Rachel's hand in marriage. You might think up another story. Zachary confirmed that Rachel's tale wasn't in the least bit truthful. She hasn't checked out a book in over a week. My uncle is of the opinion you shouldn't see her again. She was doing research. She doesn't always check out the books. Adonis lifted a brow. And how do you feel about her seeing me? Michael turned to the older man, who nodded. This is Kurt Bremerton, one of Tobias's cousins. He and I believe you might be able to help us to kill the vampire who threatens Rachel's life. I have every intention of protecting Rachel. Michael shook his head. You've seduced her. I doubt your mind's totally concerned with protecting her. But she's told me she wants you. Just the fact you two were here together. He paused. Where is she? Gregory gave her the keys to his car. Michael took a ragged breath. I believe she may listen to you, while she's not paying the rest of us any mind. I'll do everything in my power to protect her, but more than that, I want her to be my mate. Michael let out his breath. You may be the one to finally make her settle down. Gregory and Zachary stormed back into the library. She's gone! Zachary shouted, his face red with fury. I was trying to talk sense into Gregory when he noticed her car is gone. Well, rather Ferris's car is gone, and she's got Gregory's car keys, too. Which probably infuriated the hunter more. Where did you send her? Gregory charged at Adonis with blood in his eyes and readied fists. He whispered something to her before she left. Michael grabbed his shoulders and held him still. Where'd she go? If you want us to trust you have her best interests in mind, tell us where you sent her, Kurt asked. Adonis was torn. If he told them what they wanted to know, they'd realize he'd meant to rendezvous secretly with her further. If he didn't enlighten them, they'd never trust him. I own an antique shop on Main Street. Zachary's mouth dropped open. You're the man who saved her when the armed robbers held up the grocery store. Kurt shook his head. She's seen him more than the one time. He started toward the door, then turned to Adonis. Are you coming? I'll meet you there. My vehicle's out back.
Michael followed Adonis. I'll ride with you. They didn't trust him. Could he blame them? When they reached the back parking lot, Michael abruptly stopped and stared at the SUV. Danae drove this vehicle. Yeah, she did. And don't you get any ideas about her. The two of you are related? The awe in Michael's voice amused Adonis. One big, happy family. She's my sister, and extremely shy around men. Anyone who messes with her has to answer to me. She told you about me? Yeah. As they climbed into the SUV, Michael took a deep breath. What did she say? The lion of a rogue hunter seemed like he'd shrunken into a kitten when it came to a huntress relationship. Despite the tragic irony of the situation, Adonis was amused to see a hunter of his caliber taken down a notch. She said you seemed interested in her, but we have a problem. Greater than any Adonis could discuss, though. What's that? While hunting, I learned Pyrrhus has a contract out on you. Seems you have a contract on some vampire named Dominique. Damn. Yeah. So if you want to be around long enough to see my sister further, you're going to have to lay low. That's not possible. You're going to make all our lives harder, believe me. You mean, Danae likes me? She said so? Michael stared out the windshield. She barely spoke to me. But when she kissed my cheek so faintly, I thought maybe there was hope. She kissed you? Hell, what had gotten into his sister? And she gave Adonis a hard time about Rachel. Yeah, well, I know I should have gotten permission to. He faced Adonis. I guess we're kind of in the same boat. You kissed my sister. Michael folded his arms. I suspect you went further than that with my cousin. Adonis raised a brow. If you wish to see my sister, I give you permission. And hoped to hell things didn't get out of hand, more so than they had already. When they arrived at the shop, Adonis prayed Rachel wasn't waiting for him, naked in his bed. That would take one hell of a lot of explaining. Instantly, Adonis smelled blood when he walked into his shop. With his acute vampire sense of smell, when it came to the iron scent, he recognized it at once. He stormed through the store and headed straight for the storage room. His head pounded with worry while he pulled his blade from its sheath at his waist. Chapter 14. Unsheathing his sword, Michael ran after Adonis into the antique shop. What's wrong? Danae should be managing the counter. She's not here. He couldn't let Michael know he could smell blood from half a mile away. Car doors slammed outside, and Zachary, Gregory, and Kurt entered the store. Adonis hit the light switch in the storage room for Michael's benefit. Several boxes had been knocked down from shelves. Either one or both of the women had put up quite a struggle. Michael leaned over. It's Rachel's dagger. He lifted it off the floor. Adonis busily examined the blood on two of the boxes, guardedly relieved to find it wasn't Danae's or Rachel's. He knew his sister's blood, had smelled it for the first time when Pyrrhus had bitten her after he'd turned Adonis. And now the scent of Rachel's blood when Julia had bitten her would forever be imprinted on his mind. Any blood on the dagger? No. Apparently Rachel wasn't able to wound anyone. But if she removed her dagger from its sheath, she was worried about her safety. What did you find? Fresh blood. Michael's face paled. Adonis couldn't reassure him the ladies hadn't been hurt here. Not without raising questions he couldn't very well answer. Gregory, Kurt, and Zachary listened at the doorway. Kurt asked, What happened? Danae is Michael's sister. It appears one or both were accosted. Adonis headed for his house. Stay here. Oh, no you don't. Gregory followed him to Adonis's irritation. The other men joined in. He had nothing to hide. In fact, the place looked typical of a hunter's home, with ancient weapons displayed on the walls of his living room and bedroom. But he didn't feel comfortable having the hunters enter his home without checking for the women first, and finding out their condition. Danae! Adonis hollered, storming through the living room. Oh, Adonis! She cried out from her bedroom. Adonis and Michael and the others ran toward her bedroom.
When they bumped into each other, trying to get through the doorway, her mouth dropped open. "Michael," she said under her breath. Adonis looked at her blood-stained lips, then at Rachel lying unconscious in Danae's bed. He crossed the floor as quickly as humanly possible, grabbed Danae and hugged her to his breast and whispered in her ear, "Go wash up, quickly." She nodded, tears in her eyes. The other men hurried into the room and moved close to the bed. Michael was examining the blow to Rachel's head. "Rachel," he called to her. She moaned, her eyelids fluttered but didn't open. Adonis knelt beside her. He caressed her uninjured temple. A discolored and raised knot swelled on the left side of her forehead. "Rachel." She reached for his hand. An all-knowing look passed between Michael and Adonis. Adonis and Rachel were meant to be together, if they could only convince her uncle and get rid of Pyrrhus in the meantime. When Danae returned to the room, Michael stood, then crossed the floor to her and took her hand in his. "What happened?" She swallowed and looked at Adonis as if waiting for his permission to speak. He inclined his head slightly. "I couldn't see who they were." Adonis knew she had, as she'd evidently gotten the best of whoever had battered Rachel. The blood on Danae's lips meant she killed them, or had torn them up pretty good. And for her to have done so went against everything she believed in. Neither of them had bitten a human with their fangs since they'd been turned. Danae had to have been desperate. He kissed Rachel's forehead. His sister must have been protecting her. "What happened?" Michael prompted again. "We found blood in the storage room." "I stabbed both of the men. They ran out of here, fearful for their lives. I half-carried Rachel in here, but I was afraid to call for an ambulance. Hunters take care of their own." Kurt touched Rachel's shoulder. "Rachel?" She gripped Adonis's hand. Kurt folded his arms. "We've got to get her to Tobias's home. Dr. Stevens will see to her." Gregory drew closer to the bed. "I'll take her to the car." Ignoring him, Adonis lifted her off the mattress. "Lead the way," he said to Kurt. No one was carrying his mate anywhere, especially a hunter who assumed he still had a chance with her, and the same damned one who'd gotten him and his family into such a bind. He was certain Megan's death could be directly attributed to Gregory's failure to protect her when she arrived. "I want you to come with us, Danae," Michael said, tugging at her to go along with them. Adonis glanced back at him, and Michael added, "If it's all right with your brother. I would approve of such a move." His sister and Rachel would be safer at Tobias's estates for now. Still, he had to learn from Danae what had happened. "Michael, I'd appreciate it if you drove my vehicle." Danae frowned at Adonis. She apparently didn't care for his matchmaking effort, but he had to have her help him keep Michael safe. Plus, she needed further protection, and he figured Michael would be the best one to chaperone Rachel and him. Someone from her family would be expected to, but he figured she'd give him the devil later about involving her with Michael. Everyone played musical vehicles as Zachary drove Ferris's car and Kurt drove Michael's truck. Gregory joined Zachary and slammed the door to Ferris's car. Michael helped Adonis into the back seat with Rachel. He seemed disappointed when Danae had already taken her seat on the passenger's side without waiting for him to help her like a gentleman would. Once they were all buckled in, they followed the other vehicles back to Tobias's estates. "What happened?" Adonis asked Danae again, now with fewer onlookers present.
2 men attacked me in the storage room. Rachel arrived and heard us. She came to save me, but the one struck her.
"Were they humans? Human hosts?"
I don't know."
She did know. If she'd killed them with her fangs, or had even just bitten them, she could taste the difference between those who allowed the vampires to feed off them for their sexual pleasure they derived from it, and humans who did not. Host's blood was thinner than unaffected humans. She was worried her answer might give him and her away to the Hunter family. "I told Michael that Pyrrhus has a contract out on him. I'd hoped he might lay low, but he doesn't want to."
Danae looked over at him. Michael glanced at her and reached over and patted her hand.
Would he do it for Danae?
She swallowed hard. I don't want you to get hurt, Michael."
He quirked a brow at her, then grinned. She quickly looked out the window. Danae had made his day. Adonis couldn't believe how one little statement from her had affected the rogue hunter to such a degree. Sad state of affairs when a woman could bring a man to his knees like that. Rachel moaned and squirmed her head in Adonis's lap.
Rachel?
He ran his fingers over her hair. Danae, she said, her voice shaky and hollow. He kissed her cheek.
Danae's all right. We're going to your uncle's house now. Michael's driving.
Michael? She raised her hand to her head and groaned.
Your cousin, Michael, yes. Shh, just take it easy, honey. Doctor.
He paused as he couldn't think of the name of the hunter doctor the family used.
Stevens,
Michael offered. She shook her head and moaned. If he examines me. Adonis raised his brows. His heart rate increased when he grew concerned as to what she might say. He gently covered her mouth with his hand.
Shh, Rachel,
he whispered in her ear.
He's only going to check out the bump on your head, nothing more.
She burrowed her cheek into Adonis's groin, and he stifled a groan. Danae, she whimpered. Danae unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned around the passenger seat. She grasped Rachel's hand firmly. I'm all right, Rachel. They were hurting Danae, Rachel said, her voice strained. She touched the tender spot on her head. Then she grew quiet. Adonis felt her pulse in her wrist, his own beating too rapidly. If Danae hadn't killed the ones who injured Rachel, he'd finished the job. What's wrong? Michael's voice was on edge while he tried to see what was going on and watch his driving at the same time.
She's passed out, but her pulse rate is, well, it's slower than normal, but she'll be fine.
Danae refastened her seatbelt. Adonis stroked Rachel's cheek, then ran his hand down her arm. She sighed deeply and squirmed in his lap again. He'd put them both at risk last night. He chided himself for having taken her like he did, despite her insistence and willingness. Hell, any encouragement on her part would have sent him over the edge. But he should have had more backbone and fought the temptation. Then he considered how he'd wanted her again when they met at the library. He floundered between wishing he hadn't sent Rachel to his shop and wondered if her arrival there hadn't saved Danae's life. He had to know what happened. Before he could ask his sister telepathically, Rachel's hand moved to her waist, and she touched the sheath where her dagger had been. He took her hand and held it.
It's all right, Rachel, you're safe. Michael's got your dagger.
He didn't know how much she could understand in her confused state, but he wanted to reassure her that no one could harm her or Danae.
What's wrong?
Michael asked.
She's semi-conscious. She was trying to find her dagger.
Her cousin had the hearing of a cat. With the rumble of the car on the highway and Rachel's soft, raspy voice, Adonis wouldn't have thought anyone in the front seats could have heard her hesitant words. He swore to himself. And would he put two and two together? Michael seemed worldly. There wasn't much he could put past him, except that Adonis and his sister were vampires. Then a shiver of worry trailed down his spine. Since Rachel was injured, and Danae had witnessed what had happened, Tobias would question Danae. She'd been so full of life, so confident, a spunky huntress like Rachel until she'd been turned. Now she was a shell of a woman, living in the shadows of life. Would being around all of Rachel's hunter family shatter what little bit of comfort she drew from existing quietly in the background, an observer, not a participant in life any longer? She barely ate enough to keep herself alive, and he often fought with her to get her to eat more. Yet she couldn't really die, just grow more and more emaciated. Neither of them had totally adjusted to their new lifestyle, but Adonis wasn't accepting it at face value either. If he could, he'd turn his life around and push forward like he would have done before Pyrrhus got a hold of him. And now with Rachel to care for. Rachel squirmed and raised her hand to her head again and moaned. Nay. He leaned over, kissed her cheek, and rubbed her shoulder.
Danae's sitting in the front seat. We're driving to your uncle's house. Michael's with us."
Shaking her head, she groaned. "They'll get us."
"You're safe, Rachel. No one's going to get you."
She squeezed his knee with her hand. "Danae."
"No one's going to get my sister either."
She quieted again and slept the rest of the way to the house. He'd wanted her awake, to hear her voice, but her confusion disturbed him. Would the concussion cause a permanent memory loss? Not once had she mentioned his name. Did she remember who he was? He couldn't shake the terror snaking its way into his system with the thought he'd have to start all over with her again. What if she thought Gregory was now a suitable maritable prospect? What if she learned he was a vampire again? Only this time was terrified. When Michael pulled the SUV to a stop behind Ferris's car, several hunters hurried to the door. Once they'd opened it, one carried Rachel from the vehicle. As soon as Gregory managed to take her from the other hunter, Adonis hurried after him, intent on getting his mate back. Michael rounded the SUV and grabbed his arm. He obviously saw the intense hunter mating instinct and wanted to short-fuse the situation before Rachel was injured further.
"My father will wish to speak to you."
His blood boiling with jealousy, Adonis watched as Gregory carried Rachel into the house. Michael turned to Danae.
"And he'll want to find out the details of what happened in your store, if you wouldn't mind telling him, Danae."
His words were spoken in a gentle manner when he talked to Adonis's sister. With Adonis, he was all hunter, protective toward his cousin, and of the family's dating protocol.
Adonis spoke up. "I wish to stay with my sister when Mr. Bremerton questions her."
"Of course." The three of them walked toward the house, while Kurt and Zachary joined them. Tobias glared at Adonis, his gray eyes as stormy as a typhoon at sea. Michael said,
"Danae saved Rachel's life. I thought we could go to the conference room and discuss this and other matters."
Adonis took Danae's hand and waited for Zachary to lead the way. He noticed Michael glancing down at their hands, and he imagined he wished he could comfort Danae instead. Adonis couldn't believe that he intended to prove himself worthy as a hunter to the family, and instead his sister did so by saving Rachel's life. Michael shut the door. Tobias motioned to the seats around the room. No one was singled out. Everyone just took a seat where they felt comfortable. Danae sat beside Adonis, and Michael took a seat on the other side of Danae. Kurt, Zachary, and Tobias sat opposite them. Tobias gripped the arms of his leather chair, then interlocked his fingers into a fist and rested them against his mouth while he continued to glare at Adonis. Adonis waited for the questioning to begin. His sister looked paler than normal. Reaching over, he rubbed her back. Tobias stood.
"What happened, Kurt?"
Rachel met Adonis Cameron at the main library. Before Michael, Zachary, and I arrived there, Gregory said Adonis told Rachel to leave. When we questioned him about it, he told us she'd gone to his antique shop. Tobias raised his hand.
"For what purpose?"
"She wished to visit me," Danae said, her voice whisper soft. Adonis's sister had saved his butt. He definitely owed her one. Of course, he had no intention of killing Michael either, and maybe she figured she owed him for it. However, he figured Tobias didn't believe a word of it, nor did any of the others in the room. His thoughts shifted to Rachel. Was that jerk of a hunter still with her? Or would the doctor have made him leave? Tobias studied Danae for a moment, then he looked back at Curtis.
"And then?"
"We found her unconscious after Danae had rescued her from..." He paused and waited for Danae to help him out. Danae glanced at Adonis. He nodded. Whatever the truth was, it had to come out for everyone's safety's sake. She faced Tobias. "Human hosts. Pyrrhus's converts." Tobias cursed under his breath.
"How in the hell did they know Rachel was going to be there?"
Danae shook her head. "They didn't."
"My God,"
Michael said.
"They were after you, Danae, and Rachel startled them?"
Adonis's heart nearly stopped. Pyrrhus was getting desperate. He was taking Adonis's sister as part of the bargain to ensure he brought Rachel to the vampire leader. The human hosts must not have known they had Rachel in their grasp. They were so intent on taking Danae back to Pyrrhus.
She stays here with us for her own protection,
Michael said before his father could speak.
Tobias cleared his throat and frowned at Michael. If you say so, of course, father. She'll sleep with Rachel. Hopefully Danae won't disturb Rachel's sleep like Trish did.
Tobias considered Danae.
Would that be acceptable to you?
Yes.
What happened to the human hosts?
I wounded them with my hunter's dagger. If it hadn't been for Rachel distracting them, I wouldn't have had a chance.
Her eyes filled with tears, and Adonis reached over and squeezed her hand.
She gave him a tentative smile.
Tobias said, Michael, could you take Danae to get her something to drink? She must be pretty worn out from her ordeal.
He shifted in his seat.
I wish to stay in here when you speak to Adonis, if you would permit me to.
Tobias raised a brow.
Very well. Zachary, then. Can you have Kurt take her? Michael hurriedly asked. Tobias frowned slightly. Kurt is one of the elders in our group. I want him to stay. If you don't wish to take the young lady out of the room, Zachary will.
I could stay, Danae offered. Adonis knew she wished to diffuse the situation between Tobias and himself. He figured, too, she wasn't comfortable with any of the other hunters yet, and Michael was about the only one she'd want to go with.
No.
Tobias offered a small smile on Danae's behalf and cleared his throat.
Hunter's business. You understand.
Yes, she said so demurely. She couldn't help but win Tobias over. Zachary rose from his chair. Being an eligible bachelor, too, he was most likely intrigued with Danae, but his older brother had already made his interest in her known, and bucking him would be a losing proposition. Plus her words already had shown she'd have rather stayed where she was than go with Zachary. Michael stood and helped her from her chair.
This won't take very long, Danae.
He walked her to the door and gave Zachary a look of male domination. Not to be cowed by his brother, Zachary grinned at him, then led Danae away. Michael shut the door. Adonis said,
I'm sorry, but my sister is very shy around men, and Michael seems to be the only one who has managed to bring her out of it a bit. Being a hunter, you must know how hard it is for Michael to give her up to his younger brother, who also seeks a huntress for a bride. But it seems he wishes to speak on your behalf.
Tobias turned to Michael.
If this has anything to do with your getting to know Danae better, and Adonis is allowing it, you'll have no word in these other pressing issues.
It doesn't. Michael straightened his back.
All right, then. First, Adonis, I understand you wish to see my niece. Why have you not come to me about this before?
Chapter 15. A knocking on Tobias's conference room's solid oak door made the hunters all turn to see who it was, giving Adonis a bit of a reprieve. A gray-haired man wearing gold-rimmed glasses poked his head into the room. Of slight build and small stature, Adonis imagined that's why he'd become the family doctor, and most likely didn't hunt. Dr. Stevens spoke to Tobias, his voice calm but concerned.
Rachel is conscious, groggy, but rebellious.
Adonis smiled inwardly. It was a good sign.
She needs to remain calm. I was going to administer a sedative, but before I do, she's asked repeatedly to see Danae and her brother.
Adonis's spirits lifted. She remembered him. He had every intention of making her remember every detail of him again, if she hadn't, to stir her memories, arouse her craving for him.
For her peace of mind, will you permit it, Tobias?
Dr. Stevens asked. Tobias's lips thinned. He hadn't even given Adonis permission to see his niece yet, and now he was being forced to allow him to attend to her in her bedroom of all places. And the silence seemed interminable. Finally, he said,
Michael will take them to see her. If Danae likes, she can stay with Rachel.
He turned to Michael.
But we have unfinished business after that.
Yes, Father. Michael jumped up from his chair, clearly interested in rescuing Danae from Zachary. Adonis rose and bowed his head slightly to Tobias in thanks.
I thank you for your concession. I only do it for Rachel's sake.
And begrudgingly. But would he also allow Adonis to wed Rachel?
Then what? Could they live as a hunter-turned-vampire and a huntress amidst a family of hunters? Or would they have to leave and start anew? He bowed again, then hurried out of the room after Michael and the doctor. Michael headed for Danae, who sat in the living room with Zachary. His brother's leg nearly touched Danae's, and Michael's face reddened to see the close proximity. But she only had eyes for Adonis. Adonis shook his head at her, relaying the message that the questioning wasn't over yet. Rachel's asking for us. He walked over to the couch and offered his hand to her. She quickly accepted it. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Michael still glaring at Zachary. Adonis led Danae up the stairs after the doctor, and Michael followed close behind them. When they walked into the room, Rachel's eyes were closed. The comforter rested under her chin. Her curly blonde hair was tangled over her shoulders, and she almost looked angelic. His expression filled with scorn. Gregory sat next to the bed. No wonder Rachel had been agitated. Danae squeezed Adonis's hand in warning to make sure he kept his cool. Already his blood stirred. The air in the room had turned electric, and the intense look in Gregory's blue eyes, shards of ice daggers, his lips thinned into an angry line, meant before long the two of them would play out the scene between them. One the winner, the other. Adonis took a calming breath, then turned his attention back to Rachel and walked over to the bed. He touched her cheek. Her skin, soft, like a rose petal, begged him to kiss it. Rachel, he said, gently, not wanting to disturb her if she was sound asleep. Her brilliant blue eyes fluttered open, making his heart quiver. Oh, Adonis. She spoke more clearly now, her voice full of enthusiasm to see him. She fully recognized him, and his spirits soared. She squeezed his hand. Then seeing Danae, she reached out for hers. Danae, you're both all right. The doctor readied a needle. I told you they were fine. Her eyes widened, and her voice sounded panicked. What's that for? Did she think they were giving her truth serum again? Adonis crouched before her and held her hand, rubbing her arm to relax her. Something to help you sleep. I don't want to sleep. The tone of her voice quickly switched to anger. Adonis knew he shouldn't do it, not without Tobias's permission or with so many onlookers. But Rachel was his, and he would have been remiss as her mate not to comfort her properly. He kissed her cheek and nuzzled his face against hers. Gregory rose from the chair, knocking it over with a clatter, and started to make his way around the end of the bed. The doctor quickly grabbed his arm with a jerk and pulled him back. If you don't behave, I'll give the sedative to you. Do it, Rachel said. She scowled, but her eyes sparkled with mischief. Gregory glared at her, shoved his fists into his pockets, then remained where he stood. Danae is staying with you. You need to rest. Adonis whispered into her ear for her benefit only. We have work to do. I'll be with you the whole time, Danae chimed in, smiling. And you, Adonis? Rachel looked at him with soulful eyes. He wanted to hold her whole body against his in a loving embrace. He attempted to smooth away the wrinkle creasing her forehead. If your uncle permits me to. She tried to pull her covers aside, but he grabbed them from her and covered her back up, making her stay put. I want to speak to my uncle, she curtly blurted out. Michael cleared his throat. I'm speaking on Adonis's behalf, Rachel, but I'll only do it if you stay in bed and mind what the doctor says. She pouted her lips. Then a devilish smile curved them. She pulled Adonis closer. When he was in reach, she wrapped her arms around him and gave him a weak embrace. He squeezed her tightly back. She melted to his touch, warming him through and through. Okay, the doctor interrupted. It's time for you to sleep for a while. Come back and see me soon, Adonis. Adonis wasn't sure Tobias would allow it, but he nodded to give her peace of mind. If Tobias wouldn't allow him to see Rachel, he would do everything in his power to change his mind. He was determined to have family sanction, if he could have it. But if not... Before leaving, Adonis gave Gregory a look of domination. Michael nudged him to leave. We have business to take care of. Gregory retook his seat by the bed, giving Adonis a superior look.
but the hunter wouldn't stay there for long if Adonis had any say in the matter. Already Rachel's lids were halfway shut. She closed them and gulped when the doctor injected the needle into her arm. Danae held her other hand and caressed it. Michael motioned to the hall. Adonis pinned Gregory with another dagger of warning as Gregory mirrored the expression. Then Adonis followed Michael back to the conference room. Tobias had to know his niece was in love with him. Tobias couldn't deny Adonis's seeing her. Zachary quickly hurried to join them. When they walked into the room, Kurt and Tobias ceased speaking and took their seats. When everyone else was seated, Tobias began again. My question was, why did you not ask my permission to see my niece? Adonis stiffened his back. Rachel didn't want me to. Tobias raised his brows. Adonis was sure Kurt, Michael, and Zachary disbelieved him just as much as Tobias did, but Adonis had told the truth. In part. Tobias folded his arms and leaned back in his chair. Explain why. Adonis never took his eyes off Tobias. It would have been a show of weakness. Just like with Pyrrhus, he'd never back down. She warned me you wouldn't want her to see a hunter who wasn't from here, an outsider like me. Where are you from, exactly? Tobias's expression remained hard, disbelieving in part, and yet his voice betrayed he was softening his stance. She'd had her uncle pegged, and he knew it. Panama City, Florida. The rest of my hunter family was massacred, except for my parents and 2 sisters. Zachary let out his breath. 2 sisters in the same family? Then he paused. Is she unmarried, too? Tobias cut him an angry look. Let Adonis tell the story. Why did you come here? Why not settle somewhere else? My sister came here. Not Danae, my youngest sister. Pasha came here looking for her Huntress friend who had run off to be with a hunter her parents didn't approve of. When she hadn't had any word from Megan, she pleaded with my father to allow him to find her. He refused to give her permission to go. She did anyway. He looked down at the floor for a moment, trying to contain his anger. He had to keep telling himself that sometimes things had to be the way they were. There was no going back and changing the past. But the knots bunched in his stomach, and he took a deep breath to settle his fury. This time he didn't look at Tobias, but at the wallpaper behind him, the colorful floral pattern blending on the silk paper, calming his thoughts. As soon as we realized Pasha had left to come here, I planned to go after her. My father said no, we would both go. As head of the Hunter family, he shouldn't have. It was my place to go. But he wanted to find her too. Adonis interlocked his fingers together and squeezed hard. We arrived here, but we were too late. When we found Megan, she'd been dead for several days, her throat torn out by a vampire. We found no sign of Pasha. But several days later, a cousin called, on the verge of death. The rest of our family had been attacked by the local vampire family. They were massacred. Not one survived. My father, well, all of us, were shocked. If we'd stayed in our hometown, maybe none of them would have died. He paused, not being able to go on any further for some time. Finally, Tobias asked, Your parents and Pasha, what has become of them? His voice had taken on a fatherly tone to Adonis's surprise. He met his gaze and shook his head. We found out Pyrrhus had taken Pasha prisoner. My father was out of his mind with grief over the rest of our family. He charged onto his estate with the rest of us trying to stop him. We were all doomed from the beginning. Again, he hesitated. If he wasn't careful, he'd tell more than he could, and risk having the hunters who scrutinized him and his story kill him right then and there. Only Danae and I made it out of his estate. Pyrrhus killed your family then. We don't know. He hoped they couldn't tell he was lying. Danae and I have been planning for a month how we could infiltrate his estate and locate our family, killing Pyrrhus and his cohorts in the process. His eyes widening a fraction, Tobias cleared his throat and leaned forward. You know the layout of his place? Yes, in detail. We were able to get inside, then searched for Pasha for some time before we were caught.
I mean, before human hosts realized we were in the house. We killed several of them, but we were overwhelmed, and Danae and I escaped. You know your family is most likely no longer alive.
They were, but only at Pyrrhus's whim. He wanted Rachel, and he'd used them as his leverage. Only now he seemed to worry about Adonis's loyalty, and tried to take Danae as a hostage too.
Michael spoke up. That's why he went after Danae, because he figures she and Adonis will try to free their family. I have to agree, Kurt said. We have to help get her out. I mean them, Zachary blurted.
Michael rubbed his chin, then turned to Adonis.
But Danae said she came here because she didn't want to marry a hunter, that she was alone. We knew of your hunter circle here, of course, but not before disaster struck our own family. Our father wanted Danae to remain behind. Well, both she and my mother. But he'd wanted Danae to marry a hunter of his choosing, not hers. She'd been fighting him for some time over it. The bastard had been seeing some other huntress behind Danae's back. If Danae hadn't come with us, my father would most likely have made her marry him before we left. So by leaving there, she avoided the marriage. Our mother wouldn't stay behind, not if her whole family was leaving. So we came here as a family, small as it was.
And having left Florida, they'd survived another vampire massacre.
We didn't wish to impose on your goodwill at first, but then I overheard one of Pyrrhus's minions saying Pyrrhus was going after a huntress named Rachel Bremerton. He hoped Pyrrhus would be in better spirits once he had the huntress in his clutches. I didn't expect you to welcome us, but I made it my duty to protect Rachel in a way to get her returned to your home so that you could keep her safe until I could bring Pyrrhus down.
Adonis couldn't tell if Tobias believed him, but he looked and seemed to be pondering the possibility. The man wasn't a fool. No hunter could lead a league of hunters who was, and Adonis figured the man wouldn't swallow his whole story, but hopefully enough to satisfy him.
Geez,
Zachary finally said.
We have to help them.
Kurt shook his head.
They're most likely dead, like Tobias said. Pyrrhus and his blood-bonded relations don't keep hunters alive for their amusement. But you seem to think they're alive still, don't you?
Michael asked, sounding hopeful.
A vampire I had cornered one night said Pyrrhus still held them, just waiting for me to try to enter his estates again, as if it were some bloody damned game. So yes, I have to hope they still live.
His expression grave, Tobias spoke to another concern.
You said a hunter had encouraged one of your huntresses to come here. Do you know who he was? We discovered the site Megan used to meet him. Some hunter dating site on the internet. Hunters for Love was what it was called. The hunter's name was Gregory Devine. Megan Tanner was the huntress's name.
Silence consumed the room. Tobias stared at Adonis as if he couldn't believe it. Then he said,
You have proof? You can go to the site administrator and learn the truth yourself, sir. That's what my father did.
Tobias leaned back in his seat. Then he addressed Zachary.
Check into it after the meeting.
Yes, Father.
And how do you feel about this?
Tobias asked, his voice quiet, as if he were a psychiatrist judging a hostile patient.
How would you feel if a hunter lured one of your huntresses from her home, encouraged her to travel miles away, and then didn't protect her in an unfamiliar place once she arrived? If she hadn't come here, she would still be alive. If we had stayed at home, we might have prevented the massacre of our family. If Pasha hadn't insisted on coming after her friend, she and my parents would not now be hostages of Pyrrhus. So how would you feel if your family had been torn to shreds, all because one hunter had targeted a huntress for his own, without obtaining the permission of her family or his, and then neglected to protect her? We will check into the matter further. None of us were aware of this.
Tobias let out his breath.
We have a raid planned tonight. Will you join us?
The invitation Adonis was hoping for. But would he be able to kill a vampire? He had to prove he could be a good addition to the family, and particularly a suitable mate for Rachel.
Yes, I'm honored that you'd invite me. Can I suggest a house to hit?
Kurt slapped his knee.
Damn, Tobias, I told you he'd be able to help us.
Tobias stiffened his back.
We had already planned on raiding a place on 1st Street.
The place wouldn't yield half the rewards that the one Adonis had in mind would.
May I make a suggestion? By all means. One on 15th Street. I've monitored the house for several nights in a row. Several of Pyrrhus's blood bonds lure fresh meat there nearly every night. They're renegades, every one of them. It doesn't matter the age of the victim, or whether the host dies in the process. Vampires who use that house are ruthless.
Frowning, Tobias rubbed his chin.
I'll have to discuss it with the others. Of course.
Tobias studied Michael for a moment, then said to Adonis,
Before consulting Michael first, I believe he wishes to see Danae socially. Since you seem to be the only one left in the family who could sanction this, what have you to say about it? I've already given him permission, but I realize others will wish to seek her hand. I have to deny this to them. Emotionally, she's drained right now. She's not been eating well. Maybe Michael's attentions to her will help, but I think it unwise to have others pursue her at this time.
He noticed Michael's chest swell with pride. But would that feeling turn into something ugly if he learned the truth about Danae?
And Pasha?
Zachary asked, his voice hopeful.
Pasha is a wildcat. If we can even free her unharmed from Pyrrhus's claws, you might not be interested in her.
Zachary folded his arms.
I'll take my chances. Later, Zachary, Tobias warned. We have no idea what's become of the Huntress. He stood. And Rachel? Adonis asked, standing. I don't like it that you've been seeing her behind my back. And Curtis said she's seen you several times, not just the once as we'd assumed. However, while she's recovering, I'll permit you to see her.
Michael stood. She loves him, Father. It's evident in the way they act toward each other. If you want her to marry, Tobias motioned for his silence.
After she's recovered, I want Adonis and her chaperoned at all times.
Adonis didn't want to wait to marry her, but he knew for now he still had to prove his loyalty to the family.
May I see her now?
Tobias nodded.
Michael, call the rest of the family together for a hunters' meeting.
Adonis said,
If you won't be needing me.
Tobias shook his head.
See, Rachel, we'll have lunch in a bit and work out the details of the night raid. Also, I'd like for you to get together with my cousins, Kurt and Brent, and give us detailed descriptions of Pyrrhus's estate. Will do.
God, it felt good to be a part of a hunter family again. If only he could keep up the charade sufficiently. Adonis strode toward the door, not waiting a second longer to make his way to Rachel's room. He heard Michael say to Tobias,
I told you he's in love with her, Father.
Tobias didn't say a word, as Adonis slowed his step to hear his response. Although Tobias didn't agree, he didn't disagree either. Adonis hurried up the stairs. Before he made it to the 2nd floor, Michael dashed up them.
My father thinks you've influenced me by using Danae as fish bait.
Adonis raised his brows at Michael. He'd never have called his sister fish bait. Michael's face grew flushed.
I mean, well, that went really well. I meant to say, I know what you meant to say. You and I understand each other perfectly. Zachary's dying to know about your other sister.
Adonis shook his head.
She's as petite as Rachel and Danae, but feisty. The one who reins her in will have a time of it.
And you don't think Zachary stands a chance? Adonis glanced down the stairs. Zachary listened to them, his all-assuming interest evident in his perked-up brows and widened eyes.
She likes the rogue type.
Adonis headed for the door of the room.
He'd do anything to please her. She's 24 and a total terror.
Michael smiled. Adonis frowned at him.
You're not having a change of heart, are you?
No.
I have enough fight in my work. I'd prefer my social life to be a bit calmer. Danae's got a lot of spice, too. She just isn't really sure of herself right now.
Adonis knocked on the door. Danae opened it and smiled shyly at Michael, then walked back over to the bed. She's been asleep. Michael motioned to Gregory, still sitting beside her.
We have a hunters' meeting.
He speared Gregory a look that could kill. If Michael knew the full extent of what Adonis's family had suffered, he probably would have wanted to murder Gregory himself then and there. Gregory jerked a thumb at Adonis.
What about him? Go now, Gregory. Adonis will visit with Rachel for a while. Gregory rose from his seat. Tobias didn't say he could. He's allowing him to pursue Rachel. Gregory swore under his breath and headed out of the room. Michael patted Adonis on the shoulder. I thought I'd have liked Gregory as a brother-in-law, although he didn't think much of my rogue behavior. However, I can see now his temper could get the better of him. You have much more control in that regard. And if what you say is true about the dating site... Michael looked over to see Rachel sleeping. He cleared his throat and spoke again to Adonis. See you downstairs in a bit. He shut the door on his way out. Adonis turned to Danae. I want you to leave us.
No, Adonis. We've managed to get this far with the Hunter family. We can't spoil it now by any one of them finding you making love to Rachel in bed.
He folded his arms. She's injured. Why would you think I'd do such a thing?
If you woke her now, she'd invite you right in, and you very well know it. Despite your best intentions, you'd not be able to resist her. Here I thought you'd charmed her, and come to find out, she's the one who's captivated you.
He frowned at his sister, then walked over to the bed and kissed Rachel's cheek. She licked her lips and sighed deeply. Yeah, that angelic look had charmed the pants right off him. He sat down on the bed next to her, took her hand in his, and turned to Danae. What happened to the two of you?
2 of Pyrrus's human hosts arrived while I was unpacking boxes in the storage room. I didn't hear them until it was too late.
But your strength is vastly superior to humans. How did they manage to?
They'd gotten a hold of one of our daggers and held it to my throat. They said Pyrrus had given them permission to kill me if I didn't go quietly. She swallowed hard. I heard someone enter the shop. Your idea of adding the bell to the door was a good idea. Except while I was busy banging around in the back, I hadn't heard it ring the first time. Of course, I didn't know who had entered the shop when it rang when Rachel arrived. Halfway expecting you, the men kept a tight grip on the dagger and me. But when Rachel tried to turn on the light in the storage room, one of the men headed for her. The other loosened his grip on me. And that's when I had the advantage.
You killed them?
Yes. Tears filled her eyes. I didn't want to. Not like that. Unarmed, it was the quickest thing I could do.
He rose from the bed and pulled Danae from the chair. Hugging her soundly, he said, You did what you had to, Danae. Think nothing more of it. I can't have lost you too, and your quick action saved Rachel.
She wiped the tears from her face. I took Rachel to the house first, then came back and carried the bodies out to the dumpster. When the police find them, they'll suspect Pyrrus has been in the area again. She looked over at Rachel. I take it that Tobias gave you permission to see Rachel?
Yes.
He kissed her on the top of the head, then walked back over to the bed and sat down beside it. He touched Rachel's cheek.
Tobias is waiting for me to prove myself to him before he gives me permission for much else.
Well, you should expect that. He's seen the other eligible hunters hunt. He hasn't any idea how you can handle hunting, or even the way you and Rachel interact with one another.
Yeah, well, I don't even know if I can hunt vampires now.
His body tensed with the notion. He'd been one of the best. Could he kill them now that he'd been turned? He thought so, but maybe Pyrrus's test proved he really was incapable of killing a vampire. Even Danae had only killed human hosts, not blood bonds.
But as far as Rachel and I interacting with one another...
What did you tell Tobias about us?
The whole story, except about how we were turned. I think he was pretty sympathetic about our misfortunes. Zachary, Michael's brother, wants to see Pasha, if we're able to free her unscathed.
She snorted. That would be the day. He doesn't know her like we do. And Zachary doesn't seem very, well...
roguelike?
She whispered. But Michael...
said he wasn't interested in getting mixed up with a woman like that. He prefers them quieter.
She frowned. He doesn't know what he'd get into with trying to know me.
Yeah, well, you'd better practice keeping those canines tucked away and that temper of yours under control. Tobias asked about the hunter who had lured Megan here. I had to tell him it was Gregory Devine.
Good. Then Tobias and his people can deal with the bastard. I can't believe I said that Rachel should marry the monster.
I agree. Adonis leaned over the bed and kissed Rachel's lips. She stirred. He pressured her mouth harder. Danae cleared her throat.
Let her sleep, Adonis.
I want to speak to her in private before mealtime.
Rachel's eyes fluttered open. Then she smiled. Adonis, she said groggily and pulled at his sleeve. You're safe, she sighed. I had the worst nightmares. We're fine, Rachel, Danae said. Thanks to your arrival, you distracted the human hosts, and I was able to break free. They're dead, aren't they? Rachel asked, her voice soft. Yes, I had to protect you. They were after me, not you. They planned to kill you, not realizing you were the one Pyrrhus wanted. Thank you, Danae.
He'd halfway expected her to ask further about how Danae had killed the men, but was either too tired, sedated, or didn't want to know the ugly details.
Is my uncle allowing you to see me now? Rachel asked.
Adonis smiled. Yes. He can't keep us apart. I keep telling you so.
Footsteps approached, and then Mary opened the door. She motioned for Adonis to leave. Kurt and Brent expect you downstairs to drop the plans of Pyrrhus's house. Her eyes narrowed. What in the world did you say to Tobias to get him so riled up about Gregory?
Chapter 16. Adonis! Michael hollered from downstairs, interrupting the chance for Adonis to explain what was going on with Gregory. What had happened now? Rachel was dying to know. Adonis leaned over and kissed Rachel's lips, but she wasn't satisfied with his light touch. She grabbed his arms and pulled him against her body, smothering her mouth with his. So you won't miss me? She whispered against his cheek, wishing she could be alone with him again. Later, he said, hushed against her ear, promising sweet wickedness. He seemed reluctant to leave, and finally gave her another heartwarming hug and left to join the men. Mary frowned at her.
Rachel Lee Bremerton, I know you've lost your heart to him, but really you must try to control yourself around him. The other bachelor hunters were mad enough that Gregory staked his claim too early in the game first.
But I'm not interested in the others. Mary sat down on the bed beside her.
I know, but you really must control your actions with him. You're putting him through an awful lot of agony and...
Danae chuckled. Mary whipped her head around.
Oh my goodness, Danae. You're so quiet, and Rachel's un-Huntress-like behavior towards your brother disturbed me so. I'd forgotten you were there.
Don't mind me, ladies, Danae said softly, her mouth still curved up.
Do you want to stay with her, Danae? I was going to help the ladies make lunch.
Yes, of course. Good. Mary gave Rachel another look meant to chastise her for her behavior, then left the room, closing the door behind her. What did Adonis say about Gregory? The man is already incensed enough about Adonis courting me. Do you know what has happened now? Rachel asked Danae. Danae explained how Gregory was involved in her family's downfall, the Hunter dating site, how the Hunter hadn't told Tobias or anyone else about Megan or her death. Rachel swallowed, but her throat was dry, hardly believing one of their own hunters was to blame. Hell, not just one of them, but Gregory. And here he had let Megan die, intentionally or unintentionally, and then sought to make Rachel his mate, without ever coming clean about this other matter. And only a month after Pyrrhus had murdered the Huntress. What had Gregory said? For 4 years he'd wanted to court Rachel? So had he given up on her finally? Or had he been involved in the dating site for a long while, pretending he was really only interested in her? If she had her computer here. She sat up in bed. Her brain grew fuzzy, and she held her head. What are you doing? Do you need something? I have my computer at home. You can't go to your apartment, Rachel, Danae warned. She frowned at her. I know that. I wanted to go to Mary's room and use her computer. For what? Oh, to see if you can find out more about that dating service. Rachel thought of how awful it would be not only to have been turned by the vampire, but for part of her family to live under the constant threat of death. Or worse.
Have you seen your family recently? A week ago. They were holding up fairly well. If I'd known, I could have convinced my family to raid his place. Danae shook her head. Outsiders who come into another hunter's region and get themselves into a mess like this without apprising the local hunter league what's going on are on their own. But then Pyrrhus made it clear that he wanted you. You were the key to everything. When Adonis desired having you for his own, and you wanted him in return, everything changed. Adonis became determined to keep you safe at all costs. And 2, your uncle wants Pyrrhus terminated for threatening to take you for his own. If it hadn't been for your part in all this, your uncle may very well have never gotten involved. Plus, you must remember, if your uncle knew about Adonis and my unusual condition, you're so much like my own family. I forget sometimes that you're different. Danae's smile was the brightest Rachel had ever seen. That's the sweetest thing anyone could ever say to me. Then she sighed raggedly and ran her hand over Rachel's shoulder. Adonis wants to prove to your family that he's capable of hunting vampires, but we're not sure he can. Neither of us has killed one since we returned. Rachel stared at Danae. But if he can't, and the other hunters see this, he'll be disgraced, turned out. The same sadness filled Danae's eyes. He can't go then. He has to. They invited him. He's already told the others he's going. He can't back out now. What if the vampires recognize him? What if none of us know what will happen tonight? Rachel pulled the covers aside and sat on the edge of the bed. Are you ill again? I want to use Mary's computer, and then I want to be with Adonis. You shouldn't see Adonis until after the hunt, if all goes well. He couldn't fail or be injured, or worse, never return. She clenched her teeth. If not? I can't say, Rachel. Things haven't gone well for Adonis and me lately. I would hate to even speculate what will happen tonight. I want to see him. It's best that you don't. He's going to be pretty keyed up about the hunt. He doesn't need any distraction. That's all I am to him now? A distraction? Danae gave her a wicked smile. Totally. When it was time for dinner, Adonis sat next to his sister at the meal while Michael sat on the other side of her. Because of his sister being so thin, he'd insisted she come to dinner instead of staying with Rachel as she'd wanted to. Trish remained with Rachel instead. Michael plied Danae with food to Adonis's amusement. He was doing a much better job of getting her to eat. Did she want to please the hunter? Or was she having a difficult time saying no? He wasn't sure, and it really didn't matter, as long as she ate well. His thoughts shifted to Rachel, and the wealth of worry her expression had shown. He'd assured her the best he could that he'd be fine during the hunt, concerned that in Trish's presence, the woman might wonder if something more was wrong. The stairs creaked, and he expected to see Trish bringing Tobias some news concerning Rachel. Instead, Rachel walked toward them, dressed in hunter's clothes. He raised his brows and hurried out of his seat as Trish shook her head and helped Rachel across the living room. Adonis joined her before she got much farther. Rachel attempted a small smile. I wanted to eat with you. Are you feeling better? Much. He didn't believe her, but lifted her into his arms and carried her to the table. Looking displeased, Tobias frowned at her. Dr. Stevens motioned to her with a wave of his fork. If she's feeling well enough and she's hungry, that's a good sign. Trish snorted. Right. Adonis stifled a smile. Rachel couldn't stay away from him any more than he could stay away from her, whether she was hungry or not. Although, because of the pained expression in her eyes and the way she winced when he lifted her in his arms, he imagined her head still hurt from the blow she'd taken. But hopefully her arrival meant overall she was feeling better. Brent moved his plate so Rachel could sit next to Adonis. After Mary brought her a plate of green beans, roast ham, and mashed potatoes, the conversation renewed. Adonis heard none of it, as Rachel slipped her hand onto his lap and caressed his thigh with a gentle touch. He lost his fork, and several glanced up to see what the matter was. His face grew hot. Rachel quickly removed her hand from his lap, and her own cheeks reddened. She poked her fork into her ham. Although the conversation had renewed, Everyone observed his behavior with Rachel, and he had every intention of playing his cards right, at least in front of her protective Hunter family. Uncle Tobias watched the way that he and Rachel behaved toward one another, as if he were judge and jury. But, then again, if Adonis had a daughter, he'd feel the same way toward any hunter who might pursue her. Rachel toyed with the napkin in her lap and continued to poke her fork into her mashed potatoes, her face too pale. Reaching over, he squeezed her hand. She looked up at him, a smile softly playing on her lips, but she didn't look well. He leaned over and kissed her cheek, her skin silky soft, but she suddenly tightened her grip on his hand. "Can you take me back to bed?" Her whispered words were panicked and her brow knit in a tight frown. "Are you ill?" "A little." He nearly knocked his chair over trying to stand. "What's wrong?" Tobias asked, half rising from his seat. "Rachel's feeling ill." Tobias quickly gave orders. "Michael, take her up to her room. Mary, would you join her, please, if you finished eating?" Michael lifted Rachel in his arms. She smiled at Adonis. "I love you," she mouthed. Adonis waited until Michael reached the stairs before he retook his seat. If Rachel had pretended to be sick so that he could be alone with her briefly, her ruse didn't work. But when Michael returned to his seat, he said to the doctor, "She's throwing up. I guess she wasn't really ready to eat." The doctor laid his napkin on the table. "If she'd listened to me, my job would be so much easier." He headed out of the dining room in the direction of the stairs. Her legs shaky, Rachel returned to bed with Mary's help. "You shouldn't have acted so familiar with Adonis at the table, Rachel." She groaned and laid her head back on the pillow, the nausea twisting her insides into knots, her head pounding with vengeance. "Really, Mary, my head is killing me." Dr. Stevens walked into the room. "That's why you were supposed to stay in bed. Of all the family, you have always been my worst patient." She half-heartedly smiled. He gave her a couple of pills. "Take these. If the nausea continues, we'll try a shot." He padded out of the room. "You're wearing him out." Mary sat in the chair next to the bed. "I can't believe you put that poor man through so much agony." Rachel wrinkled her brow. "Dr. Stevens?" "No, Adonis. When he dropped his fork, I had to punch Ned before he laughed out loud." Rachel's face burned in embarrassment. "The man has to have nerves of steel," Mary teased. Rachel had never been attracted to any man like she was with him, but keeping her feelings for Adonis hidden in front of her family would be a monumental task. She hadn't realized how much everyone would take notice of her actions, as innocent as they'd been, and misconstrue them for something else. Although her actions hadn't always been totally above reproach with Adonis. She guessed that's why she felt guilty when her family lightheartedly rebuked her this time. Mary's blue eyes sparkled. "Hunters and huntresses notice actions. It aids us in reacting quickly in times of danger. Since everyone was curious anyway how the two of you'd get along, most watched you. But Uncle Tobias seemed surprised. For that matter, none of us have ever seen you act so, well, out of character. Adonis always seems so concerned about you. That doesn't go unnoticed." She took a breath. "Of course, I'm sure all of us figured you'd feigned sickness to be alone with Adonis. That's why Tobias didn't allow Adonis to do the honors, and instead had Michael carry you to your bathroom. Yes, well, I guess we were all incorrect in our assumptions." "I didn't do anything," Mary snorted. "Rachel, you've provided more entertainment at the last couple of meals than we've had in a month." Trish walked into the room. "I thought when you punched Ned so he wouldn't laugh, Ferris would burst out laughing himself, Mary." "But seriously, Rachel, Mary's right. You must keep your hands off certain parts of the hunter's anatomy, even as innocently as you might have meant it, until Uncle Tobias says otherwise. Although, it may be a good thing. Tobias is probably considering how many children you'll have with Adonis. And soon." Mary chuckled. "And because Adonis has more girls in his family than most do. I heard Tobias talking to Brent earlier today that maybe Adonis would father more girls." "Yes, and the prospect that both Michael and Zachary might now have Huntress partners, has really made Tobias look on Adonis more favorably.
Zachary? Rachel asked.
Trish patted her leg. Yes, he's interested in Pasha, the one Pyrrhus has imprisoned.
We have no idea if we can even rescue her.
Or if she was unscathed, Rachel wanted to say. What if his younger sister had been turned as well? They'll do all they can to rescue her and their parents, Trish said. When? Tomorrow, midday, if all goes well tonight. Not only did Rachel have to be perfectly well by then, she prayed Adonis would be all right tonight on the hunt. What if something terrible happened to him? What if Danae was right? Nothing had gone well for them. Would the same bad luck befall Adonis tonight? The hunt wouldn't be over soon enough, and she prayed Adonis would be the greatest hunter success her uncle had ever witnessed. If only luck were on his side this time. When the vehicle doors began to open and shut, her heart stopped. She knew it wouldn't start beating again until she heard Adonis had returned from the hunt, not only victorious, but safe and sound. Chapter 17. Before it grew dark that night, Adonis and 10 hunters parked several blocks away from the house they'd raid. His thoughts focused on Rachel. He couldn't blow it now. He had to prove to her family he was a hunter worthy of joining them. Even now he could visualize her blue eyes filled with concern for him. He couldn't shake the feeling he could so easily lose her with one wrong mistake. If a vampire claimed he was one of them and the hunters believed him, or if Adonis found he couldn't kill one. He shook his head. As his grandmother used to warn, don't borrow trouble needlessly. As soon as Tobias exited his SUV, Adonis bowed his head slightly in reverent greeting. I'll make my way inside the house and open all of the windows on the bottom floor around the sides and back of the house. I'll let you know when I've succeeded. Michael grabbed his arm. I'll go with you. Adonis hesitated, trying to think of a reason to dissuade Rachel's cousin. Michael's wanting to help him touched him profoundly. He was like the family Adonis had so recently lost. But he couldn't chance Michael finding out about his vampiric ties to Pyrrhus. No, I've been staking this place out for days. Only one hunter sneaking in should do the trick. I don't want to alert them. To Adonis's relief, Tobias agreed. Go ahead with your plan. Adonis bowed, then headed down the street. After ducking down another street, and then once he was out of sight of the hunters, he vanished. He reappeared in the hallway leading to several bedrooms and an office on the first floor of the 2-story colonial home. Classical music from the living room drifted to his ears. The piano and harp tunes lulled the human hosts into a relaxed state before the vampires sucked the blood from their throats. But these weren't human hosts who gave their blood for the sexual pleasure they derived from it. Some wished immortality and would be blood-bonded tonight. Others were targeted to supply Pyrrhus with blood bonds who had special skills. Some were way too young. Adonis had to ensure that the innocents were set free. The rest had to be killed. If one told Pyrrhus that Adonis was involved in the killing of the vampires, no telling what he'd do to Adonis's family. His back stiff with tension, Adonis headed for the door to the first bedroom. The idea he might not be able to kill played in his head like a broken movie reel over and over again. When he pulled the door open, the sound of a man and woman groaning and moaning in heated rapture in the middle of a curtained bed caught his attention. Ignoring them, he slipped silently to the window. He slid the window up, making no sound. The chilly temperature outside was the same as inside. Hopefully they wouldn't notice any outside noises before it was too late. He made his way to the next room, an unoccupied office. He pulled the drapes aside, then eased the window up. Movement outside in the dark caught his eye. The hunters scurried into the shadows of the night. Only Adonis, like any other vampire, could see them as if he had night vision goggles, except his vision made it appear as clear as a cloudy day. He hurried out of the room and walked across the hall. After pulling the door open, his heart stopped. A teenage female human host smiled sweetly at him. Her blonde hair, blue eyes, and petite stature immediately made him think of a younger version of Rachel. She started to unbutton her pink silk blouse. She wasn't a blood bond yet, and way too young, around 14 or so, he guessed. He met her gaze and willed her to leave the house. He grabbed her arm and pulled her to the window. Then he yanked the window up and helped her out. Gregory caught his action as he hovered in a hedge nearby. Great. How could Adonis explain that he convinced a potential blood bond not to go through with it? Would it matter to the others that she was too young? The girl walked off in a daze. Several hundred yards from the house, Kurt grasped her arm, examined her for bites, then let her go. Adonis swore under his breath. He'd never be able to explain what happened to the girl. Only a vampire could put them into a trance like that, and a vampire wouldn't have let her go. Unless Kurt and the other hunters suspected Adonis had killed the vampire that put her in a trance. Yes, that would be the story if any asked. Hopefully he'd managed to kill one before the lie could be found out. Adonis moved out of the room and headed for the bathroom. The window was big enough to permit access. He shoved it open. When he left the bathroom, another female human host caught his eye, standing demurely in the hall. She curled a strand of dark hair around her finger. She had already given blood and appeared groggy, but there was no blood staining her lips. She tilted her head up at him. He escorted her out through the same bedroom where the young girl had been. The scene replayed, only this time Michael helped her through the window, inspected her, then sent her toward Kurt. "Now?" Michael asked, his whole body tense with hunter expectation. "No, not quite yet," Adonis said, hushed. He left the bedroom and stalked down the hall to the next room, another bedroom. This time, he wasn't as lucky. A red-headed male vampire was busy drawing blood from a woman's throat. But when Adonis opened the door, the vampire turned and hissed at him for the interruption. Adonis recognized Kramer, an ancient vampire totally loyal to Pyrrhus. Adonis bowed quickly and left the room, shutting the door on his way out. He waited a moment, his heart palpitating way too fast, pounding against his ribs. Would Kramer think it odd Adonis was here when he hadn't blood-bonded humans since he'd been turned? There wouldn't be any other reason for him to be at the house. Kramer suddenly appeared in front of him and smiled, his lips bloodied. "Adonis, this is a change for you. I thought Pyrrhus was here. I wish to speak to him about my sister." "Ah, Danae. He missed her today. And how did that happen? He'd sent 2 of his most trusted human hosts for her, and they vanished. He already has my younger sister and my parents. He doesn't need Danae to have my loyalty." He wasn't going to explain about the missing hosts. He figured Pyrrhus would assume Danae got the better of them. "But you haven't brought Rachel to him. He thinks maybe you've changed your mind about giving her to him. He even jokingly said you helped a hunter escape his wrath after the man killed Julia and Circes." Kramer gave him a calculating smile, as if to say he was in on the joke. "Did you? Do you really think Pyrrhus would have allowed me to live had he thought that seriously?" The vampire tilted his head to the side with an all-knowing, arrogant expression. "He has mysterious ways sometimes, allowing a traitor to remain in his midst, toying with him until the time is right to terminate him. Having existed over 300 years, he likes to play high-stakes games. But you did not answer me about the woman. She means nothing to me, like my family does." "Good. That's what Pyrrhus will like to hear." Footsteps approaching from down the hall made the 2 men look toward the pool room. Gregory rushed forward with a sword clutched in his white-knuckled grasp. Kramer hissed, but the hunter charged Adonis with darkness in his expression. So focused on Adonis, the idiot hunter didn't see the real threat. Kramer grabbed Gregory by the throat and slammed him against the wall. Adonis whipped out his sword and jammed it into the vampire's heart. The vampire hadn't time to cry out as his body wrinkled into a shriveled mummy and dropped to the floor. For an instant, Adonis was numb, not believing he could truly kill one of them. But relief filled his soul after that. Gregory collapsed to his knees, coughing and hacking, trying to catch his breath. Michael ran up behind Adonis. "The others are all in place," he whispered. "Let's finish this then." Michael looked down at Gregory. "Are you going to be all right?" He nodded, tears in his eyes. Adonis headed for the other bedroom, where he had heard a vampire having relations with a human host. But this time, Adonis felt confident. He had killed a vampire. He knew now he could do it. He stood a chance at being a hunter again. When he walked into the room, the sounds of passionate lovemaking had silenced. Had the vampire heard what had happened in the hallway? Adonis jerked the curtain aside. Her mouth covered in blood. A woman screamed. But the vampire was no longer there. A hiss met his ear. Adonis swung around to meet the threat. For a second, the vampire gaped at Adonis and seemed confused. The vampire's blonde hair was tangled loosely about his shoulders, and his chest was bare. Adonis? Bertrand. Adonis thrust his sword deep into the vampire's chest. He had no love for Pyrrhus's vampires, every one of whom was loyal to Pyrrhus and his evil doings. None of them would assist him in freeing his family, and any would have brought his head to Pyrrhus on a platter if they learned of his treachery. Screams and cries filled the house. Brent ran into the room as Adonis pulled his sword from the vampire's shriveled body. With his sword, Brent quickly disposed of the blood bond hissing at him and baring her fangs as she scrambled out of the bed. "Are you ready to leave?" Brent asked Adonis. Adonis gave a terse nod and headed out of the room, although he'd have made a much quicker exodus if he could have managed unseen. The hunters made sure all the rest of the blood bonds and vampires were dead. They gathered their men to ensure everyone was unhurt and rushed for their vehicles. Gregory cursed, his throat still raspy from the vampire nearly crushing his windpipe, while he walked in front of Adonis and spoke to Michael and Kurt. "I tell you, he's joined them in a cause against us. He was speaking to the vampire, and he told him he was trading Rachel for his family." Michael shook his head. "Shut up, Gregory. If it hadn't been for Adonis, you wouldn't be croaking out a sound. He saved your life tonight. Admit it. And hell, after what you pulled with the Huntress from his family, you would have been justified in letting you die." Adonis hadn't been sure that Gregory had overheard his conversation with the vampire. But when Gregory charged at him with the sword, Adonis grew concerned he had heard the whole blasted conversation. Then again, Gregory was angry enough about Adonis's successfully pursuing Rachel. He considered that might have been the reason for Gregory's unbridled attack of revenge tonight. Although no one would totally believe Gregory's accusations, still, any doubt would make Adonis somewhat suspect. Would they think he'd lure the hunters to Pyrrhus's estate, just so he could free his family? Would they realize that's why he could sneak into a blood-bonding party without any problems? That he and his sister could escape unscathed from Pyrrhus's place? The other hunters who were more cautious might be concerned, even though several were pretty hot that Gregory had gotten a huntress killed through his own damned fault. Scowling at Adonis, Gregory shook his head. "Adonis killed the vampire because he saw you coming, Michael. He knew you'd realize he was in league with them otherwise." "Adonis could have let the vampire finish you off first," Kurt sarcastically said. "Then he could have killed the vampire." Michael yanked the door open to Adonis's SUV. "I was behind Adonis, out of his vision. He couldn't have known I was coming. As soon as the vampire grabbed you, Adonis didn't hesitate to skewer the redhead. If he were in league with them, he would have waited a few seconds more. And believe me, you wouldn't have been around to tell us about it. Be a hunter, and thankful to the one who saved your life. After the hell you've caused him and his family, you ought to appreciate he didn't let you die in there." The men all climbed into their vehicles, and the long drive back to Tobias's estates began as Adonis took the wheel of his SUV. Michael, Zachary, Ned, Ferris, Kurt, and Brent rode with Adonis this time. At least he'd garnered the respect of the closest members of Tobias's family. He was certain Gregory was still raving to Tobias about Adonis's tie to the vampire in one of the other vehicles. "That was one damned good hit," Michael said. 6 ancients killed in one house, and Adonis managed to cut that number by 1/3 on his own. Kurt chuckled. "Your instincts were right when you said Adonis could help us, Michael. Now that we have the layout of Pyrrhus's place, we should have no trouble overwhelming him. Unless he chooses to vanish again like the coward he was before." "You'll make a great addition to the family," Brent added. "Too often we get young, hot-headed hunters who want to make an impression and kill everyone in a blood-bond house, even innocents like the young girls you sent out to us. It's a good job." Adonis hadn't expected all the praise, as hunting was just a job. But it felt damned good to be a hunter again, as part of a team. working together to rid themselves of the evil in their midst. He almost felt good enough that he could forget the hated vampire side of him. Not that he didn't like some of the new abilities he had, but working around hunters made the abilities a curse if they appeared at the most inopportune times. The hunting party grew close to Adonis's antique shop when an 18-wheeler pulled between them and the car in the hunter convoy ahead of them, effectively cutting them off. His voice filled with concern, Kurt said, "Turn around, quickly!" Adonis recognized the maneuver. Separate the end of the convoy from the others and pick off the occupants. He whipped the SUV down another street. Michael called ahead to the others on his cell phone. "We've been separated from the convoy." "Yes, Father." He clicked off his phone. "They saw, and they're doubling back." "You know this area, Adonis," Kurt said. "Is there anywhere safe to go?" "Not my place. The human hosts have already been inside. They could have invited Pyrrhus in any time." Another 18-wheeler pulled in front of them. "Should we make a stand?" Michael asked. "No, not until we have backup," Kurt replied. Adonis turned the car. Michael called in their location again. A warehouse came into view. One of Pyrrhus's. Adonis took a deep breath. "Tell your father they're corralling us into the warehouse on 22nd Street. "One of Pyrrhus's?" Brent asked, sounding surprised. "Yeah, I've noticed activity here before, but without a family to back me up, I haven't been able to hit it. The warehouse appears to be used to store Pyrrhus's contraband after he kills humans and plunders their businesses and estates." But tonight, it would be used to eliminate a vehicle full of hunters. Only the vampires didn't know that Adonis was driving the vehicle and could lead the other hunters to their location. In their view, they'd isolated one of the hunter vehicles, and the others would never be able to locate them in time. A pickup truck slammed into the tail end of his vehicle, propelling him toward the open warehouse. He attempted to turn, but two more wedged him in. He jammed his brakes on. The squealing of tires and burning of rubber filled the air. Kurt said, "Our men are right behind us." Adonis glanced into the rearview mirror. Tobias and his entourage barreled down the street behind them. The pickup stopped pushing once the SUV was inside, then it backed up, but one of the hunter's pickups rammed him in the rear, propelling him into the frame of the warehouse entrance. Now the human hosts couldn't close the warehouse doors and effectively cut the hunters off from the rest. Zachary said, "What are we waiting for?" A vampire jumped onto the hood of Adonis's vehicle. "That," Adonis said, then yanked his sword out of its sheath, and he jumped out of the SUV. Before the vampire could react, astonishment was evident in his expression to see Adonis with the other hunters. Adonis stabbed him in the heart before he could give Adonis away. Adonis had never realized how much the vampires trusted he was one of them. And yet, they hated him for being a hunter turned. Now, he gave them good reason. Instantly, aging to a white, wrinkled raisin, the vampire collapsed on the hood. Human hosts charged across the cement floor with steel rods and swords, while Adonis's blood heated. The vampires were letting their minions do their dirty work, but the speed and agility of the hunters were too much for the human hosts, and once they'd laid them to rest, the vampires attacked. Although the vampires could have easily vanished and sought safety, it wasn't their way. In the heat of battle and as conceited as they were, they knew they'd win and would never back down in a fight. Still, the hunters vastly outnumbered them here tonight, and were just as arrogant a breed, having every intention of winning the battle, too. The vampires drew swords from sheaths hidden beneath their cloaks and charged the hunters. The razor-sharp metal struck with a clatter and clang against metal, but a sword wasn't the way they'd kill their intended hunter victim here in Dallas. The sharp weapon was the teasing foreplay they'd use before they'd rip a hunter's throat out. Then, a human host, standing high above on a stack of wooden crates, beaded a dot of red light at Michael's temple. Adonis's blood chilled. He was too far from him to shove Michael out of harm without revealing how he could move as a vampire. The only other way Adonis could prevent the human host from killing Michael was by appearing on the crate where the sniper hid. But if any of the hunters saw Adonis vanish, then reappear there, they'd know he'd been turned. Still, he had to chance it. In a split second, he vanished, then reappeared before the shooter, the man's weapon pointed straight at him. The adrenaline coursed through Adonis's veins as he grabbed the man's arms and thrust them upward. The weapon discharged into the ceiling 20 feet above them. With Adonis's deft help, the man took a dive for the cement floor, breaking his neck on impact. Adonis glanced back at the hunters still fighting the vampires. Gregory watched him, and so did Michael. Had they seen him arrive on top of the crates like a vampire moved? Or had they thought he'd climbed to the top sometime while they were distracted? A fluttering sounded behind him, and he shifted his attention to the vampire that threatened him next. "Why don't we dispense with the swords, you and I, Adonis, and just rip each other's throats out? How would your new friends view you then?" With his blade, Adonis struck Marion's sword hard with a clang. The rest of the warehouse had grown quiet, and he imagined the hunters had successfully eliminated the other vampires. Now he had to put on the show of his life in front of the other hunters. He fought the urge to fly, or move like a vampire, and yet he'd have greater success if he did. Instead, he thrust his sword, parried, diving forward and sliding back as graceful as any skilled hunter swordsman, his way just like before. He never once took his eyes off the vampire in front of him, one of Pyrrhus's main henchmen, black-haired and eyed, the devil's partner in crime. He smirked, a glint of red in his eyes when the footsteps of several hunters sped along the cement toward the crates. "Do they seek to aid you, or kill you like they intend to kill me? Talkative tonight, aren't we, Marion? I don't think I've heard more than 2 words from you since we became friends." Marion's lips curved upward in a sadistic smile. "I like to listen. You can get more of a feel for people that way, don't you think?" He thrust his sword at Adonis's chest, but Adonis quickly sidestepped the blade, the weapon piercing Adonis's shoulder deeply instead of his heart. Burning pain streaked down his arm. Hell. Marion's canines extended as his eyes focused on the blood staining Adonis's shirt. Adonis lunged at him, thrusting his steel into the vampire's chest. But the vampire had moved just enough to lessen the blow, the blade missing the heart. "How in the hell did he get up there?" Brent shouted while they searched for a way to aid Adonis. "You mean they don't know?" Marion asked. His black brows rose in question while he clutched at his wound. The vampire and the hunter healed quickly, but even so it could take a day or 2, or longer depending on the severity. The vampire dropped his sword and took a flying leap. He knocked Adonis's sword from his grasp and slammed his back prone against the wooden crate, knocking the breath from him. "Your sister and parents will die now, as I've always said." He bared his canines and choked Adonis with his vice-like grip. Adonis struggled to reach the dagger at his waist, his mind blackening from lack of oxygen. Finally, freeing the dagger, he heard Kurt shout, "Over here!" The vampire smiled. "They found the ladder, but it will do you no good." He tore Adonis's shirt with his teeth. The blood rushing in his ears, Adonis shoved the dagger's 10-inch ancient blade into the vampire's heart. The creature shrunk into a dehydrated mass of skin and bones, his clothes hanging loosely from them. Immediately, his death grip on Adonis's throat ceased. Flat on his back, Adonis attempted to catch his breath as he coughed and hacked. "Adonis!" Michael shouted, running across the top of the crates. He jerked the dead vampire off him and tossed the body aside. Just as quickly, he reached down and seized Adonis's good hand and helped him to stand. Hating feeling so damned weak, Adonis teetered. Michael clasped his hand over Adonis's bloodied shoulder and wrapped his arm around his waist, steadying him. "Let's get you down from here." Zachary poked his head above the crate. "Adonis is all right! The vampire's dead!" he relayed to the others. Every rung on the ladder Adonis grasped shot pain through his arm. He wished he could reappear down below without the agony of climbing down the ladder with an injured shoulder. He hadn't been wounded in a long time, and he'd forgotten how painful it could be. But worse, he was losing consciousness. The blood loss. He needed more blood. His fangs itched to extend. Then a wave of nausea and dizziness overwhelmed his senses. The powerlessness angered him as he attempted to remain conscious. Blinking, his vision blurred. The light of the warehouse fading, growing dimmer with each passing second. Fading until it vanished. Chapter 18. The house was all astir when the hunters arrived back at Tobias's home at 2 that morning. Rachel, hearing all the jubilation, grabbed Mary's robe, yanked it on, and headed down the hallway to the stairs. When she saw Michael and Zachary carrying Adonis into the house, his face white as fresh fallen snow, and his dark brown eyes hidden under heavy lids, her heart was crushed. She ran to them, but they shook their heads at her. Tobias grabbed her arm, stopping her.
Dr. Stevens will take care of him. He was stabbed in the shoulder, and he's lost a lot of blood. But he'll be given a blood transfusion, and that'll take care of that. In a few hours, maybe sooner, he'll be as good as new.
I want to be with him while Dr. Stevens attends to him. To protect him. To discover how he fared. Was he able to kill other vampires? Had he proved his worth to her uncle? She prayed he had.
Later, Rachel. Your stirring the hunter up isn't going to help him to heal faster.
Gregory threw his sword on the floor.
Damn it! Why won't anyone listen to me? He's one of them! Michael, you saw the way he just vanished and reappeared on top of the crates? You saw it!
Michael looked at Danae, whose soulful eyes waited for him to say something. He walked over to her, then took her hands in his.
Your brother saved my life tonight. For that, I'll always be in his stead.
Kurt grunted and folded his arms.
Yeah, and Adonis saved your life, Gregory. And what thanks does he get?
Gregory glared at him, then said to Tobias,
You can't let him have Rachel. He's the devil's spawn and has deceived all of you.
He grabbed up his sword and stormed out of the house. Zachary shut and locked the door behind him.
I'd say tonight calls for a celebration.
Michael kissed Danae's cheek, but she pulled away. I have to see to my brother.
I understand.
She hurried toward the location Dr. Stevens had disappeared. Michael didn't begin to understand how Danae felt. Danae looked like she was ready to collapse when Gregory accused her brother of being one of the vampire kind. Had Michael seen what Gregory said he saw Adonis do? Rachel swallowed hard and rubbed her arms. Mary joined her. You look almost as pale as Danae over Adonis's health, Rachel. Come, sit down. You know he'll be just fine, and you're not totally recovered from your own injury either. The living room filled with conversation recanting the battles the hunters had conducted with the human hosts, blood bonds, and vampires, while the huntresses listened, entranced with their warrior tales. Didn't the women desire to continue the fight for good against evil? The women seemed happy to be housebound, raising children, and no longer fighting. Rachel touched Mary's arm to speak to her privately. Mary grasped her hand. My goodness, Rachel, you're ice cold. Don't you ever miss terminating the vampires? Nah, I enjoy training the next generation of our kind to fight them. Maybe when she had a child of her own, Rachel would feel differently. When Dr. Stevens walked into the living room, everyone grew quiet. He turned to Tobias.
Adonis will be fine, but he's asking to see Rachel.
Her uncle motioned for her to go. She hurried off the couch and headed for the medical room, where Dr. Stevens kept supplies and equipment enough for a small clinic, plus 2 beds for wounded hunters. Adonis weakly smiled as soon as she walked into the room where he lay in a standard hospital bed. That he wasn't as dead as he first looked when they'd brought him in reassured her he'd live. But if Dr. Stevens discovered the truth about Adonis, no one seemed the wiser. Danae looked as though she needed a blood transfusion herself as she sat quietly next to the bed. Trying for cheerfulness to lighten the serious mood, Rachel said, My, are your cheeks burning because I'm here now, or is it the blood dripping in your veins? His smile broadened. He turned to Danae.
Can you leave us alone?
She shook her head. I want to stay with you. That Gregory said the most awful things about you and... His brows furrowed.
What?
He said you vanished, then reappeared somewhere else. His voice dark, he prompted.
And?
He said that Michael had seen it too, but Michael denied it, said that you saved his life and that he was indebted forever to you. Adonis took a deep breath. Wanting to give him moral support, Rachel walked over to his bed and kissed his cheek. If my family doesn't accept you for what you are, I'll leave with you and never come back. He touched her face, his gaze telling her how much her sentiment meant to him. Adonis, I don't want to go out there with them, Danae said. Michael will pounce on me as soon as I do.
You can't be afraid to live life any longer, Danae.
She folded her arms. I'm not. I'll have to take Rachel to Pyrrhus's estate in your place now that you're injured and hope that we succeed.
He blew out his breath. They're still planning on laying siege to his place later today?
Yes, they're anxious that the word may reach Pyrrhus that we're coming for him, so Tobias wants to strike now. He figures they won't expect multiple strikes, although I'm sure they wished you'd come with them as you know the layout. But now you can't go.
I'm going. As soon as I've had enough of a blood transfusion, I'll be fine.
He waved his hand at her.
Go. Keep Michael company.
She doesn't have to if she doesn't want to, Adonis. Rachel walked over to her and gave her a warm embrace. Do what you feel comfortable with, and don't listen to your brother's bullying. Danae smiled and hugged her back. I'm going to like having you in my court. She wrinkled her nose at her brother and walked out of the room. Adonis chuckled.
I'd never have moved her from the room like you just did.
Rachel kissed his mouth, tangling her tongue with his.
Rachel.
He grasped her hair with his good hand.
You taste so good.
I guess you won't be joining me in my room later.
I believe I might need to rest a bit, but later this morning.
She smiled. Okay, then I'll just sit here and try to behave myself. An hour later, and after much coaxing, Mary led Rachel back to bed. Danae will sit up with her brother. You can spell her later, and she can get some rest then. Whatever was the matter with Gregory? Rachel had to know how the others felt about his accusations. Well, you know a couple of our distant cousins were concerned. Said all of a sudden Adonis and Danae have their family imprisoned and want to destroy Pyrrhus, but make contact with our family first. Which is fine, but now they're getting our Hunter family involved in the mess. Mary sat on the edge of the bed. But most agree that Pyrrhus has to go, for your safety more than anything. They know he won't stop trying to get to you. She reached over and touched Rachel's hair. Besides, we all know what Gregory said was preposterous. Vampires wouldn't turn hunters. It's never been done before. At least here in this region ever. They kill us. We kill them. They could never trust a hunter in their midst. Mary leaned over and kissed her cheek. You look exhausted. Sleep, and you can take over from Danae later. She rose from the bed. You'll be all right alone tonight? Yes, thanks, Mary. I'll be fine. Mary shut the door, and Rachel lay awake, unable to sleep, not with distressing over the part she'd have to play concerning Pyrrhus, nor with worrying that someone might still believe Gregory's accusations. But it was the movement of the mattress rocking her slightly that stole her thoughts away. Thinking Danae had returned to bed, she turned. In the darkness, she couldn't tell who it was. She whispered, Danae? Adonis's deep, seductive chuckle sent a spark of electricity down her spine. You locked the door? She whispered. He pulled her nightgown up to her waist. She reached out and touched his arm. Is your injury already?
I'm still tired, Rachel. But if we work quickly.
She chuckled. You said next time we'd spend more time at this.
Next time. I promise.
She touched his bare chest and frowned. You're already naked. She wiggled out of her gown.
I left my clothes in the bathroom of the clinic.
Danae?
She's my lookout. She'll tell anyone who checks on me that I'm in the bathroom.
He ran his hand up Rachel's thigh, and she shivered. He quickly pulled back.
You're feeling all right, aren't you, Rachel?
She took hold of his good arm. My head still hurts a little, but the rest of me is working perfectly fine.
We're a pair.
He lay back against the mattress, then pulled her on top of him. What?
I need to rest my injured shoulder, so I can fight Pyrrhus and his blood bonds later today.
He massaged her breasts, and she purred.
So you're going to have to take the bull by the horns and ride him,
Adonis said, his voice already husky. Cowboy in a former life?
He groaned. Hurry, Rachel. After you touched me at lunch, I could barely think of anything else.
No wonder you were injured. If you'd come to me before you left, you'd have had me out of your head. The chuckle deep in his throat amused her.
If I'd been with you before the fight with the bloodsuckers, you'd still have been on my mind.
He tugged at her arm to pull her closer. Then he nuzzled her face. She searched for his mouth in the dark and parted her lips for him. His tongue moistened her lips, then explored her mouth with a tenderness that was possessive as well as gentle. She centered herself on top of his erection and moaned as he slid deep inside. "Oh, God, Rachel, you feel so good." She gasped against his mouth as his thumbs rubbed her nipples. Her pelvic muscles tightened. "Relax, just a bit, honey," he whispered, his hands on her hips. He steadied her pace, making her go slowly, then more quickly as the electricity sizzled between them. He touched between her legs and rubbed her swollen nub, eliciting the pleasurable sensations to build. Trying to stay quiet, she bit her lip. Mary and Ned's room was located next door when they stayed with Tobias, and Rachel didn't want to think of what might happen if either suspected Adonis was with Rachel right now. She hoped the bed's headboard wouldn't bump the wall as she and Adonis did their gymnastics. Again, Adonis fused his mouth to hers, his fingers working their magic between her legs, the crescendo escalating with his thrusts and skillful ministrations. She could barely keep quiet, until he unleashed the passion exploded inside her, sending a wave of release rippling through their joined bodies. "Oh, my God, Adonis," she mouthed against his lips. "I don't want you to leave me. Ever." His mouth curved against hers and he held her tight, but then he sighed deeply next to her ear. "We have to get this business over with Pyrrhus. Then I'll demand that Tobias marry us. He'll have to." He ran his hand over her back and kissed her cheek. "He won't have any choice." A knocking sounded at the door. Instantly, Adonis vanished and Rachel dropped onto the mattress with a jolt. "Jeez, Adonis," she whispered. She searched for her nightgown but couldn't find it on the bed in the dark, so she scurried under the covers. The door opened, letting the hallway lights filter into the room. Danae whispered to Rachel. "The doctor came to see Adonis. Is he still here?" "No." Danae crossed the room, then leaned over. She lifted Rachel's nightgown off the carpet and handed it to her. "Thanks. Zachary's been given babysitting duty." Danae's voice sounded amused. "Uncle Tobias ordered it." "Yep." Danae slipped out of her clothes and into a borrowed gown. Poor Adonis. "About later today. Shh. Adonis will be leading the others to the house, while you and I wait for him nearby. The three of us will enter the house. He'll present you to Pyrrhus, and you'll kill him. Anyway, that's the plan. I don't know who your uncle will leave behind to watch over you in the interim, but somehow we'll leave here as soon as we're able." "They can't leave Gregory behind to watch me." Silence followed. "Danae?" "If others listen to him, and Adonis does anything more to cause doubt." Rachel took a deep breath. "We can't worry about that." But she knew that Danae worried just as much as she did. If push came to shove, Danae and Adonis were vampires, and the urge to protect themselves or others they cared about by any means available would undoubtedly come to bear. Everyone slept late the next morning, and later that afternoon they ate fresh broiled salmon, baked potatoes, cauliflower and broccoli florets in silence. Rachel poked at her meal. She'd lost her appetite as her nerves felt ragged in anticipation of her meeting Pyrrhus. The mood had turned contemplative, each hunter considering the role he had to play in the next battle. Killing Pyrrhus was her family's ultimate goal. With him dead, Rachel was free to live her life as normally as a huntress could. Freeing Adonis's family, that was the secondary goal. In silence, Tobias had watched Adonis throughout most of the meal, and Rachel wondered what was the matter. Did he believe Gregory's accusations? Finally, he asked, "Are you sure you're going to be all right to wield a sword, Adonis?" "He injured my left arm, not my sword arm. I'm going." Admiration lit in Tobias's eyes, and then he turned to Brent. "Any word from Gregory?" Brent shook his head. "Missing since he left the house this morning." Frowns creased Mary and Trish's foreheads. Going into the dragon's lair was a formidable proposition, and neither wished to lose a husband over it. Rachel's stomach twisted. She felt good about what she was to do. Kill Pyrrhus, avenge her parents' death, help to free Adonis's family. But could she succeed? Pyrrhus had to expect that Tobias would attack him at some time. Would he figure they'd spring on him this afternoon? Rachel shuddered. What if he had moved Adonis's family to some other location? And if the word got out to the other vampires that Pyrrhus's main estates were attacked, what if he told the others to kill Adonis's family? Adonis ran his hand over hers. "You're awfully quiet," he whispered to her. Several looked at them. She took a deep breath. Everyone's quiet. "Frederick is remaining behind today," Tobias announced. Rachel glanced at the green-eyed suitor of hers, his long dark hair tucked neatly into a leather strap. He smiled at her. Adonis reached down and squeezed her knee. Tickling her, she squashed the urge to laugh, quickly grabbed his hand, and looked back at him. In his not-so-subtle way, he was reminding her she was his, and no matter how many suitors she had, none would truly have her. "Now you behave yourself," she whispered back to him. His eyes sparkled with devilment. When the meal ended, Tobias said, "I wish to meet with all of the hunters in the conference room for a moment." Rachel squeezed Adonis's hand. It wasn't usual for Tobias to call a last-minute meeting before a hunt. Her heart picked up its pace when Adonis left her behind. After all the men walked into the room and Zachary had closed the door, Tobias said, "I didn't have a chance to speak to you after the hunt early this morning, as you were unconscious, Adonis. You saved my son, Michael's life, and Gregory's too, with the skill of a true hunter. It isn't often we have the opportunity to welcome a full-fledged hunter into our services. With the skill you provide, you should be able to make enough earnings to live comfortably here in Dallas. We welcome you into our family, for as long as you wish to stay." Adonis bowed his head in thanks. Tobias added, "That's all I have to say to the group, although I wish a word with Adonis alone." Several of the hunters slapped Adonis on the back or shook his hand in congratulations as they exited the conference room. Tobias closed the door after the last of them left and faced Adonis. "I know part of why you did what you did last night was to earn my favor, and I'm bound to give it to you. I can't even thank you enough for saving my son's life." His stormy gray eyes considered Adonis, but they lacked warmth. He motioned to a chair. This didn't appear to be a true welcoming into the family. After Adonis sat, Tobias took a seat across from him. "Rachel is my only niece. When she was 5, Pyrrhus murdered her parents. I've raised her as my own daughter for all these years as best I could. My dear wife was killed by a vampire when Rachel was 14, so Rachel hasn't had a mother figure for some years. She's not been interested in the male persuasion. Not until you came along." He tapped his fist on the arm of his chair. "Somehow you intrigue her. Maybe because you have a rogue quality about you like Michael has. She's always admired him. But you're sneaking behind my back to see her. Well, you're welcome to be part of the family, but I still don't want you marrying my niece." Adonis's neck muscles tightened beneath the black turtleneck he wore. "I care very deeply for Rachel, Mr. Bremerton. Tobias." He rose from his chair. "She's a huntress, and we have standards of moral conduct we have to abide by. If you wish to remain with us, you must live by them. I have not lived in a hunter family for a while. I'm afraid my instincts took over my better judgment where Rachel's concerned, but I very much wish Rachel to be mine. You have my word I'll do everything in my power to keep her from harm. Pyrrhus wants my niece. He'll stop at nothing to get her, I fear. I'll do everything I can to keep her from falling into his hands. There are 7 eligible bachelors who wish Rachel's hand in marriage. But it's her choice ultimately. Where my niece is concerned, it's my choice." Exasperated, Adonis tried to keep his cool. "If I want to see her, you'll be chaperoned. My niece is still a virgin, as all huntresses are to be before they are mated with their lifetime mate, and I want to keep it that way until she is married." Before Adonis could speak, Tobias raised his hand. "You have gone far enough with her. If Gregory or any of the other men found out how you'd taken advantage of her, they'd kill you, and rightly so. But for now, for what you've done for us, you're in my good graces. Let's keep it that way, shall we? Chaperoned." Inwardly, Adonis smiled. No one was keeping him from Rachel. At all times. When they walked out of the conference room, Rachel hurried to join Adonis. Her uncle took a deep breath as he watched them. Then he headed outside with several of the other men.
"What did he say, Adonis?" Rachel asked.
"He thanked me for saving Michael and Gregory, and is allowing me to become part of the family."
Her reserved enthusiasm didn't go unnoticed. "What else, Adonis? I know the way you're both acting, and the fact he said nothing about us to me means he's still having reservations about us."
"I have to be chaperoned with you at all times."
Her lips quirked into a smile.
"My sentiments exactly."
He kissed her deeply, then pulled away and kissed her cheek. When he hugged her to his chest, she felt heavenly against him, and he wished he could take her away from all this, keep her safe from the rogue vampires, and from hunters who would want his death if they knew what he was. He took a deep breath.
3 hunters' knives are hidden in Pyrrhus's bedroom, and a sword.
"Yes, you've told me already, 4 times. Underneath the mattress, right side, left side, and one in the drawer by the right side of the bed, and the sword beneath it."
"I'll pass a weapon to you if I get a chance."
"I love you, Adonis."
He kissed her cheek one last time. "I love you too, Rachel. Somehow we have to get through this."
He couldn't help the feeling that he needed to leave Rachel behind, to keep her safely away from Pyrrhus. But he knew in the same instant she was the only hope in freeing his family without causing their bloodshed. The adrenaline already coursed through his body, readying him to fight the devil. But a panic twisted in his gut, worrying over Rachel's safety. With one last hug, he left, praying everything would go as planned. A prickle of fear crept through Rachel when Adonis got into Michael's truck and they drove off the property with all the other hunters following. Dark-haired, black-eyed Frederick joined her, one of her other wannabe suitors, his expression hopeful now that Adonis was gone.
"Would you like to take a walk with me in the gardens?"
"No. Danae and I are going to Trish's house for a while to play with the girls."
"Your uncle said nothing about your leaving here."
"We're just driving over to Trish's house on the other side of the compound."
"I can't let you leave."
Rachel folded her arms. "Trish and Mary have already returned to their homes. We'll be back in a little bit." He blocked the door. "My head still hurts, Frederick." It didn't really, but the excuse was convenient. "And wrestling with you is bound to give me a worse headache, no matter how pleasurable it might be otherwise." The protective hunter nearly smiled, but his concern kept his expression guarded.
"I'll call your uncle and get his approval first."
Danae stood next to her with her arms folded, and the look on her face was one of understanding.
"Mr. Bremerton, this is Frederick."
He stuck his hand in his pocket as he held the phone to his ear and looked down at the floor.
"Nothing's really the matter, sir. Rachel wants to go to Trish's house."
He looked up at her.
"With Danae and me."
He smiled.
"Yes, sir."
He shut his phone.
"It's okay by him. You want to leave now?"
"Not now, Frederick. Maybe later. I didn't sleep well, so I'm going to lie down for a bit." Rachel stalked off to her room with Danae following behind her before Frederick tried to stop them. Rachel locked the bedroom door, then hurried across the floor to the window. Luckily, too busy with other concerns, the men hadn't nailed it shut like they'd said they would. She pulled the window up. Danae wrapped her arm around her waist, and the 2 women landed softly beside the evergreen shrubs next to the house. With a quick step, they headed for Danae's SUV. "Do you think it'll drive all right?" Rachel asked as she considered the banged-up condition of the back end. "Yes, Michael drove it home last night when Adonis was unconscious. They said they'd repair it good as new in a few days, but it drove just fine." Danae climbed into the driver's seat while Rachel buckled herself into the passenger's seat. Rachel's skin crawled with anxiety. Facing Pyrrhus now was going to be just like offering herself as a lamb for the slaughter. She was a huntress, but not really well trained to kill human vampires. She had the motivation, the drive, but she wasn't sure she had the skill to do the job. Not against Pyrrhus, the devil of them all. Yet, if he wanted her, she would be the only hunter able to get that close and have a chance at killing him. It was her job to do, and she knew it. She was born for the role. Or at least Pyrrhus's killing her parents and marking her created the role for her. If she just didn't screw it up. Danae remained quiet the whole time as they headed across the city. Rachel finally asked,
Do you think we have any chance to get out of there alive? Danae didn't say a word, but her expression said it all. Whether she killed Pyrrhus or not, Rachel wouldn't celebrate another birthday. Chapter 19. When Danae hesitated to answer her question, Rachel knew then that Danae believed she and Adonis wouldn't make it out of Pyrrhus's estates alive as they drove to his place. She wondered if Adonis was more sure of Rachel's abilities. At least she hoped someone believed she could succeed. I can't lie to you, Rachel. I never believed you would. If we could have resolved this on our own by killing Pyrrhus ourselves, we'd never have involved you. Believe me. And Adonis? He'll die with you. He has no intention of living if he loses you. If I can, I'll free my parents and my sister. But I'll have lost my newfound sister and my brother, both whom I love dearly. Danae's voice shook a little at the end. She didn't think any of them would be successful. Rachel's jaw tightened. She wasn't really ready to be sacrificed. You're like the sister I never had, and I've enjoyed this time we've spent together, brief as it's been. She looked at Danae. Will you continue to see Michael after this is all over? She asked the question out of natural curiosity in part, but partly also because she wished to consider something else other than her upcoming gruesome ordeal with Pyrrhus. No, she said softly. If he were to learn what I really am, it would be the end for us. Michael would know what Gregory said was true about Adonis, too. If my brother was to make it out alive, he wouldn't be safe with your family either. In the end, we'd all lose. Maybe Michael will feel as I do, that you're hunters first and foremost, and your new abilities will aid us, not work against us. Old notions die hard, Rachel. Most likely, a split would form between members of your family over us, if any were to support us at all. Rachel stared out the window, felt the dagger hidden behind her back, giving her some comfort. Then we'll have to leave if... She sighed. When we survive this. When they arrived at Pyrrhus's estate, an ornate wrought iron gate opened for them, like the gates opening to hell. Rachel's skin prickled. There were no other cars in sight. The 2-story rambling Spanish-style mansion was surrounded by cacti, mesquite grass, and boulders, and looked nothing like what she envisioned Pyrrhus's place to look like. A dark castle-like place with towers and black stone, while gargoyles with open-mouthed fangs clung to the eaves would have suited the tyrant. The sides of the home were coated in ivory stucco, but exposed areas revealed pink brick quarried nearby to make the new building appear more antiquated. An old wagon wheel rested against a live oak. The lone tree provided the only bit of shade in the front yard. Rachel took a deep breath. Stark. He likes it that way, so he can see visitors approach from a distance at night. Her heart pounding, Rachel couldn't calm her nervousness. Nobody's coming out to greet us. They're watching from inside if any of his human hosts are awake at all. This is when we hit them before. The vampires sleep during the day for a good reason, but the hosts are expected to guard the place all day long and stay up through most of the night to allow the vampires to feed on them. About midday, the hosts are wiped out, no matter how hard they try to stay awake. Good. We might have a chance after all. Danae drove the SUV around the back of a 3-car garage and parked. We're out of sight of your family now, but this is where it gets complicated. We need to get into the house with Adonis. We'll provide the distraction for the hunters first. Then when they come, they'll provide the distraction for us. And the complication is Adonis can't let them know that's the plan. So what do we do now? I'd take you into the house, but I'm afraid Pyrrhus would grab you, and I couldn't do anything about it. Adonis could join us, but the hunters will notice if he suddenly vanishes from Michael's truck. Rachel rubbed her arms. So we wait. Until Adonis lets us know. Danae smiled when Adonis appeared next to the passenger door. Speak of the devil. He opened the door, and Rachel leapt into his arms. I ought to part from you more often if I'm going to have this great of a reception when we're back together again. He kissed her lips, the feel of his mouth against hers warm and assuming, and she responded with enthusiasm. She finally pulled her mouth away from his. "How did you manage to get away from Michael?"
"I told them I'd do what I did before. Sneak in and open the windows. We parked out a ways."
He squeezed her to his chest.
"Are you ready?"
"Yes. Pyrrhus has to die."
"My sentiments exactly. Danae will walk on your left. I'll stay on your right. A human host will search you for weapons if they're alert enough. Maybe Danae and me too, since we've stirred things up a bit, if the word has reached Pyrrhus."
"I'm ready. And armed. How would it look for a huntress to enter the vampire's lair without a weapon?"
"Suspicious."
Adonis kissed her one more time, the heat lingering on her lips, warming her before the chill of what they had to do consumed her again. Then they walked toward the house. The double oak doors swung open. Rachel took a deep breath, trying to control the fear running rampant through her. Having Adonis and his sister on either side of her gave her some comfort, but she knew she'd have to face Pyrrhus alone in the end. They walked into a spacious ballroom-type living area with 15-foot-high ceilings. Candelabras with 8 candle-shaped bulbs hung from the ceilings, casting a soft light over the adobe red tile floor. Aztec blue, red, and beige pillows and Afghan throws decorated cushiony beige couches, while pictures of floral desert scenes covered the walls. Navy drapes covered all of the windows, blocking out the sunlight. The place didn't look anything like a vampire's lair. "Where is everyone?" Rachel whispered.
"We're 5 hours earlier than expected," Adonis said, his voice lowered for her ears only. He motioned to Danae. She nodded, then headed down the hall to the east.
"Where's she going?" Rachel couldn't help the shivers that racked her body.
"To see if our family is still in the same room, alive." He glanced at her. "Are you going to be all right?"
"Yes. And if your family is not?"
"We kill anything that moves. We have nothing to lose."
A man with dark, short-cropped hair suddenly came out of a hallway to the west. His jaw dropped.
"We weren't expecting you this early. We'd heard you had helped the hunters kill some of our people."
Adonis folded his arms.
"Pyrrhus told me I had to get her here any way that I could. If I couldn't show them I could be trusted, they'd never have allowed me to get close to Rachel."
"Oh, yes. Well, of course. But Pyrrhus is still sleeping and didn't wish to be disturbed." Groggy was better. Danae hurried out of the eastern hallway and shook her head. Her eyes were hard and her lips thinned. "Not there," she quickly said, to make sure Adonis understood she hadn't found them dead.
"Where are they?"
Adonis growled at the man.
"I've kept my part of the bargain."
The man ran his fingers through his hair. "You said you had to deliver her to him."
"And I have done so. I can't help it if he's still sleeping. Where are my parents and sister?"
When the man wouldn't say, Adonis seized Rachel's arm, startling her, and she gasped. Adonis spoke harshly.
"When Pyrrhus wants to deal, we'll deal."
"Wait!" The host looked nervously back at the hall leading to the west wing. It had to be where Pyrrhus's bedroom was located. Was Adonis going to barge in there while Pyrrhus was sleeping? No. He had to find out about his family first, to ensure their safety.
"All right," the man said. "They're down this hallway." He motioned to the one he'd come from. "Danae, go with him." "You'd better come too, with the woman," the man said. Adonis growled a curse, but they followed the man. When they reached a double door, the human host knocked. Another, a dark-haired man with a burr cut, opened it. His dark eyes grew big when he saw Adonis. He brought the woman. But Pyrrhus promised Adonis he'd release them when he brought the woman to him. But he's taking her out of here if we don't let him have his family, and you know how much Pyrrhus wants the woman. Rachel was darkly amused. Human hosts couldn't think for themselves on a good day, but right now she sensed they were exhausted. With the hunters arriving early, the hosts were totally thrown off. "Okay," he motioned inside the room. A man with long brown hair, graying at the temples, and dark brown eyes, who looked remarkably like an older version of Adonis, walked out of the room first. He looked tired and underfed.
Danae took his hand and moved him away from the door. An older lady with dark hair and eyes and the same kind of high cheekbones as Danae came out next. Then the sister, Pasha. Younger, same rich dark brown hair and doe-like eyes, only not as thin as Danae.
"Take them now," Adonis said, his voice rigid and stern. "Now."
"Rachel," Danae said under her breath, her expression filled with regret. Then she swallowed hard and hurried her parents and sister toward the front door.
"Adonis,"
her father said, reaching back for him.
"Not now, father."
Rachel squashed the emotions of worry and panic that filled every molecule, hoping beyond hope his family could reach safety. She'd resigned herself to her own fate, kill Pyrrhus, hopefully not dying by his hand before she could succeed, and be killed by his blood bonds. When Danae and her family reached the door, she tried the brass handle, but couldn't open it. She turned back to the host. He headed toward the door, flustered.
"I wish Pyrrhus had left us better word."
He twisted the bolt. Suddenly, a man dressed in a black satin shirt, the billowing sleeves cuffed with diamonds at the wrist and black trousers of fine linen, appeared next to the door. His long black hair was still hanging about his shoulders and tangled, as if he'd just been awakened and only barely had time to dress.
"Pyrrhus," Adonis said under his breath with hatred. "We aren't going so soon, are we?"
Pyrrhus's sultry, dark voice had wooed women for centuries. His jet-black eyes stared at Danae. He touched Danae's wrist. She jerked away from him.
"You must have killed my hosts when they tried to bring you to me."
He shifted his attention to Rachel, his eyes glittering with malice.
"But I see the one I really want is here now. Let my family go,"
Adonis said, his voice commanding as if he were in charge.
"Demanding, aren't we?"
Pyrrhus vanished, and with a whoosh appeared in front of Adonis. The animosity between the two men was electric. Rachel took a step away from them to get a better combat stance and reached behind her back to get her dagger.
"I've heard you've been helping the hunters, Adonis. You wanted me to bring her to you. I couldn't get to her any other way."
Pyrrhus's smile faked. He kept his eyes on Adonis, but held his hand out to Rachel. Then he shifted his attention to her when she didn't make a move toward him.
"You're to be mine. Didn't he tell you?"
His gaze focused on the lump on her forehead. "Your gorillas gave me that. The same ones who tried to take me," Danae said.
"It is good Danae put them out of their misery then, so that I wouldn't have to."
Suddenly turning to the host, Pyrrhus hissed at him. "Wake the others." Now, at this hour, the host's whole body shook slightly. Pyrrhus pinned him with an icy glare. Yes, of course." The man scurried down the hall that led to Pyrrhus's room and others. Danae moved her parents and sister down the eastern hall away from where the vampires were housed, apparently. Pyrrhus turned back to watch her and shook his head.
"She doesn't really believe I'm letting any of you out of here alive, does she?"
He glanced at the guard who'd released Adonis's family. "Get the hosts, fool. Instruct them to kill all but Danae." Adonis took a menacing step toward Pyrrhus.
"I brought Rachel to you as I promised."
"And I never keep my promises," Pyrrhus grinned. A glass window shattered in the direction Danae had disappeared. Pyrrhus yelled, "Get them!" Rachel struggled to pull the dagger out from its sheath behind her back. She'd never attempted to wear one there, and she realized at once she should have practiced.
"They'll never get far."
Pyrrhus grabbed Rachel's wrist.
"You wanted to know why I wished to have Rachel? Her father killed my mistress. For 150 years we ruled together, and in a matter of seconds he took her away from me."
He grasped Rachel's throat.
"It may take a few years, but Rachel will learn to be her."
Adonis grabbed Pyrrhus's arm, both their canines extending instantly. He broke Pyrrhus's grip on Rachel, but Pyrrhus immediately retaliated and slammed him against the wall, his hand on his throat.
"You and Danae are mine. You'll never break free from me."
Your will is mine. The sooner you learn that, the better. As for the rest of your family, they'll be dead soon."
Rachel struggled to free her dagger, cursing herself for her unpreparedness while Adonis fought Pyrrhus's grip on his throat. Hosts ran down the hall toward where Danae and her family had escaped, their footsteps sounding like a stampede of cattle during an electric storm. If the hunters had made it outside, the sunlight would keep them safe from the vampires. And if Rachel's family had reached the house by now, they'd easily kill the hosts. She prayed they'd make it. A human cry from the hallway leading to Pyrrhus's room made him shake his head.
"One of my vampires didn't like to be disturbed this early. Neither do I."
Rachel's fingers gripped the handle of her dagger and pulled it free. She quickly lunged at Pyrrhus. He laughed and easily dodged her action, releasing Adonis inadvertently. Then he scowled.
"You were not supposed to be armed."
Adonis seized Pyrrhus's arms from behind, pinning them against his body.
"Now, Rachel!"
Again she thrust, but Pyrrhus slammed Adonis against the wall with his back. She accidentally hit Pyrrhus's rib with the blade. He hissed at her, his eyes filled with rage, his lips pulled back, exposing his deadly canines. Before she could stab him again, a blonde-haired male vampire caught her arm and threw her to the floor. Except for a few bruises, she was no worse for wear. 6 more vampires suddenly appeared, wearing various forms of sleeping attire, boxers, long t-shirts, and one in black silk pajamas. Their faces wore scowls, their hair dangled over their shoulders in disarray, and all seemed to wonder why Pyrrhus had woken them at such an ungodly hour. Suddenly, cries of pain filled the room where Danae had broken the window. Pyrrhus broke the hold Adonis had on him, twisted around, and pinned him against the wall with an iron grip at his throat again.
"Take care of Danae's family,"
he commanded the vampires, motioning with his free hand to where the commotion was.
"Kill all of them, except for Danae."
When all but the blonde-haired vampire and Pyrrhus vanished, Rachel jumped to her feet, but the new vampire bared his teeth at her.
"Don't hurt her," Pyrrhus warned. "She's mine, Tiberius."
Using her blade, she lunged at Tiberius, but he deftly moved out of her path. "Stay still, you creep!" Anger filled every fiber of her being with a burning need to kill the creatures. Pyrrhus turned his attention to Adonis, who struggled to get loose of Pyrrhus's vampiric grip.
"What am I to do with you?"
He tore Adonis's shirt with his teeth.
"I wanted so to show the others I could rein in a male hunter. Don't make me kill you."
He constricted his hold on Adonis's throat. Adonis gasped for air, his hands grappling futilely at Pyrrhus's wrists. The perspiration beaded on Rachel's forehead as she attempted to strike Tiberius, but his flying leaps kept her occupied while she couldn't do any harm to him. She needed a longer reach, a sword. Hisses and the sounds of swords striking walls, furniture, and death cries from vampires came from the eastern hall where Danae and her family had disappeared. Rachel was certain she couldn't reach Pyrrhus's heart from his back, but the blonde was so sure she'd try for him again. When she turned and struck her dagger into Pyrrhus's back, she surprised them both. Pyrrhus whipped around and struck her in the head with his fist. White stars sprinkled against a black velvet background filled her vision, but the jolt to her body when she collapsed to the floor stirred her. Pyrrhus's canines blurred from 2 to 4, only inches from her face. He ripped her turtleneck at the throat, and she knew he intended to bite her and make her his. She clasped her hand into a fist, realizing at once she'd lost her dagger when she'd fallen. Shoving his chin up with her left hand, she tried to keep his teeth from touching her neck. Directly in front of her, Adonis and Tiberius fought. Adonis had managed to get to a sword. The other wielded one against him, the metal blades clanging against each other in wicked resonance. With her right hand, she groped around for the dagger on the floor. Pyrrhus jerked her left hand away from his face. His eyes pierced hers with intensity, then clouded over with desire. His body pressed heavily against hers, and his arousal rubbed against her thigh.
"This will hurt if you fight me,"
he whispered against her mouth. Pushing with her boots against the floor, she squirmed to unseat him, the blood pounding in her ears. She couldn't allow herself to be bitten.
Turning her head from his gaze, she saw her dagger. She attempted to wriggle over to it, the silky pearl handle just at her fingertips. Adonis groaned. Rachel's heart took a dive. If he died... The blonde-haired vampire screamed in agony suddenly. Pyrrhus turned. Rachel grabbed the dagger. With a twist of her wrist, she jammed it into the vampire as Adonis struck his sword through Pyrrhus's back. Pyrrhus grasped for her throat and cried out, but almost instantly his skin shriveled up, and he collapsed on top of her, dead. She'd killed him. She'd avenged her parents' death. But only a guarded relief filled her. What of the others? Were Danae and her family safe? Rachel's own family? Adonis yanked Pyrrhus's shrunken form off her and tossed him aside. He grasped her hand and pulled her from the floor, but quickly inspected the room to ensure that there were no other vampires around to threaten their safety. She covered the wound in his bloodied right shoulder. "You're injured again, Adonis." Suddenly, Gregory bolted down the hall toward them from where Danae had disappeared. He stormed toward Adonis, his eyes angry blue pools of fire. "Get away from him, Rachel," he commanded. "He's one of them!" Gregory lunged forward with his sword. Adonis groaned as he struck the weapon aside. He couldn't kill the hunter as much as he wanted to. Although he had every right to defend himself, the others might still feel some loyalty to Gregory, who'd been raised and trained with them, even though many were pretty perturbed over what he'd done concerning Megan Tanner. Rachel tried to block Gregory with her body, but he shoved her away. Adonis's blood boiled. If he touched her again... Gregory struck at Adonis again, but Adonis deflected his weapon. His shoulder throbbed. Every thrust of his sword shot excruciating streaks of pain into his arm. Rachel yanked at Gregory's sword arm. He knocked her to the floor. Adonis fought, extending his canines, and hit Gregory's sword with such force Gregory jumped back. Rachel grabbed Gregory's leg and held on tight. Gregory kicked at her. "Let go of me!" He cursed at her, and Adonis struck him in the shoulder. Michael rushed down the hall. "Gregory, get hold of your senses!" "He's a vampire!" Gregory thrust his sword at Adonis's chest. Rachel screamed out, "My God! Adonis, no!" Gregory pulled the sword out of Adonis's chest. Adonis sank to his knees, the sharp pain blurring his vision. He reached up and held his hand to the fresh wound. But he hadn't died. The hunter's sword hadn't killed the vampire in him. Michael yanked the sword out of Gregory's hand, then slammed him against the wall. "Get a grip, you idiot!" Rachel hugged Adonis. "You didn't die," she mouthed against his lips. He half-heartedly smiled. "No. Imagine that." His whole body shook as the adrenaline still coursed through his system. His head still reeling from the notion the hunter's blade hadn't terminated him immediately, although he'd only been turned recently, so he wouldn't have shriveled up like the ancient ones. Despite his vampiric vision, he was cast into darkness. The sounds around him faded to deathly silence. Rachel barely heard the conversations around her as she gripped Adonis's hand while Michael and Ned carried him out to Adonis's SUV. Adonis didn't stir, and she couldn't face her cousins in the event they knew Gregory had spoken the truth. "He's one of them! A bloodsucker!" Gregory shouted from inside Pyrrhus's house still. "Shut up!" Ferris said, his voice beyond angry. That's when Rachel saw Ferris and one of her former suitors carrying Zachary out of the house. Like Adonis, Zachary was unconscious, bleeding, deathly pale. Rachel squelched tears, threatening to spill. She caught Uncle Tobias's eye. He seemed in control, yet that control was slipping as he hurried to ensure the rest of Pyrrhus's people were dead and that the hunters were all accounted for. Adonis had kept his fangs from extending, and she felt his blood still pumping in his wrist. He just had to live. He couldn't give up now. As soon as Michael and Ned lay Adonis in the middle seat, she climbed in with Adonis and rested his head on her lap. Michael hurried off to speak with Uncle Tobias to get his orders. Ferris watched, but stayed beside the vehicle. Was anyone else hurt? She asked in a very small voice, feeling that Pyrrhus and everything associated with him was her fault.
Zachary's in bad shape.
Ferris sounded withdrawn, weary. Will he live? Ferris avoided looking at her and didn't say anything. Rachel wiped away insolent tears and brushed Adonis's hair out of his face. What about Danae and the rest of her family?
Uncle Tobias spoke to the father, then put them in a vehicle, and they're headed for the house.
Then Michael and her uncles Brent, Kurt, and Tobias converged to speak briefly. They looked in Rachel's direction. They didn't appear happy. Not that having two nearly dead hunters, one of whom was Uncle Tobias's youngest son, was anything to be joyous about.
Meet you back at the house,
Michael said to his father, then headed for the SUV. His gaze caught hers and held, and she suspected he knew about Adonis. But had he already known when Adonis saved his life at the warehouse? Or only now because of Gregory's ranting?
Let's go,
Michael said to Ferris, and the two climbed into the vehicle. Then Michael pulled out of the estate and didn't speak for some time as he drove to Uncle Tobias's home. She couldn't ask him if he knew about Adonis, not in front of Ferris in the event Michael was keeping it secret from the family, but she was dying to know if she could be honest with him. Will Zachary be all right? She asked through a tear-choked voice.
He's lost a lot of blood.
But Michael wouldn't say anything more, and she figured it was best to leave him to his dark thoughts. The two brothers often fought, but Michael was always protective of Zachary when the situation warranted it. Ferris didn't speak either, but she figured if she hadn't been in the vehicle, her cousins probably would have discussed matters. Finally, Michael said,
"Why the hell were you and Danae at Pyrrhus's estate?"
She hadn't even considered they'd be mad at her over that, after all that had happened. Rachel stuck her chin up, wiped away more tears, and glared at the backside of Michael's head. She wondered if he was madder because she had been at Pyrrhus's estate, or because Danae might have been killed. He murdered my parents. He wanted me. I knew I could get close to him. Ferris shook his head.
And Adonis planned this whole damned charade? Used you to free his parents? Used you as the bait? Hell, I ought to finish him off myself.
He saved your life, Rachel said softly. Michael tightened his grip on the steering wheel and swore under his breath.
And Danae? What role did she have in this whole mess? Hell, we barely got them out of there alive.
She wouldn't have stayed behind, Michael, even if it had been just the two of them. They had to free their family. You know how it would be.
And what about us? As a team, we go against such odds. A team. No one is an individual. You know that.
I had to kill him, she said more to herself than to Michael. Although killing him hadn't give her any real satisfaction like she thought it would. Probably because Zachary was clinging to life, and Adonis's situation was so tentative. Rachel blinked away more tears and squeezed Adonis's wrist, his pulse growing more thready. Live for me, Adonis. Live for your family. They're safe now, but they need your strength, and Danae needs you. Michael looked up at her through the rearview mirror.
There'll be a family meeting as soon as we get home.
They often had hunter recaps following a hunt, recalling the mistakes they'd made and the successes also. But an exclusive family meeting meant something else, and she suspected nothing good. Adonis fought to open his eyes, desperate to kill Tiberius, the vampire who was protecting Pyrrhus's flank. Pyrrhus was on top of Rachel, ready to bite her, and Adonis could see her fingers stretching to reach her dagger, her fingertips just barely touching the pearl handle. He tried to maneuver Tiberius toward her so he could push the weapon to her with his boot, but the bastard knew Adonis was trying to aid Rachel and effectively kept him from her. Their swords clanked angrily, the hard strikes sending a shudder up Adonis's arm. And then the break he was looking for. And yes! He drove his sword into the vampire's heart, Tiberius screaming, then collapsing in a mummified heap. But there was no time for jubilation, and as Rachel reached her dagger and thrust it into Pyrrhus, Adonis reflexively shoved his sword into the already mortally wounded vampire. But knowing his sister and family were at risk as well as Rachel, all he could think of was protecting Rachel before moving toward the sound of the ongoing battle down the hall. Until Gregory targeted him. Hell, Adonis was certain one of Pyrrhus's friends would have skewered him at this point, not one of the hunters. He couldn't kill the bastard as much as he wanted to for endangering his family's lives and screwing up his and Danae's to such an extent. Now he felt so cold, but he was unable to open his eyes. He couldn't fight the dark or what waited within. Rachel. What had become of Rachel? Rachel took her seat, ready once more for the Inquisition, praying Brent didn't have a syringe in his pocket this time. The ladies were taking care of Adonis's family in the dining room, while Dr. Stevens saw to Adonis's and Zachary's injuries. Uncle Tobias hadn't allowed her to see either of them, but had Michael escort her straight to the conference room to begin the questioning all over again. Only this time there were no suitors, only her uncles Brent, Kurt, Tobias, and her cousins Ferris, Ned, and Michael. This time, Uncle Tobias sat back, looking drained, probably too upset over Zachary's injuries. Uncle Brent questioned her instead. "Tell us the truth in your own words about Adonis." She took a deep breath, her hands like ice. "Rachel," Uncle Tobias warned. But she couldn't tell them what he was. She couldn't. Not if they didn't already know. They'd kill him. "What do you want to know?" she asked softly, but her words wavered. "Michael says he used you as bait to kill Pyrrhus," Uncle Brent said. Rachel looked at the floor. "I had to kill him." "What is he?" Uncle Tobias asked, sounding resigned. She lifted her gaze. He looked so weary, like when his wife had died. "He's a hunter," she said, her eyes and voice defiant. Uncle Tobias's expression lightened some, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips. But then he frowned. "He's not the same as us." He's better," she blurted. "Hell, listen to yourself," Ferris hotly objected. Uncle Tobias waved his hand for silence. "How is he better?" "He saved Michael's life. Do you deny it?" She cast a pleading look Michael's way. "And Gregory's too. Adonis would never hurt one of our kind." "He got you into Pyrrhus's lair without our backup," Michael bit out. "He endangered your life." "I was the only one who could have gotten close to Pyrrhus. He would have vanished and returned later for me. I distracted him and then—" "Adonis was able to kill him. We know, Rachel," Uncle Tobias said. Rachel closed her gaping mouth. They thought Adonis killed Pyrrhus? "But Adonis should never have used you as bait. We don't know what the hell they did back in Florida, but that is unacceptable behavior here." She kept her mouth shut, hoping her uncle would lighten up. He took a deep breath. "I've spoken with Adonis's father, and for now, they'd like to join our family, if only to stay with us until his family can heal." But her uncle didn't sound thrilled with the prospect. "I want to marry Adonis," she blurted out. Her uncle didn't seem surprised, but Ferris and Ned both swore under their breaths. Again, Uncle Tobias motioned for silence, and that's when she realized something graver was the matter. Someone knocked on the door and Uncle Tobias said, "Yes?" Dr. Stevens poked his head in the door. "Zachary is coming too, and Adonis is coherent now, asking to see Rachel. His family has already been in to see him." "All right." The doctor shut the door. Uncle Tobias shook his head. "I don't want you to marry Adonis." Rachel opened her mouth to object, but Uncle Tobias signaled for her silence. "But I'll grant this, only because you would leave with him if I didn't approve. And we need him here, for Zachary's sake." "Zachary?" "Maybe Adonis can help him cope. Go see Adonis now, Rachel. I'm getting too old for this. Maybe Michael's right. It's time for me to step down and let him run the league." Michael gave him a dark laugh. "You'll be running things for many more years, Father, and we'll continue to appreciate your leadership." "Go, Rachel," Uncle Tobias said. "I want to have my hunter's recap now." Before she could mention she was there too, and should have some say, Michael grasped her arm and led her out of the room.
Adonis needs you. You both can tell us what happened later.
How long did you know, Michael? She asked as he shut the door to the conference room.
I suspected something when you approached a vampire in the dark both on the balcony and behind the hotel, when you had always been so afraid of the dark and of human vampires. I suspected something when you questioned me about vampires instead of asking Zachary when you knew you weren't supposed to see me. And again, when you were seeing some hunter that conveniently kept popping up places. I knew he was a hunter, but I suspected he was something more. I thought he could help protect you, since he seemed to want you like a hunter would. But when he saved my life in the warehouse, although I had a hard time believing my eyes, I knew then for sure. Gregory, of course, confirmed what I'd seen, but I confided in Uncle Brent and Kurt, and both were of the same opinion. Maybe Adonis could help us. I just didn't think Adonis would take you to Pyrrhus like that.
Thank you, Michael. Pyrrhus wanted Adonis to take you out because you had a contract on some vampiress named Dominique, but Adonis wouldn't do it.
Michael stared at her and then sighed. I wondered how he knew so much about them. I wasn't happy about you being with him. But now, well, Zachary's just like him, and my father feels he'll need guidance to get him through this dark period of adjustment. By the way, my father banned Gregory from the region. Go see Adonis. He's part of the family now.
Zachary was bitten? She asked, her heart wrenching with the news.
Yes, and it's not good.
I'm so sorry. Everything would be different now. Everything. But we'll have to show him we love him, no matter what, she whispered, and gave Michael a hug. Michael didn't say anything, just looked bleak with regret. She assumed then he felt it was his own fault that Zachary had been bitten. It'll be all right, Michael. Trust me. Adonis will help Zachary to adjust. Thank you, Michael, for everything. He bowed his head to her and left her off at the door to the sick room.
I'll let you see him in private.
She swore his eyes glittered with tears. He was holding his own feelings in check, trying to keep his hunter's composure, but he'd always been close to his younger brother, Zachary. She knew Zachary would be all right, that the family would grow through this ordeal. She knew it with all her heart, if they stuck together and accepted the changes. Then she hurried to the room where Adonis was staying. As soon as she opened the door, she found Adonis already dressed, coming for her as if he'd never been injured.
You're mine, Rachel Bremerton. I still need to heal, but that won't keep me from business.
He took her hand and led her back to the conference room, his gait slower, and she realized just how he was still injured, but he had to get what had happened out in the open. But my uncle said we could get married, and he's having a recap of the hunt, so we shouldn't disturb him. She was afraid she'd upset her uncle, make him change his mind.
Without us? Adonis raised his brows. Without our version, they'd miss the best half of the story.
Before she could object any further, she knew her uncle would not be pleased. Adonis opened the door, walked in with Rachel's hand in his, then shut the door.
You want to know about Pyrrhus and how we took him down?
Adonis asked. Tobias looked a little startled, but Michael looked on with admiration. Brent came over and shook Adonis's hand.
Welcome to the family, and the new millennium.
Arrogant, arrogant. But how she loved Adonis. Hunter and vampire all rolled up into one extraordinary man. Everyone, including Uncle Tobias, extended heartfelt welcomes. But the sizzling kiss Adonis reserved for Rachel proved just where she stood with him, and she gave him one right back, before she began telling the story of how they took down one of the most maniacal vampires of their region. Adonis watched with pride as Rachel told the story. She brought down their worst enemy, and made a name for herself in hunter circles forever. But best of all, she'd given Adonis back his humanity, and he loved her with his heart and soul. She gave him a winning smile and motioned for him to tell his version, but he bowed his head to her, then rose from the chair.
I'm weary now, if you'll excuse us. Not too weary to call for the minister first,
Tobias warned, his chin tilted down, his eyes narrowed. Marriage first, other issues later. Could Adonis live only a human's lifespan with Rachel? He ground his teeth to keep them from extending and gave his mate a devilish smile. Could he only live with her for one human's lifespan? The hunter side of him had his mate and couldn't have been more satisfied. The vampire side wished to be appeased. This has been Huntress for Hire, written by Terry Spear, narrated by Anne-Marie Susan Sylvie. Copyright 2011 by Terry Spear. Production copyright 2015 by Terry Spear.